Volume 6. Book 15, Chapter 10. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 10, Lending a Hand. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The moment when Xinyu saw Xing Yuan, he was completely surprised. There was a vast number of villages outside of Yuchi City. Never had he expected that they would actually be allocated to the same village. Furthermore, he had actually never run into Xing Yuan in the past 300 years in the village. Xinyu understood that this was mostly because he had come out too infrequently, as he had spent the majority of his time researching the ray path in the second layer space of the Jianglan's realm. Xing Yuan, you also know Qin Yu and his brothers? Li Liao said in surprise. Qin Yu and his brothers all knew Li Liao, as Li Liao was the sort of person that one becomes familiar with right away, as he would be able to chat a whole lot with anyone. Qin Yu? Xing Yuan was slightly surprised. Qin Yu smiled and said, Brother Xing Yuan, I actually have two names. In the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and Demon Realm, I was called Qin Yu. When I was in the Dark Star Realm, I was called Lu Xing. You can just call me Qin Yu in the future. So that was the case. Xing Yuan nodded. Even now, Xing Yuan did not suspect Qin Yu's identity. He had thought that Qin Yu created the name Qin Yu because he had frequently wandered the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm. Brother Xing Yuan, let me introduce you to them. This is my second brother Ho Fei. This is my third brother He Yu. Seeing Xing Yuan, Qin Yu's mood had become extremely good. Ho Fei and He Yu both greeted Xing Yuan with a smile. Xing Yuan also squeezed out a smile and greeted them. Xing Yu had already felt that Xing Yuan had some sort of difficulty when he first saw him. And now, he was even more perceptive of that. Immediately, he asked, Brother Xing Yuan, I see that you have something you're worried about? Xing Yuan, look. Li Liao suddenly said as he pointed to a distant place. They saw a middle-aged couple bringing a purple-clothed woman walking over to the village chief's house. Xing Yuan's gaze immediately fixed onto that purple-clothed woman. His gaze was fixed onto her for a very long time, not leaving her for a second. Big brother, this Xing Yuan has fallen for that girl. Ho Fei giggled and said beside Qin Yu in a low voice. Qin Yu and He Yu also had smiles on their faces. Brother Xing Yuan, never had I expected that in such a short period of time after your ascension to the Divine Realm, our Dark Star Realm's Gold Punishment Lord would have found a woman that he loves. This is truly something that I must congratulate you for. Ah, said Qin Yu in a jokingly tone. Contrary to Qin Yu's expectations, Xing Yuan instead gave a long sigh. Gold Punishment Lord? In the Divine Realm, regardless of what position one had in the lower realm, it is all useless. Qin Yu nodded in understanding. For the experts of the Divine Realm, there are those that have grown up in the Divine Realm, as well as those that have ascended from a lower realm. There are tens of thousands of cosmic spaces like the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm. In the Divine Realm, the status one had in the lower realm is indeed of no use. However, Brother Xing Yuan, if you like that woman, why are you sighing? Qin Yu asked in curiosity. Li Liao, who stood to the side, also shook his head. Xing Yuan shook his head, sighed and said, I am ashamed. Regarding this, it was during the first day that I arrived on this Seal Field village. At that time, I ran into Zi Yun, and I are both interested in each other. However, her parents' demands. You must know of my difficulty. Xing Yuan had a face filled with bitterness. Qin Yu, Ho Fei, and He Yu glanced at each other. The magnificent Dark Star Realm's Gold Punishment Lord was actually vexed to such an extent because of 2 million low-quality divine spiritual stones. Xing Yuan, leave this matter to me, said Qin Yu directly with his divine awareness voice transmission. Hearing the voice in his mind, Xing Yuan was unable to refrain himself from looking at Qin Yu in shock. In the Divine Realm, if one wanted to send a voice transmission via divine awareness, one must at the very least be able to extend one's divine awareness past one's body. However, in order to accomplish extending one's divine awareness past one's body, one must at the very least reach the mid-level deity stage. Qin Yu had ascended later than him. In merely over 1,000 years, how was it possible that Qin Yu had reached the mid-level deity? What Xing Yuan didn't know was that Qin Yu's soul's level was not that of a mid-level deity but instead that of a high-level deity. Xing Yuan, do not be surprised. A house in the Yuchi city. Good. After we finish paying the taxes, I'll go to the Yuchi city with you and purchase a house. What do you think? Qin Yu continued to talk to Xing Yuan via divine awareness voice transmission. Xing Yuan was unable to do divine awareness voice transmission. Thus, all he could do was nod his head thankfully. Merely, Xing Yuan was puzzled in his heart as to how Qin Yu was able to take out a large amount like 2 million low-quality divine spiritual stones. outside the courtyard manor of the Sealfield village's village chief. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were gathered. Who would dare not to come to the tax collection from the people of the Black Dragon Pool? When Qin Yu and them arrived, they discovered that there were 30 men wearing battle armor standing at the frontmost location. The leader of those 30 men, a youth, was looking at everyone present with a chilly gaze. Everyone, like before, everyone that has managed to pass the divine tribulation will have to pay a tax of 1,500 low-quality divine spiritual stones every 1,000 years. Come one at a time. That youth said in a clear voice. Immediately, the villagers of Sealfield village walked forward one by one. Once a person paid their taxes, that youth accepted the divine spiritual stones with a flip of his hand. Storage divine artifact. Seeing this scene before him, Qin Yu was unable to refrain his shock. A mere subordinate of the Black Dragon Pool actually also possesses a storage divine artifact. This Black Dragon Pool is indeed amazing. What Qin Yu didn't know was that although the Black Dragon Pool was a very enormous power, they still did not possess that many storage divine artifacts. Only during the moments when collecting taxes would the group that goes to collect taxes be entitled to use them for the time being. After they had finished using it, they were to return it back to the higher authorities. Big brother, look. Ho Fei pulled Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu looked to the location where Ho Fei pointed to. Qin Yu saw that Zi Yun and Xing Yuan were currently being extremely intimate with each other. Qin Yu was unable to refrain from smiling. One by one, the villagers went up to pay their taxes. Zi Yun and Xing Yuan also walked up one after the other. Little sister Zi Yun. Upon seeing Zi Yun, that youth immediately started smiling. You haven't forgotten your big brother Qian, right? Zi Yan wore a purple gauze jacket. Her long and colored fine black hair poured down her shoulder like torrents. She was indeed a very classy, beautiful woman. Zi Yun lightly smiled and said, "How could I possibly forget about big brother Qian? Never had I expected that in just a million years, big brother Qian would manage to reach such a level in the Black Dragon Pool. But little Yun, you do not have to pay taxes." Lu Qian laughed and said. Xing Yuan, who stood beside Zi Yin, frowned. That Lu Qian glanced at Xing Yuan and laughed. Little Yun, who is this low-level deity? Is he a new servant that your family has hired? Servant? Xing Yuan and Zi Yun's expressions both slightly changed. Little Yun, I have personally come to the Sealfield village this time around for two things. First is to collect taxes and the second is to purpose for your hand in marriage from your parents. The two of us are childhood sweethearts who have grown up together in the divine realm. And now, I could also be considered as having achieved some success. I presume you'll surely not refuse that, right? Lu Qian completely ignored the existence of Xing Yuan as he spoke. Zi Yun's parents from behind them walked forward. A smile was on their faces. They seemed to be extremely easy to get close to. The gazes they looked at their daughter Zi Yan with were also extremely loving. Qian, we cannot allow our Zi Yun to go to the Black Dragon Pool and suffer hardships with you. Zi Yun's mother said. Lu Qian immediately said. Auntie, you are someone who have watched me grow up. You also know of my feelings for little Yun. Tell me, do you think I would let little Yun suffer hardships? After all these years of being in the Black Dragon Pool, I can be considered to have attained a position for myself. In the East City district of the Yuchi City, I have just recently purchased a house. In the future, little Yun could just go and live comfortably there. Zi Yun's mother's eyes immediately shined. Zi Yun's father also nodded his head lightly. Lu Qian immediately turned his gaze to Zi Yun. I cannot. Zi Yun immediately said. Lu Qian did not say anything in response. Instead, he looked to Zi Yun's mother. Sure enough. Zi Yun's mother frowned. She reprimanded her. Little Yun, your big brother Qian has grown up together with you. Could it be that all the years of feelings that you two have for each other is inferior to the one that you have together with the Xing Yuan who has just ascended from the lower realm? Instead of training hard, he decided to pursue love and affection. What sort of accomplishment would such a person attain in the future? Xing Yuan was stunned by her speech. Auntie, little Yun might just be momentarily deceived by that man's graceful words and flowery speech. For such a person that have just ascended to swindle little Yun like so, this man who lives off a woman, his sweet speech and honeyed words skill is truly too amazing. You cannot blame little Yun for falling for this man's lies. Lu Qian had a set of sincere expression as he said those words. Zi Yun was so angry that her complexion had turned deathly white. As for Xing Yuan, he was looking at Lu Qian coldly. Little Yun, this man is merely a low-level deity, how would he be able to protect you? Anyone in the divine realm is capable of easily ravaging him. This sort of man is unworthy of you to act like so. Lu Qian persuaded. Not long ago, I reached the high-level deity stage. Although a high-level deity cannot be considered as anything much in the divine realm, at the very least I have the ability to defend myself. Furthermore, standing behind me are the heavenly deity-level experts of the Black Dragon Pool. At the very least, in the range of the Yuchi city, no one would dare to humiliate any one of us from the Black Dragon Pool. Lu Qian's tone was extremely gentle. However, everyone could sense the disdain he had for Xing Yuan in his speech. The residents of the Sealfield village also started discussing among themselves. An overwhelming majority of the people were in favor of Lu Qian. They believed that Zi Yun should go with Lu Qian. As for the number of people that supported Xing Yuan, they were extremely few. As for Qin Yu and his brothers, they were standing on the side watching. Xing Yuan clenched his fists tightly. His finger joints had turned pale. However, could he resist? His opponent was a high-level deity. Furthermore, he had a small squadron beneath him composed of mostly mid-level deities. What could a low-level deity like him who had just ascended be able to do? A bandit from the Black Dragon Pool actually dares to talk so big like so. It seemed that being a bandit is a glorious thing. Who is it? Lu Qian's expression immediately changed. He immediately looked to the direction where the voice came from. Qin Yu was smiling. Ho Fei and He Yu were beside Qin Yu. The three of them walked over like so. What? Could it be that what I said was wrong? A little Black Dragon Pool's bandit underling like you actually dares to act so arrogant, truly, as Qin Yu said that, he even shook his head inside a couple times. Lu Qian frowned as he looked at Qin Yu. Who are you? I have grown up in the Sealfield village, I know almost everyone from the Sealfield village, where did you come from? Lu Qian was able to sense that Qin Yu possessed strength no weaker than his. Thus, he had grown a bit cautious and did not talk to him with the disdain that he possessed when talking with Xing Yuan. Ascender. Qin Yu smiled and said. A deity that has ascended a bit over 1,000 years ago. What about it? Little Yun, follow me home. Zi Yun's mother suddenly frowned and said. Qin Yu immediately turned to Zi Yun's mother, he slightly bowed and said. Auntie, I am a good friend of Xing Yuan. Brother Xing Yuan had managed to find a precious medicinal herb in the wilderness a while ago. The name of it was white feeler grass. I also possess some connections in the Yuchi city and have just sold this white feeler grass and obtained 3 million low-level divine spiritual stones for it. I have yet to give these 3 million low-level divine spiritual stones to brother Xing Yuan yet. Qin Yu flipped his hand and a bag appeared out from thin air into Qin Yu's hand. Storage divine artifact? Upon seeing this scene, Zi Yun's parents, Lu Qian and a large number of people all opened their eyes wide in shock. Lu Qian was extremely shocked. A high-level deity after ascending over a bit over 1,000 years? Storage divine artifact? Furthermore, having the means to sell medicinal herbs in the Yuchi city? What sort of background does this guy have exactly? Lu Qian was merely a low-level underling in the Black Dragon Pool. He knew that the Black Dragon Pool's Lord Black Dragon would not take care of someone with power for a mere underling like him. Brother Xing Yuan, what are you standing there for? Since you've given me the white feeler grass, I naturally have to pay you after I sold it. Here are a total of 300 high-level divine spiritual stones, you'd best count them properly. Qin Yu urged. Xing Yuan woke back up. He immediately said. Brother Qin Yu, you truly have my thanks. I am merely shocked that this white feeler grass actually sold for such a high price. As he said that, Xing Yuan outstretched his hand and received that bag of divine spiritual stones. He opened the bag and looked at it slightly. No matter how calm Xing Yuan was, he was still unable to refrain his hands from shaking. Big brother Xing Yuan, let me see. Contrary to expectations, Zi Yun was extremely excited. She promptly opened the bag to see. The only reason why her parents didn't agree to her being together with Xing Yuan was because he possessed no house. Somewhat emotional, Xing Yuan raised his head and looked to Qin Yu and his brothers. What he saw was Qin Yu and his brothers winking at him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 11. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 11, Cultivator of Mount Dazzling Gold. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. That Lu Qian could be considered as being calm as he did not flip out and act violently. After he finished receiving the taxes, he decided to go to Zi Yun's house. After that, he brought his subordinates with him and left the Sealfield village and returned to the Black Dragon Pool. As for what exactly this Lu Qian had talked about in Ziyun's house, Qinyu wasn't sure. However, what Qinyu did know was that in the end, Ziyun's family had agreed to the marriage between her and Xing Yuan. That was because on the third day of the tax collection, Ziyun's parents, Ziyun and Xing Yuan, had invited Qinyu and his brothers to go to Yuqi City with them. What good was it to pay taxes once every 1,000 years? In the past, Qinyu was unable to understand the reason for the taxes. He now, however, understood it. At the very least, there was a completely maintenanced government road. Furthermore, there were army troops stationed along the road to ensure that the people traveling the road would not be robbed by bandits. Little brother Qinyu, I have walked down this road numerous times in my lifetime. However, this time around is the happiest I've been. Ha, Ziyun's father, Zifutian laughed and said. At this moment, Xing Yuan said in a slightly respectful tone. Lord Father, how much longer will it take for us to reach Yuqi City? Upon hearing this, Qinyu and his brothers started to smile. Hell, you've already started saying Lord Father before you're even married. Not bad. Hofei patted Xing Yuan's shoulder and said in a jokingly tone. Zifutian instead started laughing and said. Sealfield village is located very far away from Yuqi City. I estimate that it'll still take 2 more days of travel. As the group of people journeyed to Yuqi City, Ziyun had been walking next to her mother and chatting with her. Contrary to expectations, she was not together with Xing Yuan. After about 2 days, Xinyu and them could finally see Yuqi City in the distance. Yuqi City was like an enormous vicious beast that has been lying in wait the entire time. That sort of ancient aura caused Qinyu's heart to be completely stunned. Uncle Z, do you know how many years of history Yuqi City possesses? Suddenly, Qinyu asked curiously. Zifutian smiled and said. Of course, Yuqi City's history is as long as the Divine Realms. They are both about a 2 quadrillion and 100 million years old. Truly ancient. Qinyu gasped in admiration. All the major cities of the Divine Realm have been in existence since the Divine Realm first appeared. They have also never been destroyed before. Furthermore, the divine spiritual energy within the cities is extremely tranquil and gentle. One can easily absorb them to train. As for the reason why these cities are so peculiar, even now, no one knows about the secret to it. Zifutian said with a sigh. Xinyu, Hofei, Heiyu, and the rest all nodded. Merely, Xinyu had another theory in his mind. I suspect it isn't that no one knows about the secret but rather that those who know have never told others. Lord Father, can you tell us a bit about the Divine Realm? We know too little about the Divine Realm. Xing Yuan said with extreme modesty. Xinyu and his brothers also looked to Zifutian. I am merely an ordinary resident of the Divine Realm. How much more would I be able to know about the Divine Realm? I merely know a bit about the eastern region of the Divine Realm. Zifutian started to talk about it slowly. Of the 8 great sage emperors of the Divine Realm, the utmost East Sage Emperor's power range is located in the eastern region of the Divine Realm. As for the utmost East Sage Emperor himself, he lives on top of Mount Dazzling Gold. Mount Dazzling Gold? Xinyu and the rest were all surprised. They did not know anything about this. You all know how special the Divine Realm space is. In the Divine Realm, flying is a sort of extravagant hope. One can only fly when one has reached the heavenly deity level. Furthermore, for non-living things to float in the air, it is something that is even harder to imagine. However, Mount Dazzling Gold is precisely a floating mountain, said Zifutian solemnly. Floating mountain, Mount Dazzling Gold? The dwelling place of the utmost East Sage Emperor? Qinyu remembered it in his heart. There are a total of 64 cities underneath the utmost East Sage Emperor. These 64 cities are all of the same type. As for the core of the eastern region of the Divine Realm, it is Mount Dazzling Gold. Of course, it is impossible for regular people like us to go to Mount Dazzling Gold. Zifutian laughed and said. Now that I've talked about Mount Dazzling Gold, let me talk about Yuqi City. Yuqi City, a long time ago, was not called Yuqi City. The reason why this city is currently called Yuqi City is because the city's governor is Lord Yuqi. The number 1 clan in Yuqi City is the Yuqi clan. The governor of this Yuqi City is also the number 1 expert in the region surrounding Yuqi City. Number 1 expert? How strong is he? Qinyu asked. Big brother Qinyu, the governor of Yuqi City is extremely powerful. Even that Lord Black Dragon of the Black Dragon Pool is greatly inferior to the governor of Yuqi City. That Ziyun had also walked over. She smiled and said. Qinyu lightly nodded to Ziyun. Ziyun, do you know what level expert that Lord Yuqi is? I think he's a high-level heavenly deity, said Ziyun without absolute certainty. she then said with definite certainty. However, the governor of Yuchi City is extremely powerful. In the entire range of Yuchi City, there is no one that can rival him. Zi Futian lightly smiled and said. The boss of the Black Dragon Pool. Lord Black Dragon, although he can also be regarded as being very powerful, he is different from the governor of Yuchi City. Back then, Lord Yuchi followed the utmost East Sage Emperor to numerous wars and achieved great contributions. In the end, utmost East Sage Emperor bestowed this city to Lord Yuchi. Numerous wars? There are also large-scale battles in the Divine Realm? Qin Yu was slightly surprised. Of course there are, said Zi Futian with a smile. It would be impossible to not know this as long as one has lived for several billions of years in the Divine Realm. In the Divine Realm, every 6 billion years, all of the major powers of the Divine Realm will go to war with each other. The war is extremely bitter and desperate. Zi Futian gasped in admiration. Every 6 billion years, a large war that extends through the entire Divine Realm would occur? Lord Yuchi is a great expert who has moved through the Divine Realm unhindered. There are also a large number of heavenly deities that have died by his hand. How could someone like the boss of the Black Dragon Pool be comparable to Lord Yuchi? Gasped Zi Futian with admiration. In Zi Futian's heart, this boss of the Black Dragon Pool was simply not someone that could match up to the governor of Yuchi City. Come, let's go into the city. At this moment, Qin Yu and them had already arrived at the entrance of the city. The soldiers who guarded the entrance inspected the group's identity title plates and then received the fee to enter into the city before allowing Qin Yu and them to enter into the city. Upon entering Yuchi City, Qin Yu and them all felt the tranquility and docility of the divine spiritual energy within the city. Absorbing and refining such divine spiritual energy was simply incomparably effortless. Inside Yuchi City, Qin Yu and them directly proceeded towards the city governor's palace's property selling bureau. All of the houses and buildings inside Yuchi City were controlled by the city. Thus, everyone would naturally have to go to the same location to purchase houses. This was Qin Yu's first time in Yuchi City. Upon viewing the different kinds of constructions and buildings in Yuchi City, Qin Yu had to admit that the arrangement of the city was truly good. Although they were all different and irregular, they gave off a charming effect and were not disheveled in the slightest. Medicinal herb store, weapon store, leisure tea house, stone carving store, all sorts of stores appeared before Qin Yu. Qin Yu was surprised to discover that there were actually a lot of places in the Divine Realm for leisure and enjoyment. Step aside. Following a shout, a line of troops that numbered at the very least in the several hundreds were running in perfect harmony on the street. In the sky above this group of people was a man wearing a standardized golden battle armor, flying with his hands behind his back. It's a heavenly deity. Zi Yun pointed to the man in the sky in surprise. Qin Yu and the rest also raised their head up to look. That man is definitely a division commander or a legion commander of the Yuchi City army. Zi Futian said to Qin Yu and them. In Yuchi City, 10 soldiers compose a small squadron. 100 soldiers compose a mid-squadron. 1,000 soldiers compose a large squadron. 10,000 people compose a division. 100,000 soldiers compose a legion. Among them, in order for one to become a legion commander, the requirement is that one must reach the heavenly deity level. There is no such requirement for the division commander. However, a lot of the division commanders of Yuchi City are heavenly deities. Zi Futian had already lived for several billions of years. The knowledge he possessed was clearly very vast. Ahead is the property selling bureau. Let's go by the house. Qin Yu said. Just like that, Qin Yu and them entered into the city's property selling bureau. The property selling bureau was a very large 2-storied building. When Qin Yu and them walked into the property selling bureau, there were already a lot of people inside it. There was only a single service personnel in the property selling bureau. It was a yellow-clothed woman. There are jade slips over there. They contain information on the empty houses inside the city. You all can go and check it out for yourselves. If you manage to find any that you like, just tell me about it. The yellow-clothed woman did not look at Qin Yu's group at all. She merely said those words indifferently. Big brother, this woman's attitude is truly lacking, said Ho Fei to Qin Yu via divine awareness voice transmission. Qin Yu nodded and smiled. There's nothing we can do about it. All the properties in Yuchi City belong to the governor. Even though her service attitude is lacking, there is nothing that we can do about it. All we can do is to tolerate her attitude. Qin Yu thought of a thing. For a number 1 artifacts craftsman like the craftsman god Cheho Yuan, if he were to act arrogant against those major powers of influences, those major powers of influences would still have to tolerate him. Wasn't this the same principle? While Qin Yu and his brothers were chatting with each other, Xing Yuan, Zi Yun and them had gone to the jade slips to inspect the currently available empty houses. After a living discussion, Xing Yuan, Zi Yun and them finally decided. Xing Yuan walked to that yellow-clothed woman. With a smile on his face, he said, "We have decided. We would like to purchase Yuchi City's North City District's number 879-3043 house. There are only 13 houses left in the North City District. This house that you chose is the best among them. You all truly have good eyesight," said that yellow-clothed woman with a light smile. "You can pay the price now. It's a total of 2,280,000 low-quality divine spiritual stones." Xing Yuan and Zi Yun glanced at each other. They smiled as they took out 228 high-quality divine spiritual stones. That yellow-clothed woman received the 228 high-quality divine spiritual stones. She nodded and then flipped her hand and took out a hexagonal key. At the same time, she also took out a jade slip. However, right at this moment, Little Yen. Following a voice, a golden battle-armored man walked in. "It's that heavenly deity from earlier," said Ho Fei to Qin Yu via voice transmission. Qin Yu nodded. He naturally remembered that heavenly deity that they saw earlier. However, the person that Qin Yu took note of was another person. Right after that golden battle-armored man walked in, a white-clothed youngster also walked in following him. That youngster is an expert. A heavenly deity-level expert. Qin Yu was able to clearly sense the aura from that white-clothed youngster. When that white-clothed youngster walked in, he proceeded to walk to the jade slips and start inspecting the housing situation in Yuchi City. As for the golden battle-armored man, he had walked to the yellow-clothed woman. "Ah, Legion Commander Lu, is there anything you need?" That yellow-clothed woman's smile had instantly turned brilliant. She completely ignored Xing Yuan and Zi Yun. That Legion Commander Lu nodded. He said, "I remember that in the North City District, there was a house close to that empty Condor Pavilion. I shall take that house, remember that for me." "Yes, Legion Commander Lu," said that yellow-clothed woman at once. Zi Yun said to Xing Yuan in a low voice, "Big brother Xing Yuan, of the 13 houses in the North City District, wasn't ours the only one that's close to that empty Condor Pavilion?" Xing Yuan also remembered. He immediately said to the yellow-clothed woman, "Young lady, we have already purchased that house. We have even handed over the 228 high-quality divine spiritual stones to you." "Man?" That golden battle-armored man frowned. "Little Yen, what's going on?" That yellow-clothed woman called Little Yen said with a smile, "It's nothing." As she said that, she looked to Xing Yuan. "His Lordship Legion Commander Lu have decided to take this house. Furthermore, I do not have any records of the selling nor have I given you all the key to the house yet. That house is technically still not yours yet." As she said that, the yellow-clothed woman placed the 228 high-quality divine spiritual stones on the table. "Take those divine spiritual stones back first. Look for a different house," said the yellow-clothed woman straightforwardly. Zi Yun and Xing Yuan glanced at each other. They then glanced at that Lord Heavenly Deity. They felt anger in their hearts. However, what can they do? Are they to fight over a house against a heavenly deity? What a heavenly deity! Qin Yu frowned. He did not interfere. His gaze was suddenly cast toward that white-clothed youngster that had been inspecting the houses the entire time. "North City District? All of the 13 empty houses in the North City District, I'm taking them all," said the white-clothed youngster with a smile as he raised his head. Silence. Not only Xing Yuan, Zi Yun and them, the yellow-clothed woman, the Legion Commander Lu and the other people who were inspecting the houses all looked to the white-clothed youngster. Qin Yu and his brothers also looked to the white-clothed youngster. "You are," Legion Commander Lu looked to the white-clothed youngster with a frown. Only now did he discover that there was such a super expert behind him. That white-clothed youngster lightly smiled. He flipped his hand and took out a golden-colored title plate. "I am a large squadron captain of the Mount Dazzling Gold's cultivators, Huang Jing. I have brought my subordinates to Yuchi City and might be staying for a relatively long period of time. These 13 houses are barely enough for us to live in." Mount Dazzling Gold's cultivator, Legion Commander Lu's expression took a huge change. That yellow-clothed woman's expression also took a huge change. A large squadron captain from the Mount Dazzling Gold? Legion Commander Lu only felt a burst of pressure on his chest. He immediately squeezed out a smile and said respectfully, "So it's actually Senior Huang Jing. His Lordship the city governor has already ordered this junior to receive Senior." Never would I have expected that Senior had already arrived. This Junior has already made arrangements beside the city governor's palace. No need. I'll take the 13 houses in the North City district. You can just go and inform Uncle Yuchi about it. What? Is there a problem? This white-clothed youngster called Huang Jing looked at Legion Commander Lu. Of course not, said the Legion Commander Lu straightforwardly. Uncle Z, how powerful is this Huang Jing? Does the large squadron captain of the Mount Dazzling Gold's cultivator possess a very high status? Asked Qin Yu via divine awareness voice transmission to Z Futian. At this moment, Z Futian was looking at Huang Jing with a blazing expression. He replied back to Qin Yu via divine awareness voice transmission. In the eastern region of the divine realm, over half of the heavenly deities are on the Mount Dazzling Gold. They number about 10,000 people. The cultivators of the Mount Dazzling Gold, the weakest among them are low-level heavenly deities. The cultivators of the Mount Dazzling Gold are already people who possess special privileges. However, this Huang Jing is actually a large squadron captain of the Mount Dazzling Gold. Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from looking at this seemingly gentle and quiet white-clothed youngster. Exactly how powerful was this white-clothed youngster? Qin Yu didn't dare to determine that at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 12. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 12, A Mysterious Man. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. There are about 10,000 people belonging to the entire Mount Dazzling Gold. According to the logic that a large squadron is composed of 1,000 people, this Huang Jing being a large squadron captain ought to make him classified as a high-status person on Mount Dazzling Gold. Thought Qin Yu in his heart. Qin Yu didn't know that in the armies of Mount Dazzling Gold, the highest position was that of the large squadron captain. As for this Legion commander of Yuchi City, he was merely a low-level heavenly deity and couldn't hope to compare to a large squadron captain of Mount Dazzling Gold. Hand me the keys. Huang Jing smiled as he looked at the yellow-clothed woman. The yellow-clothed woman immediately flipped her hand and took out 13 keys. Lord Huang Jing, these are the keys for the 13 houses in the North City district. This yellow-clothed woman's attitude was incomparably respectful. With a wave of his hand, Huang Jing received the 13 keys. Senior Huang Jing. That Legion Commander Lu was beaming from ear to ear. Senior Huang Jing, I don't know how many cultivators of the Mount Dazzling Army Senior have brought with you this time, but will those 13 houses of the North City district be enough for you? Huang Jing smiled mildly. It's good enough if I have a couple of them share a house. How could we possibly allow you to crowd several into a single? You don't have to speak anymore. Huang Jing interrupted Legion Commander Lu's speech. Return and tell Uncle Yuchi that I have arrived. Also, tell him that during the time that I am in the Yuchi city, do not allow others to come disturb me. Yes. Legion Commander Lu said respectfully. Huang Jing nodded. With a movement of his foot, he disappeared from the sight of everyone present. On the first-floor lounge of the property selling bureau, the group of people were all looking at the location where Huang Jing previously stood before disappearing. They remained silent for a long time. That man, I reckon that even if I were to use my divine spear Waning Snow, I would still not have the slightest chance of victory over him. Qin Yu was absolutely certain. For this man to be able to become a large squadron captain of Mount Dazzling Gold, is he a mid-level heavenly deity or a high-level heavenly deity? Ho Fei and Heiyu had also been silent for quite some time. Legion Commander Lu frowned. He then stopped mentioning the thing about purchasing a house and rapidly left the property selling bureau. Mount Dazzling Gold. Xing Yuan was still remembering these words. If only one day I can become a cultivator of Mount Dazzling Gold. Xing Yuan remembered the disdain that Lu Qiyan had for him as well as the grandeur of that Huang Jing from earlier. Xing Yuan glanced at Zi Yun beside him. His conviction for training hard became even more resolute. Soon after, Xing Yuan and Zi Yun had picked a house on the South City district. This house was a bit cheaper. It required only a total of 1,980,000 low-quality divine spiritual stones. After finishing purchasing the house and obtaining the key, Qin Yu and them then proceeded to leave. 9 Crane Restaurant. The 9 Crane Restaurant was a very well-known restaurant in Yuchi City. As Xing Yuan and Zi Yun had purchased a house, they decided to go to the 9 Crane Restaurant and enjoy themselves. As for Qin Yu and his brothers, they naturally also followed them into the restaurant. Qin Yu and his brothers, Xing Yuan and Zi Yun's family numbered a total of 7 people. The 7 of them just happened to fill a table. Let's enjoy ourselves this time around. Ziyun frowned her nose and ruthlessly ordered a great deal of dishes. The dishes of the Nine Crane restaurant were all incomparably tasty and elegant. A lot of their dishes originated from many different cosmic spaces. Furthermore, the ingredients they used for the dishes were also extremely peculiar. In a single breath, Ziyun ordered 16 dishes. They cost over 800 low-quality divine spiritual stones. Your mother and I have only been here once when the two of us married. Never had we anticipated for so many years to have passed in a blink of an eye. And now, little Yin, you are also going to settle down and get married," said Zi Futian while smiling. Ziyun smiled happily. She even glanced at Xing Yuan. Xing Yuan was also smiling and laughing. "Brother Xing Yuan, soon, I most likely will be leaving the Sealfield village and also won't be in Yuchi City. Today, I shall accompany you and drink to our fullest," said Qin Yu while smiling. "You're leaving?" Xing Yuan said in shock. Ho Fei laughed and said, "In the future, when we have time, we will come back and visit you." Ha ha. MN? Right when Ho Fei was halfway through his sentence, his gaze shifted towards the stairs. Qin Yu and them also followed Ho Fei's gaze and looked to the stairs. They heard a series of footsteps. A group of people walked up from the stairs. The person leading them was precisely Huang Jing. The footsteps continued. One after another, a total of over 30 people had walked in. They are all cultivators of Mount Dazzling Gold. Qin Yu had determined that in his heart. These 30-plus people, each and every one of them were heavenly deity-level experts. Because of the arrival of this group of people, the entire restaurant had instantly grown silent. Even if they did not deliberately reveal their strength, but for 30-plus heavenly deities to arrive at the same time, that sort of aura had already stunned the majority of the people in the restaurant. "Large squadron captain, please sit here." Quickly, those heavenly deities had seated themselves on 5 tables. As for the white-clothed youngster Huang Jing, he saw Qin Yu and was unable to refrain his eyes from shining. "Amen, what a coincidence." The white-clothed youngster Huang Jing smiled to Qin Yu and said. The 30-plus Mount Dazzling Gold's cultivators all looked to Qin Yu. Truly a coincidence. Qin Yu lightly nodded. The white-clothed youngster Huang Jing said no more. He directly sat down on his own seat. These 5 tables of people had also ordered some dishes. For this group of people to arrive, they instead caused Xing Yuan, Ziyun, and them to be uncomfortable eating. "Large squadron captain, how long are we staying this time around? I think it's better for us to stay here for a shorter period of time so that we can return back earlier." As they were eating, a cultivator of the Mount Dazzling Gold suggested. "Shorter? While I might be willing to do that, that younger brother of mine might not be willing," said Huang Jing with a light smile. Huang Jing appeared to be a very gentle and quiet youngster. Even his smile expression appeared like that of a woman's. However, none of those 30-plus cultivators of the Mount Dazzling Gold dared to act impudent in front of him. "Little young master is too powerful. If we were to go, we'll only be trampled upon. Large squadron captain, please just accompany little young master for us. After all, he is no match against you," said a female cultivator of the Mount Dazzling Gold. Huang Jing shook his head and said, "My younger brother refuses to fight with me. Otherwise, why would I bring you all over? But, the little young master. Fine. This time I will try my best to reduce the time. You bunch." Huang Jing shook his head helplessly. "You all, quiet down." A cold and clear voice had suddenly resounded through the entire restaurant. Everyone in the restaurant had suddenly stopped talking. Huang Jing and the 30-plus people with him have all looked to the location where the voice sounded from. Truly someone with enough courage. Ho Fei, Hey Yu, and them also looked to the originator of the voice in excitement. The person who spoke was a gray-clothed man who sat on the corner of the restaurant. This gray-clothed man had a short beard and appeared to be a bit dispirited. Just by looking at this gray-clothed man, one would involuntarily feel a sense of sadness. Is he an expert? Qin Yu was also unable to ascertain it. "Hey, who are you? Did our conversation hinder you?" A robust cultivator of the Mount Dazzling Gold stood up. He shouted at that man in a loud voice. "Everyone, let's continue our chat. Don't bother with that lunatic." That robust man sat back down. He did not care about that gray-clothed man at all. Immediately after, those 30-plus cultivators continued their conversation. As the cultivators of the Mount Dazzling Gold, there were not many people in the eastern region of the Divine Realm that would dare to stop them from talking. At the very least, they have all seen those few big shots before. Huang Jing, however, frowned and glanced at that gray-clothed man a couple times. "Quiet down. That gray-clothed man raised his head and said in a cold voice, "This is a restaurant, not your Mount Dazzling Gold. You all are customers and other people are also customers. Do not be too overly rude." The 30-plus cultivators of the Mount Dazzling Gold had all grown angry. However, Huang Jing instead stood up. "You knew that we are from the Mount Dazzling Gold? Looking at your strength, you're a mid-level heavenly deity. However, you're not from the Mount Dazzling Gold. Which one of the 64 cities are you from?" That gray-clothed man continued to drink his wine. He had completely ignored Huang Jing. Xin Yu continued to watch the scene as it unfolded before him. "Big brother." Ho Fei's voice sounded in Xin Yu's mind. Xin Yu looked to Ho Fei. Ho Fei's complexion was a bit pale. He said via voice transmission, "Big brother, I kept feeling that gray-clothed man is looking at me." Xin Yu turned around to look at that gray-clothed man. The gray-clothed man was currently drinking. "But he's not looking at you." Xin Yu frowned. Ho Fei's complexion turned even more pale. "No, I am able to sense that he's looking at me. Furthermore, he has been oppressing me with his aura." As Ho Fei said that, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Aura. Xin Yu was unable to sense any sort of aura in the surrounding. He was unable to refrain himself from being confused and looking at Ho Fei and then that gray-clothed man. Huang Jing stood and looked at that gray-clothed man. He frowned. As for those 30-plus cultivators of the Mount Dazzling Gold, they were quietly staring at Huang Jing and awaiting his orders. Because of this, the entire restaurant had grown silent. "Huff, the wine's pretty good." The gray-clothed man raised his head up as he finished drinking his wine. He then stood up. His gaze was cast toward Huang Jing and them. He sighed and then shook his head. "Motherfucker, a mid-level heavenly deity dares to be this arrogant." That loud-voiced man shouted. He directly rushed toward the gray-clothed man. Huang Jing did not prevent his subordinate. That was because he too felt a burst of strangeness. Xin Yu and them promptly retreated themselves to the corner. ZZK with this loud-voiced man's body as the center, countless golden rays of light shot out. Like threads, the golden rays of light formed an enormous cocoon that covered this gray-clothed man. Xin Yu and them were simply unable to see what was occurring within the golden cocoon. Bang! The golden cocoon suddenly shattered. That loud-voiced man spurted a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards to where he previously stood. As for the gray-clothed man, he continued to stand there. It was as if he had never attacked at all. "Little girl, did you know that I hate people being noisy the most?" The gray-clothed man's gaze was cast toward Huang Jing. "Little girl?" Xin Yu also looked to Huang Jing in shock. Although Huang Jing had appeared to be gentle and quiet, his voice still sounded like that of a man's. Huang Jing's eyes were wide open and displayed a face filled with shock and disbelief. "I have also came here today because of an important matter. Originally, my mood was pretty good. However, I am unable to even drink in peace. Thus, I believe that I shall give you all a punishment." The gray-clothed man slightly smiled. A buzzing noise of air vibration was heard. Immobile. Regardless of whether it was Huang Jing, the loud-voiced man or the rest of Mount Dazzling Gold's cultivators, all of them were standing there motionlessly. It was as if they were frozen. That loud-voiced man still had his mouth open. However, no matter what, he was unable to close his mouth. All 30-plus cultivators of the Mount Dazzling Gold were in shock. Huang Jing, a genius of the Mount Dazzling Gold, possessed strength at the level of high-level heavenly deity. A super expert like Huang Jing, against the gray-clothed man, was actually unable to resist at all. Ka-chi. A sound like that of glass shattered sounded. Black space cracks actually appeared in the space surrounding Huang Jing. Dazzling golden light was revolving around Huang Jing's entire body. The amount of black space cracks became even more and more numerous. At the same time, the width of the space cracks became wider and wider. "Little girl, you possess some strength and some perseverance." The gray-clothed man slightly nodded. "However, you should stop resisting." Right after the gray-clothed man said those words, all of the space cracks had disappeared. Huang Jing resumed the state of immobility like that of earlier. Everything was done in vain. Huang Jing looked to the gray-clothed man with a gaze asking for forgiveness. Clearly, Huang Jing also found out that they had encountered a man above them. "Men, my mood today is pretty good. I'll forgive you all." The gray-clothed man slightly laughed. Immediately, Huang Jing and the other 30-plus people suddenly jolted. They had all regained their mobility. However, they all looked to the gray-clothed man with gazes filled with shock and horror. This time around, it is this junior's fault for being disrespectful. Thank you, senior, for your generosity. Let's go. Huang Jing's voice had actually turned very crisp and mellow. It was clearly that of a woman's. Those 30-plus people didn't dare to speak rubbish at all. They immediately followed Huang Jing and promptly left the restaurant. And at this moment, in the restaurant, other than Qin Yu and his brothers, all of the rest of the people had disappeared. Even Xing Yuan, Zi Yun, and the rest had fled downstairs. Qin Yu felt extremely helpless in his heart. Why is this gray-clothed man blocking us? It wasn't that Qin Yu and his brothers didn't want to flee. At the moment when they saw that the gray-clothed man managed to stop Huang Jing and them in an instant, Qin Yu and them have immediately felt that the situation had turned bad. All of the people started running downstairs. Zi Yun and them managed to flee downstairs. However, no matter how Qin Yu and his brothers tried, they were unable to flee downstairs. It was as if something was blocking them. You three little guys don't need to worry. The gray-clothed man looked to Qin Yu and his brothers with a smile on his face. The reason why I have came today is to find the three of you. What might Senior have in mind, finding us three brothers for? Said Qin Yu with a bow. All three of you have came from the immortal, devil and demon realm, right? Said the gray-clothed man with a smile. Precisely. Qin Yu replied. The gray-clothed man slightly nodded. Do you all still remember that there was a sentence left in the immortal, devil and demon realms monkey and ape clan's inherited prohibited area? Anyone that managed to master the heaven-startling single stick strike at the moment of their ascension to the divine realm shall become my disciple. Qin Yu and Ho Fei glanced at each other. They looked to the gray-clothed man before them with shocked expression. You are that senior that had left behind the inherited prohibited area? Ho Fei said stammeringly. That's right. Ho Fei, I already known everything that has occurred in the immortal, devil and demon realm. You are a descendant of my monkey and ape clan. Furthermore, you've managed to master the heaven-startling single stick strike. I naturally would comply with my promise. From today on, you shall become my disciple. Prepare yourself, we shall be leaving right after. The gray-clothed man said indifferently. Qin Yu and his brothers were all in a state of confusion. Becoming a disciple? Furthermore, leaving with this gray-clothed man? But I already have a master. Ho Fei said hastily. You have a master? How come I don't know about it? Who is your master? The gray-clothed man said with a frown. It's Uncle Lan, Jiang Lan. My master is called Jiang Lan. Ho Fei said hurriedly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 13. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 13, Ajura C. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Jiang Lan? The gray-clothed man frowned as he muttered the name. Qin Yu and his brothers glanced at each other. They then looked back at the gray-clothed man. The strength of this gray-clothed man had already completely stunned them. It was simply impossible for them to escape in front of this man. You are Jiang Lan's disciple? The gray-clothed man frowned as he looked to Ho Fei. You'd best not lie to me. Upon hearing this, Ho Fei had a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that Master's great name is still extremely useful. That's right. My master is Jiang Lan. I already have a master and thus cannot bow again to a new master. You also cannot bring me with you. Ho Fei said in succession. Ho Fei didn't wish to be separated from his brothers. Qin Yu and He Yu could only remain silent. Ha, little monkey, don't try to play tricks to get around it. Regardless of whether you're Jiang Lan's disciple or not, I am still going to bring you with me. Even if you are his disciple, you do not know even a tiny bit of his skills. What do you call that? If I were to help Jiang Lan teach his disciple, I believe he would also not have any disagreement. The gray-clothed man smiled openly. Ho Fei's expression had instantly turned bitter. Uncle Lan's remarkable abilities, it was true that Ho Fei didn't know any of them. At this moment, Qin Yu had instead grew somewhat impatient. He immediately spoke out. Senior, Ho Fei is my brother. We three brothers have ascended to the divine realm together. Senior, must you really separate us three brothers? The gray-clothed man smiled and said. Things don't always go as planned in this world. Ever since this Ho Fei managed to master the heaven-startling single stick strike, he was fated to become my disciple. Well then, once this kid manages to achieve accomplishment in his training, I will naturally allow him to return to see you too. As he said that, the gray-clothed man waved his hand and Ho Fei's body stopped moving. Ho Fei's 2 eyeballs were watery. He was staring at the gray-clothed man in anger unceasingly. However, no matter what, Ho Fei was unable to say a single word. All he could do was to try to resist with his gaze. What a fierce personality, I like it. The gray-clothed man slightly smiled. He then proceeded to walk towards the window of the restaurant. As for Ho Fei, his body started to involuntarily follow behind the gray-clothed man. Qin Yu and He Yu wanted to chase after them. However, there appeared to be a transparent membrane stopping them in the front. Senior, if we want to find Ho Fei, where do we go to find him? Qin Yu hurriedly asked. And at this moment, the gray-clothed man had already flown out the window. As for Ho Fei, he was also flying behind the gray-clothed man involuntarily. The gray-clothed man turned his head around and lightly smiled. If you want to find Ho Fei, then go to the Azure Sea. After he finished those words, the gray-clothed man turned into a ray of light and shot toward the horizon. Ho Fei also followed behind him. The 2 dots of light had instantly arrived at the horizon and then disappeared. Azure Sea, Azure Sea? Qin Yu muttered to himself. At this moment, He Yu spoke and said, Big brother, the invisible obstruction in the surroundings have completely disappeared. Big brother, don't think too much about it. That gray-clothed man's strength was a lot stronger than us. If he wanted to kill us, he could do that with a single intention. Furthermore, he is that familiar with the monkey and ape clan's inherited prohibited area, he is most likely a senior from the monkey and ape clan. He would definitely not bring harm to the monkey. Qin Yu also nodded. How would Qin Yu not understand this aspect? 30+ heavenly deities were unable to even move in front of this gray-clothed man. How would such a powerful expert possibly come to deceive nobodies like them? From that man's tone of speech, it is evident that he knows Uncle Lan. Qin Yu sighed regretfully. Earlier, I was only worried about Fei Fei and actually forgot to ask if that senior knows where Uncle Lan is. Big brother, don't think too much of it. Let's leave the restaurant first. He Yu immediately followed behind Qin Yu and left the restaurant. Right when they walked down the stairs and then to the street outside, Qin Yu and He Yu immediately saw Xing Yuan, Ziyun and Ziyun's parents waiting for them on the street. Qin Yu, what happened earlier? Where's Ho Fei? Did anything happen to him? Asked Xing Yuan impatiently. Xing Yuan was located in the front of the restaurant. However, that gray-clothed man had flown off with Ho Fei through a window located in the back of the restaurant. Thus, Xing Yuan did not see the scene of the gray-clothed man flying off with Ho Fei. Qin Yu comforted. It's nothing. That is a certain senior of Ho Fei. He had come to find him for an important matter. In that case I am relieved. Xing Yuan smiled an ashamed smile. Qin Yu, earlier when we came downstairs, we noticed that you all did not come down and had been worried the entire time that something might have happened to you all. Merely, that man's strength is too powerful so we didn't dare to go back upstairs either. I hope you will not take offense. Qin Yu smiled carefreely. That cannot be blamed on you. Brother Xing Yuan, I must tell you something. He Yu and I will not be returning to Sealfield Village. In the future, you also do not have to come find us. If there is something, we would come and find you all. After all, I know the address of your new house. Not returning? You're buying a house? Said Xing Yuan with a puzzled expression. He Yu, who stood beside Qin Yu, spoke and said. No, we'll be going out of the city. You're going to try to occupy a mountain and declare yourselves rulers? Xing Yuan guessed in a low voice. Qin Yu shook his head and said smilingly. No, not that. We are merely going to find a quiet place and train. Originally, the reason why we came to the Sealfield village was just so that we could familiarize ourselves with the general information regarding the divine realm. Currently, Qin Yu could be considered as having complete understanding of everything within the range of the jurisdiction of the Yuchi city. Oh, in that case, when you all are training outside, be careful to not be discovered by bandits. Xing Yuan reminded. Qin Yu and He Yu lightly smiled. In the Jianglan's realm, what sort of bandit would be able to discover them? After bidding their farewells to Xing Yuan and his family, Qin Yu and He Yu proceeded toward the East City Gate. Following the main road, they continued on eastward. After traveling 1,000 miles eastward, this main street had turned into many smaller roads. Qin Yu and He Yu continued onwards, following one of the smaller roads. After walking half of the distance of the smaller road and seeing that there were no people either before or after the road, Qin Yu and He Yu disappeared. Inside the Jianglan's realm's second layer space. Uncle Fu. Qin Yu had called for Uncle Fu directly. Master, is there anything you need? Said Uncle Fu with a slight bow. Qin Yu asked. Uncle Fu, I have been in the divine realm for so long now. I now know about the 8 great sage emperors. However, I do not know anything about the other god kings. Today, I encountered an expert. I believe that he should be a god king. He said he had come from the Azura Sea. Uncle Fu, is it possible for you to tell me what sort of place the Azura Sea is? Azura Sea? Said Uncle Fu in shock. Hey, you stood beside Qin Yu, quietly listening. Uncle Fu, you know of the Azura Sea? Qin Yu was rejoicing in his heart. Uncle Fu, quickly, tell me all that you know. Uncle Fu said helplessly. Master, the old master once entrusted me to make sure that when the new master is still not strong enough, he would not go and provoke any major power and not even allow him to know about them. Qin Yu shook his head and smiled. Che Ho Yuan was pretty thoughtful. However, since master has asked, I shall tell you. Uncle Fu said respectfully. The divine realm is composed of primarily 2 great factions. The first consists of the native powers of the divine realm and the other is the power composed of ascenders from the lower realms. Oh? Qin Yu's eyes shined. The native powers of the divine realm, it means the original residents of the divine realm, right? Uncle Fu nodded. The 8 greatest of the old powers of the divine realm, that is, the 8 great sage emperors, are the native powers of the divine realm. They have been in existence since the day when the divine realm was formed. Qin Yu slightly nodded. Other than these 8 great powers, there has been a gathering of more and more ascenders over the countless years. Among those ascenders, some heroic people have also appeared. Ultimately, they gave birth to 3 great powers that belong to the lower realms ascenders. Uncle Fu said slowly. These 3 great powers are respectively the Azura Sea, Mount Blood Demon and the Dual Domain Island. Azura Sea, Mount Blood Demon and the Dual Domain Island? Qin Yu engraved these 3 names deeply in his mind. Uncle Fu continued. The old master once evaluated the Azura Sea, Mount Blood Demon and the Dual Domain Island. He had determined that each of the 3 were a match against one of the 8 great sage emperors. Qin Yu understood it now. From all that had been said, the powers that belonged to the lower realms ascenders were still a lot weaker. There were only 3 powers that belonged to lower realms ascenders whereas there were 8 powers that belonged to the natives. It was clear that they were not at the same level. Qin Yu exclaimed in his heart. The 8 great sage emperors are extremely old and ancient powers. They have been in existence for 2 quadrillion and 100 million years. For these 3 great powers to be able to develop to a stage where they can match the level of a great sage emperor, it is already an extraordinary feat. However, among the Azura Sea, Mount Blood Demon and the Dual Domain Island, my old master had once said that the Azura Sea was the strongest among the 3. Said Uncle Fu solemnly. Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from being a bit shocked. Master, do you still remember the general map of the divine realm? Said Uncle Fu with a smile on his face. Qin Yu nodded. The divine realm is primarily an enormous and vast area of land. In the center of this area of land is an internal sea. And in the surroundings of this vast area of land is a boundless ocean. Upon saying this, a scene started to emerge in Qin Yu's mind. A round flat cake floating on the river. In the middle of the round flat cake was a hole. The round flat cake was the dry land of the divine realm. The hole is the internal sea. As for the river that the round flat cake was floating on, it was the boundless ocean. That's right. This internal sea has another name, it is the Azura Sea. Uncle Fu said with a smile. Qin Yu was greatly surprised. The internal sea is the Azura Sea? Qin Yu did not expect for the Azura Sea to be the internal sea. He had thought that it would just be a large lake. The internal sea of the divine realm was extremely vast. Merely its area was about 1/8 of the entire divine realm's landmass. The 8 great sage emperors of the divine realm respectively occupy the regions of land in the divine realm's east, south, west, north, southeast, southwest, northwest and northeast regions. In the middle of them all is the Azura Ocean. As for Mount Blood Demon, it is crammed in between the utmost North Sage Emperor and the Northwest Sage Emperor's territories. As for the final one, the Dual Domain Island, it is an island located outside of the divine realm's land, in the boundless ocean. But Uncle Fu had explained the geographical locations of all 11 great powers of the divine realm in a single stretch. Qin Yu managed to clearly visualize the locations of the 11 great powers in his mind. Upon remembering that Uncle Fu had said that the Azura Sea was the strongest among the 3 major powers, Qin Yu felt a bit more at ease. There are actually people who dare occupy the internal sea located in the center of the divine realm and even name it the Azura Sea. It would appear that the Azura Sea definitely possesses exceptional strength. For Fei Fei to be there, it should definitely be of benefit to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 14. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 14, Two Great Selections. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Xinyu and Heiyu continued to stay in the Jianglan's realm's second layer space and didn't return to Sealfield Village. Originally, Xinyu had come to the Sealfield Village just so that he could obtain a general idea of the Divine Realm. And now, Xinyu had decided to prepare to undergo a deep-level training. There would always be a lot of people missing in the Divine Realm every day. This was merely a trivial matter. If Xinyu and Heiyu wanted to reinstate their ordinary lives, they merely have to pay some divine spiritual stones to the Yuchi city's governor. In the second layer space of the Jianglan's realm, there were currently 5 people sitting together drinking and eating. These 5 people were Xinyu, Heiyu, Uncle Fu, Wulan, and an extremely huge and dark-skinned man. Wulan, how much longer will it be before your divine tribulation arrives? Xinyu asked with a smile on his face. My divine tribulation? I'm not sure. Even now, I do not have any sensation of it, said Wulan helplessly. Although it had not been a long time since he had arrived to the Divine Realm with Xinyu, he had stayed in the Jianglan's realm's second layer space the entire time. Thus, the actual amount of time that had passed was over 100,000 years. To be unable to sense the arrival of the divine tribulation even after having been a level 9 demon emperor for over 100,000 years, this had caused Wulan to feel extremely helpless. Brother Wulan, do not worry about it. When the time comes, this old Wu shall accompany you and undergo the divine tribulation with you, laughed that huge and dark-skinned man. Master's Jianglan's realm is the best after all. It's like another world. In here, I do not even feel the slightest restriction. I actually can take a human form here, truly delightful. Wulan lightly smiled and said. The Divine Realm's demon beasts are restricted by the Divine Realm when they're in the Divine Realm. Before they pass the Divine Tribulation, they are unable to take on a human form. However, when the Divine Realm's demon beasts reach the lower realm, they would all be able to take on a human form. This is the same principle in the Jianglan's realm. Xinyu understood it very well in his heart. Those 80-plus house pets that he saved were all in their true forms when they were in the pet cages. However, once they were set free, they all managed to take on a human form. If I were to appear in the Divine Realm now, I would change into my true form of a blackstain ant. Wulan shook his head helplessly. This was also the reason why Wulan had not left the Jianglan's realm all these years. This Wu He, the large dark-skinned man, was none other than the subterranean cave dragon that Xinyu caught in the divine spiritual stone mine. The subterranean cave dragon was restricted in the divine realm and could not take on a human form. However, when it came to the Jianglan's realm, it took on a human form. Wu He was the name of the subterranean cave dragon. After they finished drinking and eating, Wu He, Wulan, the two of you can continue training. Xiao He and I will also be training now, said Xinyu. Yes, said Wu He and Wulan respectfully. The two of them proceed to leave together. Wu He and Wulan possessed very good relationship with each other. Among the Divine Realm's demon beasts, both the subterranean cave dragon and blackstain ant were emperor-level demon beasts. The subterranean cave dragon's best strength was in its individual fighting strength. As for the blackstain ant, its best strength was in the fact that it could control ant swarms which filled the entire sky and earth to attack their enemies. When compared to the subterranean cave dragon, the people from the Divine Realm feared the catastrophe-like ant swarms even more. Seeing that the two of them had left, Xinyu turned to Heiyu and said, Xiao He, Fei Fei is gone now, so there's no one to accompany you to compare techniques and train now. Follow Uncle Fu into the Bewitching God Temple and check out the martial arts technique books that are in the Bewitching God Temple. There are a lot of battle technique books in the Bewitching God Temple. They might be beneficial to you. Don't have anyone to compare techniques and train? No, there is one. Heiyu lightly shook his head. Oh? Xinyu looked to Heiyu with a surprised expression. There's not that many people in the Jianglan's realm. Who would you be able to spar with? Uncle Fu. Heiyu turned around and looked to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu's speed is faster than even that of a heavenly deity. His attacks are also extremely sharp. If I were to spar with him, it would definitely be of great aid to me. Uncle Fu looked at Xinyu. Xinyu naturally knew of Uncle Fu's strength. Uncle Fu was extremely fast and his attacks were extremely straightforward. With Heiyu's current strength, he was simply no match against Uncle Fu at all. Uncle Fu, what do you think? Xinyu looked to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu smiled and said, I do not have any comprehension of the spatial laws. However, the old master once taught me a set of battle techniques. This battle technique relies purely on speed and power. I think that it will be sufficient for me to spar with His Highness Yu. I will also keep my power under control. Good. Qin Yu thought about it for a bit and then also agreed. Xiao He, if you were to feel that you're bored and lonely, then go and trample upon Wu He and Wu Lan. Trample upon them? A smile appeared on He Yu's grave and stern face. As someone who had reached the mid-level deity and possessed a completely refined grandness spiritual treasure, the snow-thread gloves, He Yu's attack power was much greater than before. When He Yu fought against Wu He in the divine spiritual stone mine, he was still only a low-level deity. However, he was able to wound Wu He by relying on his cloud-piercing spear and snow-thread gloves. And now, He Yu, who possessed strength 10 times what he had back then, was now capable of piercing through Wu He with a single spear strike of his. If I'm bored, I'll go and trample upon them, said He Yu with a jokingly smile. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. In the following days, Qin Yu was training in his room peacefully. He had wholeheartedly submerged himself into the analyzation of the array path. The killing array, trapping array and defensive array were separated into many different categories. Within each category was numerous other branch categories. He continued to analyze formation arrays unceasingly. 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, just like that, he continued to endlessly analyze. Qin Yu's divine awareness analyzation speed was extremely fast. Numerous formation arrays automatically appeared within his mind. At the same time, formation array symbols of different attributes were also changing unceasingly. In an instant, tens of millions of marks and seals disappeared and tens of millions formed. However, when looking from the outside, Qin Yu merely continued to sit like so. Delightful, delightful. Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He had a wide smile on his face. The moment earlier, he had finally managed to successfully comprehend a complicated trapping array that he had tried to comprehend for 3,000 years. This sort of unceasing studying and researching, this sort of non-stop hard work, the feeling of obtaining success gave Qin Yu a feeling as if he had managed to conquer something difficult. It was like conquering one mountain top after another. At the same time, Qin Yu started to realize the strength that Uncle Fu had in the array path even more clearly. The killing array that Uncle Fu had shown him earlier, Qin Yu had only managed to barely see through a portion of it at his current level. However, he still didn't understand a bit of the true principles within it. Every single time Qin Yu conquered a difficult problem, he wouldn't rest until he solved it. Is it correct for me to wholeheartedly submerge myself into the research of array path? Qin Yu suddenly frowned. He began to doubt his actions. Having been in the divine realm for so many years, Qin Yu had spent practically all his time and efforts on the research of the array path. There are only 2 ways for me to stand up straight in Lear's family. The first is to reach the God King level and the second is to become a character with status like the craftsman god. Qin Yu knew of his own advantage. His advantages were the meteoric tear that was left behind by Zuoqiumei, the bewitching god temple, the large amount of scrolls regarding the array path and experiences left behind by Cheho Yuan. If he were to indulge himself in the comprehension of the spatial laws left behind by Zuoqiumei, how long would it take for him to reach the God King level? Qin Yu pondered for a long time. His answer was, he didn't know how many years it'd take. That was because Qin Yu had spent 3,000 years to reach the mid-level deity stage from the early Golden Soul Pellet stage. According to Qin Yu's estimation, he had estimated that if he were to spend 10,000 years to comprehend, he'll be able to become a high-level deity. As for reaching the heavenly deity level from the deity level, as it was a threshold, Qin Yu had estimated that it'll take several tens of thousands of years to surmount it. As for the low-level heavenly deity, mid-level heavenly deity and high-level heavenly deity, each stage was harder than the previous. The amount of time required for Qin Yu to reach those stages was definitely much longer than the previous. Furthermore, the amount of time would be increasing by over 10-folds or more. Qin Yu believed that if he wanted to reach the high-level heavenly deity stage, it'd require him at the very least 10 million years. And that was assuming the most fortunate circumstances. In the divine realm's history, had there even been a single person who had managed to reach the high-level heavenly deity stage in merely 10 million years? In the divine realm, the high-level heavenly deities were all people who could call upon the wind and summon the rain. Each and every one of them had experienced all kinds of difficulties and only managed to attain their success after countless years of bitter hardships and training. However, this was not even the hardest aspect. The hardest was reaching the God King level from the high-level heavenly deity stage. The number of God Kings in the divine realm was extremely low. The 8 great sage emperors were all God King level experts. As for those 8 great sage emperors, they were all people who had existed for who knows how many hundreds of millions of years. Would it truly be possible to reach the God King level relying merely on the comprehensions left behind on the meteoric tier? Xin Yu did not believe that was possible. If it were that easy for one to reach the God King level, then there would not be so few God Kings in the divine realm. Xin Yu believed that, even though he possessed the comprehensions left behind by Zuoqiumei, if he did not possess sufficient time, sufficient experience, and a trace of luck, then it would still be extremely hard for him to reach the God King stage from the high-level heavenly deity stage. The amount of time it would require for him to reach the God King stage was something that Xin Yu was uncertain about. Thus, the first path that he could take has been blocked up. The second path, become an artifact craftsman expert comparable to the number 1 artifact craftsman, the craftsman god Cheho Yuan. Xin Yu was sufficiently confident in himself. There are a couple essential points in becoming an artifact craftsman expert. Firstly, one must have someone to teach you how to create artifacts. Creating artifacts was a skill. If you had no one to teach you and you decided to mess around like a blind person, you would not be able to achieve success. Xin Yu possessed the large quantity of books that the craftsman god left behind, as well as Uncle Fu, who had followed the craftsman god for numerous years. Thus, it would naturally be easy for him to learn how to create artifacts. As for the rest of the people, only a small number of talented individuals were able to find experts artifact craftsmen to guide them. Secondly, one must possess sufficient supply of materials to use to experiment, refine and create artifacts with. Creating artifacts was the same as creating other materials, practice makes perfect. Regardless of how good one was in theory, one must still start by experimenting with ordinary divine artifacts. One could ultimately only become an artifacts crafting expert after accumulating enough experience. Equivalently, in order to experiment, one required a large supply of materials. If one did not possess enough wealth, would one dare to exhaust his money for such a large supply of materials? However, Xin Yu dared to do that. That was because he possessed the large amount of wealth left behind by the craftsman god. Thirdly, one must be proficient in the control of flames. In other words, one's divine awareness must be of high level. As he possessed the meteoric tier, Xin Yu's current divine awareness was comparable to that of a low-level heavenly deity. Exactly how many heavenly deities were there in the divine realm? Are all heavenly deities going to try to create artifacts? Fourthly, one's body's true flames level. In order to dissolve some materials, the use of flames was required. Xin Yu was currently at the late origin stage. His true flame was still the black divine flame. But, he merely needed to move forward a single step and his body's true flame would become the white pure flame, the flame that heavenly deities possessed. Furthermore, Xin Yu possessed the refining flame wristband. There was likely no one that could compare to him in his ability to supply flames. Fifthly, the final aspect, the comprehension of the array path. Xin Yu had managed to comprehend the first stage of the array path after spending about 90,000 years. Although he hadn't comprehended the true foundation of the array path, in the history of the divine realm, the fastest person to comprehend the first stage of the array path had also spent 100,000 years. As for Cheho Yuan, he had even spent 1,000,000 years the first time he comprehended his first stage. There was no need to talk about Xin Yu's talent in the aspect of array path. Adding on the experiences and warnings left behind by Cheho Yuan, this had allowed Xin Yu to not stray from the correct path. With higher talent than Cheho Yuan and not straying from the correct path. On top of that, practically all of the other factors were perfect for Xin Yu. If Xin Yu were to fail becoming another craftsman god, then it can only be because the heavens wanted him to fail. Xin Yu possessed a resolute conviction. Wholeheartedly, he analyzed the array path. As time passed, Xin Yu's comprehension of the array path grew deeper and deeper. At the same time, he began to feel even more of how boundless the ocean of formation arrays was. 120,000 years. This time around, Xin Yu had spent 120,000 years to research the array path. The reason why he stopped his research was because he had reached a bottleneck. Uncle Fu! Xin Yu shouted. Uncle Fu lived in a house beside Xin Yu's. Hearing Xin Yu's shout, Uncle Fu immediately walked in. Master, is there something that you need me for? Uncle Fu, I was studying a trapping array earlier. However, I am unable to determine the might of this trapping array myself. I feel that there are many different kinds of attack that this trapping array could have. Yet, I am unable to determine which kind. What should I do? Xin Yu said somewhat anxiously. Uncle Fu smiled. Master has finally reached this point. Once Uncle Fu said those words, Xin Yu immediately felt a burst of relaxation. It was evident that Uncle Fu had been waiting for this to happen entire time. Master, everything you have been analyzing and comprehending regarding the array path in your mind was merely fantasization. They are all based upon theories. Actually, a lot of things are not necessarily going to happen like the theories. In the past, perhaps you might be more certain about the effects of a formation array. However, as the formation arrays become more and more complicated, Master's divine awareness can no longer determine the results. At a moment like this, what Master needs to do is to experiment. Uncle Fu looked to Qin Yu with a smile. Master, do you still remember when you asked me for the low-quality divine spiritual stones? I took out a large amount of low-quality divine spiritual stones as well as all kinds of other crystal stones from my storage ring? I do. How could Qin Yu possibly forget about that? Uncle Fu nodded and said, those formation arrays that I have designed myself, even now I am unable to determine their might because they have already reached the limit of complications. Thus, I would always use some low-quality divine spiritual stones to set up the formation arrays so that I can conduct experiments with them. You mean, I should start experimenting with formation arrays? How shall I do it? Qin Yu started pondering. Hey you? Wu Lan. Wu He? Have them come and experience the formation arrays? No. Some of the formation arrays were too powerful. What if the three of them were to seriously get hurt or lose their lives? Furthermore, I cannot waste other people's time. After all, Xiao Hei and them also have to train themselves. Have Uncle Fu help? Uncle Fu doesn't possess a soul. Some of the soul-based attacks were completely useless on him. He would also be unable to inspect the power of the formation arrays. Test out the might of the formation arrays myself? That's no good either. Although I would not be harmed in the slightest in the Jianlan's realm, if I were to use the power of the Jianlan's realm to cancel out the attack from the formation array, how would I be able to inspect the might of the formation array? Master, this is very simple. Just do what the old master did. You merely need to randomly find a place where bandits are gathered and then set up the formation arrays at some places and use those bandits to experiment with the formation arrays. Uncle Fu said his suggestion. Qin Yu's eyes shined. Good. In that case, I'll go with, Qin Yu smiled and said. A location at the edge of the power influence range of the Black Dragon Pool. Suddenly, Qin Yu's body shook. An aura started to spread out from Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu became dazed for a moment. Soon after, his eyes were filled with ecstasy. After 120,000 years, this stellar space has finally evolved successfully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 15. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 15, Journey Together. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Inside the stellar space. The entire stellar space was like an angry ocean. It was hysterically spinning. The entire space was spinning in distortion, and the core of these revolutions was that origin that now had the same color as the flower paste energy. Sure enough, it is just like I anticipated. Qin Yu's awareness had completely fused with the stellar space. Last time around, Qin Yu discovered that in the surroundings of the origin was a small area of space that was distorted and spinning. At the same time, that area had been slowly expanding with a hard-to-detect speed. After all these years, that distorted space had finally extended to the entire stellar space. The entire stellar space was now in a state of vibrating revolution. What will the next stage after the origin stage be? Qin Yu started to ponder. Qin Yu's awareness was touching the origin on one hand and touching the liquid like flowing flower paste outside of the stellar space. That extremely ancient and ever-existing aura of the flower paste space had caused Qin Yu to feel very peaceful. So that's it. Qin Yu's awareness had suddenly become clear-headed. Qin Yu's awareness was able to feel that the origin was expanding and contracting like a heart. Although the range of the expansion and contraction was extremely small, so small that Qin Yu was only able to barely sense it after fusing his awareness with the stellar space. The origin is becoming smaller. After all these years, although the origin had become smaller over time, it was merely the size of a quail egg now. Qin Yu was unable to notice the change in the origin when he fused his awareness with the stellar space. However, he was able to notice it now. The origin was expanding and shrinking. After every single expansion and shrinkage, its size would become a trace bit smaller. He did not discover it in the past but managed to discover it now. What did that signify? It meant that the degree at which the origin was shrinking had become larger. It had become so large that Qin Yu was now able to detect it. In an instant, Qin Yu's awareness had completely returned back to his body. Qin Yu opened his eyes. A smile was on the corner of Qin Yu's mouth. This stellar space has completely evolved. The evolution of the origin will soon reach its destination. The next stage should be. Like a lightning bolt flashing through his mind, scenes appeared in Qin Yu's mind. There was a scene where the origin has shrunk to the peak and suddenly exploded. It formed countless stars. It evolved into an entire cosmos. There was another scene where the origin has shrunk to the peak and turned into a black hole. There was another scene where the stellar space exploded and the origin entered into the flower paste space. All these scenes represented the comprehensions that Xinyu had obtained throughout the years. Each and every one of these scenes may become the next stage of the origin stage. Each of the stages shown in the scenes represented an evolutionary path. However, among all of the evolutionary paths, only a single one was the most perfect and would allow Xinyu to ascend to the final evolutionary path. Which path would that be? Xinyu was uncertain about it. If I were to take a stray path and reach the final evolution through that path, although it might not give the best and most perfect evolution, the increase in attack power would definitely still be extremely powerful. Xinyu thought in his heart. From Qinyu's point of view, if he were to condense the origin to the pinnacle and then evolve it into a new black hole, and then form a new origin, he suspected that at that moment, the origin energy would be condensed to a frightening level. However, Xinyu had determined that this was a loop path and was merely a stray path. Although if he were to reach the end of this stray path, the attack power would definitely not be weak. Xinyu felt that if he were to take this path, he would definitely not fail. However, it could also not be considered as being successful. Exactly which one is the most correct and best path? Xinyu sighed in his heart. He had thought through all kinds of different evolutionary paths. However, not a single one of them gave him the feeling of perfection. What Xinyu was pursuing was the clear comprehension sensation that he had when he comprehended the black hole stage like he did back then. Xinyu believed that if he were to have a feeling of clear comprehension when he thought of an evolutionary path, then it perhaps would be the most successfully evolutionary path. The origin is still shrinking. According to the rate that it is shrinking at, should take several hundred more years for the origin to shrink to the limit. I still have a few hundred years to prepare myself. Xinyu thought in his heart. In these couple hundred years, if I am unable to comprehend the best evolutionary path, then I could only go down another path. Xinyu understood very well in his heart. He knew that at the moment when the origin had shrunk to its limit, he must make a decision to lead the origin to the next stage. Master, what's wrong? Uncle Fu said. Xinyu woke back up. He smiled and said, Nothing. I have decided from today on, for the next several hundred years, I will stop researching the array path. I will first go find a place on the edge of the territory of the Black Dragon Pool and experiment with some of the formation arrays that I managed to analyze. Several hundred years was a very short period of time for formation array analyzation. At Qinyu's current level, all the formation arrays that he would require to spend effort on analyzing would all require him several thousands of years or even longer to succeed. A time of several hundred years was simply not of much use to him at all. During these several hundred years, Xinyu had decided to experiment with his formation arrays and comprehend the next stage of the stellar transformation. Uncle Fu, you can continue to stay in the Jianglan's realm. I will go to the edge of the Black Dragon Pool's territory to find a place. There is no need to bother Xiao Hei with this matter. Xinyu said to Uncle Fu and then disappeared from the Jianglan's realm. After determining with his divine awareness that there was no one on the remote side road that the Jianglan's realm was on, Xinyu then proceeded to appear on the side road and continued to walk forward. Finding a mountain top after leaving Sealfield village to train, this was their original plan. Thus, Xinyu naturally had already purchased a map of the power's distribution in the surroundings of Yuchi City when he was in Sealfield village. A map like this was extremely cheap. It cost only a single low-quality divine spiritual stone. That was because the territory of bandits and the surroundings of the Yuchi city was common knowledge. Back then, I had even planned together with Fei Fei to pick a mountaintop and quietly train on that. Never would I have expected that he would go to the Azura Sea. Xinyu sighed in his heart. He then held back this sort of emotional feeling that he had. Xinyu's pace was not fast. However, he had a special rhythm. Keeping up with the rhythm of his speed, Xinyu had walked for 2 days straight. If anyone were to notice Qinyu's eyes, they'd notice that there was no spirit within his eyes. That was because Xinyu had only slightly paid attention to walking. Practically all of his attention and spirit were focused on thinking of the next stage of the origin stage. In the past 200,000 plus years, Xinyu had been researching and analyzing the array path. This had allowed Qinyu's soul's level to increase a bit. His divine awareness was now a lot more powerful and his ability to analyze things was also a lot better. Inside Qinyu's mind, the scene of a spinning nebula. The scene of a shooting meteor. The scene of a floating stellar core. The scene of a planet. The scene of a star. Then the scene of the star exploding and turning into a black hole, and then the black hole into the origin. Numerous scenes flashed through Qin Yu's mind like lightning. The scenes in Qin Yu's mind then started changing with a lightning-like speed. All sorts of possible evolutionary paths were emerging unceasingly. They then started to be filtered by Qin Yu unceasingly. One by one, the different possible paths of evolution emerged in Qin Yu's mind. The evolutionary paths that would end up giving a weak increase of power were directly discarded by Qin Yu. Qin Yu then spent even more effort in researching those evolutionary paths that would increase the power by a greater amount. As Qin Yu continued to ponder, suddenly, "MN? You are?" a voice sounded in Qin Yu's ears. Qin Yu was merely pondering. He still paid a trace of attention to his surroundings. The deduction of the next evolutionary path for the stellar transformation that Qin Yu was thinking in his mind had suddenly come to a halt. Qin Yu's eyes had also instantly grown bright with spirit. He raised his head and looked to the sky to his left. A white-clothed youngster was flying in the sky. That white-clothed youngster smiled and nodded to Qin Yu. He then flew next to Qin Yu. "This seems to be the third time that we met." "That's right, it's the third time." Qin Yu smiled as he replied. This white-clothed youngster-looking person was precisely Huang Jing. "Ha, that day you were also in the restaurant and came to know that I am a female. There is no need for me to conceal myself anymore." Huang Jing lightly smiled. The white-colored warrior outfit that she wore had instantly turned into a yellow-colored gauze robe. Right in front of Qin Yu, a gentle and quiet-looking youngster had turned into a gentle and quiet-looking girl. "Lady Huang Jing, my humble name is Qin Yu," said Qin Yu respectfully. Qin Yu remembered that this Huang Jing was a large squadron captain from Mount Dazzling Gold. The status of a large squadron captain was one of the top-notch high-level sorts in the eastern region of the Divine Realm. Furthermore, this Huang Jing ought to be a high-level heavenly deity. Qin Yu still remembered that with an intention from the gray-clothed man, 30-plus Mount Dazzling Gold cultivators were frozen still. Only Huang Jing managed to struggle a bit. Although the gray-clothed man managed to suppress Huang Jing by merely adding on a bit more strength, Huang Jing's strength was still not something that could be looked down upon. "Do not call me Lady Huang Jing. I am not used to hearing that. You can just call me Huang Jing," said Huang Jing while smiling. Huang Jing's smile easily gave off an amiable sensation. Qin Yu nodded. "Huang Jing. As far as I know, it has been over 1,000 years since I last met you. Could it be that you have stayed in Yuchi City the past 1,000-plus years?" 100,000-plus years in the second layer space of the Jianglan's realm was only 1,000-plus years outside. "No. Last time I had brought some subordinates to accompany my younger brother. This time around, I have come by myself to see my younger brother," explained Huang Jing with a smile on her face. "Oh." Qin Yu nodded. "Huang Jing, aren't you from Mount Dazzling Gold? How come your brother's here?" Qin Yu clearly remembered the information that was leaked by the conversation of Huang Jing's subordinates in the restaurant the last time around. Huang Jing's younger brother was extremely powerful. He was even more powerful than ordinary Mount Dazzling Gold cultivators. Huang Jing lightly smiled. "Although my younger brother has also reached the heavenly deity stage, he does not like the atmosphere of Mount Dazzling Gold. Thus, he had decided to live over at Yuchi City." "Well then, let's not talk about this anymore. How are things going with you?" Qin Yu and Huang Jing continued to walk side by side like so. They walked past the lake and the forest. The two of them were casually chatting with each other and what they were doing. Qin Yu did not hide anything. He merely slightly changed some of the more important things. "Ah, we're about to arrive." Huang Jing suddenly looked at her surroundings. She then looked at Qin Yu and smiled. "Never would I expect that unconsciously, we have arrived at the fork in the road. I am now going toward the north." "Where will you be going?" "The south," Qin Yu replied. The Black Dragon Pool's headquarters was indeed located in a distant area in the south. Qin Yu continued onward toward the south. As they were still on the government's road, there were no bandits here. Huang Jing seemed to be a bit disappointed. She lightly smiled and said, "In that case, we shall meet again if the time comes in the future. I shall go to my brother's location first. Farewell," said Qin Yu as he nodded with a smile. Huang Jing had immediately started flying. Her gauze robe also started to flutter in the wind. Right when she started flying, Huang Jing suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, to be honest, when I was walking with you earlier, the sensation that I had when I was with you was very comfortable." "Very comfortable?" Qin Yu was startled. "Don't take it the wrong way. It just felt pretty comfortable." My mind felt very peaceful. I think that if I were to be by your side often, my cultivation speed would also become much faster. Well then, farewell. Huang Jing smiled to Qin Yu and then started rapidly flying toward the north. Qin Yu looked at Huang Jing's figure. It disappeared into the horizon. Comfortable? Qin Yu smiled self-mockingly. He then continued to proceed toward the south. In Qin Yu's mind, encountering Huang Jing was merely a small matter in his journey. However, for them to meet each other 3 times in a row. Furthermore, to meet each other after a separation of 1,000 years. The two of them could indeed be considered fated. This time around, Qin Yu sped up. He even started to exercise control over the space surrounding his body to counteract the gravity. His speed had turned extremely fast. In merely 2 hours, he had traveled more distance than he did in the past 2 days. Qin Yu had instantly moved past the power territory of the Black Dragon Pool. He had arrived at a location south of the Black Dragon Pool. There was no sign of human habitation in the south of the Black Dragon Pool. As there were no villages located here, there was usually no one in the vicinity. Qin Yu thus chose a location in the south of the Black Dragon Pool's territory. Although this location was considered as being at the edge of the territory of the Black Dragon Pool, there were still many people from the Black Dragon Pool passing through here. In Qin Yu's plan, these people were to become the people he shall test out his formation arrays on. If these people wanted to blame someone for their fate, then they could only blame the fact that of the 3 great bandit powers outside of the Yuchi city, Qin Yu was most familiar with the Black Dragon Pool and also possessed the most reason with the Black Dragon Pool. Amen, not bad. Although this mountaintop is relatively small, it could also be considered as possessing an enchanting scenery. Qin Yu looked at the mountain before him. This mountaintop was verdant and lush with many plants, trees, and vegetations. Although the mountain was not tall, its height being only 2,000 meters, Qin Yu was very fond of its appearance. From today on, I could be considered as having occupied a mountain and declared myself a ruler. This mountain shall be called Mount Bewitch Yu. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. He then proceeded to walk toward Mount Bewitch Yu with large strides. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 16. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 16, The 8 Levels of Formation Arrays. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Mount Bewitch Yu possessed enchanting sceneries. There were even some demon beasts living in the mountain's forest. There were no traces of human activity in the entire mountain. It was an extremely peaceful location. Following Qin Yu's arrival, this mountain located at the southern edge of the Black Dragon Pool's territory now had a new master. The pond water was so clear that even the bottom could be seen. There were glossy stones at the bottom of the pond as well as all sorts of fish swimming in it. Beside this pond was a wooden house. Outside of the wooden house stood a black-gowned long-haired youth. Beside this youth was an old man with a respectful appearance and a face full of smiles. Uncle Fu, from today on, I shall be living on Mount Bewitch Yu. I will temporarily not enter the Jianglan's realm. For a short couple hundred years, it's better to be outside than inside. This way, Xiao Hei and them will also have more time to train, said Qin Yu with a light smile. Yes, master, said Uncle Fu respectfully. Qin Yu swept his gaze at his surroundings. He couldn't help but feel carefree and relaxed. This place is very decent. Soon, I shall arrange formation arrays in the surroundings of this Mount Bewitch Yu so that the people from the Black Dragon Pool can experience them. Master, before you start experimenting with the formation arrays, I have a thing that I need you to see, said Uncle Fu suddenly. Oh? Surprised, Qin Yu looked to Uncle Fu. What is it? Uncle Fu said respectfully. When the old master left, he left behind some things with me. He had instructed me that when Master's array path has stepped into the Palace of Formation Arrays, Master shall be allowed to view these scrolls. Suddenly, a golden scroll appeared in Uncle Fu's hand. Stepped into the Palace of Formation Arrays? Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from smiling. Indeed, when he compared his achievement on the array path with Uncle Fu, Qin Yu had only taken the first step into the Palace of Formation Arrays, even though his comprehension in the array path was much stronger now than 100,000 plus years ago. What are these scrolls? Qin Yu asked curiously. Uncle Fu smiled and said, Master will know about their contents once you read them. These could be considered as some lighthouses to guide Master in the array path thought. With curiosity, Qin Yu sent his divine awareness into the golden scroll. Hello, my successor. By the time you see these scrolls, I reckon you've already opened the Artifacts Palace and obtained control of the entire Bewitching God Temple and have also reached a certain level in the comprehension of the array path. This scroll that I have left behind is merely there to let you know about some of the finer points of the array path so that you'll know better as to your own standing. The ocean of formation arrays is boundless. Even now, there is no one who has managed to see the end of it. There are experts that have mistakenly determined and separated the array path into different stages: first stage, second stage, third stage. However, I believe this sort of classification is incorrect. That is because every person possesses a different first stage array path. For example, myself. When I first comprehended the first stage of the array path, its strength, when compared to my second comprehension of the first stage of the array path, was over 100 times weaker. For example, my servant Afu. Although Afu has been on the road toward the comprehension of the first stage of the array path the entire time, his ability in formation arrays is comparable to ordinary second stage array path experts. Thus, it is impossible to differentiate the level one has in the formation array with merely 3 stages. This was also the reason why I decided to issue my own classification of the different levels of array path. All the formation arrays that have emerged since the birth of the Divine Realm, their levels could all be found within my classification standings. The formation array examples that are shown in the 900 scrolls of the array path are numerous and range from easy to difficult. However, all those formation array examples are merely Grade 1 formation arrays. That is to say, they are the most primary level. Reading till here, Qin Yu's mind was stunned. Back then, he had finished studying the 900 scrolls of the array path, comprehended a first stage of the array path and thought himself to be exceptional. But, he now knew that those were merely the lowest level formation arrays. As for the different ranks of formation arrays, I have, for the time being, classified them into 8 different levels. The strength of the formation arrays of these 8 different levels, I have written about them in detail in the other Golden Scrolls. Level 1 formation arrays could be considered as the foundation. When one is able to set up level 2 formation arrays, then one could be considered as having stepped onto the palace of formation arrays. When one is able to set up level 3 formation arrays, then one could be considered an expert of formation arrays. As for being able to set up level 4 formation arrays, one would then be considered as a master of formation arrays. As for being able to set up level 5 formation arrays, in the Divine Realm, if one wants to be able to craft a heavenly divine artifact, then one's training in the formation arrays must be at the very least at the level 5 formation array level. Qin Yu remembered it in his mind. One could only craft heavenly divine artifacts after being able to set up level 5 formation arrays. In the Divine Realm, there are not many people who can set up level 5 formation arrays. And for those that are capable of setting up level 6 formation arrays, I reckon that there are 5 or less people among all of the Divine Realm's great artifact craftsman masters that are able to do that. As for level 7 and level 8 formation arrays, in the entire history of the Divine Realm, only I, Cheho Yuan, have managed to set up those formation arrays. Qin Yu breathed in a mouthful of cold air. From the classification of the different grades of formation arrays, Qin Yu came to understand clearly the strength that Cheho Yuan possessed in the array path. The 8 levels of formation arrays. Cheho Yuan was actually the only person capable of setting up level 7 and 8 formation arrays. Qin Yu tried his best to quiet down his emotional mind. He proceeded to continue reading. Within the 8 levels of formation arrays, I am the sole person who has managed to reach the 7th and 8th level. Thus, we can temporarily ignore those 2 levels. From level 1 to level 6, they can already classify all of the formation arrays that the experts of the Divine Realm use. Level 1 to level 6 all start from simple to complicated formation arrays. Even a great master who could set up level 6 formation arrays thought that the more overlaying, the more mixed, the more complicated the formation array was, the more powerful it would be. Back then, I too believed that to be the case. However, after I reached the 3rd stage of the array path and managed to set up level 7 and 8 formation arrays, I discovered that level 1 to level 6 formation arrays go from simple to complicated. However, from level 7 on, the formation arrays become more and more simple. Reaching the greater Tao, perhaps this is the principle behind it. Qin Yu firmly remembered these words. However, Qin Yu was also a bit confused. The more overlaying a formation array was, its power would naturally become stronger. A formation array required each and every section of it to integrate together perfectly. For example, if a formation array was composed of 10 overlays, its strength was naturally inferior to one that was composed of 16 overlays. However, why was it that level 7 and 8 formation arrays started to become more simple from more complicated? This is truly profound. Qin Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. The current him was unable to understand the reasoning behind it. However, he believed that perhaps he would be able to understand it in the future. As for the effects of the 8 levels of formation array, I have written detailed case examples on the other golden scrolls. They include the weakest and the strongest formation arrays of each level of formation array. Successor of mine, I suggest that it's best for you to not research level 7 and level 8 formation arrays. After all, if you start researching them without first having a solid foundation, it might instead be harmful to you. Of course, the 8 levels of formation array is merely my own classification. It is not the accepted classification by the entire divine realm. Furthermore, I believe that above level 8 formation arrays are level 9 formation arrays and even level 10 formation arrays. Only thing is, the current me is unable to achieve any more breakthroughs. Successor of mine, the bewitching God Temple is yours now. I hope that you will also be capable of succeeding my title of the Craftsman God. Successor of mine, try your best. After placing away the golden scroll, Qin grew silent for a moment. Uncle Fu, give me the golden scrolls that Senior Cheho Yuan left the detailed explanation of the 8 levels of formation array. Qin looked to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu smiled as he nodded. Master, there is one golden scroll that contains the detailed explanation of level 1 to level 3 formation arrays. There are 3 golden scrolls that contains the detailed explanation of level 4 formation arrays. There are 12 golden scrolls that contains the detailed explanation of level 5 formation arrays. There are 98 golden scrolls that contains the detailed explanation of the level 6 formation arrays. As for the level 7 and 8 formation arrays, there is a single golden scroll. As he said that, a pile of golden scrolls appeared before Uncle Fu. Qin immediately did a rough inspection of the contents with his divine awareness. Qin did not carefully read the contents. He merely roughly skimmed through them. Cheho Yuan had recorded the weakest and the strongest formation arrays of every level in the golden scrolls. That was to say, there were only 2 levels per formation array, one weak and one strong. Only the level 8 formation array possessed a single one. These 98 golden scrolls actually only recorded 2 formation arrays. Qin exclaimed in his heart. It was indeed very frightening when the formation arrays became so complicated. Master, the other people of the divine realm, when they craft divine artifacts, they would add and maintain formation arrays. That was because the formation arrays were excessively complicated. This in turn caused there to require an especially large amount of time to craft an artifact. Thus, crafting a heavenly divine artifact would require immense time. However, the old master could create heavenly divine artifacts extremely easily, said Uncle Fu proudly. The title of Craftsman God, how could it possibly be a trifling matter? Uncle Fu, I have not carefully read through those golden scrolls. Can you tell me what level my current formation arrays are at? Asked Qin. Uncle Fu said respectfully. Master is extremely talented. In merely 200,000 plus years, Master have already stepped into the realm of level 3 formation arrays. Although Master would still be considered relatively weak among other level 3 formation array experts, it is still extremely exceptional. Level 3 formation arrays? Qin lightly nodded. This sort of speed was still pretty good. Uncle Fu, what about you? Qin suddenly asked curiously. Qin knew that in the entire divine realm, there were only 5 or less individuals that managed to reach the 6th formation array level. As for the 5th formation array level, it was most definitely extremely sparse too. After all, when one reached the 5th formation array level, one would be able to craft heavenly divine artifacts. Uncle Fu smiled modestly. Back then, the old master would frequently give pointers to this old servant. This old servant also didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. After all these years, it could be said that I have entered the 5th formation array level. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 17. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 17, The Master of Mount Bewitch You. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Level 5 formation array, isn't that the level at which you can create heavenly divine artifacts? Somewhat surprised, Qin asked. Uncle Fu shook his head and said, possessing comprehension of formation arrays at the 5th formation array level is merely one of the requirements for creating heavenly divine artifacts. There are also other requirements in regards to flames, materials and so on. As I do not possess a soul, I am naturally unable to control flames and thus also cannot create any heavenly divine artifacts. Qin started to feel pity for Uncle Fu. To not possess a soul was indeed a great binding. Uncle Fu, you can go and rest first. I will now be setting up the formation array, said Qin with a smile on his face. He then started flying in the air. Soon after, with his hands like mirages, rays of light started to fly out from his hands. At the same time, an abundant number of seals, marks, talisman and symbols were being shown. The bright and clear divine spiritual stones suddenly started flying out from Qin Yu's hands. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 24 pieces. A total of 24 pieces of low-quality divine spiritual stones started flying in all directions of Mount Bewitch You. Each and every one of the low-quality divine spiritual stones was radiating a magnificent brilliance. Qin Yu, who was currently setting up the formation array, was elegantly executing one divine spiritual hand seal after another. The speed at which he executed the hand seals was sometimes fast, sometimes slow. The amount of divine energy contained within the hand seals was both abundant and scarce. Ingeniously, the numerous hand seals were harmonizing the entire formation array. This formation array was merely a level 1 formation array. It was a relatively strong illusion formation array among the level 1 formation arrays. The Black Dragon Pool was actually a beautiful lake of 100-mile circumference. There lived not a single fish in this beautiful lake. This lake was an impassive life. The only thing that grew in it was some aquatic plants. Besides the Black Dragon Pool was a luxurious and enormous palace. This palace was the Black Dragon Palace. Surrounding the Black Dragon Palace were 3 more palaces. These 3 palaces were the palaces of the 3 great experts underneath the boss of the Black Dragon Pool, Lord Black Dragon. Usually, those 3 palaces were a lot more lively than the Black Dragon Palace. That was because there were only several servants in the Black Dragon Palace. Those servants were in the Black Dragon Palace only to maintain its cleanliness. As for Lord Black Dragon himself, it had already been a very long time since he last appeared in the Black Dragon Palace. The 3 great experts underneath Lord Black Dragon, Xiong He, Taoist Lu Su and Mei Ji. Other than these 3 great experts, the rest of the large number of subordinates in the Black Dragon Pool had never met Black Dragon before. Where exactly is Black Dragon at? Why did he never appear? Has he died? No one dared to ask. As for the people who knew about the answer, it was only those 3 great lords. The Black Dragon Pool possessed a very large sphere of influence. The number of subordinates it had was extremely numerous. Each and every one of these 3 great lords was able to casually put forward 100,000 troops. If one were to compare the power and influence of the 3 lords, then Xiong He would be the one who possessed the most power and influence. Lord Xiong's Palace. This was the palace among the 3 palaces that belonged to Xiong He. Xiong He controlled over half of the troops of the Black Dragon Pool. He was the person who decided the majority of the things in the Black Dragon Pool. However, in these past couple months, Xiong He was somewhat distressed. It was because several tens of his subordinates had gone missing without cause or reason. Had they been killed, then Xiong He would not mind about their death that much. He would merely immediately send troops to avenge them. However, he was unable to determine if his subordinates had been killed or not. Inside the main hall of the Lord Xiong's palace, a robust black-skinned man with a height close to 3 meters sat on the main hall. He had his hand underneath his chin and was frowning. Clear sound of footsteps were heard. A black-clothed woman rapidly walked in. Seeing that this black-skinned man's gaze had shifted toward her, this black-clothed woman hurriedly said, "Lord, after our numerous investigations, we have finally found something suspicious." "Speak," said Xiong He indifferently. The black-clothed woman said respectfully, "Although these 40-plus people had left in 3 different groups, they all possess a common ground. They had all left and proceeded onward toward the south. This subordinate has dispatched troops to search along the route and finally managed to discover a thing." "Man?" Xiong He groaned with his nose. His gaze was concentrated on that black-clothed woman. At a location several thousand miles south to our Black Dragon Pool's headquarters lies a small mountain. When I dispatched people to search along the route, they discovered that whoever that entered that small mountain would become lost within it and would no longer be able to come back out. We know that because during this investigation, 3 people among our investigation group had been lost to that mountain. After the black-clothed woman finished her report, she started to quietly await for Xiong He's orders. "A small mountain?" Xiong He stood straight. He stared at the black-clothed woman directly. "What is the name of that mountain?" The black-clothed woman frowned. "Milord, the investigation group has reported back a very strange thing. We have originally never paid attention to that mountain and have considered it to be a nameless mountain. However, this time around when they proceed to investigate, they had discovered a stele located at the foot of the mountain. On the stele were 3 words. Mount Bewitch You. Mount Bewitch You?" Xiong He started to frown. "Milord, that stele appears to be newly placed. Adding on the fact that the entire mountain possesses a strange ability to entrap others, this subordinate thinks that perhaps someone or a small power has occupied that mountain and also set up a formation array in the surroundings of that Mount Bewitch You. The black-clothed woman said the thoughts in her mind. Xiong Hei coldly humped. Someone? Some power? Truly daring. Could it be that they do not know that the surroundings of our Black Dragon Pool is not a place that permits any other power to step in? The Black Dragon Pool was extremely tyrannic. There existed not a single power in the edge of its territory. In the past, there were. However, all of those powers were eradicated by the Black Dragon Pool. How could one allow another to sleep soundly on the side of one's narrow bed? They dared to entrap my people and not return them. Good. I.e., when your subordinate discovers people who are astute and people who are proficient in the arts of formation arrays, have them go and break that formation array in that so-called Mount Bewitch You. After that, kill the person who set up the formation array, said Xiong Hei coldly. The black-clothed woman said respectfully. Yes, me lord. As the number of troops underneath the Black Dragon Pool is extremely large, there are naturally people proficient in all sorts of fields. Lady E, please rest assured. This subordinate will definitely kill all of the enemies in Mount Bewitch You. Lu Qian bowed as he said declared his undertaking of the task to the black-clothed woman. Qian, I know that the way you handle things are extremely well done. However, this time around, you must be careful. The formation array set up on the Mount Bewitch You should not be weak. You must make sure to not repeat the disasters that have fallen upon the others, said the black-clothed woman coldly. Yes. Lu Qian was extremely respectful. After leaving the Black Dragon Pool's headquarters, Lu Qian brought with him his 20-some subordinates and proceeded toward the Mount Bewitch You. This group of people could be considered as being pretty fast. After spending 2 days, they had arrived in the vicinity of the Mount Bewitch You. Halt! Lu Qian waved his hand and commanded his subordinates to stop. Lu Qian was born in the Divine Realm and had grown up in Sealfield Village. However, he felt that as the Sealfield villagers have to pay that much tax every day, there were not even enough divine spiritual stones to train with. Thus, he joined the Black Dragon Pool. After all these years of struggles, he had managed to reach a status of a small squadron captain in the Black Dragon Pool. Last time around, when Ziyin who had grown up together with him married Xing Yuan, he did not use force to handle this matter. It was not that he didn't want to but rather that he was unable to see through Xing Yuan's 3 good friends. Lu Qian was such a cautious and timid person. For him, emotions were merely something secondary. In his heart, power and strength was the most important. Emotions were merely abstract theories. Lord Lu, on that stele are the words Mount Bewitch You. A middle-aged man among the 20-some subordinates said. Lu Qian lightly nodded. Everyone. This is Mount Bewitch You. This Mount Bewitch You is covered by a kind of formation array. Brother Sanyang, among all of us, you are the one who is most proficient in formation arrays. Please go and check the mountain out. A middle-aged man with a goatee walked forward. He casually picked up a couple rocks on the ground and then threw them into the Mount Bewitch You. Everyone was carefully watching his actions. Those rocks rolled to a stone on the mountain. There appears to be no change. Brother Sanyang, do you know what sort of formation array this is? Lu Qian asked. The man with the goatee did not speak. Instead, he shot out a ray of divine energy into the Mount Bewitch You. An enormous membrane of light suddenly appeared surrounding the Mount Bewitch You. At the same time, an unmeasurable amount of seals, marks and symbols were floating within the membrane of light. The man with the goatee had a solemn expression on his face. Lord Lu, if my guess is correct, this formation array ought to be a Divine Realms formation array. Furthermore, it is one of the more profound Divine Realms formation arrays. Lu Qian felt that the situation had turned bad. He looked to the other people in the group. Lord Lu, what Brother Sanyang said is correct. This formation array is indeed extremely profound. All the rest of the people also expressed their agreement. The scrolls containing information of formation arrays of the Divine Realm, in all these years that I have been in the Black Dragon Pool, I have only seen a single golden scroll before. According to my understanding of formation arrays from the lower realm, I have managed to attain some success after studying through that formation array golden scroll. However, it is still not enough to break through this formation array. The goatee man had an extremely serious expression. Lu Qian and them did not know at all that at this moment, Xing Yu was watching them with his divine awareness. With the assistance of the meteoric tear, Xing Yu's divine awareness could now extend to a range of 1,000 meters. And at this moment, Xing Yu was standing on top of a tree in Mount Bewitch You. He was only 300+ meters away from Lu Qian and them. Scrolls containing information of formation arrays? Furthermore, a single golden scroll? At the beginning, hearing the conversations that these people had, Xinyu had thought that this Sanyang might be extremely powerful. However, now that he heard what was said, this guy had only seen a single Divine Realms formation array scroll. Lord Lu, I can only use foolish means to feel the might of this formation array. This Sanyan looked to Lu Qiyan. Lord Lu, please tie a long rope around my waist. You all wait here outside the mountain. I will go in myself. After 10 breaths of time, regardless of what might happen, you all are to pull me back out. Lu Qiyan pondered for a moment and then also nodded. He really came in. Ha ha. Ropes, they are things that can break. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. He then fell down like a gentle wind. Uncle Fu had instantly appeared beside Qin Yu. One in the front and one behind, the two of them proceeded toward the foot of the mountain. Remember, in 10 breaths' time, regardless of what happens, you all are to pull me back. Sanyang reminded them. Brother Sanyang can rest assured. The others immediately guaranteed him. Only then did Sanyang, who had a rope tied around him, walk into the mountain. Right after Sanyang entered the mountain, he felt that the scene in his surroundings had changed completely. What an amazing formation array! The person who set this formation array up must definitely be a Divine Realms great master of formation arrays. Exclaimed Sanyang in his heart. The scrolls that contained information regarding formation arrays were extremely precious in the Divine Realm. How could the ordinary people possibly be able to see them? Much less study them? This Sanyang did not know at all that this formation array was merely that of a level 1 formation array. It's already been 10 breaths time, why aren't they pulling me back? Sanyang had grown confused. Pull me back! Shouted Sanyang loudly. At the current moment, Sanyang didn't know at all that he was already unable to go back out. Regardless of how hard he shouted, the rope tied around his waist would not give any response. Sanyang turned around. He looked at the rope that connected him with the outside world. His expression immediately changed. He started muttering. No, it's an illusion. It's not real. You can't believe it. You can't believe it. Lu Qiyan and then violently pulled on the rope. However, what they managed to pull out was merely a severed rope. The rope has been cut. Upon seeing that, Lu Qiyan's expression instantly changed. Brother Sanyang has also been caught. What should we do now? Immediately, some people grew anxious. Lu Qiyan, you've come to my territory, how could I possibly not invite you in as a guest? A voice sounded from Mount Bewitch You. Lu Qiyan and them immediately looked to the Mount Bewitch You in shock and terror. What they saw was that the misty brilliant light has once appeared on the Mount Bewitch You. Numerous and densely packed mark, seals, and symbols have once again started floating on the membrane of light. At the same time, this membrane of light suddenly grew in size. The range that it covered had instantly increased by 100 meters. In an instant, while Lu Qiyan and them were still shocked, they had been covered by the membrane of light. Lu Qiyan, oh Lu Qiyan, you've brought someone who merely knew about the skin and hair depths knowledge of the Divine Realms formation arrays to come break my formation array. Truly. The Divine Realms formation arrays, they are able to alter their range along with the change in energy that is given to them. You all don't even know about this most basic point. Qin Yu took back the divine energy that he had poured into the formation array. The formation array immediately returned to its original range. At this moment, the energy of the formation array was being completely provided by divine spiritual stones. As for Lu Qiyan and them, they had become completely trapped within the formation array. Ah! Let me out! Scoundrel! Let me out! At a certain location on the Mount Bewitch You, a golden-haired old man was frantically shouting. He had already been trapped for several months now. And at this moment, Lu Qiyan had walked past this old man. Yet, he did not discover the crazy old man at all. Currently, there are several tens of personnels to test out formation arrays with on the Mount Bewitch You. However, it's still not enough. Qin Yu stood on top of a tree. He was watching the people that have lost their minds in fear and muttering in their mouth. These people possess relatively weak strength. However, after a period of time, it is likely that the experts of the Black Dragon Pool also cannot stay seated anymore. At that time, I would be able to test out some of the more powerful formation arrays. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 18. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 18, Two Fishes. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip, Culips, and Robin. Mount bewitch you. At the shallow pond located before Chinyu's wooden house. Chinyu currently had his trousers rolled up and was standing in the pond. His bare feet were touching the smooth and slick stones under the water. Chinyu had his eyes wide open as he looked at the fish in the pond. He extended his hands. It was as if he were planning to capture the fish. Ha! Uncle Fu was on the shore. When he saw what Chinyu was doing, he started laughing happily. Chinyu did not use his divine awareness to lock onto the fish in the pond. Instead, he was using the most primitive and ancient method, using his eyes to see and then catching the fish with his hands. Every time Chinyu tried to catch the fish, splashes of shining white water also started flying. Hey, I do not believe that I won't be able to catch a single fish. Chinyu rolled up the sleeves on his arms. Actually, Chinyu merely needed a thought and the clothes that he wore, a divine battle armor, would automatically roll up. However, right now, as if having returned to his childhood, Chinyu was enjoying that sort of pleasure. Master, the divine realm's fish are not the same as the mortal realms. All those fish are demon beasts. Although they are only low-level demon beasts of the divine realm and possess very low attack power, they all possessed intelligence. The way you are trying to catch them, it will be very difficult for you to catch one. Advised Uncle Fu from afar. Upon hearing Uncle Fu's voice, the fish in the pond even jumped out from the pond and then fled back into the water. Evidently, they were trying to provoke Chinyu. So sly. In anger, Chinyu slowly exhaled. He then stared at those fish with a lightning-like gaze. His hands had turned into blurs as he violently thrust them towards the pond water. Immediately, the fish started to rapidly flee. They were extremely fast and slick in the water. Chinyu was unable to catch any of them at all. Good, good, good. Chinyu said 3 goods in a row. Those fish were actually jumping out unceasingly from the other side of the pond. Humph humph, Chinyu smiled brilliantly. Suddenly, the pond's water disappeared. The fish that were originally swimming in the water of the pond all fell to the stones that were at the bottom of the water. Without water, even if they are fish from the divine realm, they were also only barely capable of moving. Let's see how you all can flee now. Chinyu walked over with a smile on his face. He then grabbed a fish. Those fishes all opened their fish's eyes widely. They were staring at Chinyu angrily. Master, you used the Jianlan's realm to catch fish? Uncle Fu opened his eyes wide. Chinyu turned around and smiled brilliantly to Uncle Fu. He then looked at the 2 fish in his hands. Humph, you all dared to act so arrogant to me. Be careful that I don't cook the 2 of you. The 2 fish immediately grew worried. Please spare us, please spare us. These 2 fish actually spoke. Their voices were extremely sharp and clear. Chinyu was stunned for quite a moment. He only managed to wake back up to reality later. These were fish from the divine realm, they were not fish from the mortal realm. The environment of the divine realm, even the people that had just ascended would have to stabilize their bodies to endure the restriction of the divine realm. Regardless of how weak the fish of the divine realm were, it was still logical for them to be able to speak. You 2 must not resist now. Otherwise, I'll barbecue you. Chinyu threatened. We will not resist, will not resist. A green and pink fish said repeatedly. Chinyu smiled and nodded. With but a thought, Chinyu absorbed the 2 fish into the Jianglan's realm. Never had I expected that Master has such a childish heart, said Uncle Fu on the side with a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, the pond water that had originally been absorbed by the Jianglan's realm returned back to the pond. Chinyu walked to the shore. The rolled-up trousers and sleeves had automatically gone back to their original appearance. Chinyu no longer had the smile and relaxed expression that he had earlier. Master, what's wrong? Uncle Fu already sensed the change in Chinyu's mood. Chinyu's gaze turned misty. He said indifferently. I too wish to have a childish heart. Unfortunately. It's already been a long time since I had it. Did you think that I was catching the fish for fun? Uncle Fu, I will usually not allow myself to stop for a rest by myself. If I am not training, I will be analyzing formation arrays or accompanying my brothers. I am rarely by myself not doing anything. Do you know why? Chinyu looked at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu shook his head. Chinyu gave a self-mocking smile. You won't understand. It's because if I am by myself, not doing anything, then I would start thinking about a lot of things. And what I would end up thinking the most about would be Lear. I want to meet her. But I am unable to meet her. I want to love her. However, I can only endure. Day after day, year after year, 10,000 years after 10,000 years, all of this has been deep in my heart for all these years. Qin Yu held his chest. Heavy. It is extremely, extremely heavy. Qin Yu raised his head and looked up at the sky. A smile appeared on his face. A smile could allow one to slightly relax one's heart. Doing something childish could also loosen one's mind. I am not someone who loves to smile. However, I will sometimes make myself smile. I am not someone who possesses a childish heart. However, I will still do some things that only children would do. Like that, my heart is a bit more at ease. The deep and heavy sensation that I have will also be a little bit more relaxed. The corners of Qin Yu's eyes were a bit moist. However, Qin Yu started smiling again. His eyes squinted with his smile. Usually, I will either analyze formation arrays unceasingly or train incessantly. I do not have the time to leisure at all. However, these days, if I stop analyzing formation arrays and training, my mind would start to randomly think uncontrollably. Qin Yu smiled a self-mocking smile as he shook his head. Uncle Fu stood to the side and looked at Qin Yu. He didn't know what to say. Don't be like this. I am actually still very happy. Qin Yu smiled to Uncle Fu. Compared to the time when I was in the mortal realm, my current strength is countless times stronger. And now, I have also ascended to the divine realm. Lear is also in the divine realm. I am not able to sense Lear existence. Qin Yu pointed to the north. That's right, she's over there. Qin Yu pulled back his hand. He said to Uncle Fu. All these years have passed, would I care about trying my best for a short period of time longer? I will continue to walk the path that I am walking now. No one can stop me. Qin Yu's tone of voice was extremely ordinary. There was no vigor to it. A trace of smile was also on his face. However, Uncle Fu was able to clearly feel the confidence that originated from his heart. Master, no one will be able to stop you. Uncle Fu also nodded and voiced uncertainty. Ha! Qin Yu suddenly shouted loudly. His entire person was filled with vitality. Uncle Fu, let's go. Let's go into the Jianglan's realm and check out how those two fish will look after taking a human form. In the second layer space of the Jianglan's realm. At He Yu's residence. This time around, Qin Yu had directly placed the two fishes outside of He Yu's house. At this moment, when Qin Yu and Uncle Fu arrived, they were already able to hear the sounds of conversations. Furthermore, the number of people wasn't low either. Wu Lan, Wu He, you two are also here? Qin Yu looked at Wu Lan and Wu He in shock. They were standing together with He Yu. Immediately, the 5 people in the courtyard manor all looked to Qin Yu and Uncle Fu. Big brother, where did these two little ladies come from? He Yu asked immediately. Only then did Qin Yu look at the two women. These two women were pretty, like delicate fine jewels. Their heights were only 1.5 or 1.6 meters. At this moment, those two women were blinking their eyes as they looked to Qin Yu in excitement. Lord Qin Yu. These two women bowed to greet Qin Yu. The two of them were extremely excited. In the divine realm, ordinary fish like them would become unable to move the moment they leave the waters. They would only be able to move if they have passed the divine tribulation. However, after coming to the Jianglan's realm, they were able to take on a human form as there was no restriction from the divine realm. What are your names? Qin Yu asked. The big guy Wu He immediately said. Master, the one with the green clothes is called Lu Shuai. The one with the pink clothes is called Hong Yu. TL, Lu Shuai green water. Hong Yu red rain. Lord Qin Yu did not ask you. Lu Shuai and Hong Yu immediately shouted at Wu He delicately. They then looked to Qin Yu happily. Lord Qin Yu, I am Lu Shuai, she is Hong Yu. Qin Yu nodded his head while smiling. With these two chattering and lively girls, even He Yu, Wu Lan and them started smiling more often. Qin Yu had determined that his decision was truly the right one. Qin Yu stood on top of the tree and looked at his surroundings. Master, the Black Dragon Pool has already sent people to attack us 4 times in a row. The previous 3 times, they were all easily trapped by us. However, this time around, they have already broken through half of the formation array. Said Uncle Fu underneath Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded. Rest assured, this man's strength in the array path is not up to much. He is merely at the level of level 1 formation arrays. It's good that they managed to break through the formation arrays. With their speed, by the time they finished breaking through the entire formation array, my second formation array will already have been deployed. The Black Dragon Pool seemed to have truly been enraged. They have started to dispatch one formation array expert after another to break the formation array. However, these formation array experts, in Qin Yu's mind, were truly too weak. Just by merely knowing a bit about the Divine Realms formation arrays, they are already considered experts of formation arrays? This was truly a laughing matter to Qin Yu. However, those people also possessed some strength. They actually managed to break through two of Qin Yu's formation arrays in a row. These two formation arrays were both relatively weak level 2 formation arrays. And Qin Yu, he was finally going to be fierce now. This time around, Qin Yu planned to use a level 2 formation arrays relatively weak. Killing array. In the past, all the formation arrays were trapping arrays without any killing attack and wounding powers. Thus, others could slowly take their time on breaking the formation arrays. Lord Gongsun, please. Lu Qiyan was respectfully following behind a middle-aged man. Last time when Lu Qiyan was trapped by Qin Yu's illusion array, he was lucky that Qin Yu did not kill him and had only merely trapped him. Later on, when the expert of formation array managed to break through Qin Yu's formation array, Lu Qiyan got his life back. This Gongsun Jin, Lord Gongsun, could be considered as the number 1 formation array expert of Lord Xiong's palace's camp. His status was much higher than that of Lu Qiyan's. Furthermore, he had already managed to break through 2 of Qin Yu's formation arrays in a row. This had caused Lord Xionghe to greatly reward Gongsun Jin. However, every single time, after Gongsun Jin managed to break through the formation array after immense effort, a new formation array from Qin Yu would immediately be deployed. This had caused the Black Dragon Pool to be unable to capture Qin Yu. You all stay outside. Be careful. I will go in and break the formation array, said Gongsun Jin indifferently. Merely, the results from his inspection this time had caused him to hesitate for a long time. However, after some time, Gongsun Jin still walked into the formation array. Lu Qiyan and several other subordinates were only watching Gongsun Jin inside the formation array and executing numerous hand seals one after another. However, Gongsun Jin merely managed to persist doing that for several breaths worth of time. Bang! A sky-covering amount of black flames suddenly bombarded Gongsun Jin. There was even a trace of white flame within those black flames. Boom! As Lu Qiyan and the rest of them stood stupefied, Gongsun Jin's body had been burned to ashes like leaves. Just like that, he had been burned to nothingness. Run away, quickly, run! Lu Qiyan still remembered the time when the range of the formation array suddenly increased. This time around, Lu Qiyan was very fortunate. Qin Yu did not try to kill them. Instead, he was standing on top of the tree and watching Lu Qiyan and them panicking and fleeing for their lives like stray dogs. They called you Lord Gongsun? However, you truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You've spent that much time breaking my 2 previous trapping arrays. The speed at which I set up formation arrays is faster than speed you break them. Could it be that you still can't tell the difference between our levels? Qin Yu sighed. Destroying something was easier than creating something. In order to set up a formation array, it must be perfected from every angle. As for breaking a formation array, one merely needed to break some significant parts of the formation array. When they do, the formation array would naturally break apart. Qin Yu's speed at setting up formation arrays was even faster than the speed at which Gongsun Jin broke them. The gap between the two and the array path was too obvious. Lord Xiong's palace. Gongsun died? Xionghe's almost 3-meter-tall body was radiating a frightening domineering aura. His 2 eyes were wide open with fury like 2 fists. He was staring at the shivering Lu Qiyan below him. You, how are you still alive? Lu Qiyan was able to sense the anger that Lord Xionghe had and was frightened to an uncontrollable shiver. Io, hey big brother Xiong, I've heard that you've taken a huge tumble on a little mountain and have lost many subordinates. A red-clothed seductive woman walked in with light steps. Lil sister Meiji. You cannot talk about big brother Xionghe like that. Big brother Xionghe was careless, he was careless. Granted, he had lost only 7 or 8 times. A handsome male with snow-white skin walked in. These 2 people were the other 2 great experts underneath Lord Black Dragon. Meiji and Taoist Lu Su. Seeing how Meiji and Taoist Lu Su were mocking him, Xionghe was unable to refrain from becoming angry. Meiji, Lu Su, that person is merely relying on the fact that his ability in formation arrays is amazing. Humph. I shall see how his formation arrays would continue to not break when I twist the space that it's in. 10 descending powers, this heavenly divine artifact of mine feeds off of blood. TL, the original Ra said not a vegetarian. To describe the heavenly divine artifact. Not a vegetarian is a Chinese term saying it's something powerful because, well, as we all know, my food craps on your food and my food have blood, smiley face. Xionghe's eyes were wide open. He shouted angrily. Azzy, bring the troops. I will personally go and crush that Mount Bewitch you flat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 19. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 19, Xiong-hei's Might. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip, Culips, and Robin. Yes, me lord. The black-clothed woman, Azzy, bowed as she accepted the order. After that, Azzy immediately departed from the main hall and started to gather a large group of people, a large army, to clear the path for Lord Xiong-hei. On the main hall, Taoist Lu Su and Meiji were both looking at Xiong-hei with smiles on their faces. The handsome Taoist Lu Su said with a lot of enthusiasm. Big brother Xiong-hei taking off personally, and with the heavenly divine artifact bestowed by Lord Black Dragon on top of that, a mere Mount Bewitch you is definitely going to be a walk in the park. Your little brother, is also very bored staying over here at the Black Dragon Pool. I might as well proceed to Mount Bewitch you together with Big Brother Xiong-hei so that I can watch Big Brother Xiong-hei's might from the side. What Big Brother Lu said is interesting. I shall go together with you and watch Big Brother Xiong-hei's might from the side too. Meiji lightly shook her sleeve and said in a sweet voice. Xiong-hei walked down from the seat he sat on above the main hall. He stood beside Meiji and Taoist Lu Su. His nearly 3-meter-tall body made Meiji and Taoist Lu Su have to raise their heads up in order to look at him. Meiji, Lu Su, since the two of you wish to go and see, then let's go together. Xiong-hei slightly lifted his head. The ominous glint from his eyes passed through the entrance of the main hall and was cast toward the south. Humph, Mount Bewitch you, Xiong-hei then started walking out of the main hall with large strides. After a short moment, close to 10,000 troops had been gathered outside of Lord Xiong's palace. 10,000 troops were merely a very small portion to the Black Dragon Pool. However, when the amount of people gathered was 10,000, it appeared to be an extremely vast amount of people. All of the gathered deities were discussing with each other outside. It was extremely noisy. Boom! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps were heard. Xiong-hei's gigantic figure appeared on the high platform. He gazed at the people gathered below. After some shouting by some of the leaders of the Black Dragon Pool, the 10,000 troops immediately became quiet. All of them were looking at Lord Xiong-hei above them with respectful appearances. Lord Xiong-hei. Nearly 10,000 people have all kneeled down on one knee simultaneously. Their voices were incomparably resonate. Meiji and Taoist Lu Su also flew up to the high platform. The two of them stood on either side of Xiong-hei. Meiji said in a low voice with a smile on her face. Big brother Xiong, so impressive. Xiong-hei did not bother to pay attention to Meiji at all. Instead, he waved his hand and shouted. Set off. Instantly, the 10,000 troops split into numerous units. Methodically arranged, they began to rapidly advance toward the south. The boss of the Black Dragon Pool, Lord Black Dragon, had not shown himself in many years. Thus, Xiong-hei's status could be considered as the highest standing in the Black Dragon Pool. If he wanted to personally set off to do a task, how could the display of his grandeur possibly be light? Xiong-hei was sitting on a recliner contentedly. 4 robust men with builds comparable to Xiong-hei's were carrying the recliner. All 4 of these robust men possess strength of high-level deity. As for Meiji and Lu Su who have come to watch the show, they too were being carried by others on recliners. The only difference was that the 4 high-level deities that carried either of them were all beautiful women. The journey was about 3 days long. The army had finally arrived by Mount Bewitch you. Xinyu stood on top of a certain tree. He was looking at that long queue of troops coming from afar. The front army of this army had just arrived at the Mount Bewitch you. The middle army and the rear army would still take some time longer before they arrive. What a huge show of extravagance! Xinyu had a smile on his face. With a movement of his foot, he had arrived at the edge of a cliff. Xinyu sat on the edge of the cliff. Uncle Fu was standing behind him. Master, it appears that there are about 10,000 troops. Uncle Fu managed to guess the approximate amount with a single gaze. Against a great formation array, having more people is useless. The more they come, the more they die. Hopefully the leader of this Black Dragon Pool would not be enraged and think calmly. Otherwise, if too many people were to die here, that too would not be my wish. Said Xinyu with a smile on his face. Uncle Fu, say, do you think this killing array of mine would be able to stop them? Uncle Fu smiled and shook his head. Although the killing array is powerful, an attack of this level would likely not be able to kill a heavenly deity level expert. And this time around, I reckon that the heavenly deity level experts of the Black Dragon Pool would also have gathered here. The front army possessed a total of 2,000 troops. The rear army also possessed 2,000 troops. As for the middle army, there were close to 6,000 troops. As for Xionghe, Lu Su, and Meiji, they were all situated in the middle army. By the time the entire army had all arrived by the foot of the Mount Biwichu, Xinyu had already waited close to an hour. All of the troops were gathered on the ground. At this moment, a robust man flew out from the nearly 10,000 concentrated troops. He wore a body of black battle armor. His facial appearance was extremely fierce-looking. His imposing and overbearing aura was able to be felt from very far away. Flying? Sure enough, the heavenly deity experts have come. Xinyu stood up. Against heavenly deity level experts, Xinyu cannot be as casual as he was before. However, right when Xinyu stood up, two more people surprisingly flew up behind that robust man wearing a black battle armor. 3 heavenly deities. They are truly giving me face. Xinyu started to feel a trace of excitement. 3 heavenly deities, they should be able to allow me to experiment with a lot of formation arrays. Right when Xinyu began to consider the 3 heavenly deities as guinea pigs to experiment formation arrays on, the 3 heavenly deities however started standing in the sky. Xionghe stood to the front whereas Taoist Lu Su and Meiji stood behind him. People of the Mount Biwichu, listen carefully. I am Lord Xionghe from the Black Dragon Pool. If you are smart, then you'd best behave yourselves, give yourselves up and come out from the Mount Biwichu. Otherwise, do not blame me for being vicious and merciless. Xionghe had a face filled with disdain. Meiji and Taoist Lu Su glanced at each other. Xionghe? Never heard of him. A clear and sonorous voice sounded. A figure flew out from Mount Biwichu. He stood in the airspace above the Mount Biwichu. Seeing that someone had actually flown up, Xionghe's expression instantly changed. Even Meiji and Lu Su no longer had their relaxed expression from earlier. Instead, they grew serious. Merely, the gaze that they looked at Xionghe contained within it a trace of laughter. Ah, it's a heavenly deity. It's actually a heavenly deity, it's going to be a large battle this time around. The 10,000 Black Dragon Pool's troops had become noisy. Seeing that the enemy was actually a heavenly deity, the atmosphere had immediately started to boil. Even Xionghe no longer had the domineering aura that he displayed from the beginning. Him? How did he become a heavenly deity? Lu Qiyan was within the crowd. He was looking at Xinyu who stood in the air with a dumbfounded expression. The appearance of the person before him was something that Lu Qiyan remembered very clearly. This man was Xing Yuan's friend, a person called Xinyu. Handsome little brother, I am called Meiji. That big guy over there is our Black Dragon Pool's Lord Xionghe. This person is Taoist Lu Su. May I know what little brother's name is? Said Meiji with a sweet voice. I am called Xinyu. Xinyu directly declared his name. The name Xinyu had brought about quite a bit of troubles in the immortal, devil and demon realm. However, in the divine realm, there was not much reason for Xinyu to hide his name. Xionghe frowned. He then humped coldly and said, Xinyu? I did not expect that you were a heavenly deity. Since you're a heavenly deity and have occupied the Mount Biwichu, if you have sent our Black Dragon Pool a greeting, our Black Dragon Pool would naturally be very magnanimous and not mind it. However, the conducts and deeds that you have done in these past days have set yourself against our Black Dragon Pool. Speak, how do you plan to satisfy our Black Dragon Pool? Xionghe, Lu Su, and Meiji were all low-level heavenly deities. The number of heavenly deities in the divine realm was extremely few. Usually, all the large powers would try to rope in heavenly deity-level experts. Xionghe was unable to determine at all whether if Xinyu was by himself or if he possessed a large backing behind him. Although the Black Dragon Pool was a relatively large power in the territory of the Yuchi city, when compared to big cities like the Yuchi city, they were much weaker. Satisfy you guys? That's right, my formation array would satisfy you guys. Said Xinyu with a smile on his face. Xionghe's expression grew cold. That is the way you plan to satisfy us? Murderous aura started to burst forth from Xionghe's eyes. At this moment, Xinyu said with a smile on his face. That's right. Xionghe, Meiji, Lu Su, let me warn you 3. What I have set up in the outer regions of the Mount Biwichu is a killing array. I have also placed formation array in the middle region of the Mount Biwichu. I welcome you all to come and try to break through them. After he finished saying that, Xinyu flew into the forest of Mount Biwichu. He had disappeared from everyone's eyes. Meiji, Lu Su, the two of you stay to the side. Xianghei's expression had grown cold and heavy. With an extension of his hand, a nearly 4-meter-long scarlet-colored spiked club appeared in his hand. Jade green-colored heavenly divine energy started pouring into the spiked club from Xianghei's hand. The entire spiked club started vibrating. Meiji and Lu Su glanced at each other. Big brother Xiong, with the mountain crusher in his hand, he will definitely be able to easily capture that Qinyu, said Meiji with a smile on her face. Xianghei took a step forward and instantly entered into the killing array. Right when he entered into the killing array, lumps of black flames started rushing toward him. They covered Xianghei from all directions. However, to low-level heavenly deities, the divine flames did not cause them much harm. Ya! Xianghei violently shouted. The space surrounding him grew completely distorted. His large and thick hands were grabbing the spiked club. The spiked club started to radiate jade green-colored heavenly divine energy from its exterior, pouring heavenly divine energy into heavenly divine artifact. This was the way to allow a heavenly divine artifact to display its utmost might. Mountain Crusher. Xianghei's spiked club ferociously smashed on the ground of the Mount Biwichu. Qinyu, who was on the top of the Mount Biwichu and watching this scene unfold, was shocked to discover that the Mount Biwichu slightly trembled. Qinyu managed to sense the tremble even when he was located on the top of the mountain. Then what about Xianghei's surroundings? With Xianghei as the center, all the mountain stones in a 10-meter circumference around him had been crushed into fine dust. The mountain and the surrounding 100-meter circumference also cracked open. Furthermore, a formation array's foundation that Qinyu had placed at that location had also been destroyed. Boom! The spiked club, carrying the strength of tens of thousands of caddies, smashed onto the mountain like ripping apart space. All the mountain stones in the circumference over 100 meters surrounding the area that the spiked club smashed it cracked open. Boom! 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 Like an earthquake, it continued to shake several tens of times. All the formation array's foundations in the outer region of the Mount Biwichu had been destroyed. The killing array had dissipated. This Xianghei, how come his might with the heavenly divine artifact is that powerful? Qinyu suddenly stood up. He looked to Xianghei, who carried the enormous spiked club on the bottom of the mountain. Master, when a divine artifact has been instilled with divine energy, its might is much stronger than when in the immortal, devil and demon realm. With the same logic, a heavenly divine artifact would be most powerful when being instilled with heavenly divine energy, said Uncle Fu respectfully. At this moment, Xianghei held the enormous spiked club with a single hand. He was walking up the Mount Biwichu step by step. Every single step of his was so heavy that the ground started shaking. The murderous aura on his extremely fierce face had grown even more frantic compared to before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 20. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 20, The Strongest Killing Array. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip, Culips, and Robin. Xianghei, 3 steps in front of you will be the next formation array. If you are able to break through that, then you'll be qualified to experience my strongest killing array. Qinyu's clear and sonorous voice sounded through the Mount Biwichu. Xianghei turned around and looked to the mountain top of the Mount Biwichu. He shouted domineeringly. Qinyu, you best hide yourself well on top of the mountain. By the time this third great lord here breaks through all your formation arrays, I shall use this heavenly divine spiked club of mine to crush your skull and destroy your true spirit. After he finished saying that, Xianghei proceeded to once again advance in large strides. Mount Biwichu was close to 2,000 meters tall. Qinyu was located near the peak of the mountain. Once Xianghei entered into the formation array, due to the formation array, he was unable to see Qinyu. However, because the formation array was set up by Qinyu, once Xianghei stepped into it, Qinyu was able to see his each and every movement extremely clearly. Destroy my true spirit? Qinyu muttered. Qinyu understood very well that true spirit was one's consciousness. Uncle Fu said to Qinyu respectfully. Master, to ordinary deities and people that are weaker, once their soul becomes scattered, their true spirit would automatically dissipate with it. That is because the true spirit one possessed at that moment is too weak and is unable to exist by itself. However, once one's soul reached the embryo soul stage and one becomes a heavenly deity, even if one's soul were to be scattered, the true spirit can still exist by itself assuming it is not damaged. So what if one's true spirit remained? Could it be that one could still be reborn? Qinyu looked to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu answered respectfully. If one's true spirit remains, although regenerating one's lost body would be very hard, in the divine realm, there are most precious medicinal pellets. Those sort of medicinal pellets would allow one to be resurrected. Aside from that, those who only have their true spirit remaining, an expert at the exalted celestial level would also be able to resurrect them. Chinyu shook his head and smiled. Exalted celestial? The legendary exalted celestials, how many people have actually met one? Actually, it is not just exalted celestials who can do that. A long time ago, back when Old Master was still in the divine realm, there was an extremely well-regarded God King in the divine realm. She was called the God King of Life. This God King of Life was capable of resurrecting people who possess only a true spirit, replied Uncle Fu respectfully. Oh? God King of Life? She actually possessed the remarkable ability of resurrection. Are you telling me that there were no restrictions to her using this remarkable ability? Chinyu asked in surprise. To be able to resurrect someone who only had a true spirit remaining, this was something equivalent to going against the heavens and defying the natural order. To be able to do such a thing, how could there not be any restrictions? There shouldn't be any restrictions. My old master said before that in the divine realm, amongst all the God Kings, there was no one who could match the God King of Life in her ability to save someone's life, said Uncle Fu with a sigh of sorrow. Unfortunately, the God King of Life has died. How did she die? Chinyu asked curiously. How could an expert at the level of God King die that easily? War, said Uncle Fu. In the divine realm, every 6 billion years, a battle that extends through the entire divine realm occurs. Ordinarily, the God King level experts would rarely die from the battle. However, there are still God Kings that have died throughout history. Chinyu lightly nodded. Uncle Fu, how much longer till the next divine realm's war? From Chinyu's point of view, once the war started, if he were to become an expert artifact craftsman by then, his benefits would be even greater. Uncle Fu said respectfully. There ought to be another billion years before the battle. Too long. Chinyu sighed in his heart. Man? Chinyu's eyes suddenly shined. At this moment, Xionghe had already entered the formation array set up in the middle section of the Mount Bewitchu. That formation array was an illusion array. Against the illusion array, Xionghe was evidently caught unprepared. Ha, this foolish Xiong, to break an illusion array with brute force, that is very hard to do. Chinyu smiled as he looked to Xionghe within the formation array. Meiji and Taoist Lu Su who stood in the sky had also grown confused. Why is Xionghe running around in a circle around that 3-step range the entire time? He's even smashing the ground unceasingly. To constantly smash the ground within a range of 3 steps, how much damage could that possibly cause? Meiji started to frown. The person who was most proficient in the formation arrays in the entire Black Dragon Pool was Taoist Lu Su. Even that Gongsun Jin would frequently ask Taoist Lu Su for guidance. Taoist Lu Su's strength in the formation array could already be considered as having reached the pinnacle of level 2 formation arrays. Merely researching formation arrays was truly complicated. If one did not have others to provide guidance, it was extremely easy for one to lose his way when analyzing formation arrays in this extremely vast ocean of formation arrays, thus entering a stray path. Not everyone possessed the careful guidance of the scrolls left behind by the craftsman god Cheho Yuan. Xionghe ought to have entered an illusion array. The current him likely still doesn't know that he's been running around in circle, nor does he know that he's been smashing the same area the entire time. Taoist Lu Su was still staring at Xionghe within the formation array. It was truly as Taoist Lu Su had guessed, Xionghe did not know that he had been smashing the same area the entire time. At this moment, what he saw was a vast piece of land. He did not care for anything else and solely focused on smashing the ground. The enormous spiked club brought about a huge crater every time it smashed onto the ground. Xionghe would run a short distance and then smash another crater. Just like that, he continued to smash craters. He had smashed over 100 craters already. Huff, huff, Xionghe was gasping. The spiked club was a heavy attack weapon. Furthermore, he instilled a large amount of heavenly divine energy into it every single time he smashed it. If he didn't, how would he be able to smash a large crater out of the stones from the divine realm? To angrily smash the ground for over 100 times in a row, it have truly consumed a great amount of Xionghe's heavenly divine energy. What's going on? The veins in Xionghe's forehead were bulging. His gaze was cast toward the east and then the north. Formation array, I'm actually still within the formation array. I have smashed several hundred times already. I should have smashed half of the entire Mount Bewitchu by now. Why is it that the formation array is still here? Xionghe looked to the grassland that covered his entire field of vision. He had grown somewhat angry. The most effective method of breaking an illusion barrier is, Xionghe put away his spiked club mountain crusher. He started to float in the air. His body was completely covered by jade green-colored heavenly divine energy. With Xionghe as the center, the space 10 meters surrounding him started to distort. The great grassland that Xionghe had originally seen had also started to distort. It turned into mountain stones that had been smashed into powder. In other words, the surrounding 10 meters space with Xionghe as the center had turned back into the true Mount Bewitchu. As for the larger space, it was still covered by the illusion array. Ha, illusion array. Formation arrays are merely minor arts unworthy of a gentleman. In front of the power of space, wouldn't it still only be defeated? Said Xionghe as he laughed heartily. He started flying toward the front. Anywhere he flew past, the area within 10 meters from him turned real. The illusion array was no longer able to affect his senses anymore. Just like that, Xionghe casually passed through the illusion array. After passing the illusion array, Xionghe had reached the waist of Mount Bewitchu. Xinyu, you'd best prepare yourself, for I am coming to kill you, shouted Xionghe with a clear voice. At this moment, Xinyu was standing on the summit of Mount Bewitchu with hands behind his back. He also said in a clear voice, Xionghe, you being able to break through the illusion array is nothing significant. If you are to continue forward, you'll encounter my strongest killing array. Let me see how you shall try to break that. Killing array? Ha ha. Simple, simple. Xionghe was extremely confident. Although a killing array possessed attacking power, it would at the very least not cause him to lose his directions. From Xionghe's point of view, he believed that he merely needed to endure the pain for a bit, then smash the mountain apart with his spiked club and destroy the foundations of the formation array to break through it. Simple? A light smile was on Xinyu's face. Do not be too confident. Overconfidence could cause you to lose your life. Xinyu was extremely confident in this killing array. This killing array was Xinyu's strongest achievement in the killing arrays. It was a level 3 formation array. Furthermore, if one were to compare the might, then this killing array was stronger than even ordinary level 3 formation arrays. That was because this level 3 formation array was primarily using fire attribute attacks. Xinyu possessed the Refining Flame wristband. The Refining Flame wristband was composed of 9 purple origin flame beads. With the assistance of the Refining Flame wristband, Xinyu's fire attribute killing array was his most powerful type of formation array. I do not believe that you will still live under the attack from white pure flames. Xinyu had an extremely confident expression on his face. White pure flame was the true flame that heavenly deities possessed. Xinyu had perfected layered 26 layers of formation arrays. Adding on that, he possessed the assistance from the Refining Flame wristband. It allowed him to be able to use white pure flames to attack. When confronted with white pure flames, even if one were a heavenly deity, one's body would still be unable to resist it continuously unless one possessed a heavenly divine battle armor. It was extremely rare that Xionghe possessed a low-quality heavenly divine artifact. How could he possibly possess a defensive heavenly divine battle armor? Thus, this battle, once Xionghe enters the formation array, he'll be burned clean by the white pure flames. Even his true spirit would not be able to remain. Under the gaze of Taoist Lu Su, Meiji, and nearly 10,000 deities, Xionghe walked into Qinyu's strongest killing array. Killing array, break for me. In excitement, Xionghe extended his large tongue. He licked his thick big lips. He held the spiked club with his 2 hands and ferociously smashed it on the ground. However, right at this moment, lumps of white flame appeared on the ground. White. Xionghe was startled. He then violently woke back up. Ah, white pure flames. Like a madman, Xionghe violently moved back. However, at this moment, a lump of white pure flame was flying toward him from the back. Xionghe was dodging unceasingly. He didn't dare to approach the ground at all. That was because lumps of white pure flames were being emitted by the ground. Furthermore, there were also lumps of white pure flames in the sky. The sky, the ground, front, back, left and right. There were white pure flames in all directions flying toward him. As time passed, the number of white pure flames grew more and more. Furthermore, they were turning into a cage as they gathered towards Xionghe. White pure flames, how could there be this many white pure flames? Even if he is a heavenly deity, it should still be impossible for him to send out so many white pure flames. Xionghe was about to cry. One merely had a small number of true flames in his body. Who would be able to attack someone with this many white pure flames? However, Xinyu was able to do that. He had relied on the grandest spiritual treasure Refining Flame wristband and his strongest killing array, to set up this fire attribute killing array. This formation array's level is still too low. Had it been a level 4 or level 5 formation array, I reckon the entire range of the formation array would be covered full with an endless number of white pure flames, unlike the lumps of white pure flames like how it is now. My strength right now is also too low. Although I've completely refined the refining flame wristband, the number of white pure flames the refining flame wristband emits is too small. If I were stronger, then with merely the refining flame wristband, I'd be able to create an inferno of white pure flames. Xin Yu was sighing in his heart. However, Xionghe had already given up all hope. Against the white pure flames that had been surrounding him and growing closer from all directions, Xionghe was already at a loss as to what to do. He was merely a low-level heavenly deity. Had he been a mid-level heavenly deity, then with the comprehensions of the spatial laws that mid-level heavenly deities had, he would be able to create an absolute domain and easily escape. However, he was a low-level heavenly deity. The restriction given by the divine realm space was too great. In the divine realm, all he could do was to allow himself the ability to fly and distort the space surrounding him. White pure flames. Xionghe looked at the high-quality divine battle armor that he wore and smiled bitterly. Against white pure flames, a high-quality divine artifact was unable to resist it at all. Xionghe had sunk into despair and given up all hope. The densely packed white pure flames were flying toward Xionghe. They were only several meters from him. However, at this moment, a scene that stupefied everyone present had occurred. Bang, dot. As if they had grown confused, the lumps of white pure flames seemed to have lost control and started flying in all directions at random. Furthermore, after flying for several meters, all of the flames had extinguished. Xionghe watched the scene with a dumbfounded expression. There was a large hole on both his thigh and chest. Blood was flowing out from them unceasingly. However, he did not care for them in the slightest. The white pure flames that were flying chaotically earlier, 2 of them have flown into his body. As for the rest, some of them have extinguished before they touched him. Xionghe was at a loss as to what had happened. The overlaying of 26 layers of formation array, according to the conclusions of the deduction, this Xionghe ought to have died. However, it appears that the energy from the white pure flames was too great. Both the 3rd layer and the 8th layer formation array were affected. The killing array that had originally taken shape surprisingly collapsed just like that? Xin Yu found it hard to accept such a result. Setting up a formation array was an extremely cautious matter. Especially a multi-layered formation array like this one. As long as a single formation array layer within it had a problem, the entire formation array would collapse. Master, this is the importance of experimenting with formation arrays. Deduction is merely theory. It is merely the most ideal circumstance. However, in reality, the more complicated a formation array, the harder it is to attain the outcome from the deduction. Said Uncle Fu beside Xin Yu. Xin Yu smiled and nodded. I understand this logic. I just didn't expect that Xionghe actually managed to keep his life from the collapse of the formation array. In the past, Xin Yu had always been looking forward to testing his formation array and discover the mistakes in his deduction. However, at the moment when the mistake occurred, Xin Yu had felt a bit of the bitter unwillingness. After all, that low-level heavenly deity Xionghe was about to lose his little life in just a little bit longer. However now. Huff, huff, the heavens is helping me, oh the heavens is helping me. In excitement, Xionghe roared twice. His entire forehead, face and even his back was covered with cold sweat. Xionghe recovered his injuries using the remaining heavenly divine energy that he had. To heavenly deities, the injuries of their bodies were mere trivial matters. They merely need to use some heavenly divine energy to recover them. As for the heavenly divine energy they used, they could replenish it with divine spiritual stones. With a flip of his hand, Xionghe took out a high-quality divine spiritual stone. In a short amount of time, Xionghe had recovered his injuries. Xionghe, your life is truly huge. TL, this means the same as Xionghe, you are truly lucky. I'm assuming having a huge life means it's hard to take. Xionghe raised his head and looked over. Xin Yu was standing in the sky. At this moment, he was merely 200-300 meters from Xionghe. Xin Yu, even the heavens is helping me. Xionghe was filled with confidence. Even your strongest formation array is done for. What other method do you have to kill me? Ha, prepare to die. Xionghe started rushing toward Xin Yu with a rapid speed. Seeing Xionghe flying toward him, Xin Yu recalled a speech written in the 900 scrolls of the array path. Killing array, trapping array, and defensive array. Of the 3 great formation arrays, the most powerful among them is the trapping array. Of the 900 scrolls of the array path, over 500 of them talked about trapping arrays. As for the number of scrolls that talked about the killing array and defensive array, they only numbered close to 400 scrolls combined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 21. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 21, Locked in a Stalemate. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Among the three great types of formation arrays, the killing array's main purpose was to increase the attack power and also make one's enemy have nowhere to escape to. As for the defensive array, its purpose was to increase one's defensive ability. Robin, this is so self-explanatory. God damn it, Iet, you drive me crazy. XD. As for trapping arrays, they would use everything that can be used to trap the enemy. Although it might sound simple, it is extremely hard to accomplish. Although it might be easy to trap a mortal, what about trapping a deity? What about trapping a low-level heavenly deity? A mid-level heavenly deity, a high-level heavenly deity, The trapping arrays were extremely complicated. It would also require a lot of effort when researching them. However, because of how much importance the 900 scrolls of the array path had placed on trapping arrays, Xinyu had spent half of his time studying trapping arrays. Xinyu's achievements in trapping arrays were actually higher than those of the killing arrays and defensive arrays. Like a floating wind, Xinyu was drifting in the sky unceasingly. As for Xionghe, he had been chasing after Xinyu frantically. With furious glaring eyes, he violently shouted, "Xinyu, if you have the skills, then do not run. Battle me honorably." Xinyu was changing his direction unceasingly. He said, "Xionghe, do not get angry. I am a researcher of formation arrays, I am not fond of using martial force." Xinyu said those words with an extremely dignified tone. At the same time, his hands were executing one hand seal after another. A countless number of hand seals flew out from Xinyu's hands. Rays of red, green, gray, white, black and numerous other colors of light have started to appear in the sky. Although Xinyu had been dodging Xionghe's pursuit unceasingly, he had only been flying in circle around the sky above the Mount Bewitchu. Meiji and Taoist Lu Su were standing in the sky. They were chatting with each other. Taoist Lu Su shook his head, sighed and said, "Although Big Brother Xionghe possesses very powerful strength, his agility and speed is much inferior than Xinyu's. Look at how ingenious that Xinyu's movements are. Look at how clear-cut his turns are. Even when Big Brother Xionghe uses heavenly divine energy to increase his speed to violently catch up to Xinyu, Xinyu is still able to suddenly turn in fast flight. However, Big Brother Xionghe is unable to do that. That Xinyu is not only flying, he is also executing numerous hand seals." "What is he doing?" said Meiji with a frown. Taoist Lu Su smiled and said, "That Xinyu also knows that although it would be more relaxing, for the person setting up the formation arrays, to use divine spiritual stones to set up the foundations of the formation array, once the enemy breaks through the foundations, the formation array breaks. Thus, that Xinyu is planning to use his own body to supply the energy and not use the divine spiritual stones." "Oh, Big Brother Lu is truly insightful," Meiji praised. "In that case, if Xinyu is not using divine spiritual stones, Xionghe would not be able to break through the foundations of the formation array using his spiked club. Would that mean that he would have no way to break the formation array?" "No. One does not necessarily have to break the foundations of the formation array to break the formation array," Taoist Lu Su explained. What Xinyu is doing, although he would no longer have divine spiritual stones as his formation array's foundations, he himself would become the foundation. Meiji shook her head and said, "Once Xionghe is trapped in the formation array, how would he be able to attack Xinyu? To provide the energy oneself has some weak points. The weak points are, he himself must always remain in the formation array. He will not be able to leave and will not be able to use a large amount of divine energy to attack," explained Taoist Lu Su. What Taoist Lu Su said was correct. What Xinyu was currently doing was setting up a trapping array. Furthermore, he was using his own body to supply the energy needed for the formation array. Setting up a trapping array was extremely complicated. Xinyu only managed to set up it after spending a day and half a night's time. A day and half a night, although it might sound like a long time, in the divine realm, it could not be considered much. The battles of heavenly deity-level experts in the divine realm, it was extremely common for them to fight for several hundred years or even thousands of years. This was especially true for heavenly deities of the same level who possessed the same level of comprehension of spatial laws. It was extremely hard for them to kill each other. Thus, their battles would be extremely lengthy. To people who can live for an infinite amount of time, several hundreds to thousands of years was nothing significant. "Xionghe, prepare to have a taste of my great formation array." Xingyu laughed loudly. He then stood up in the sky. Countless marks, seals, symbols and all sorts of different colored lights were floating around Xingyu. They have already covered the area within a circumference of 10 miles. This was a relatively large trapping array. 4 rays of dark golden colored divine energy flew out from Xinyu's body. These 4 rays of divine energy had assimilated into the trapping array. They started to provide energy to the trapping array. Ah, you've stopped. Are you planning to die now? Seeing that Xinyu had stopped, Xionghe immediately rushed toward him to kill him. However, suddenly, Xinyu disappeared from his sight. Those marks, seals, symbols and lights that were visible before had also disappeared. Xionghe looked to his surroundings, surprised. He saw only a world of lights. Red, black, white, green, the numerous different colors walls formed an extremely vast world. What is going on? Xionghe could still be considered as being calm. After some time, Xionghe had a smile on his face. This is an illusion array. But why didn't this Xinyu use the same killing array from last time? Xionghe, I have yet to give this formation array of mine a name. Today, I shall give it a name. It shall be called, Xiong, Bear, Trapper. If you are able to break this formation array of mine, then I will admire you. Xinyu's voice have sounded through the entire formation array. Formation array. Xiong Trapper. To name his formation array with such a childish name, Xinyu also started to smile. However, Xionghe, on the other hand, had grown furious. Xinyu, you wait and see how I shall break through your illusion array. Xionghe roared. Jade green-colored heavenly divine energy started to drift through the surface of his body. At the same time, the space surrounding him started to distort. Man? Xionghe discovered that something was amiss. In the past, the illusion birthed by the illusion array would automatically be broken when it encountered the distortion of space. However, these numerous colored walls and ground were actually very hard to break apart. The reason why an illusion array is called an illusion array is because it is mainly composed of illusions. Furthermore, the illusions could change unceasingly. However, these multicolored walls could be considered as true existences. Xinyu's voice sounded in the formation array. There was another person watching all this unfold in Mount Bewitch You. It was Uncle Fu. Old Master has used merely 200 plus thousands of years to research the trapping array to such a level. He is able to completely harmonize the power of the 5 elements and the power of light and dark. Through the harmonization of numerous different formation arrays, he formed this level 3 trapping array. Surely, Master will be able to reach the target that you had in the future too. Uncle Fu looked to the great formation array in the sky and thought of this in his heart. That Xinyu, the energy that he emitted earlier was divine energy, dark golden colored divine energy. I saw that very clearly. What's going on? Taoist Lu Su, who was watching the battle, had grown confused. When Xinyu was setting up the formation array earlier, he had dispatched 4 rays of divine energy to supply the energy for the formation array. Taoist Lu Su and the rest of them had all witnessed that scene. Before, when Xinyu flew, he had caused everyone to believe that he was a heavenly deity. However, why would a heavenly deity emit divine energy? Meiji was also confused. Perhaps this Xinyu's soul has only just reached the heavenly deity level and his energy has yet to completely transform. This was the only explanation that Meiji could find. To go from being a high-level deity to the heavenly deity stage, one's soul must first reach the embryo soul stage. Only then would the energy within one's body transform into that of heavenly divine energy. However, usually those people who had just reached the heavenly deity stage would hide themselves somewhere and wait till their energy completely transformed before coming out. This Xinyu, why did he show himself when his divine energy hadn't even transformed into heavenly divine energy? This was the only explanation that Meiji and Taoist Lu Su had. Flying was the magical ability that only heavenly deities possessed. In all these years, there had never been anyone who had violated this rule. They're real? Good. Xionghe humped coldly. Holding the spiked club on one hand, he ruthlessly smashed it to a red-colored wall. From the smash of the spiked club, the red-colored wall actually shivered and vibrated several times. However, it did not break. Xionghe opened his eyes wide. As for Xinyu, who stood in the middle of the formation array, he was nodding in his heart. The 5 elements complement one another. Adding the numerous harmonization of various layers of formation arrays in this great formation array and then adding the principle of the defensive arrays, the defensive power of this formation array is strong as expected. I refuse to believe this. Xionghe changed from one-handed to two-handed. He grabbed the spiked club with both his hands and ruthlessly smashed it toward that red-colored wall. The red-colored wall trembled violently. However, it was still standing. Rapidly, Xionghe smashed it 2 more times. The wall was unable to withstand the force of the smashes anymore and a large hole appeared within it. Rapidly, Xionghe passed through the red wall. However, the moment he passed through this layer of red wall, what he saw was a layer of white wall. There were also some passageways in the surroundings of this white wall. Everywhere were composed of all kinds of monotone colors. I shall see how many layers of wall this trapping array of yours possesses. Xionghe humped coldly. Then, grabbing the spiked club with 2 hands, Xionghe started to frantically smash the light walls. What Xionghe didn't know was that the light walls in the trapping array had integrated the restrictions of defensive arrays. This had caused the light walls to possess an extremely powerful defense and made breaking them to be hard to do. Furthermore, Xionghe did not discover that by the time he started smashing another wall, the wall that he had smashed and shattered had already recovered. However, because Qinyu had used divine energy to create the light walls, this had caused the power of the formation array to be a bit weaker. Boom! 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 The people outside, such as Taoist Lu Su, Meiji and them, were unable to see what was occurring in the formation array at all. They were only able to hear the rumbles sounding non-stop. These rumbling noise sounded for 3 days and 3 nights. The light of daytime, the dark curtain of light, the two of them alternately covered the entire divine realm. Finally, the rumbling sound stopped. Inside the trapping array, Xionghe was softly gasping for air. Smashing the walls frantically for 3 days straight had caused him to be worn out. Fuck, I have smashed over 10,000 walls, furthermore, I have been going forward the entire time. No matter how big this formation array is, it should have been broken by now. Xionghe felt as if he was about to go insane. In the entire trapping array, there were only those several different colors. The walls were also only 2 different colors, red and white. As for the winding roads, they were only black and green. The doors that would sometimes appear, they were only gold. Basically, there were only that many colors. Regardless of how far Xionghe managed to travel after smashing the walls, he still sensed that he had not been making any headway. That was because every location was about the same. Even the layout was completely the same. Am I running around in circle? No, that can't be. I am very certain that I have been smashing the front the entire time. Xionghe was unable to understand. He looked to his surroundings that had not changed in the slightest. Red wall, black winding road. Xionghe understood that once he smashed apart the red walls he would reach a white wall and a green winding road. After that, it would be another red wall and a black winding road. Like so, they would appear in alternation. It was like he was walking back and forth in the same place the entire time. The walls not only covered his front, back, left and right, there were also walls above his head. Xionghe once tried to smash the walls on top of him or below him. However, regardless of how hard he tried to smash them, he was still unable to leave this desolate and monotonous place. What exactly is going on? Had it not been for the gravity of the ground, then I would perhaps not know my top from bottom. Xionghe raised his head to look to the walls above him. He then looked to the walls to his left and right. They were exactly the same. Going insane. Xionghe was truly about to go insane. After a year. Let me out. Let me out. Fuck. Let me out. It was the first time Xionghe asked Qinyu to let him out. This signified that he had admitted defeat. It's very simple, I will not take your life. You merely need to kowtow with your head banging on the ground 3 times to admit your defeat. If you do, I will immediately let you out from this trapping array. Qinyu's voice sounded in the Great Formation Array. Fuck you. Bullshit. Xionghe cursed in rage and stopped saying anymore. It was merely a single year. Back then, when he sparred with Taoist Lu Su, they fought for 700 plus years straight. To reach the heavenly deity level, one must possess the ability to endure loneliness. Merely, in front of him were still red-colored or white-colored walls, black-colored or green-colored passageways. The layout was also exactly the same. A monotonous scenery. This had already caused Xionghe to feel dizzy. Although he had merely been trapped for a year, it was more exhausting than when he fought Taoist Lu Su for 700 plus years. After 10 years, Xionghe had discovered that the dull days were gone. That was because those walls were no longer letting him smash them like before. Once he smashed a wall, the shattered wall would burst forth flames, lightnings, or other kinds of attacks. The more time passed, the more strange the different kinds of attacks became. Qinyu sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation array with a smile on his face. What Qinyu was doing right now was trying his best to merge the killing array into the trapping array. Merely, it was extremely hard to merge them perfectly. In all these years, Xinyu had been attempting to do that unceasingly. As for the pitiful Xionghe, he had become the experimental subject. Neither Taoist Lu Su nor Meiji dared to enter the Great Formation Array. That was because Taoist Lu Su, who had researched formation arrays, knew that if they were to enter the formation array and were unable to break it, then they would have no choice other than allow Xinyu to trample upon them. Xionghe had been trapped in the Great Formation Array for over 200 years now. A part of the 10,000-strong army had already returned. However, there were still many people waiting here. Ordinarily, these people would even spar with each other to kill time. Meiji, when you returned to see Lord Black Dragon, what did he say? Taoist Lu Su looked to Meiji. Meiji had just gone back to the Black Dragon Pool to report the matter regarding Xionghe. To ordinary people of the Black Dragon Pool, Lord Black Dragon had already disappeared a long time ago. However, Taoist Lu Su, Meiji and Xionghe all knew that Lord Black Dragon had been in the Black Dragon Pool the entire time. Lord Black Dragon had said that this matter is merely a trivial matter and what he handles nowadays is a huge matter. Furthermore, Xionghe is still alive. Thus, Lord Black Dragon is not going to bother with this matter for the time being. Said Meiji. Taoist Lu Su nodded. Lord Black Dragon's response was exactly as he had anticipated it to be. Meiji, say, what sort of great matter is Lord Black Dragon doing for the past hundreds of millions of years? Taoist Lu Su asked Meiji. Meiji shook her head. I don't know. You should not think too much about it. Xionghe has started smashing again. He's trying unwavering. Meiji's gaze was cast toward the Great Formation Array on the sky. The sounds of rumbles had once again started sounding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 22. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 22, Kowtow. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The sky was azure like a first-rated Celadon pottery. The enormous formation array, with a circumference of 10 miles, was still floating in the sky like 200+ years ago. Year after year, the sound of rumbles would occasionally sound from within the formation array. Evidently, Xionghe, who was trapped within it, was still alive. Below Mount Bewitchu were several thousand troops from the Black Dragon Pool. All of these deities were chatting or training due to boredom. Other than that, there were some others who had boiled over with rage and started cursing and such. It has already been over 200 years now. Really, this Lord Xionghe, why doesn't he just admit his defeat? Or perhaps he could save some of his strength. Why must he continue to resist? He has been unable to come out for over 200 years now. Does he think that he will still be able to come out? Said an old man with lush green short hair discontentedly as he sat cross-legged on top of a stone. Beside this old man were several tens of deities. Among them, a purple-haired woman coldly humped and said, Old Greenhead, do not argue unnecessarily over here. Lord Xionghe is not someone who you can evaluate as you wish. Look at how Lord Xionghe has been unceasingly attacking, even though he is trapped in the formation array. It has been over 200 years and he still hasn't given up. Do you think you're capable of possessing the perseverance that Lord Xionghe has? If you do, I would also admire you. He knows that he cannot break it, yet he still continues to try. Others have said that Lord Xionghe's true form is that of a bear. In the past, I doubted it. However now, amen, it would appear that it is true. Said a scholarly-looking man with a smile on his face as he reclined his back on a large tree. TL, Xionghe Black Bear. So Xiong Trapper could actually mean Bear Trapper. But hey, I didn't want to make assumptions. To the bored deities who possessed extremely long lifespans, when they happened to see their bosses take a deep fall, it would also bring them quite a bit of delight. Even though they were ordinarily extremely respectful before Xionghe. Xinyu was sitting cross-legged on a lump of green light. That lump of green light appeared like a cloud. Xinyu had sat like this for over 200 years already. In the past 200+ years, Xinyu had never moved from this position at all. Xinyu's brows were slightly raised. A trace of smile appeared on his face. He said, Xionghe, it has already been over 200 years. How much longer are you planning to firmly resist this? As I have said, if you were to kneel and then give me 3 sounding kowtows with your head banging on the ground to admit your defeat, I would directly let you out. Xionghe, who was trapped in the Great Formation Array, was currently wearing only a large pair of underpants. His chest, filled with black chest hair, was completely exposed. His exposed thighs were also filled with black hair all over. If one did not look at his face, he really did appear the same as a bear. Huff, huff, Xionghe placed his spiked club to the side. He was sitting on the ground gasping for breath. Xionghe turned his head around and looked to the white wall before him. The wall was so white that it was glaring at him. He then looked to the green passageway beside the wall. It was so green that he wanted to puke. They were too monotone. He had been trampled upon for over 200 years. This Qinyu is truly too crazy. Xionghe clenched his fists in anger. His body was shivering. Fuck, a couple years ago it was still good. However, why is it that in these couple years, he has been attacking me even though I'm not smashing the walls? As time passed, Qinyu had become more and more proficient in integrating the methods of killing array to the trapping array. Experimenting was the best method of learning. This learning of over 200 years was much more effective than when Qinyu had analyzed formation array theories for several tens of thousands of years. If this Xionghe were to really kowtow and beg for forgiveness, Qinyu would actually hate to let such a great experiment subject go. Where could one possibly find another heavenly deity to experiment on? Furthermore, this heavenly deity didn't die easily. How long do you really plan to imprison me here for? Xiongyu suddenly raised his head and roared. His gaze was filled with anger, grief, and indignation. Don't worry, I still have a lot of tricks I haven't used yet. The path of formation arrays is a boundless path. If you were to allow me to take my time and experiment, then even if I were to experiment for 10,000 years, a million years, or 100 million years, I would still not reach my limit. Qinyu's words contained a unique sense of tone. It was as if he had become infatuated with formation arrays. Xionghe, for you to be able to experience all these formation arrays, you should be proud. Xionghe was about to collapse. If he were to enter seclusion training, he would be able to train for millions of years without caring at all. If he were fight at a high intensity with someone, he would be able to fight for several thousands of years with no problem. However, when being trapped in this trapping array, he was mercilessly tormented unceasingly. It was tormenting his mental state. The dry and dull monotonous scenery in his surroundings had caused him to get a headache the moment he looked at those colors. His head hurt so much that it felt like it were about to explode. All of this had caused Xionghe to reach his crumbling point. Especially when he thought of how these sorts of crazy intense days would continue for infinity without end. Xionghe was trembling. Even his soul was trembling. Xionghe clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he raised his head and said decidedly, Qinyu, Lord Qinyu, I beg of you, please forgive me. Ah, please forgive me. It is I who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. It is I who offended you. Xionghe was unable to resist anymore. Oh? Begging for forgiveness? But don't you forget that I have already said that you have to kowtow with your head banging on the ground 3 times. Said Qinyu with a smile on his face. Qinyu still remembered the time how tyrannical and arrogant Xionghe was when he commanded his army and arrived at the Mount Bewitchu. He had frantically smashed everything with his spiked club. However now, his pitiful appearance was truly something that would let one sigh endlessly. Kowtow? Xionghe was shivering all over. His dark face had turned deep red like the buttocks of monkeys. In that case, you can wait another 100 or 2 million years. Perhaps my spirit might be high and I might even research for more than 100 million years. You can just continue to slowly wait in this Xiong Trapper Great Formation Array. Qinyu's voice was still as indifferent as before. 100 million years? Sweats the size of beads were dripping down Xionghe's forehead and cheeks. Xionghe rubbed his face with his thick and dark hand. His sweat dripped onto the floor. Xionghe still had his head down toward the ground. It was unknown as to what he was thinking. After a long silence. Qinyu, if you agree to a request of mine, I will kowtow at once. Xionghe raised his head. His gaze was filled with determination. Qinyu was surprised. This foolish Xiong was really planning to kowtow? In Qinyu's mind, he had thought that heavenly deities are usually extremely arrogant. It was extremely hard to knock them down from their arrogance. Speak, what kind of request is it? Qinyu said with a smile. Qinyu was curious as to what Xionghe wanted to request. If I were to truly kowtow to you, then you must promise me to not tell others of me kowtowing to you. Said Xionghe solemnly. Good, I promise you. Said Qinyu straightforwardly. Lord Qinyu, please make a pledge so that I will be at ease. Xionghe continued with his request. Qinyu, however, started smiling. Fine, I'll promise you. I swear upon the heavens that if I were to speak of Xionghe's kowtow to me today to others, then I shall be met with the heavens' wrath. Only then did Xionghe had a sigh of relief. Lord Qinyu, I admit my defeat. Xionghe violently stood up. He then kneeled down on his knees. Loudly, he knocked his head down onto the ground 3 times. These 3 kowtows with my head banging on the ground. I wish that Lord Qinyu will forgive me. Please forgive me. After he said those words, Xionghe's forehead was still firmly touching the ground. He was waiting for Qinyu's response. At this moment, Xionghe's heart was soaring with rage. Qinyu, once I get out, I will definitely make you regret your conduct and deeds today. I shall make you pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold, for what you have done to me today. To receive a heavenly deity's 3 head-banging kowtows is a much harder achievement than killing a heavenly deity. Ha ha. Qinyu's loud laughter sounded. Xionghe's face immediately grew even darker. And at this moment, the trapping array that was composed of red, white, black, green and gold colors, started to collapse. The countless number of walls turned into numerous lights. The countless number of marks, seals and symbols had also started dissipating. Xionghe raised his head and looked to the sky. He saw an azure sky and spotlessly white floating clouds. He lowered his head and looked to the ground. Verdant and lush forest covered the mountain. There were several thousand deities looking up with their heads raised in shock. Among them were Meiji and Taoist Lu Su. I finally have my freedom back. Upon obtaining freedom, Xionghe felt a burst of delight. He was unable to refrain himself from raising his head and howling. His voice was like thunder rumbling through the entire world. Xionghe was able to tolerate what others cannot. Qinyu admires that. Xionghe, you can return. Qinyu's voice sounded. Xionghe looked into the distance. Roughly several hundred meters away from Xionghe, Qinyu was standing in the sky. His long black hair was drifting in the wind. His gown was fluttering. And at this moment, Taoist Lu Su and Meiji had flown up from below. In only a short moment, they arrived beside Xionghe. Taoist Lu Su asked curiously. Big brother Xionghe, what did you tolerate? Xionghe's eye muscles trembled. A burst of fierceness flashed through his eyes. He said via divine awareness voice transmission. Lu Su, Meiji, that Qinyu's flying ability is extremely keen. His speed is extremely fast. The 3 of us shall join hands and kill him from 3 sides. The 2 of you both possess faster speed than me. If the 3 of us join hands, we should definitely be able to kill him. Lu Su and Meiji glanced at each other. Big brother Lu, what do you think? Meiji asked via divine awareness. It is feasible. Qinyu would require some time to set up his formation array. The trapping array that he had set up earlier has already dissipated. If he wants to set it up again, it would require him a day or 2. That is enough time for us to kill him. Taoist Lu Su said. Xionghe looked to Lu Su and Meiji. Lu Su and Meiji nodded with smiles on their faces. Xionghe's face immediately bloomed to a full smile. Xionghe coldly glared at Qinyu who stood afar. He shouted angrily. Qinyu, you dared to humiliate me like so. Today, I shall avenge myself. After finished saying that, like a meteorite, Xionghe rushed toward Qinyu with an aura that could bring about landslides and crack mountains. As for Meiji and Taoist Lu Su, they had turned into 2 light winds and proceeded to surround Qinyu from 2 sides. Upon seeing this scene, Qinyu merely nodded with a smile on his face. Sure enough, this is just as I anticipated. However, to be able to force this Xionghe to kowtow to me in the last couple months, it could also be considered as being worth it. Qinyu had a feeling that he was only several months away from reaching the breakthrough of the origin stage. Actually, even if Xionghe did not beg for forgiveness, Qinyu would still have to disband his formation array after a couple more months so that he could wholeheartedly devote himself to making the breakthrough from the origin stage. Like a sharp arrow, Qinyu shot downward. Where do you think you're fleeing? Xionghe's blood-filled eyes were extremely sinister. Like an artillery shell, he smashed downward. As for Meiji and Lu Su, they were also flying downward chasing after Qinyu. However, the moment Qinyu entered the forest, the 3 of them discovered that. He's gone? Meiji and Lu Su were filled with confusion. He's gone? Impossible. Xionghe was like a blind man that had gone berserk. He started charging around violently through the entire Mount Bewitchu. Ferociously, he roared angrily. Qinyu, show yourself. Get out here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 23. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 23, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Rumble the forest was trembling. The entire Mount Bewitchu was trembling unceasingly. Shattered stones were rolling down the mountain, never stopping for anything. The large trees were smashed apart. The flowers and plants were stepped upon. The entire Mount Bewitchu had become a mess. Xinyu, show yourself. The furious Xionghe was frantically clearing out the entire Mount Bewitchu with his spiked club. The entire Mount Bewitchu was trembling under the overflowing rage that Xionghe was displaying. Boom! 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 The numerous large craters left by the spiked club caused the entire Mount Bewitchu to seem like a face overgrown with scars. Xionghe flew to the foot of Mount Bewitchu. He stood beside Taoist Lu Su and Meiji. Xionghe was gasping in a low voice. He held his spiked club with one hand. His pupils appeared to be burning with a luminous frantic rage. He was looking through the entire Mount Bewitchu. It seemed as if he was trying to find out where Qingyu was hiding. Big brother Xionghe, don't be angry, Taoist Lu Su advised. However, Xionghe seemed to have not heard what Taoist Lu Su said and continued to look at the Mount Bewitchu. Big brother Xiong, isn't it merely a single Qingyu? It's not worth it for you to be so angry over him, Meiji advised with a soft voice. Xionghe's furious gaze ruthlessly stared at Meiji. This caused Meiji to immediately grow silent. Seeing that Meiji had grown silent, Xionghe once again looked back at Mount Bewitchu. Big brother Lu, what's going on with Xionghe? Is it worth being so berserkly angry just because he was trapped for over 200 years? Said Meiji to Taoist Lu Su via Divine Awareness voice transmission. Taoist Lu Su glanced at Xionghe. He replied to Meiji with his Divine Awareness voice transmission. Logically, he shouldn't be. However, Meiji, do you still remember the words that Qingyu had said? Xionghe, you have tolerated what others cannot tolerate. Say, what do you think Xionghe tolerated in that great formation array? For him to be so angry right now, could it be that it have something to do with what he had tolerated? That's right. It's very possible. Meiji voiced her approval. However, what sort of humiliation did Xionghe endure? Taoist Lu Su and Meiji could never imagine that the extremely haughty Xionghe would kowtow to Qingyu. Lu Su. Xionghe's gaze have suddenly shifted to Taoist Lu Su. Xionghe's terrifying gaze had caused Taoist Lu Su to become extremely cautious. Big brother Xionghe, is there something you need me for? Taoist Lu Su did not wish to anger this crazy bear. Especially now when this crazy bear was in a berserk state. Taoist Lu Su still remembered the time when Xionghe didn't have his heavenly divine artifact. At that time, he was able to fight against him for several hundred years while holding the upper hand the entire time. And now, after Xionghe had been bestowed a heavenly divine artifact by Lord Black Dragon, his strength had become the strongest among the three. This was also the reason why Xionghe became the one with the most influence among the three. Lu Su, aren't you pretty proficient in formation arrays and such? Immediately set up a large formation array and burn down the entire Mount Bewitchu completely. The gaze that Xionghe looked to Mount Bewitchu contained savage cruelty. I must definitely find this Qingyu. Even if I can't find him, I must destroy his mountain. Although Xionghe was uprooting the entire Mount Bewitchu earlier, he had at the most managed to create some large craters and break apart some large trees on the Mount Bewitchu. As for the entire mountain, it was still standing. Destroy this Mount Bewitchu? This would be quite simple to accomplish. We merely need to use extremely silent heavenly flames, said Lu Su with a smile on his face. As a low-level heavenly deity, Lu Su's strength could not be regarded as being powerful. However, he was proficient in some of the minor arts. For him, destroying Mount Bewitchu was extremely easy. Big brother Lu, let's see your skills, said Meiji sweetly. Taoist Lu Su's body started to float. He casually threw 36 mid-quality divine spiritual stones off from his hands. These 36 mid-quality divine spiritual stones landed all around Mount Bewitchu and covered it completely. Magnificent marks, seals and symbols were being unceasingly emitted by Taoist Lu Su's hands. To outsiders, those peculiar marks, seals and symbols, were extremely profound and complicated. However, to those who were proficient in the formation arrays, they would be able to tell what use each of the marks, seals and symbols had, with a single glance. After spending almost 2 hours, a great formation array, that covered the entire Mount Bewitchu, had finally taken form. Chi-Chi, the entire great formation array was emitting rays of golden light. At the same time, countless golden flames had engulfed the entire Mount Bewitchu like a flood. Among these golden flames were some blue flames. Extremely silent heavenly flames. Had this been in the immortal, devil and demon realm, then an ordinary level 9 immortal emperor or demon emperor would be unable to resist these flames. However, in the divine realm, the extremely silent heavenly flames would only at the most burn down trees, plants, and some ordinary demon beasts of the divine realm. The ordinary demon beasts of the divine realm were beasts that had not reached even the deity stage. When they encountered the extremely silent heavenly flames, they would only be burned to death as they uttered their miserable shrieks. All sorts of miserable shrieks were sounding unceasingly. The animals of the Mount Bewitchu that had originally hidden themselves from the disaster before had now been met with a new disaster. Had it been black divine flames, then they would be able to die instantly and not suffer. However, extremely silent heavenly flames were only able to slowly burn them to death and causing them to suffer for even longer. The trees had been reduced to ashes. The lake water had dried up. Even the plants on the rocks had been completely burned to nothingness. All that remained were some stones that had cracked apart from being burned. The stones of the divine realm were deserving to be called the stones of the divine realm. The most the extremely silent heavenly flames managed to do to them was to split them open. They were unable to burn them to ashes. After burning for about an hour, the overflowing flames reflected a golden color to the several thousands of people standing at the foot of the mountain. The extremely silent heavenly flames started to dissipate. The entire Mount Bewitchu had turned bare. All that remained were the ugly stones. Merely looking at the scene before them, one cannot imagine how enchanting the scenery this mountain possessed before was. Big brother Xionghe, Taoist Lu Su looked to Xionghe beside him. Even though they had burned down Mount Bewitchu, they still had not seen Xinyu. Just like that, Xinyu had disappeared. He had disappeared before everyone's eyes. Xionghe's eyes radiated a dark black shine as he ran his eyes over the bare Mount Bewitchu. He then said coldly, "Humph, while he might be able to escape once, he will not be able to escape for a second time. Let's go, we'll return to the Black Dragon Pool." "Yes, big brother Xiong," said Meiji sweetly. Right after walking 2 steps, Xionghe saw the stele. On the stele were the words Mount Bewitchu. Because of the fact that this stele was located on the foot of the mountain, it had not taken any damage. Upon seeing this stele, Xionghe was immediately reminded of the master of this Mount Bewitchu, Xinyu. Upon thinking of Xinyu, he started to feel a heart-piercing sense of disgrace and humiliation. Humph! With a kick like an enormous hatchet, Xionghe struck that stele. Bang! The stele split apart. It split into 4 pieces. Only the bewitch word remained intact. The thousands of troops of the Black Dragon Pool, without suffering any damage, left under the leadership of the 3 heavenly deities. All that remained was a burned-to-bare Mount Bewitchu and a shattered stele. Inside the second layer space of Jianglan's realm. Outside of an elegant courtyard manor. There was a thick and solid large tree filled with leaves. Below the large tree were 3 cyan-colored stone tables. Uncle Fu, Heiyu, Wulan, Wuhi, Lu Shui and Hongyu were sat in the 2 tables. All 6 of them possessed gazes of worry. It was because before Xinyu entered the courtyard manor, he had told them, "Everyone, this time, I will be entering seclusion training to achieve a breakthrough. This time's training is extremely important to me. It also possesses some dangers. Furthermore, I do not know how long it will take for me to achieve a breakthrough, nor do I have certainty that I will be able to accomplish it. I wish that you all do not worry about me. At the very least, this time's training does not possess any dangers to my life." After he finished saying that, Xinyu patted Heiyu's shoulder and walked into the courtyard manor. Not posing any danger to his life? Heiyu did not believe that. He believed that Xinyu deliberately said that to console him and let him be at ease. Heiyu looked to the coupled people here and said in a solemn tone, "In the time that Big Brother undergoes his breakthrough, I shall wait here. From today on, you all cannot be noisy here so as to not disturb Big Brother." Uncle Fu and them also nodded. Ever since then, the 5 of them did not say a single word. They quietly waited. Heiyu looked to the quiet courtyard manor and started worrying. "Big Brother, you must definitely not lose your life over the stellar transformations." Inside the quiet courtyard manor. Inside Xinyu's room. Xinyu sat cross-legged on the praying mat, quiet and motionless. Actually, it was still months away from the time of his breakthrough. However, Xinyu had already finished his preparation. However, even now, Xinyu had yet to discover the most perfect evolutionary path. Will I die? Xinyu asked himself. If he did not pursue perfection and proceed on toward the safest evolutionary path, he would definitely not die. However, the safest evolutionary path was also the weakest one. To create an unprecedented martial technique was dangerous to begin with. This was especially true for an utmost top-notch martial technique. Inside the stellar space. The entire space had been distorted and was revolving because of the origin. Like an angry ocean, it was moving up and down unceasingly. At this moment, Qin Yu's awareness was sensing this sort of fluctuation. His awareness had completely fused with the stellar space. He was feeling the change within the space, the change within the origin, from the inside while also feeling the entire flower paste space on the outside. What exactly is the flower paste space? Qin Yu's awareness came in touch with the flower paste space. Rays of ancient aura entered Qin Yu's awareness. They caused Qin Yu to feel more and more calm. Calm. Tranquility. It was so calm that it seemed that there were no movement at all. As time passed, Qin Yu suddenly felt as if the entire stellar space had turned into an embryo. At the same time, the stellar space was also Qin Yu. Qin Yu had turned into an embryo. As for the flower paste space, it was the abdomen of the mother. This was the sort of sensation that Qin Yu was feeling. Although this sort of sensation was strange beyond belief, for some unknown reason, Qin Yu was enjoying the aura of the flower paste space. His awareness even had the sensation of sleepiness. In such a state, time passed. The time of a couple months passed in a blink of an eye. The evolution of all these years, at this moment, the origin had shrunk to its limit. If one were to use one's eyes to see it, then one would only see that the origin had turned into an extremely small black hole. Because of the fact that the origin was too small, it had caused the surrounding space to completely cave in. As for Qin Yu, he was still in that sort of drowsy state. Qin Yu's was even displaying a peaceful appearance on his face. It was like the innocent smile of a baby. However, under this sort of state, different scenes were unceasingly flashing through Qin Yu's awareness. Nebula, meteor, stellar core, planet, star. The scenes of the evolution of the cosmos was flashing through Qin Yu's mind unceasingly. The speed at which these scenes were flashing through Qin Yu's mind was tens of millions times faster than Qin Yu's speed of deduction. At the same time, when his deduction reached the origin stage, his awareness was still deducing. At this moment, the speed at which his awareness was conducting the deduction was billions of times faster than before. All of this was happening when Qin Yu was in a drowsy state. Boom! It was as if a lightning had struck in Qin Yu's awareness. It had instantly woken Qin Yu up. At the moment when Qin Yu woke up, the stellar space had already reached the pinnacle of its development. The origin had already shrunk to its limit. If Qin Yu did not wake, then perhaps the origin would have exploded. Without any guidance, the primitive explosion would cause Qin Yu's awareness to also crumble with it. Origin, so it was actually the most primitive bit. Qin Yu had a feeling of enlightenment. Although he did not understand the principle behind it, there was a voice roaring in the bottom of Qin Yu's heart. That's right. That is the most correct path. That is the most perfect evolutionary path. It was that path. At this moment, Qin Yu's physical body that was sitting cross-legged inside the room suddenly disappeared. That's right, Qin Yu's physical body had disappeared. Inside the stellar space, Qin Yu's physical body suddenly appeared. At this moment, Qin Yu's hands were spread open. His eyes were closed. He was standing in the middle of the stellar space. At this moment, Qin Yu was immersed in a kind of extremely profound and extremely extraordinary state of mind. Break apart. Qin Yu still had his eyes closed. However, he pointed at the origin with a single hand. Like a peanut being split open, with a kacha sound, the origin split open in half. The upper half of the origin started emitted a cyan stream of air. The cyan-colored stream of air was shearing out. In an instant, it had engulfed the entire stellar space. As for the other half of the origin, it started emitting a turbid gray stream of air. The gray stream of air was also frantically engulfing the entire stellar space. In the stellar space, these two streams of air, the cyan and the gray, had started to tangle together. It was like they were fighting each other. Qin Yu's eyes were still closed. A tranquil smile suddenly appeared on Qin Yu's face. With a hand to the sky and another hand to the ground, Qin Yu softly shouted, "Splitting the heaven and earth apart." After he finished shouting that, Qin Yu abruptly opened his eyes. Huff! The cyan-colored and gray-colored streams of airs that were tangling with each other seemed to have received guidance. The cyan-colored stream of air started flying upwards whereas the gray stream of air started flying downwards. Qin Yu's body was increasing in size. It was growing unceasingly. The bigger Qin Yu's body became, the higher the cyan-colored stream of air was lifted upward. As time passed, the cyan stream of air had finally condensed into a cyan-colored layer. As for the gray stream of air, it had turned into the boundless earth. In an instant, Qin Yu had returned to his original size. He raised his head and looked to the sky. That cyan-colored sky was pure like a celadon pottery. He then looked to the ground under his foot. The ground was boundlessly vast. Like that, it continued to spread. Its area was so huge that Xinyu was unable to determine how big it was at all. That was because the range of this land was spreading unceasingly. Is this what it meant by splitting the heaven and earth apart? Only now did Xinyu come back from that profound and mystic state of mind. Seeing what he had done, Xinyu also felt it to be hard to believe. Splitting the heaven and earth apart is in reference to the creation myth of Pangu, where he created the world by disconnecting the heaven and earth from each other. Basically, Xinyu has created a world? To be more specific, before the creation of the universe, there was only chaos, flour paste, and then it condensed into the cosmic egg, the origin. Then Pangu, Xinyu, woke up, the lightning part, inside the egg, and Xinyu also felt it was like an embryo, and then split the egg apart, creating the yin energy, described as murky, known here as gray, which formed the earth, and creating the yang energy, described as clear, known here as blue, forming the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 24. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 24, The Universe Stage. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The vast earth spread as far as the eye can see. However, Xinyu was able to clearly sense the change that had occurred in this world after he'd split the heaven and earth apart. The earth was spreading unceasingly. The area of this world was increasing endlessly. This earth is much greater than even 1,000 purple mystic stars. Xinyu gasped in his heart. As he stood on this piece of land, his heart felt extremely peaceful. This world belonged to him. The entire world was his to control. Since splitting the heaven and earth apart has created a new universe, then this 10th stage of the stellar transformation shall be called the universe stage. Xinyu had decided the name for the 10th stage in his heart. The name for the 10th stage is, which could mean the heaven and earth stage or the universe stage. Essentially, Xinyu created a world within the stellar space. The limit of this world that Xinyu had created was actually the membrane of the stellar space that surrounded it. This world was unceasingly absorbing the flour paste energy from the outside world and increasing in size without end. Never had I expected that I would actually be able to evolve it to such a state. Even my body managed to come in. Xinyu was somewhat stunned. Originally, Xinyu was only able to bring his awareness into the stellar space. It was impossible for him to bring his physical body in it. Who knows what had happened in the evolution that caused him to be able to bring even his body into the stellar space. This world is too monotonous. As Xinyu said that, the universal world that he had created immediately started to change. Rivers, mountains, wetlands, oceans, lakes, deserts, trees, plants, flowers, the world that was originally monotonous was transforming with an astonishing speed. As all this was happening, Xinyu merely smiled. At the moment when this world was successfully created, Xinyu already knew what sort of magical ability he possessed here. Within his own universal world, Xinyu can be said to be omnipotent. However, he could only be considered omnipotent and not completely omnipotent. That was because this universal world that he had created was still in a state of growth. It had not yet reached the state of perfection. At this moment, Xinyu was only able to barely utilize the spatial energy from this universal world and not the temporal energy. However, this universal world was created by Xinyu. Even if a God King were to show up here, although God Kings could control the spatial laws, if Xinyu wished for it, then even God Kings would be unable to use the spatial energy of this world. That was because Xinyu was the owner of this world. Xinyu exclaimed in surprise. His body instantly disappeared. He reappeared in the middle of the sky. At the moment, this place of the universal world, a dark and yellow-colored gas was being generated. The speed at which it was generated could not be considered fast. However, it was still being generated. A half-man-sized dark and yellow-colored gas was floating in the middle of the air here. Dark and yellow color of the heaven and earth. Shen, dark/black is the color of the heaven, whereas Huan, yellow is the color of the earth. I guess that makes sense sometimes, night and dry land? As the dark and yellow-colored gas was being birthed, as the owner of this world, the information regarding this dark and yellow gas naturally appeared in Xinyu's mind. Dark and yellow energy are born during the creation of the world. Once one merges the dark and yellow energy into a weapon, that weapon's hardness and defensive ability would reach its pinnacle. Xinyu's face immediately blossomed into a smile. Who could have known that such a thing would actually appear with the creation of this universal world? Hardness and defensive power? Good. Xinyu stretched out his hand. The divine spear waning snow appeared in his hand. In the divine realm, if one did not utilize grand mist spiritual energy, then the strongest weapon one could create would be a high-quality heavenly divine artifact that generally possessed the same power as a third-rated grand mist spiritual treasure. As for the divine spear waning snow, although it did not possess grand mist spiritual energy, its might was comparable to that of a second-rated grand mist spiritual treasure. It was also the most prided work of the craftsman god. Missing grand mist spiritual energy, yet still comparable to a second-rated grand mist spiritual treasure. How powerful would the divine spear waning snow become if it were to fuse with the dark and yellow energy that was birthed from the creation of a world? The divine spear waning snow floated out from Qin Yu's hand. It then continued to float straight in the air like so. That lump of dark and yellow energy the size of half a man completely wrapped around the divine spear waning snow. Qin Yu was able to sense the speed at which the dark and yellow energy was assimilating into the divine spear waning snow. He was unable to help himself from gasping. What a slow assimilation speed! With such a speed, who knows when it would complete the fusion? Forget about it, I don't have any use for this divine spear waning snow at the moment anyway. I'll just let it stay in this universal world and slowly fuse with the dark and yellow energy. Qin Yu was able to sense the connection between this universal world and Jian Lan's realm. He was able to sense the connection point between the two worlds. It was the place where Qin Yu had previously disappeared from. Controlling the spatial energy, Qin Yu directly came back to that location in Jian Lan's realm. Qin Yu understood that once the spatial energy of the universal world covers a location, he would be able to instantly arrive at that place. In the second layer space of Jian Lan's realm. Outside of Qin Yu's courtyard manor. Heiyu, Wulan and them had waited here quietly for many years now. In all these years, none of them had said a single word. They merely waited quietly. Big brother, you must definitely succeed. Heiyu had an extremely grave expression on his face. His heart was very heavy. That was because under normal circumstances, the time it'd take for one to break through a stage to another was extremely short. However, Qin Yu had been in his courtyard manor for many years already. Fortunately, there was no change to Jian Lan's realm. Thus, at the very least, it signified that Qin Yu was still alive. A creaking sound was heard. The door to the room has been opened? Heiyu, Wulan, Wu Yi, Hongyu, Lu Shui and Uncle Fu stood up at practically the same time. The six of them glanced at each other with pleasantly surprised expressions. After that, all six of them immediately proceeded towards Qin Yu's courtyard manor. Heiyu took the lead. He was the first to open the door to the courtyard manor. Sure enough, he saw Qin Yu walking out from his room. At this moment, he had already arrived in the courtyard. Ha ha! I've successfully broken through. Qin Yu saw Heiyu's worried gaze, he immediately smiled and said. Heiyu and the others immediately displayed a relaxed smile. The two girls, Lu Shui and Hongyu, immediately started chattering. Didn't I say that Lord Qin Yu would definitely succeed? Isn't it just like I said? I think we should celebrate this. In these past years, I've been so scared that I couldn't even breathe properly, said Hongyu, who was dressed in all pink as she held her chest. Good, let's celebrate this. At this moment, Qin Yu's mood was also extremely good. After a lively feast of drinking and eating, Qin Yu and Heiyu talked about a lot of things. In the couple hundred years that Qin Yu had been outside, Heiyu had been in the second layer space of the Jian Lan's realm for several tens of thousands of years. The current Heiyu was much more powerful than before. Merely, he was still at the mid-level deity level. Big brother, after your breakthrough, how much did your strength increase? Heiyu asked. Upon hearing Heiyu's question, Qin Yu displayed a strange smile on his face. How much did his strength increase? Even Qin Yu himself felt strange. Back when he was at the origin stage, he possessed the origin energy. However, after reaching the universe stage, he became only able to at most utilize the spatial energy of his universal world. Spatial energy, Qin Yu was uncertain as to how powerful the spatial energy was. Furthermore, would the spatial energy of the universal world be rejected by the divine realm? After all, the divine realm was a completely different world from Qin Yu's universal world. Other than this, there was also another unusual aspect. A transformation had occurred in Qin Yu's Dantian. The black hole that was originally in his Dantian had disappeared. Qin Yu did not know when it disappeared, but he suspected that it had most likely disappeared during the period of time when he was creating the universal world. Other than this, a lump of white pure flames was surprisingly burning in his Dantian. When Qin Yu was at the origin stage, his body's true flame was that of the black divine flame. However, when he reached the universe stage, his true flame had turned into white pure flame. Merely, Qin Yu never expected for the white pure flame to be in his Dantian. However, Qin still did not appear to be any different from other people from the outside. Although he no longer had the connection of his dantian to his black hole, after creating the universal world, Qin soul had become connected with the universal world. He was able to even teleport to the universal world with merely a thought now. When compared with Jiang Lan's realm, it's likely that the universal world is even more safe. Qin thought in his heart. After all, when hiding in the Jiang Lan's realm, the true form of the Jiang Lan's realm would still remain in the original location. At the very most, it could turn itself into a speck of dust, mountain rocks, or other objects. However, the universal space was a true world. Once he hides himself in that, no one would be able to find Qin. If my enemy were to be able to get into the universal space, then that's even better. Qin face was filled with smiles. In the universal world, Qin was unequaled. Big brother, what are you thinking? I was asking you how much your strength increased this time. Hey, you said. Qin woke back up from his thoughts. He immediately smiled and said, this time, Amen, my soul's level has increased slightly. It's about at the high-level deity's peak. I am merely a step away from reaching the heavenly deity level. Peak? Heiyu's eyes have instantly opened wide into circles. I have bitterly trained for over 200,000 years and only reached a level near the peak of the mid-level deity. Big brother, I believe that you haven't trained much. Heiyu felt a bit dispirited. The gap between their cultivation speed was too great. Qin helplessly shook his head and said, before I had reached the universe stage, I was merely at the ordinary high-level deity level. Perhaps when I broke through to the universe stage, my soul improved somewhat. However, I didn't really feel it myself. However, Qin understood that the hardest mountain pass was breaking through the high-level deity stage and reaching the heavenly deity stage. There were countless people in the divine realm who were trapped at the peak of the high-level deity stage, unable to step across and enter the heavenly deity level. It appears that I will have to train even harder. Heiyu nodded. He then smiled to Qin and said, big brother, I will be leaving first. Qin stood up and saw Heiyu off. After Heiyu left, Qin stood on the outside of his door. He looked to the boundless Jiang Lan's realm. This Jiang Lan's realm was originally Uncle Lan's. Furthermore, it is Uncle Lan's first grand mist spiritual treasure. Compared to Jiang Lan's realm, my universal world is only unable to control the time. It is primarily because the universal world has yet to finish maturing. When I see Uncle Lan again, I'll return the Jiang Lan's realm back to him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 25. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 25, E-Flame. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. With a slight intention of his mind, the location of where Uncle Fu was appeared before Qin mind. At this moment, several miles away from Qin courtyard manor, beside two pavilion buildings, one green and one red, Uncle Fu was smiling and chatting with Hongyu and Lu Shuai. Seeing Uncle Fu smiling wholeheartedly, it was evident that he was in a very cheerful mood. With a step, Qin figure disappeared from the courtyard manor. When he reappeared, he had already arrived beside the three. Master. Upon seeing Qin, Uncle Fu immediately greeted him with a bow. The two girls, Hongyu and Lu Shuai, were beaming with smiles. They bowed and said with crisp voices, Lord Qin. The two girls, Hongyu and Lu Shuai, already knew about Qin's strength. In the divine realm that possessed as many experts as the clouds in the sky, the two of them were extremely excited to follow such an expert like Qin. Qin discovered that Hongyu and Lu Shuai were actually also level 9 demon emperors. Hongyu, Lu Shuai, have the two of you managed to sense your divine tribulation? Qin asked. With a scarlet-red face, Hongyu said in succession. Lord Qin, Lu Shuai, and I have already reached level 9 demon emperor level a long time ago. Although neither of us have sensed our divine tribulation yet, according to the time the others from our fish clan have stayed in the level 9 demon emperor level, we estimate that our divine tribulation would be coming soon. Lu Shuai opened her bright and intelligent eyes wide and said while looking at Qin. Lord Qin, I have a matter that I wish to request Lord Qin's help. May I know if it's possible for you to help me? Go ahead, said Qin with a light smile. Qin wanted to know what exactly these two girls wanted to ask him. Us two sisters, back when we were still in that pond, we were bullied by the other male fish all the time. It was mainly because us sisters were the sort of fish that possessed extremely weak fighting power. Lord Qin, is it possible for you to also bring them in here, so that we can properly teach them a lesson? Lu Shuai's eyes were radiating with excitement. Hong Yu also looked to Qin Yu with hope and expectation. Male? Qin Yu was surprised. How did he catch them so accurately? There were numerous fish in the pond. Back then, Qin Yu merely casually captured 2 fish who would have expected that they would be the only females among those fishes and that all the rest of them are males. Sure, leave this matter to me. Qin Yu didn't mind about doing it. May I ask how the 2 of you plan to punish them? If the hatred wasn't great, then a small punishment should do. Hong Yu bulged her chest and said confidently. Lord Qin Yu, you can rest assured. We would definitely not take their lives, humph humph. After she said those words, her nose frowned and she humphed twice. Qin Yu shook his head and smiled. Ever since Hong Yu and Lu Shuai, these 2 girls, came to Jianglan's realm, it was unknown if it was because there were scarcely any females in Jianglan's realm, but Wu Lan and Wu He, the 2 ruler-level demon beasts of the divine realm, were extremely good to the 2 girls. Qin Yu believed that once he got those other fish into Jianglan's realm, Wu Lan and them would definitely help them out in teaching them a lesson. Hong Yu, Lu Shuai, the 2 of you can return and rest first. Uncle Fu and I will be leaving Jianglan's realm. Qin Yu said with a light smile. Yes, Lord Qin Yu. Lu Shuai and Hong Yu bowed respectfully. After that, the 2 of them returned back to their own pavilion buildings. Uncle Fu was smiling with his eyes narrowed. Master, these 2 girls, Hong Yu and Lu Shuai, are extremely lively. In these past days, I've seen that even young Master He Yu frequently displays a smile on his face. Men, the number of people in Jianglan's realm is too small. Hong Yu and Lu Shuai possess very lively temperaments, they indeed brought a better mood to everyone here. Seeing their lively and quirky appearance, even my mood has become a lot more relaxed. Qin Yu looked to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, let's go out. I have still yet to finish experimenting with my formation arrays. Yes, Master. Uncle Fu nodded respectfully. Just like that, Qin Yu and Uncle Fu disappeared from Jianglan's realm. The current Mount Bewitchu was incomparably desolate. It had been burned to the ground by the extremely silent heavenly flames. The entire mountain had turned barren. The rocks and stones that were burned by the flames had decayed to a grayish-black color. A lot of the stones and rocks were also cracked by the burning. All the trees had turned to ashes. Those large craters on the mountain were completely visible. On top of this bare and desolate Mount Bewitchu, Qin Yu and Uncle Fu suddenly appeared. Qin Yu and Uncle Fu looked to their surroundings. Both of them displayed a disbelieving and shocked expression. Master, here, Uncle Fu's brows were completely creased. Qin Yu looked at the extremely desolate Mount Bewitchu before him. The former enchanting sceneries of this mountain appeared before his mind. The rumbling waterfall, the clear pond water and the animals running around the mountain forest. This is Mount Bewitchu? Qin Yu looked at some of the stones that had been split apart by the burning. He suddenly turned his gaze towards his house that was on Mount Bewitchu. Like a sharp arrow, Qin Yu flew towards the location of his previous house. As for Uncle Fu, he was like a wind elegantly drifting through Mount Bewitchu. Easily, the 2 of them arrived by the location where Qin Yu's house used to be. This was the pond that Hong Yu and Lu Shuai used to be in. Qin Yu looked to that large pit. The form of the pond was still present, however the pond water, as well as those fish, were gone. Qin Yu felt a burst of anger. Ever since he started experimenting with the formation arrays, Qin Yu did not have the intention to kill those from the Black Dragon Pool. For the majority of the time, he had spared them when he could spare them. For example, those that had originally been trapped in his trapping array were all able to leave with their lives intact. Even that heavenly deity Xiong He, Qin Yu also did not kill him. When he said that he wanted him to kowtow, that was merely a joke. However, Xiong He ended up really kowtowing to him. Qin Yu didn't mind about that either. To the current him, that was merely a game. If he truly wanted to kill Xiong He? If he wanted, he would have been able to easily kill Xiong He just by utilizing his divine spear Waning Snow. After all, Qin Yu's ability to control space was equivalent to that of Xiong He's. Yet, with the divine spear Waning Snow, his attack power would greatly surpass Xiong He's. Master, Hong Yu and Lu Shuai, those 2 girls asked you to. At this point, Uncle Fu stopped talking. Qin Yu also frowned. It was likely that Hong Yu and Lu Shuai still didn't know that the fish that used to fool around with them and bully them had already been burned to nothingness and their souls scattered. Master, there is no need for you to be compassionate and merciful in the divine realm. You spared their lives yet they came and burned down your entire Mount Bewitchu. What you should do now is to demonstrate your might, said Uncle Fu beside Qin Yu in a light voice. Uncle Fu understood in his heart that this master of his, although he cannot be considered as being extremely compassionate and merciful, he was still not quite fierce enough. Had it been the craftsman god Sheho Yuan, he would have long since killed those that dared act disrespectful towards him, without a care of other things. This was something that those who had reached the higher level of cultivation all understood. The law of the heavens was merciless, to kill and not to kill. One's nature, whether treacherous or kind-hearted, did not matter when comprehending the laws of the heavens. All the roads were interlinked. Among the three great ascenders powers of the divine realm, the Azura Sea and the Mount Blood Demon were both famous for their slaughter. Actually, slaughtering others was a method that allowed one to increase one's strength even easier. It was a way that allowed one to reach the great Tao easier. Master, although we still cannot determine which one of the 8 great families Jiangli is from, but Master, if you wish to obtain the acknowledgement from the 8 great families, you must possess sufficient strength and status. As for now, what you should do is to create fame for yourself through might," advised Uncle Fu. The divine realm was a place where the strong ruled. No one in the divine realm would have pity upon a compassionate and merciful person. A person could only rely on himself. Likewise, one's status could only be won over by oneself. One's honor could only be defended by oneself. "Uncle Fu, let's go. We'll be going to the Black Dragon Pool," said Qin Yu coldly. He turned around and looked to the north. The Black Dragon Pool was located several thousand miles to the north. This time around, Qin Yu had finally decided. The current him still did not have the qualifications to receive the acknowledgement from the 8 great families. However, a mere Black Dragon Pool actually dared to look down upon him? "Don't force me to use Waning Snow," Qin Yu thought in his heart. The divine spear Waning Snow possessed strength of a second-rate grandest spiritual treasure to begin with. And now, it had started absorbing the dark and yellow energy. Although it had merely absorbed a very small portion, Qin Yu was still able to clearly sense the increase in power that the divine spear Waning Snow had. "Yes, Master." Uncle Fu immediately displayed an excited expression. Uncle Fu felt as if he had returned back to the days when he was together with Cheho Yuan, where they would move about unhindered in the divine realm and no one would dare to be disrespectful to them. Qin Yu and Uncle Fu left the Mount Bewitchu one following the other. As they were leaving the Mount Bewitchu, Qin Yu saw the shattered Mount Bewitchu'd steel. Qin Yu was flying a foot above the ground. As for Uncle Fu, he was gracefully drifting. If one were to compare speed, much less Qin Yu, even a high-level heavenly deity would be inferior to Uncle Fu. The two of them were relatively fast. In merely 2 hours, they had arrived at the main area of the Black Dragon Pool. This Black Dragon Pool also possesses quite an enchanting scenery. Qin Yu raised his head and looked to the unending mountain range before him. He was unable to refrain from smiling lightly. When they were flying over, Qin Yu and Uncle Fu have already discovered numerous troops of the Black Dragon Pool. Merely because the two of them were flying so fast, they were easily able to pass through without alarming those troops and arrive outside of the Black Dragon Pool. Uncle Fu pointed to the mountain range ahead and said, "Master, the Black Dragon Pool is located in the ravine within those highest mountains. Inside the ravine is a large lake. That lake is called the Black Dragon Pool. To the side of the Black Dragon Pool are 4 palaces. The one in the middle is called the Black Dragon Palace. As for the other 3, they are the palaces of the other 3 low-level heavenly deities. There is no need to bother with the small fries. We shall proceed directly towards those 4 palaces." After Qin Yu finished saying that, his speed reached its peak. Like a rapid specter, he followed the mountain range and entered the ravine. As for Uncle Fu, he was effortlessly following behind Qin Yu. Flying in the mountain range, without alarming anyone, Qin Yu and Uncle Fu had arrived outside of the ravine. Standing on a mountain top outside of the ravine, Qin Yu was able to see the ravine located between the couple mountains with a single glance. This ravine was enormous. It possessed the circumference of 100 or 200 miles. The Black Dragon Pool had occupied more than half of the entire ravine. Such a large ravine was truly something that was rarely seen. "Uncle Fu, from today on, in front of others, I shall pretend to be an expert who is extremely proficient in utilizing flames. My body's true flame has already reached the white pure flame level. Using flames should be sufficient," said Qin Yu with a smile on his face. Having reached the universe stage, the true flame within Qin Yu's body had turned into white pure flame. This had caused Qin Yu's strength when using his grandest spiritual treasure Refining Flame wristband to be even stronger. The power that the Refining Flame wristband displayed was determined firstly by the degree of its refinement and secondly by the level of one's true flames. Uncle Fu nodded in approval. "Master, you are now capable of covering the entire heaven and earth with black divine flames. Even the white pure flames, I reckon you're capable of creating several tens of meters of white pure flames. Furthermore, you are now capable of emitting a small amount of void flames. Back then, when my old master utilized flames, he too had only reached this level. Che Ho Yuan was a high-level heavenly deity. His body's true flame was also white pure flame. Even though he possessed the refining flame wristband, he was only capable of emitting a small amount of void flames. However, even though it was only a small amount, it was sufficient enough to create artifacts with flames: black divine flame, white pure flame, void flame. The void flame was the true flame of God King level experts. The refining flame wristband that was created through using 9 purple origin flame beads was sufficient enough to allow a heavenly deity level expert to emit a very small amount void flames. Hey, who are you? How come I have never seen you before? Suddenly, a man in the ravine saw Chinyu, who stood above the ravine. He immediately shouted at Chinyu. Chinyu lightly smiled. Like a great ping spreading its wings, Chinyu flew past the sky above the ravine and arrived outside the 4 palaces. With an illusion-like speed, Chinyu was executing numerous hand seals with his hands. A countless amount of black-colored light started to drift above the 4 palaces. In an instant, all the troops of the Black Dragon Pool within the ravine became noisy. Countless deities started gathering here from all directions. Heavenly deity, it's a heavenly deity. My wife, quickly, hide ourselves. We cannot interfere in a battle between heavenly deities. A youth pulled a woman beside him and started fleeing far away. I have never seen this heavenly deity before. He's not a heavenly deity from Mount Cold Gold, nor is he a heavenly deity from the Mount Three Forks. When did our Black Dragon Pool make a new enemy? Said a bald-headed old man in confusion. That person seems to be the heavenly deity from Mount Bewitch You. Said a youth that had gone to Mount Bewitch You with the army, close to 10,000 people last time around. The 3 bandit groups outside of Yuchi City were respectively the Black Dragon Pool, Mount Cold Gold and Mount Three Forks. These 3 powers would frequently battle each other. Amidst the noise, the 3 heavenly deities of the Black Dragon Pool, Xionghe, Meiji and Taoist Lu Su, had all rushed out from their respective palaces. Once they saw that Chinyu was in the sky, Meiji and Taoist Lu Su's expression changed. As for Xionghe, he had instantly exposed anger on his face. Chinyu, you actually dared to run over to our Black Dragon Pool. You truly have balls. Xionghe extended his arm and the enormous spiked club appeared in his hand. Chinyu had also finished arranging his hand seals. Suddenly, a black cover lay over the area, concealing the sky. The cover was enormous. It covered all 4 palaces. Suddenly, an unfathomable amount of black flames started appearing from the black cover. A simple trapping array supplemented by the attack of divine flames. Said Chinyu with a light smile. Xionghe, you people have burned down my Mount Bewitch You. Today, I shall burn down your Black Dragon Pool. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 26. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 26, Divine Sword Scarlet Blood. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. That black cover had covered all 4 palaces and even the area 10 miles surrounding the 4 palaces. On top of the black cover were soaring black divine flames. The countless number of black divine flames were like vipers, as they charged towards the 4 palaces and the people inside the cover. There were about several thousands of people surrounded by the cover. Among those people were the 3 heavenly deities. All these several thousand peoples were enduring the divine flames. Each and every one of them were trying their best to search for a way out of this trapping array. With the strength of these heavenly deities, they were capable of withstanding the divine flames for some time. Meiji, Taoist Lu Su and Xionghe were together. This formation array is completely covered with divine flames. Furthermore, these divine flames possess such an intense color. Meiji frowned. Covering the surface of her body was a layer of jade green colored heavenly divine energy. With the protection of the heavenly divine energy, the divine flames could not do any damage to her. Taoist Lu Su and Xionghe also had their bodies covered in a layer of heavenly divine energy. There are not many heavenly deities in the divine realm that are proficient in using flames to attack. This Chinyu let out this many divine flames using his formation array. Furthermore, looking at how densely black those divine flames are, they are definitely extremely strong. Gasped Taoist Lu Su. Although they might all be black divine flames, there still existed qualitative differences between the might of the flames. Would the true flame of a high-level deity be the same as that of a low-level deity? Even the color black had different shades. They were separated into grayish black, black, and dense black. Lu Su, enough of the useless words, quickly break apart this formation array so that we can get out. Said Xionghe discontentedly. Taoist Lu Su was the #1 expert of formation arrays in the Black Dragon Pool. However, he shook his head and said, "If I want to break this formation array, I would require at least an hour of careful inspection. However, if we merely want to get out of this formation array, then it's actually not too hard. In that case, let us out of it quickly." Xionghe shouted. The deaths of the other several thousands of people of the Black Dragon Pool was not something that Xionghe cared about. To the Black Dragon Pool, the loss of several thousand people was not significant at all. What Xionghe wanted to do the most right now was to get out of this great formation array and then go and kill Qinyu. Okay, in that case I'll get out of the way. Daoist Lu Su's expression suddenly changed. Not only him, even Meiji and Xionghe's expression had changed. They all rushed to dodge. Two half-a-man-sized white pure flame fireballs were flying toward them rapidly. Right after the three of them dodged the two white pure flame fireballs, the two fireballs brushed past them and flew into the countless number of black divine flames several tens of meters behind them. It's white pure flames. Last time on the Mount Bewitch You, that Qinyu also used white pure flames to attack me. This Qinyu is an expert of using flames. Quickly, we need to get out. Xionghe grew anxious. Meiji also looked to Daoist Lu Su anxiously. Big brother Lu, quickly, bring us out of this formation array. That white pure flame is too powerful. Inside the formation array, the black divine flames had covered the entire place. As for the white pure flames, they were only able to be barely noticed when they were several tens of meters away from them. If they were careless for just a second, it would be possible for them to be burned by the white pure flames. Okay, wait a moment. Daoist Lu Su breathed in a mouthful of air. He then executed several tens of hand seals in succession. Suddenly, marks, seals, and symbols appeared on the black cover. Daoist Lu Su carefully inspected those marks, seals and symbols. Meiji and Xionghe didn't dare to urge or disturb Daoist Lu Su. All they could do was to wait anxiously. Okay. Remember to follow behind me. The space surrounding Daoist Lu Su started to distort. The space 10 meters surrounding him became a burst of ripples. Meiji and Xionghe followed behind Daoist Lu Su. The three of them rapidly proceeded onward. After moving for a short time, Daoist Lu Su would throw out a couple divine seals to examine and inspect ahead. Rumble. The palace with the strongest defense, the final palace, the Black Dragon Palace, also started to loudly collapse. Under the burning of the black divine flames, the palace's protective barrier had been completely destroyed. The black pillars and golden steps of the Black Dragon Palace have all turned to ashes as they were burned by the black divine flames. As for Lord Xiong's palace and the other two palaces, they had long since been burned to ashes at the beginning. Inside the black divine flames, there were still over 1,000 people struggling for their lives. As for the low-level deities and mid-level deities, they had been burned to ashes after enduring for a short amount of time. As for the high-level deities, they managed to endure for a longer period of time. Although they were consuming their divine energy rapidly, their bodies were extremely valiant. It was only as time passed that they started to gradually become unable to withstand the flames anymore. After persisting for a long time, a high-level deity that had already exhausted all his divine energy and still continued to persist for a cup of tea's time, was finally unable to withstand the divine flames any longer. Like a burned-up piece of rock, his body started to crack. As his blood started bleeding out from the cracks, the black divine flames rushed into his body. His internal organs instantly turned to ashes. Even his brain was burned to ashes. Second brother Yang. A black-clothed middle-aged man beside him was howling with grief. The black-clothed middle-aged man's dark golden-colored divine energy was continuously resisting the divine flames. However, as the divine flames were continuously burning, even though his strength had reached the peak of high-level deity, his divine energy was still close to being completely exhausted. When undergoing the divine tribulation, one merely had to resist the divine flames for close to a breath's time. Furthermore, the divine flames from that time were not that powerful. However now, the divine flames had burned for half an hour already. Furthermore, the might of these divine flames was much stronger than that of the divine tribulation. Even a high-level deity was unable to resist being burned by the divine flames for so long. Second brother Yang, Lord Xionghe has actually given up on us. That middle-aged man's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He knew that he was about to be unable to resist the divine flames anymore. At the moment before his death, he clearly remembered the days that he had spent with his second brother Yang in the Black Dragon Pool. They killed, robbed, and pillaged treasures from ascenders. Second brother Yang, it had always been us killing others and robbing their things. Never would I have expected that today, we would be burned to death. The middle-aged man sighed. And at this moment, a lump of white pure flames was rapidly shot at him from behind. The middle-aged man did not have enough time to dodge at all. His skull was directly vaporized by the white pure flames. In the Great Formation Array, other than the omnipresent black divine flames, there were also a small number of white pure flames. By the time Taoist Lu Su guided Meiji and Xionghe out from the Great Formation Array, there were less than 100 people alive in the Formation Array. The sounds of miserable shrieks and raging curses persisted continuously. There were those that cursed the heavens, those that cursed the person who set up the Formation Array, and even those that cursed Xionghe. The majority of these people did not know of Qin Yu's name. Thus, they could only curse that scoundrel who had set up the Formation Array. Once Xionghe, Taoist Lu Su and Meiji managed to escape the Great Formation Array and felt the refreshing wind of the ravine, they were unable to help themselves from feeling a burst of relaxation. Xionghe, you son of a bitch! The raging curses were still sounding in the Great Formation Array. Although the number of people who were cursing was decreasing continuously, there were still people cursing. Xionghe turned around and looked to that cover filled with black divine flames. He coldly humped and said, "You do not have the strength to escape. What does your death have to do with me?" Xionghe did not care about those people who were still trapped or had already been burned in the Formation Array. Suddenly, Xionghe turned his head around and looked to the location where Qin Yu was previously at. Meiji and Taoist Lu Su have also looked over there. At this moment, Qin Yu was standing in the sky. His black gown was drifting in the wind. "Xionghe, you'd best listen carefully. Last time, I spared your life in my trapping array. Granted, you are not grateful but actually dared to burn down my Mount Bewitch you. Today, I have came to let you know that since I am able to trap you once, I am capable of trapping you for a second time. Furthermore, as I can trap you, I can also kill you." Qin Yu's gaze was extremely cold. "Qin Yu, humph, you have let me go but you also want me to be grateful of you? Ha ha. You dumb fool. So long as I can catch you, I will definitely kill you." Xionghe loudly laughed. Qin Yu sneered in his heart. The Xionghe actually thought that he was unable to capture him and kill him? Qin Yu then pointed to a formation array of a mile circumference below him. "You have also seen this killing array before. This is the same fire attribute killing array from Mount Bewitch you. This formation array has already been improved by me. If you have the ability, try charging into it again." After he finished saying that, Qin Yu flew into the formation array. When Qin Yu flew into the formation array did not attack him. During the period of time when Xionghe and them were trapped, Qin Yu had plenty of time to set up this killing array. As it was the second time Qin Yu set up this killing array, it was much easier and faster for him to set it up. "If you have the ability, then charge in. I shall wait for you in this killing array," said Qin Yu with a light smile. Xionghe looked at the Great Formation Array before him. His eyes started to narrow. Taoist Lu Su hurriedly said, "Big brother Xionghe, this formation array is a fire attribute great attacking array. Its attack might is definitely much stronger compared to the trapping array from earlier. That formation array ought to be filled with white pure flames." "I know. I experienced it last time myself," Xionghe shouted with a low voice. He still remembered the scene where white pure flames had covered him from all directions. Had it not been for the fact that the Great Formation Array malfunctioned and collapsed on its own, then he might have already lost his life. Having experienced it once and almost losing his life, how would Xionghe dare to enter it again? As for Qin Yu, he just looked at Xionghe from within the Great Formation Array. Qin Yu had already anticipated that this Xionghe would likely not dare to charge into the formation array. The reason why Qin Yu arranged this formation array was merely there to horrify the Black Dragon Pool. "Qin Yu, if you have the skills then come out and fight me." Xionghe held his spiked club with one hand and shouted angrily. At the same time, Xionghe was sending a voice transmission via divine awareness to Taoist Lu Su and Meiji. "Lu Su, Meiji, when that Qin Yu comes out from his Great Formation Array and fights me, the two of you are to seize the opportunity, surround him and kill him with me. 1 against 1. Xionghe had tried it before. With Qin Yu's flying speed and agility, Xionghe was simply unable to catch up to him at all. Even if Qin Yu didn't attack him, it would likely still end up with Xionghe being trapped in Qin Yu's formation array. Thus, he could only attack from all sides with 3 people. "Big brother Xionghe, you can rest assured. We will definitely capture and kill him," said Taoist Lu Su via divine awareness voice transmission. Meiji also voiced her approval. "Big brother Xiong, my poisonous soul hook is no joke." Xionghe's face was filled with confidence. He shouted to Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, what's wrong? You don't dare to come out?" Qin Yu flew out from the formation array with a smile on his face. He extended his hand and a scarlet sword appeared in his hand. A drop of blood appeared in Qin Yu's fingertip. He drifted on that scarlet sword. Qin Yu had obtained 68 heavenly divine artifacts from the Artifacts Palace of the Bewitching God Temple. He had also obtained a series of low-quality heavenly divine artifacts from the Bewitching God Temple's courtyard. Among them, the ones from the Artifacts Palace possessed stronger attack power. Among these 68 heavenly divine artifacts, 4 of them were high-quality heavenly divine artifacts. Among the 4 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, one was a sword. Its name was Scarlet Blood. The heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood was scarlet all around. It was a fire attribute divine sword and possessed the special effect of sharpness. Usually, only high-quality heavenly divine artifacts and a small part of mid-quality heavenly divine artifacts would possess special effects. These special effects also determine the heavenly divine artifact's might. Sharpness was a pretty good special effect. However, the divine spear Waning Snow was much more amazing. It possessed 2 special effects: Body Break and Devouring Soul. Furthermore, Devouring Soul was a special effect that usually only amazing Grandmist spiritual treasures possessed. You have a heavenly divine artifact? Xionghe opened his eyes wide in shock. He looked at the divine sword Scarlet Blood that Qin Yu held in his hand. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. This sword is a heavenly divine artifact. Its name is Scarlet Blood. Xionghe, last time when I fought you I merely did so to experiment my formation arrays. Since you wanted to fight to the death with me, then I shall also use my heavenly divine artifact to give you enough face. Qin Yu didn't dare to mention that heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood was a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. He was afraid that this Xionghe would be scared running. Having a powerful weapon was sufficient enough to allow one to skip levels and fight someone stronger than oneself. Big brother Xiong, be careful. Meiji and Lu Su were both a bit tensed. They were no longer as relaxed as they were earlier. Heavenly divine artifacts, in the Black Dragon Pool, were items that only Lord Black Dragon and Xionghe possessed. Xionghe's heavenly divine artifact was bestowed to him by Lord Black Dragon. As for Meiji and Lu Su, the two of them did not have any heavenly divine artifacts at all. Thus, one could see how precious a heavenly divine artifact was. There was even less of a need to mention how precious a high-quality heavenly divine artifact that possessed might comparable to a third-rated Grandmist spiritual treasure was. Even among the 8 great families, unless one possessed enough strength and status, one would not be able to obtain a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Are you scared? Qin Yu lightly smiled and said. And at this moment, there were several hundreds of thousands of people surrounding them and watching. Over half of the entire Black Dragon Pool's troops had gathered in the surroundings to watch the upcoming battle. Scared? Xionghe sneered. Come at me. Xionghe, who was close to 3 meters tall, was holding the spiked club in his hand while emitting a domineering aura. Qin Yu glanced at Taoist Lu Su. I remember that you're called Taoist Lu Su. Earlier, you led Xionghe and Meiji and escaped the great formation array that I had set up. You ought to be relatively proficient in formation arrays. It is you who have created a formation array and burned down the Mount Bewitchu, right? Precisely, said Taoist Lu Su with a smile on his face. Fuck, enough of this bullshit. Xionghe cursed in rage. Like a lightning, Xionghe streaked across the sky. His spiked club arrived before Qin Yu. Qin Yu effortlessly moved his body and gracefully made an arc in the sky. His movement was extremely graceful and quick, causing the people surrounding and watching them to become unable to help themselves from acclaiming. And at this moment, Qin Yu had already arrived in the airspace above Taoist Lu Su and Meiji. Meiji and Taoist Lu Su glanced at each other. The two of them both said to each other via divine awareness voice transmission. An opportunity. At this moment, Xionghe was roaring in rage. With an boundless amount of power, as if ripping apart the space, Xionghe was rapidly charging toward Qin Yu. His spiked club that was shining with an ice-cold light, ruthlessly came smashing downwards towards Qin Yu's head. At this moment, Taoist Lu Su and Meiji also suddenly soared to the sky. What? The several 100,000 people who stood around and was watching the fight bursted into a clamor. They're actually fighting 3 against 1? Qin Yu discovered this scene with his divine awareness. A smile, however, appeared on his face. His figure started flying backwards rapidly. At the same time, the heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood in his hand streaked across the sky. Like a waterfall, an unfathomable number of sword silhouettes streaked across the spiked club before him. Break! Qin Yu lightly shouted. Xionghe's complexion suddenly turned pale like white paper. That enormous spiked club with a size close to 4 meters had actually been split in half. The roughly half a meter long piece that was cut off actually started falling from the sky. With a bang, it smashed into the ground. The several hundred thousands of people that surrounded the ravine of the Black Dragon Pool, watching the battle, had all grown silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 27. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 27, Poisonous Soul Hook. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The boss of the Black Dragon Pool, Lord Black Dragon, had long since disappeared. Usually, it would be the three heavenly deities that controlled the entire Black Dragon Pool. Among the three heavenly deities, only Xiong-Hei possessed a low-quality heavenly divine artifact. The other two did not possess a heavenly divine artifact at all. Usually, Meiji and Lu Su would even be envious of Xiong-Hei's heavenly divine artifact. In the hearts of everyone in the Black Dragon Pool, heavenly divine artifacts were things that were indestructible. However, today, in front of several hundred thousand people, the indestructible low-quality heavenly divine artifact Spiked Club Mountain Crusher had been cut in half by that scarlet-colored sword. A section close to a meter long had smashed onto the ground. However, it felt as if it had smashed onto Xiong-Hei's heart. How is that possible? Xiong-Hei was completely dumbfounded. His complexion turned deathly pale. Taoist Lu Su and Meiji, who were originally planning to surround Qin Yu, also abruptly stopped in their tracks. The two of them flew to Xiong-Hei. They looked to the scarlet heavenly divine sword that Qin Yu held in his hands. Their gazes were filled with astonishment. They were frightened still. The entire Black Dragon Pool ravine had grown silent for a long period of time. Suddenly, clamor like thunder rolls started sounding. Everyone had grown excited. With blazing hot gazes, they all looked to the scarlet heavenly divine sword that Qin Yu held in his hand. Only an even more powerful heavenly divine artifact would be able to cut apart a heavenly divine artifact. All the deities watching the battle from below were all discussing with one another. These deities only knew that heavenly divine artifacts were the most powerful weapon. With the status that these people possessed, they simply did not have the qualifications to know of the existence of grandest spiritual treasures. Thus, they had determined that the scarlet heavenly divine sword that Qin Yu held in his hand was a stronger heavenly divine artifact than the Spiked Club Mountain Crusher. The gale whistled through the ravine. Qin Yu's long hair was gracefully drifting in the wind. In his hand held the heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood. He looked at the three people before him. "Are you afraid?" said Qin Yu with a smile on his face. The gazes that Taoist Lu Su and Meiji looked to Qin Yu, and the heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood that he held, contained both shock and fear. As for Xiong-Hei, he was shivering as he continued to look at the spiked club that he held in his hand that was missing a section. The badly damaged spiked club's might had already been decreased greatly. However, if one were to just compare its might, then it was still a bit stronger than a high-quality divine artifact. "If you all aren't going to attack, then I'll take the initiative." Qin Yu held the heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood with one hand. Suddenly, a layer of white flames started to burn on the surface of the heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood. As a fire attribute heavenly divine artifact, it was capable of using flames to attack. Upon seeing the white pure flames, Meiji and them were once again shaken. The hundreds of thousands of people watching below had once again held their breaths. This was a battle that was worthy enough for them to flaunt to others about in the future. Even though they were merely watching from the sidelines. "Meiji, Lu Su, let's risk it all, with all our strength." "Meiji, all we can do now is to see whether that move of yours would be successful. If it isn't, then we can only violate the orders given by Lord Black Dragon," said Xiong-Hei via divine awareness voice transmission. Taoist Lu Su and Meiji both nodded. Unless it was the final moment, they did not wish to bother Lord Black Dragon. That was because in order for them to get into contact with Lord Black Dragon, they must do so at a designated time. If they were to go and suddenly disturb him, the fury that Lord Black Dragon would display was not something that they could bear. Meiji and Lu Su's figure suddenly moved. Like the wings of a butterfly, with an extremely natural appearance, the two of them drifted to the two sides. Taoist Lu Su and Meiji's bodies were immediately covered with jade-green-colored radiance. Yaha! A violent roar. All Xiong-Hei's muscles had bulged up violently. The TSS sound continued to echo. Those muscles that swelled to 2 or 3 times their original size were reddened with blood. Furthermore, Xiong-Hei's bones had also started to echo eerie sounds. Slowly, his body started to lengthen, his muscles started to expand. Xiong-Hei was also howling in a low voice. The corners of his eyes started to rip apart. The veins on his face appeared like blue snakes swimming about his face. They were completely bulged up. "Seems like they're giving their all." Qin Yu gazed at his surroundings and displayed an excited expression. It had been a long time since he fought others. Stopping in the airspace left to him was Taoist Lu Su. Taoist Lu Su held a green willow branch-like item in his hand. His eyes had turned dark green. It was extremely peculiar. Stopping in the airspace right of him was Meiji. At this moment, a dark black-colored battle armor had appeared on Meiji's body. Her eyes had turned ice-cold. She no longer displayed even the slightest amount of the seductive appearance that she had before. Holding the badly damaged spiked club with two hands, Xianghei's biceps were so bulged that even the veins and arteries were clearly visible. Who? A loud shout. Xianghei turned into a blur. In a snap of a finger's time, he had moved 100 meters and arrived before Qinyu. The damaged spiked club came smashing downwards at Qinyu. And at the same moment, Meiji and Taoist Lu Su's attacks had also arrived at Qinyu. Taoist Lu Su instantly threw out 10 soft green willow branches. He was trying to bind Qinyu. As for Meiji, she held an extremely ordinary high-quality divine sword and slashed towards Qinyu. That Taoist Lu Su's attack technique is so strange. Qinyu's figure twisted strangely. He moved a distance of around 20 centimeters and avoided the incoming spiked club. At the same time, he moved scarlet blood in his hand. The scarlet sword silhouette soared into the air. Like a phantom, it was trying to come down and split Xianghei's body in two. Xianghei's eyes instantly widened to a circle. He violently altered the trajectory of his spiked club and changed it from smashing to defending. At the same time, he desperately flew backwards. Even though he spat out blood and risked his life in changing the trajectory of the spiked club, even though he risked his life changing the direction of his path to flying backwards, the heavily divine sword Scarlet Blood still managed to sever a meter-long section off from the spiked club and then continued to hack into Xianghei's body. Fortunately for Xianghei, he managed to block the incoming attack with his spiked club initially. Thus, he managed to survive the sword attack. However, a large cut had appeared on Xianghei's abdomen area. His intestines were gurgling out from his body. Jade-green-colored heavenly divine energy instantly started to circulate through Xianghei's body. Without regard to how much heavenly divine energy he was consuming, Xianghei managed to recover from his injuries in a short period of time. Qinyu sighed in his heart. Had it not been for Taoist Lu Su and Meiji attacking him from the two sides, he would have already killed Xianghei. Qinyu HD dodged numerous times already. However, he was shocked to find out that this Taoist Lu Su's movement technique was actually not inferior to his own at all. A soft green willow branch had covered Qinyu's arm. At this moment, Qinyu was unable to move his arm at all. What is this thing? Qinyu looked at this green willow branch with a shocked expression. The attacks from this Taoist Lu Su were too strange. Furthermore, this willow branch was extremely tough and strong. At the same time, the other 9 willow branches also suddenly came flying toward Qinyu's head. It seemed as if they were trying to cover his head. On top of that, Meiji's attack had also arrived. Both Meiji and Taoist Lu Su displayed excitement in their eyes. Even Xianghei, who had retreated back to recover his injuries, displayed an expression of seeing the hope of victory. You're trying to kill me with just this? Qinyu sighed in his heart and displayed a slight smile on his face. Who? White flames suddenly burst forth from Qinyu's body. That green willow branch that had originally wrapped around Qinyu's arm was instantly burned to ashes. Even the green willow branch was no match against the white pure flames. The other 9 green willow branches that were flying toward Qinyu's head also started retreating. You won't even dare to attack even if I let you attack me. Qinyu glanced at Taoist Lu Su. At the same time, he had completely ignored Meiji's attack. Instead, he started to rapidly chase after Taoist Lu Su. First kill Taoist Lu Su. Meiji was chasing after Qinyu, Qinyu was chasing after Taoist Lu Su, and Taoist Lu Su was fleeing. How was he able to use such a flame? The white pure flames are the true flames of heavenly deities. How is it possible for him to create so many of them at once? Taoist Lu Su was unable to understand how such a thing was possible. Qinyu was laughing in his heart. Taoist Lu Su, how would you possibly know that the 2 weapons that I am using right now, the stronger one is the refining flame wristband? Although the heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood appeared to be powerful, it was still only comparable to a third-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure. The refining flame wristband, on the other hand, was a second-rated Grand Mist spiritual treasure. When going against white pure flames, even heavenly deity-level experts could not take them on. Qinyu saw how fast Taoist Lu Su was fleeing from him and then looked behind to see Meiji, who was chasing after him. He was unable to refrain himself from laughing coldly. At once, without any warning, Qinyu suddenly stopped and hacked his sword down towards Meiji behind him. His sword's silhouette was like a screen ripping through the sky. Like a tofu, that high-quality divine sword that Meiji had was cut in half. Meiji's eyes were overwhelmed with shock. In the crisis of life and death, Meiji violently twisted her head. The sword's silhouette slashed Meiji's body into two. Fortunately, at the final moment, she twisted her head. This allowed her head to remain whole. Meiji's head rapidly fled. She then started to radiate a large amount of jade green-colored heavenly divine energy. She once again recovered her physical body. Meiji's complexion was extremely pale. To create a physical body required her to consume a lot of her energy. The several hundred thousands of Black Dragon Pool's troops below were all staring at the battle above in awe. Their three heavenly deities were actually being ravaged to such a miserable state by a single person. Xianghei's heavenly divine artifact was chopped into three and his stomach had also been sliced open. Meiji's entire body was cut in two. She had technically lost her life once. Even Taoist Lu Su, who appeared to be in the best state among the three, was only able to flee after being chased by Qinyu. Weak. The three of them were absolutely weak compared to Qinyu. No wonder senior craftsman god was so revered in the divine realm. A single high-quality heavenly divine artifact is powerful enough to allow me, a high-level deity that has yet to even reach the heavenly deity stage, to easily defeat three low-level heavenly deities. Qinyu came to better sense the revered status that expert craftsmen possessed. Actually, it was not the same as what Qinyu believed it to be. The reason why Qinyu was able to defeat these three was mostly due to the assistance of his meteoric tear that allowed his spatial comprehension to be at the same level as these three low-level heavenly deities. Had he not possessed the assistance of the meteoric tear, then even if he possessed a high-quality heavenly divine artifact, it would still be impossible for him to defeat a low-level heavenly deity. After all, a high-level deity couldn't even fly. Qinyu was shocked to discover that Taoist Lu Su, Meiji and Xianghei were actually not discouraged in the slightest. They were still radiating fighting spirit from their bodies. Could it be that they still possess some sort of hidden trump card that they have yet to use? Qinyu started to be on guard. Had the other three heavenly deities not had a trump card, it was likely that they'd have already fled for their lives by now. Xianghei, Taoist Lu Su and Meiji all coldly stared at Qinyu. Who? Xianghei roared loudly. His loud roar acted like an order and all three of them immediately proceeded to surround Qinyu at the same time. At this moment, the three of them were all displaying ice-cold gazes in their eyes. Courting death. Qinyu decided to not care that much anymore. He proceeded to rapidly charge forward. Qinyu's rapidly charged toward Xianghei. This had caused Taoist Lu Su and Meiji to be a bit slower. Die. Qinyu attacked at once. At the same time, Qinyu's body started to burn with white flames. With white pure flames covering his entire body, Qinyu completely ignored the attacks from Taoist Lu Su and Meiji. He proceeded to directly deal with Xianghei. However, right at this moment, PFFF. An extremely tiny and sharp hook rapidly pierced into Qinyu's body. That extremely tiny sharp hook then escaped with a lightning speed. However, Qinyu had started to suddenly shiver. He was unable to slash down the sword in his hand anymore. Like a block of wood, Qinyu started falling down from the sky. With a bang, he landed on the ground. Silence. The several 100,000 people of the Black Dragon Pool that were watching the battle all grew silent. At the same time, they were all astonished. How did Qinyu, who originally possessed the upper hand, lose like so? Haha! Xianghei's loud laughter resounded through the sky. Ha, Qinyu, aren't you still going to die under my hands? Xianghei flew down towards the ground and descended beside Qinyu. Taoist Lu Su and the extremely pale Meiji also descended. Little sister Meiji, I must thank you for your troubles this time around. Xianghei said gratefully. The extremely pale Meiji shook her head. Enough of the useless chatter. Earlier, my poisonous soul hook was merely burned by the white pure flames for an instant, yet it has already become 50% smaller. The loss that I had this time, I would require at least several million years of training to recover. The poisonous soul hook was Meiji's innate weapon. Meiji's true form was that of a pink real scorpion of the Scorpion clan. The poisonous soul hook was poisonous. The attack from the poisonous soul hook did not attack anything other than the soul. When one's soul was attacked, one would become extremely muddle-headed for a period of time. The might of the poisonous soul hook was related to the strength of the pink real scorpion. The stronger the pink real scorpion, the stronger the poisonous soul hook. Roar. Lord Xianghei. Lady Meiji. Lord Xianghei. Lord Lu Su. All kinds of cheering noises were rising up and down unceasingly. The entire ravine of the Black Dragon Pool had turned into an ocean of celebrations. The several hundred thousands of people of the Black Dragon Pool were all cheering for Xionghe, Meiji and Taoist Lu Su. Xionghe, Meiji and Taoist Lu Su were also filled with smiles. They were extremely excited. Xionghe loudly laughed and said, "Haha, I shall kill this Qinyu for the time being." Xionghe brandished his badly damaged spiked club that was now only 2 meters long and smashed it toward the skull of Qinyu, who was currently lying on the ground. Bang! Xionghe looked to the ground. Qinyu's body had unexpectedly moved half a meter. Xionghe's spiked club merely smashed the ground. And at this moment, Qinyu had already opened his eyes. He turned to Xionghe and said with a slight smile on his face, "Xionghe, one cannot be overly arrogant." Qinyu's divine awareness voice transmission sounded in Xionghe's mind. And at the same time, hundreds and thousands of scarlet sword silhouettes appeared and slashed through Xionghe's body. At such a close range and with so many sword silhouettes. In merely an instant, Xionghe had been cut into mincemeat. His soul had also been cut into pieces. As for his true spirit, after a slight jolt from Qinyu's sword silhouettes, it too had shattered. At the same moment when Qinyu launched his sword strike, moving like a lightning-fast sword, Qinyu streaked across the air and arrived beside Taoist Lu Su. Whoosh, a sword silhouette soared to the sky. Taoist Lu Su rapidly retreated backwards. However, even though he was fleeing, his body was still chopped in half from his shoulder area. Taoist Lu Su's head started fleeing far away. Fortunately, he managed to react in time. Otherwise, his life would have already been lost. As for Meiji, who was the furthest away from Qinyu, her reaction speed was the fastest. She had also started fleeing far away. When Meiji flew beside the Black Dragon Pool, she started to rapidly fall downward and landed on the side of the Black Dragon Pool. When one saw the scene, they might think that Meiji was seriously injured. However, Meiji was currently sending her divine awareness through the Black Dragon Pool to send a voice transmission. "Lord Black Dragon, Xionghe has died in battle. At this moment, Lu Su and I might also perish. Please come save us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 15, Chapter 28. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 28, A Surprising Discovery. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Qinyu stood in the middle of the ravine with his hands behind his back. As for Meiji, she had fallen beside the Black Dragon Pool. Even Taoist Lu Su, who was greatly injured, flew over to Meiji and laid onto the ground beside her after consuming a large amount of heavenly divine energy to restore his physical body. Silence, oppression. The several hundred thousands of people who had gathered around the ravine, watching the battle, all held their breaths. Not a single one of them dared to gasp at all. The situation had turned once again. Earlier it was Xionghe and them who were about to kill Qinyu. However, Qinyu, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly rose back up and, before many of the deities could respond, had already killed Xionghe and greatly injured Taoist Lu Su. Everything happened so fast, like an electric spark. "Meiji, earlier when I had fallen to the ground, I have heard that you mentioned a thing called poisonous soul hook to Xionghe? Is that little hook that you attacked me with the poisonous soul hook?" Qinyu lightly smiled as he walked over to a distance about 10 meters from Meiji. Meiji continued to lay on the ground. She merely nodded her head. At the same time, she asked in confusion, "You were inflicted by my poisonous soul hook, how is it possible for you to recover so fast?" Meiji was extremely certain about the attack power of her poisonous soul hook. Meiji does not possess any powerful attack herself. Only her poisonous soul hook was relatively peculiar and special. Had her enemy been prepared against her poisonous soul hook, then Meiji would be an extremely weak person. Recover so fast? Qinyu smiled. What does she meant by recovering so fast? Qinyu was very certain that the poisonous soul hook had merely jolted his golden soul pellet. Before it affected him, his meteoric tear had already started to radiate green brilliance that cancelled out the attack. Earlier when he fell to the ground, he had merely done so on purpose. Qinyu suddenly saw that Meiji and Taoist Lu Su's expressions had turned strange. Thus, he had a strange feeling and was unable to refrain from smiling. "Meiji, Lu Su, what's with your expressions?" Meiji and Lu Su glanced at each other. The two of them lightly smiled. Qinyu felt a throbbing of his heart. His gaze instantly turned to the lake behind Meiji and Lu Su. The Black Dragon Pool. Qinyu knew very well that it was this enormous lake of over 100 miles long circumference that was called the Black Dragon Pool. The surface of the Black Dragon Pool had been extremely tranquil the entire time and was radiating an intimidating sensation. However, at this moment, that surface that was tranquil like a mirror had actually started to fluctuate and tremble. At the same time, a burst of demonic and strange aura had started to burst forth from within it. Shinyu's first response was to fly backwards. Shinyu instantly flew back 10 miles and arrived outside of the great formation array that he had set up earlier. This fire attribute killing array, once the formation array activates, it would give birth to an unlimited number of white pure flames. Shinyu had determined that if the situation were to turn bad, he'd immediately run into the great formation array. Although the white pure flames were threatening to others, they did not possess any menace toward Shinyu. What's inside the black dragon pool? Shinyu was able to clearly sense that something dreadful was there. Could it be the boss of the black dragon pool? The legendary black dragon who was said to be missing already? Lord Black Dragon had not shown himself in a countless number of years. Buzz, the black dragon pool was vibrating. The center of the lake started to boil. It started to boil more and more. Suddenly, a figure stood on top of the boiling lake water and ascended up through the lake. This figure was about 1.70 meters tall. With streamlined muscles and dark-colored skin, this man appeared to be extremely slender. His head full of short scarlet hairs were spiking toward the sky like steel needles. His pair of scarlet eyebrows appeared like sharp swords. Underneath that pair of scarlet eyebrows was a pair of gloomy and baleful-looking pair of eyes. Lord Black Dragon. Taoist Lu Su and Meiji both kneeled onto the ground with one leg and said respectfully with their heads lowered. The several hundred thousands of people who were surrounding and watching the battle instantly grew silent. However, after a short moment, all of them also got down on one knee and said in unison with extremely respectful tones, "Lord Black Dragon." The voices of several hundred thousands of people soared straight through the skies. This Lord Black Dragon was only about 1.70 meters tall. His appearance was like that of a youngster. However, his pair of gloomy and baleful eyes were enough to convince others that this person was definitely no youth. Shinyu was carefully inspecting this Lord Black Dragon. That battle armor that he wears appears to be pretty distinguishing. Shinyu displayed a smile on his face. Divine armors were items that could change in accordance to one's will. This Lord Black Dragon's battle armor had only protected the majority of the vital parts of his body. As for his thigh, arm and such, they were completely exposed. His dark and beautiful muscles were completely revealed. Furthermore, that scarlet red hair and scarlet sword brows were also relatively rare. With merely a glance from this Lord Black Dragon, Shinyu felt a burst of oppression. His soul's level is much higher than mine. Shinyu was extremely certain. This Lord Black Dragon was at the very least a mid-level heavenly deity. Are you the one who killed my subordinate Xianghei? Are you the Shinyu who is proficient in formation arrays? Black Dragon looked at Shinyu. His voice gave off an exotic metallic sensation. Once Shinyu heard those words, he realized that this Black Dragon had already obtained information regarding him. That's right. Shinyu looked to Black Dragon directly. With his long hair drifting in the wind, a rare smile appeared on his grave and stern face. Are you that legendary Black Dragon who has been missing for many years? I am Black Dragon. Black Dragon's expression was very grave. Shinyu, you have two paths before you, a path to survival and a path to death. The path to survival is, to serve me. I shall forgive you for killing Xianghei. The path to death, if you refuse to serve me, then you shall die. Live or die, your choice. Black Dragon's scarlet red sword brows was raised. He was giving off an extremely unyielding domineering aura. Shinyu glanced at Meiji and Lu Su. He then raised his head and looked to Black Dragon. Black Dragon, my life and death is not something that others can decide. Not even God Kings can decide my fate, much less you, a mere bandit boss. Shinyu pointed to the Black Dragon with his index finger. His voice was extremely indifferent and his gaze penetrating. He had completely ignored the oppression given forth by Black Dragon's aura. The corners of Black Dragon's mouth slightly raised. Then, you shall die. Black Dragon extended one of his hand. A black stick about 2 meters long appeared on his hand. Holding the stick, Black Dragon charged toward Shinyu. Although his charging speed was not extremely fast, it gave birth to several tens of blurs. Man? This movement technique? Shinyu was shocked upon seeing Black Dragon's movement technique. Each and every step that Black Dragon took gave off an extremely uncomfortable sensation. They appeared completely unnatural. However, it also gave off the sensation of a bowstring being braced. It was as if he could display his strongest strike at any moment. What sort of movement technique is this? No, his aura is increasing. Qin was shocked to discover that in the 10-mile distance that Black Dragon was running toward him, his aura had been increasing non-stop. He did not use his soul's power to increase his aura. Instead, he had done so through his movement technique. Using the rhythm of his pace, he had created an increase in his aura. Black Dragon firmly fixed his two gloomy eyes on Qin. From the beginning till now, his baleful eyes appeared exactly the same. It was as if fighting Qin was unworthy of him to use all his strength on. How could I continue to allow him to store up aura? His soul's level is higher than mine to begin with, if he continues to get more oppressive. Qin felt a burst of pressure in his heart. It was as if his heart were flustered. Before him, Black Dragon was like an eminent and unapproachable mountain. Furthermore, this enormous mountain was increasing in height unceasingly. Retreat! At the moment when Black Dragon was about to reach Qin took a step and directly entered into the great formation array beside him. This was a step that Qin had already prepared. It created an entrance and allowed him in. Black Dragon glanced at the great formation array that Qin had just entered. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged into the killing array. Seeing Black Dragon entering the great formation array, Qin displayed a smile on his face. Although you are very powerful, I would like to see how you're going to be able to resist omnipresent white pure flames. As Qin's true flame had increased to that of the white pure flames, this had allowed this formation array to be more powerful than last time. Furthermore, he had managed to improve this formation array compared to last time around. Right after Black Dragon entered into the killing array, the entire killing array started to emit white pure flames. A magnitude amount of white pure flames started to rush forth toward Black Dragon. The grave and stern youngster Black Dragon held his black stick in one hand and continued to look at the white pure flames with indifference. White pure flames? Qin, you truly are an expert in formation arrays. Black Dragon's scarlet-red sword brows slightly raised. He continued to stand there without the slightest regard for the white pure flames. As Qin was waiting in anticipation, a scene that shocked him occurred. By the time when the white pure flames approached about a foot away from the surface of Black Dragon's body, the white pure flames were unexpectedly unable to go any further. This sort of scenario was truly too strange. It was so unnatural and strange that Qin could not believe what was occurring. Qin and Black Dragon were inside the killing array. At this moment, the people outside of the killing array were completely oblivious as to what was happening. What's happening inside? Said Daoist Lu Su with a frown. Mei Ji also shook her head and said, I cannot see clearly at all. Countless white pure flames have covered the entire great formation array, who knows what's occurring inside? However, I believe that Lord Black Dragon will definitely win. I also believe that Lord Black Dragon will win. However, very rarely would we ever obtain a chance to see Lord Black Dragon fight. Yet this time around, we cannot even see his fight. It is truly regrettable. Sighed Daoist Lu Su. Not only them, the several hundred thousands of people that were watching the battle from afar all sighed too. Countless white pure flames had flooded the entire Great Formation Array. It was like the Great Formation Array was flooded with a thick fog. No one was able to see what was occurring inside. Qin, you don't even know about this? Black Dragon's gaze had a trace of disdain. It would appear that you do not know anything at all about how heavenly deities fight. I truly do not know how you managed to kill Xionghe. After he finished saying that, Black Dragon rushed toward Qin with a lightning speed. Qin was shocked to find out that white pure flames were unable to harm Black Dragon in the slightest. However, Qin calmed his mind in an instant. Holding his divine sword Scarlet Blood in one hand, without moving at all, Qin looked to the incoming Black Dragon. Black Dragon's charge brought forth a penetrating sensation. Huff! The black stick in Black Dragon's hand suddenly shot out. As if it had passed through space, it instantly arrived before Qin. The black stick whirled as it thrusted forward like a viper. Qin also thrust out the divine sword Scarlet Blood that he held in his hand. This sword strike of his contained the profound comprehensions behind the heaven-startling single stick strike. Qin believed that regardless of what kind of weapon it was, he could use the same sort of Dao for them. The spatial energy surrounding the heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood started to spin and distort. The tip of the heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood now possessed the power to pierce through everything that tried to block its path. A clear and sharp collision sound was heard. The long tip of the long stick against the pointed tip of the divine sword. Qin and Black Dragon both flew backwards. Man? Qin was shocked to discover that the high-quality heavenly divine artifact divine sword Scarlet Blood that contained the special effect of sharpness actually did not cause the slightest amount of damage to the stick when colliding with it head-on. Your divine sword is a high-quality heavenly divine artifact? Black Dragon's eyes that had been gloomy the entire time suddenly turned blazing. He firmly stared at the divine sword Scarlet Blood that Xinyu held in his hand. Why do you think that is the case? Xinyu felt that the situation had turned bad. That cold and indifferent black dragon actually started laughing. That's because in the short amount of time that I have came in contact with you, I have already determined that your strength is only at the low-level heavenly deity level. For a low-level heavenly deity to be able to match me with his heavenly divine artifact, as my weapon is a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact, thus yours would definitely not be a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact but instead is the even stronger high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Only then did Xinyu understood that the black stick that Black Dragon held was actually a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. Xinyu, do not bother resisting anymore. Your strength is truly too weak. Black Dragon had a smile on his face. It might be because he saw the high-quality heavenly divine artifact that Xinyu held in his hand that caused him to be in an extremely cheerful mood. Xinyu coldly humped. You don't believe that? If I want to kill you, it's an extremely easy task. Black Dragon slightly smiled. Immediately. With Black Dragon as the center, the white pure flames in a circumference 50 meters or so away from him had all been pushed away. There was not a single bit of white pure flame within this area. As Xinyu was only about 10 meters away from Black Dragon, he was naturally also within this area. How come I can't move anymore? Xinyu felt as if his body were stuck, he was unable to move at all. Black Dragon have a smiling expression on his eyes. A high-quality heavenly divine artifact is sufficient enough for me to match against ordinary high-level heavenly deities. Never had I anticipated that I would obtain a high-quality heavenly divine artifact today. Black Dragon, what exactly did you do? Shouted Xinyu with a frown on his face. Black Dragon was slightly astonished. He then smiled and said, Xinyu, I have said that you do not understand the way heavenly deities battles. In a battle among heavenly deities, the most important aspect is one's comprehension toward the space. I, a mid-level heavenly deity, have enough comprehension of the space to allow me to utilize the spatial domain. Within the range of my spatial domain, I am able to inhibit the movement of my opponents. Furthermore, I can also completely discard everything else within the spatial domain, for example, your white pure flames. Xinyu instantly understood everything. Low-level heavenly deities possess enough comprehension of the spatial laws to allow them to counteract the gravity of the ground and fly. As for mid-level heavenly deities, they possess enough comprehension of the spatial laws to form spatial domains. As for high-level heavenly deities, they are able to destroy a small region of space. A low-level heavenly deity simply does not even have the ability to resist when facing a mid-level heavenly deity. The same goes for a mid-level heavenly deity when faced against a high-level heavenly deity. Said Black Dragon with a light smile. Are you confused as to why I said earlier that if I possessed a high-quality heavenly artifact, I would be able to fight against a high-level heavenly deity? Xinyu was carefully listening. He indeed wanted to know. Unfortunately for you, I do not wish to tell you. Now, I shall bestow you death. Black Dragon's figure instantly arrived before Xinyu. With a horizontal stick strike, it came crushing at Xinyu's head. Xinyu's eyes shined. Xinyu's physical body had appeared in the universal world that Xinyu had created. Xinyu was only able to control a portion of the spatial energy of the universal world because of the fact that the universal world was still growing. Xinyu controlled the spatial energy of the universal world and passed through to the universal world. He then connected the universal world at the location where he was previously standing in the divine realm. After the connection between the universal world and the divine realm was set, the residual forces of the spatial energy spread roughly 100 meters. Huff! Xinyu had once again returned to where he was at before. At this moment, Black Dragon was still searching for Xinyu all over. Seeing that Xinyu had suddenly appeared, he was unable to refrain his shock. How did you disappear? Could it be that you know teleportation? No, impossible. Regardless of how calm Black Dragon was, he was still unable to understand what had happened. Teleportation? Xinyu was slightly startled. He had merely entered into his universal world and then returned back to the divine realm. However, upon hearing teleportation, Xinyu suddenly thought of something. I would like to point out that I have translated Heilong as Black Dragon because I do not know if that's his title or his actual name. But Heilong also means Black Dragon. So yeah, it might be that Black Dragon pool was actually Heilong's pool. If anyone wanna blame anyone, blame IET. He loves creating names that uses moves or such that the characters refers to that makes it completely impossible to translate. For example, Xionghe could mean bear black. Xionghe acts like a bear and is filled with black hair all over. Hence, black bear or bear black. Meiji's name means charming woman because well, she's a seductive woman. Taoist Lu Su's surname Lu is the same word as willow. And guess what, he uses willow branches to attack. If I am mistaken with Black Dragon and it should be his name, Heilong, and not a title, then please excuse me. If you guys have read the manhwa Fengxinji, then yes, this Heilong is the exact same name as that one. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 29. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 29, 1, Another. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. The reason why Chinyu returned from his universal world to the divine realm was originally because his spatial energy from his universal world not only could allow him to depart from the divine realm, it also connected the divine realm from the location that he left and would allow him to spread his spatial energy from his universal world to around 100 meters around the location where he had connected. According to what Chinyu knew, as long as the spatial energy from his universal world spread to those areas, he would be capable of instantly arriving at those areas. He was able to instantly return from his universal space to his original location. Likewise, he was also able to instantly move from the universal space to any location in the 100-meter area that his universal space's spatial energy has spread to. If I were to instantly enter into the universal world and then instantly return back to the divine realm, then the location where the spatial energy of the universal world has spread to would become regions where I could instantly reach. Doesn't that mean that I would be able to teleport within a 100-meter region? Chinyu bursted forth in an ecstasy. Teleportation, it was a remarkable ability that only God Kings possessed in the divine realm. Because of the fact that the spatial restrictions of the divine realm were too great, one could only accomplish teleportation after completely controlling the spatial laws. However, Chinyu, as the creator of the universal world, was able to use the spatial energy of the universal world to accomplish short-distance teleportation. No, there's no need for me to go through the troubles of returning to the universal world. I merely need to connect the spatial energy from the universal world and connect it over here to the divine realm and spread it around my body. Like that, I would be able to teleport a distance around 100 meters around my body. A method to use the spatial energy had instantly emerged in Chinyu's mind. Not only this, the usage of the universal world's spatial energy is more than merely this. I can also use this spatial energy to restrict others. It is just like the spatial domain. Chinyu's eyes were shining brightly. Furthermore, the universal world is still growing. It is still at its infancy stage right now. Yet, it was able to spread out to a distance of 100 meters. Likely, after it matures, the range in which its spatial energy could spread would become greater and greater. With the small amount of spatial energy that can be connected to the divine realm right now, I reckon that the binding ability would not be very efficient. Chinyu was pondering with a lightning-fast speed. This was the divine realm. The universal world was a completely different independent world. The spatial energy from two completely different worlds. The spatial energy of the universal world, their effects in the divine realm would certainly be greatly weakened and inferior to when being used in the universal world. However, even though it would be greatly weakened, Chinyu was still extremely satisfied with it. Using the spatial energy from the universal space to bind others, even if it cannot match the spatial domain of mid-level heavenly deities, it would still likely not be much weaker. Chinyu thought in his heart. In merely a couple breaths worth of time, Chinyu had already thought of a large amount of things. Similarly, the methods which Chinyu could use to fight with others has increased tremendously. Chinyu, speak. What sort of method did you use earlier that allowed you to instantly dodge my sure killing strike? Black Dragon's eyes, which were originally brimming with bale and gloom, have turned blazing hot as he firmly stared at Chinyu. Chinyu was able to instantly disappear. Even if it wasn't teleportation, it would likely not differ much from teleportation. Such a remarkable ability, if he was able to learn it, then it would be enough for him to fight against a high-level heavenly deity. Why were the high-level heavenly deities powerful? They were powerful precisely because they are able to destroy a small region of space. As long as one was capable of instantly disappearing, the ability that high-level heavenly deities possessed, their ability to destroy a small region of space would naturally become useless. Black Dragon's heart had started to shiver. He truly wanted to obtain Chinyu's remarkable ability. What sort of method? This is a secret of my sect that we are not allowed to tell others. Chinyu said. At this moment, Chinyu had already set his determination. Regardless of what, an ability like teleportation is something that cannot be leaked unless during the moment of life and death. Chinyu knew very well how abnormal the ability to teleport that only God Kings possessed was. With such an ability, once his divine spear Waning Snow finished absorbing the dark and yellow energy, he would be able to even fight against a high-level heavenly deity. Such an abnormal ability, he most definitely cannot allow others to know of it unless he possessed sufficient strength. Secret not allowed to tell others? In that case, Jinyu, what if I were to become a disciple of your sect, would that work? Black Dragon's eyes were shining as he looked to Jinyu. In order to obtain this remarkable ability to appear to be teleportation, Black Dragon did not care for anything else. This remarkable ability was even more important than a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Become a disciple of my sect? Jinyu shook his head. My master had only accepted I as the sole disciple. Furthermore, did you think that you'll be able to become a disciple of my sect just because you wanted to become one? Black Dragon was violently woken up. That's right, this Jinyu possesses a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. To be able to bestow upon one's disciple a high-quality heavenly divine artifact, how would such a person be an ordinary person? Furthermore, a low-level heavenly deity is capable of using an remarkable ability similar to that of teleportation. This Jinyu's master is at the very least a God King level expert. In the entire divine realm, countless people want to become a disciple to a God King. It is indeed not something where I could become a disciple just because I want to. Black Dragon's scarlet red sword brows have frowned into a line. He was pondering unceasingly. In that case, Jinyu, I want to become your disciple, said Black Dragon as he clenched his teeth. Jinyu was much weaker than Black Dragon. Had it been before, he would refuse to become Jinyu's disciple even if he was to be killed. However, the move Jinyu had displayed earlier was truly too abnormal. It was also too attractive to Black Dragon. Jinyu was unable to refrain his astonishment. Become my disciple? Jinyu shook his head and smiled. Black Dragon, this remarkable ability is called So Close Yet Worlds Apart. It is a secret technique that is passed on to only the successive generations of disciples of my sect, the Universe Sect. Furthermore, if I want to impart this technique to you, I must obtain the consent from my master. Jinyu had instantly created a story. So close yet worlds apart? Black Dragon's eyes shined. Jinyu nodded. That's right. So close yet worlds apart was a technique that my master had researched numerous years to create. It was created specially for heavenly deity-level experts to use. Although it is inferior to teleportation, but the difference between them is not great. That's right, it's not great. Black Dragon felt as if ants were crawling on his heart. He truly wanted to learn this remarkable ability called So Close Yet Worlds Apart. The stubborn pursuit for strength that Black Dragon had was not something that Jinyu could understand. Black Dragon was an ascender from the Devil Murder Realm. The Devil Murder Realm was different from the Immortal, Devil, and Demon Realm. The Devil Murder Realm was a world of incessant massacres. Each and every infant that was born to that realm would, for either themselves or their relatives, pursue the path of killing incessantly. Each and every big shot of the Devil Murder Realm were all valiant individuals proficient in killing and fighting. When Black Dragon came out from the Black Dragon Pool, the movement technique that he utilized when he rushed toward Jinyu was precisely a movement technique that he comprehended in the Divine Realm. In all these years that Black Dragon has been in the Divine Realm, he aimed to become a strong person the entire time. The people of the Devil Murder Realm were practically all sinister, fierce, and cruel. Being refused by Jinyu, Black Dragon's scarlet brows had frowned to a line. As if natural, a sinister and cruel plan had emerged in his mind. If I were to continue to endure like so, who knows when I would become someone who could call upon the wind and summon the rain in the Divine Realm. However, once I obtain this So Close Yet Worlds Apart ability, then I would be able to kill even the high-level heavenly deities. To be instantly appear beside a high-level heavenly deity and launch a surprise attack, The only reason why high-level heavenly deities were more powerful than mid-level heavenly deities was due to their comprehension of the spatial laws. Their attack power, on the other hand, was not much different. Kill Jinyu and then utilize the Seize God technique to obtain his soul's memory would allow me to naturally learn this So Close Yet Worlds Apart ability. At the same time, I'll be able to obtain that high-level heavenly divine artifact. To take risks. The greater the benefit, the more willing some people would be to take risks. Even if the risk was a life-threatening danger. Once he killed Jinyu, learned the So Close Yet Worlds Apart ability and obtained the Divine Sword Scarlet Blood, he would become second to only God Kings. Humph, so what if his master is a God King? Even a God King cannot constantly use their divine awareness to search the Divine Realm. In the Divine Realm, there exists no way for one to send a transmission to another. Even if I kill Jinyu, Jinyu would also be unable to message his master about it. The probability that I would be discovered by his master is extremely low. Yet, if I were to succeed, Black Dragon's heart started to become even more and more determined. This So Close Yet Worlds Apart ability and the heavenly divine sword Scarlet Blood was truly too seductive. Rather than becoming a mere bandit boss in the divine realm, Black Dragon would rather capture the opportunity that would allow him to move about unhindered in the divine realm. At that time, if I were to submit myself to a power like the Mount Blood Demon or the Azura Sea, then with my strength after I learned the so close yet worlds apart ability, those God Kings there would definitely protect me. Even if Chinyu's master were to find out about it in the future, what could they possibly do to me? After a careful consideration, Black Dragon decided on the most significant decision that he had ever since he had ascended to the divine realm. Killing a God King level expert's disciple. If he were to succeed, he would become a person second to only God Kings. If he were to fail, then his soul would be scattered. Good, I shall do it. By the time Black Dragon had determined what to do, when he looked to his surroundings, Shinyu had already disappeared. At the moment when he was pondering, Shinyu had already escaped. Earlier, because Black Dragon wanted to request Shinyu, he had pulled back his spatial domain to cover only the surroundings of his body. Seizing that opportunity, Shinyu hid himself into the ocean of white pure flames. In this great formation array, other than Black Dragon's surroundings, the other places were all filled with a large amount of white pure flames. This had caused the visibility to be extremely low. Hiding himself in this ocean of white pure flames, Black Dragon was unable to discover where Shinyu was at all. In this great divine formation array, even one's divine awareness cannot determine what is what. What was Shinyu doing? Within this ocean of white pure flames, Shinyu's figure was teleporting non-stop with a lightning-like speed. He would instantly disappear here and reappear there. As the master of this great formation array, Shinyu naturally knew where Black Dragon was. Thus, he would definitely not teleport next to Black Dragon. It is indeed as I have anticipated. The spatial energy from the universal space can allow me to teleport perfectly. Furthermore, it can create a spatial domain. Merely, the binding ability of this spatial domain ought to be inferior to that of a mid-level heavenly deities. Shinyu sighed in his heart. The spatial energy from the universal space, when in the divine realm, would suffer rejection from the spatial energy of the divine realm. Otherwise, it would not have only spread a mere 100-meter area. Why did this Black Dragon exit the great formation array? Shinyu started to ponder. This was a killing array and not an illusion array or trapping array. Thus, it was extremely easy for Black Dragon to leave the formation array if he wanted to. Shinyu, do you dare to fight me head-on? Black Dragon's voice sounded. And at this moment, at the brink of the 100-mile circumference Black Dragon pool, 5 blurs flew up from the bottom of the lake with a lightning speed. These 5 blurs started to surround the great formation array from the sides. If one's power was strong, then one would be able to clearly see that all 5 of these blurs possessed short scarlet hair, scarlet brows, and have the appearance of a youth. That's right, each and every one of them were Black Dragon. All 5 of these Black Dragons held a black stick in their hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 30. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 30, Tanjo. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Translation Nations. The 5 Black Dragons were all mid-level heavenly deity level. The black sticks that the 5 of them held were all mid-level heavenly divine artifacts. These 5 Black Dragons were extremely fast. Before Shinyu even came out from the formation array, they already surrounded the formation array. 6 Lord Black Dragons. Everyone who saw this scene were dumbstruck. 1 Lord Black Dragon had appeared before and then 5 more Lord Black Dragons appeared for a total of 6. Furthermore, their appearance and their weapons were exactly the same. Meiji and Taoist Lu Su who stood afar had their expression chang. They glanced at each other. Meiji, Lord Black Dragon actually possessed 6 clones? No, that's not it. Lord Black Dragon had set up his strongest 6 directions extermination array. Then, wouldn't there be still? Taoist Lu Su stared at the ground where the 6 Black Dragons stood at. Meiji's expression had also turned solemn. That Shinyu actually managed to force Lord Black Dragon to go all out and use the 6 directions extermination array. In the entire region of the Yuchi city, other than the master of the Yuchi city, that high-level heavenly deity Lord Yuchi Gonlan, there are no one else that possessed the strength to make Lord Black Dragon go all out. 6 directions extermination array. It was Black Dragon's strongest move. This great formation array of his could not be considered as being extremely profound. However, in Black Dragon's hands, he was able to bring about an astonishing amount of power. That was because this formation array allowed Black Dragon to turn into 9 people. All 9 of these Black Dragons were all clones. As long as a single clone survived, Black Dragon would not die. Black Dragon, his true form was that of a 9-headed Black Dragon. In the devil murder realm, he had once brought about an endless amount of carnage. As a variation demon beast, the nine-headed black dragon have managed to refine 9 different clones that could exist by themselves. Furthermore, each and every one of the clone possessed the strength of a mid-level heavenly deity. The 6 black dragons have surrounded the ground. Below the ground were 3 tunnels. These 3 tunnels just happened to be connected to the black dragon pool. 3 black dragons stood at the end of each tunnel. These 3 tunnels were created in the short period of time by those 3 black dragons. On the surface were 6 black dragons. Below the surface were 3 black dragons. At the location where these 9 black dragons were, they formed a perfect 6 directions extermination array. Each and every one of them possessed a spatial domain of several tens of meters. With the 9 of them together, their spatial domain was able to cover a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. The 6 black dragons above the ground were separated quite far from each other. Just like so, Shinyu stepped out from the range of his killing array. Once he got out from the Great Formation array, Shinyu merely saw a single black dragon before him. "Black dragon, you wanted to fight me head-on?" said Shinyu. However, right after he said those words, he seemed to have sensed something and proceeded to look to his right. What he saw was that there was actually another person far to his right. Scarlet hair, scarlet brows, with an appearance of a grim youngster and holding a black stick in his hand. Another black dragon? Shinyu turned his head back to look before him. He then violently turned his head to look behind him, to his front left, to his back left. This lightning-fast inspection of his surroundings have brought Shinyu cold sweat. Another and yet another black dragon. A total of 6 black dragons. Furthermore, all 6 of these black dragons possessed a black stick. Even their aura was exactly the same. 6 mid-level heavenly deities and even 6 mid-quality heavenly divine artifacts? Shinyu was completely confused. What exactly was happening? How could there be so many of the same heavenly divine artifacts? Was this an illusion? Shinyu was unable to think anymore. That was because at this moment, all 6 black dragons have attacked him at the same time. Shinyu! With a large shout. The 6 black dragons all moved out at the same time. Each and every one of them created several tens of afterimages as they moved. In an instantly, several hundred afterimages appeared. And at the same moment. Spatial domain? Shinyu discovered that he was unable to move anymore. That can't be. I am over 100 meters away from each and every one of them. How could the spatial domain have such a large range? Shinyu still didn't know that with the 9 black dragons joining hands, their spatial domain possessed a range of 1,000 meters. At this moment I am not in my formation array. Furthermore, there are several hundred thousands of people watching from the sidelines. If I were to use my teleportation, I would definitely be discovered by them. If this information were to be spread, no, I definitely cannot allow the information of teleportation to be spread out. Shinyu absolutely do not want to expose his remarkable ability of teleportation. That was because Shinyu knew exactly what sort of outcome would happen if it was to spread. Against a fatal blow, even if he cannot block it, Shinyu had determined to at the very most hide himself into his universal world and then come back after some time. He most definitely cannot teleport. If he were to suddenly disappear, others might suspect that he possessed a spatial divine artifact. Although spatial divine artifacts were extremely precious in the divine realm, but it was less shocking than having a heavenly deity that could teleport. Shinyu, you are going to die. The 9 black dragons were all extremely excited. At this moment, Shinyu did not discover at all that there were 3 more black dragons located underneath the ground and was about to attack too. Suddenly, a sharp and clear voice sounded. "Tanjiro, stop." A yellow-clothed figure drifted over through the air. It was precisely Huang Jing. Huang Jing slightly extended her right hand and did a grabbing motion toward the sky, and then a close to 10-meter space within the 6 directions extermination array had been shattered. A black space crack appeared before Shinyu. The space have been shattered. As if they have been frozen, the 6 black dragons were all motionless. They looked to the yellow-clothed woman that easily drifted over in the air. Who is this woman? She's actually able to destroy the space. When did the Yuchi city have a female high-level heavenly deity? Black Dragon understood very well that this woman was already being very lenient toward him. Had she wanted to, she could destroy one of his clones. As long as she attacked him 9 times, all 9 of his clones would be done for. Regardless of how unwilling he was, Black Dragon stopped his attack. "Tanjiro, there is no need for you to bother hiding your other 3 clones underneath the ground anymore," said Huang Jing with a smile on her face. At this moment, Black Dragon could only try his best to squeeze out a smile. His 3 great clones underneath the ground came out not far from where Shinyu stood. Upon seeing these 3 black dragons, Xinyu started to sweat cold sweat from his back. At this moment, one of the black dragons shouted a command to Taoist Lu Su. Lu Su, order everyone to withdraw themselves. No one is to come in here and bother us. Yes, Lord Black Dragon. Taoist Lu Su said hurriedly. The several hundred thousands of people, under Taoist Lu Su and Meiji's orders, immediately dispersed. Beside that great formation array that Xinyu had set up, only 9 black dragons, Huang Jing and Xinyu remained. Xinyu, we meet once again, said Huang Jing with a smile to Xinyu. Xinyu expressed his thanks. Miss Huang Jing, thank you for saving my life. That's right, why did you call this black dragon as Tanjio? Huang Jing looked to Black Dragon. Tanjio, you should tell him yourself. The 9 black dragons actually assembled together. After that, the 9 of them fused into one. This new black dragon that was formed held 9 black sticks in his hand. These 9 black sticks became a lot shorter. Each and every one of them were merely a foot long. With a movement of Black Dragon's hand, these 9 sticks have turned into a 9-sectioned whip. My true form is that of a 9-headed black dragon. Thus, I call myself Lord Black Dragon. During my birth, my parents named me Tanjio. At this moment, the 9-headed black dragon Tanjio does not have the slightest aura of arrogance. TL, Black Dragon Tanjio used this humble person / myself / this one to refer to himself. Basically, lowering his status when talking. When faced with a high-level heavenly deity, he did not dare to act arrogantly at all. So that was the case. 9-headed black dragon, Xinyu could guess that it was likely that the parents of this Tanjio named him as Jio because he had 9 heads. TL, Jio 9. 9-headed black dragon Tanjio looked to Huang Jing. May I know who lady might be? I am surnamed Huang, said Huang Jing indifferently. Lady Huang. The 9-section whip that the 9-headed black dragon Tanjio held in his hand instantly turned into a single stick with a movement of his hand. May I know how Lady Huang managed to know my name? In the divine realm, there are not many people that knew of my true name. Huang Jing smiled and said. It is the army commander of the Yuchi city, Lu Yushi, who told me your name. Lu Yushi? Tanjio's expression changed. Huang Jing lightly smiled and said. I only came to know after having a long chat with Lu Yushi, that you, Tanjio, the bandit boss, actually ascended from the devil murder realm together with Lu Yushi. Furthermore, the 2 of you reached the mid-level heavenly deity level at the same time. And now, one of you was a bandit boss whereas the other is the commander of the Yuchi city's army. This matter is truly strange. Xinyu was unable to refrain himself from looking to Tanjio. He was able to sense that Tanjio possessed some sort of special relationship with that army commander Lu Yushi. Lady Huang, may I know what Lu Yushi had talked to Lady Huang about that caused Lady Huang to personally come here? Tanjio's expression turned slightly unnatural. He was currently cursing in his heart. Lu Yushi, you bastard. If you have the ability, then come and fight me yourself. Why the fuck did you ask a high-level heavenly deity to come? Huang Jing lightly smiled and said. Regarding what he had said, I believe Tanjio you are able to imagine. Why did you hid yourself in the Black Dragon pool for all these years? That was what he told me about. Tanjio's eyes jumped. His scarlet sword brows have frowned into a line. His eyes were filled with bale. Lady Huang Jing, are you truly going to fight over it? Said Tanjio slowly. Xinyu managed to figure out as he continued to hear from the side. It appeared that this Tanjio had hid himself in the Black Dragon pool all these years for a certain something. Furthermore, it appeared that only Tanjio and that Lu Yushu knew about it. Huang Jing smiled indifferently. Tanjio, although that thing might be extremely important to you and Lu Yushi and also possesses some appeal to me, but the 2 of you have spent an immeasurable amount of time due to it. Thus, I would also not seize it from the 2 of you. Naturally, I would not get involved with it. Between you and Lu Yushi, as to who among the 2 of you would be able to obtain it, it'll have to be depending on your respective abilities. 9-headed black dragon Tanjio immediately relaxed. At the same time, he started to ponder about the background of this yellow-clothed woman. Even if she was a high-level heavenly deity, there are not many high-level heavenly deities that would not care about that treasure. Furthermore, Lu Yushu even told this secret to this woman. That bastard Lu Yushi, how could he tell this woman of our secret? Could it be that he wanted to curry favor from this woman? Tanjio looked to Huang Jing. Since the time back in the devil murder realm, Tanjio competed with Lu Yushu the entire time. And even now, after countless years, the 2 of them were still equally matched. Thus, Tanjio naturally knew of Lu Yushu's temperament. The reason why I came here today was actually to come and see this friend of mine. Huang Jing looked to Qinyu. Qinyu was unable to refrain his shock. Miss Huang Jing, you. I have obtained information stating that a heavenly deity appeared on Mount Bewitch You. The time when that heavenly deity appeared was close to the time when the two of us separated. Afterwards, I heard that this heavenly deity came massacring all the way to the Black Dragon Pool. I suspected it to be you, and sure enough, it was you," said Huang Jing with a smile on her face. "Qinyu, you ought to have just reached the heavenly deity level, right? By any chance do you have the interest to train at the Mount Dazzling Gold? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 15, Chapter 31. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 31, The 8 Great Family Surnames. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Philip. Train at Mount Dazzling Gold? Qinyu knew that at the eastern section of the Divine Realm, the center of the power was Mount Dazzling Gold, a mountain that floats in the air. The utmost East Sage Emperor and close to 10,000 heavenly deities were all gathered at that location. When chopping wood, it's better to hone one's blade first. It is better for me to wholeheartedly train in my array path. It won't be too late for me to proceed to Mount Dazzling Gold after I achieve some accomplishment in the array path, thought Qinyu in his heart. When researching the array path, Qinyu's soul's level would also slowly increase. According to the experience left behind by the craftsman god Cheho Yuan, once one reached the level 8 formation array stage, one's soul would be at the peak of high-level heavenly deity. Qinyu looked at the yellow-clothed woman before him. Distracted, he seemed to have seen the long-haired Lear. Ah! Qinyu was suddenly woken up. That's right. This Huang Jing is the large squadron captain of the cultivators of Mount Dazzling Gold. She is also a high-level heavenly deity. She ought to be someone of status among the utmost East Sage Emperor's camp. She most definitely knows of the surnames of the 8 great families of the Divine Realm. It might even be possible for her to know about Lear. Uncle Fu was merely the housekeeper of the bewitching god temple and a puppet created by the craftsman god Cheho Yuan. It was natural for him to not know about a lot of the secrets. However, this Huang Jing was someone who held a high position within Mount Dazzling Gold, the power headquarters of the utmost East Sage Emperor. "Qinyu, what are you still thinking about?" said Huang Jing with a smile. "In this enormous divine realm, the 8 great sage emperors each possess a region. And now, you have also reached the heavenly deity level. If you were to continue to trying your best in a small place like Yuchi City, it would be unlikely for you to achieve great accomplishments. In Yuchi City, a mere low-level heavenly deity would be considered as someone extremely extraordinary. However, within Mount Dazzling Gold, everyone is at least a low-level heavenly deity." Huang Jing stared at Qinyu. "I believe that you ought to be someone who wouldn't be content with staying merely at the territory of this Yuchi City, right?" Hearing what Huang Jing said, Qinyu's heart had also moved. When he first came to the Divine Realm, his strength was indeed relatively weak. However now, his stellar transformation technique has reached the universe stage. He had split apart the heaven and earth and created a new world. As he now possessed his universal world, Qinyu could even accomplish teleportation using the spatial energy from the universal world. On top of that, he possessed the divine spear Waning Snow that was currently absorbing the dark and yellow energy. His attack power was extremely astonishing. Indeed. The current Yuchi City really does not possess any challenge to me. Those that I could consider as people worthy of challenging are countable with a single hand. Qinyu sighed in his heart. Ordinary low-level heavenly deities were simply no match for him at all. Even if his opponent were a mid-level heavenly deity, he would still be capable of fighting them. If he were to risk his all and use teleportation, then it would truly be extremely hard for a mid-level heavenly deity to kill Qinyu in close combat. Only at this moment did the 9-headed black dragon Tanjio manage to determine that the yellow-clothed woman before him was actually from Mount Dazzling Gold. Tanjio became even more cautious of this Huang Jing. At this moment, he also advised. "Qinyu, Lady Huang Jing personally invited you. You should accept it." This, well, Qinyu was about to accept but suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Huang Jing looked to Qinyu with a confused expression. Qinyu frowned. He remembered something bad. This Huang Jing had thought that I had reached the low-level heavenly deity level. However, I am actually only at the high-level deity level. I am only able to fly because of the assistance from my meteoric tear. The energy that I can use now is only the divine energy. Huang Jing is currently thinking that I have yet to transform my energy because I have just reached the low-level heavenly deity level. However, if I were to go to the Mount Dazzling Gold and continue to use divine energy after a long time, I reckon I would bring about the suspicion of a large number of people. Furthermore, the Mount Dazzling Gold is the territory of the utmost East Sage Emperor. That utmost East Sage Emperor is unfathomably strong. If he were to grow suspicious of me, it'd be very troublesome. Shinyu instantly thought of this issue. The energy that he had at his disposal right now was divine energy. How could he conceal this from the people of Mount Dazzling Gold? Exactly how long would it take for one to reach the low-level heavenly deity from the peak of high-level deity? Shinyu was filled with helpless anxiety. This mountain pass of reaching the heavenly deity stage from the peak of the deity level was a mountain pass that had trapped hundreds of billions of people of the divine realm. If it takes too long for Shinyu to reach a breakthrough, then he would definitely be suspected in Mount Dazzling Gold, as he'd be using his divine energy for a long time. Miss Huang Jing, I too have been longing to go to Mount Dazzling Gold. However, the current me is still too weak. I have yet to even completely transform my divine energy into heavenly divine energy. I think it will not be too late for me to go to the Mount Dazzling Gold after my strength increases a bit," said Shinyu. Huang Jing nodded. It seemed as if she was a bit disappointed. However, she still smiled and said, "Okay. In that case, when you want to come to Mount Dazzling Gold, you merely have to come over and then inform them of my name." "Thank you, Miss Huang Jing," Shinyu said gratefully. Although this was what Shinyu said, he currently had a matter in his heart that had been vexing him. The 8 great families of the divine realm, what exactly were their surnames? Which family was Zhongli from? Shinyu wanted to ask Huang Jing. Shinyu glanced Black Dragon, the lean youngster beside him, and then said to Huang Jing via divine awareness voice transmission. "Miss Huang Jing, I have a matter that I wish to ask you. Merely, I think it might be rude for me to ask you about it." The 8 great families of the divine realm with the most power in history, their surnames had been a secret the entire time. Even if Huang Jing knew about it, would she tell an ordinary nobody like himself? Seeing that Shinyu had sent a divine awareness voice transmission to her, Huang Jing was slightly surprised. She too realized that what Shinyu wanted to ask her might be some sort of secret. "Lady Huang Jing, the two of you can chat first. I still have some things to chat with Shinyu about later." Black Dragon Tanjio saw Shinyu and Huang Jing's expressions and managed to guess that Shinyu and her likely had some sort of secret matter to talk about. At once, he proceeded to walk away to a distance several miles from them. A burst of ripple appeared in the space surrounding Huang Jing. The space surrounding Huang Jing had instantly fell under her control. "Shinyu, go ahead and speak your mind. Inside this domain, others absolutely cannot hear what we are talking about," said Huang Jing with a slight smile. "I truly wish to know what exactly it is that you want to ask me." Shinyu took a breath of air and then stared at Huang Jing. Huang Jing also felt that the atmosphere had turned. She no longer had a smile on her face. "Miss Huang Jing, I merely wanted to ask about the 8 most ancient great families, that is to say, the 8 great families which the 8 great sage emperors are from. I wish to know what their surnames are. And whether there is one that is surnamed Zhen? And if there is, which great family is that?" Shinyu said all that in a single breath. By the time he finished, he felt that his hands were slightly shivering. Standing there, he felt as if even his muscles were shaking. Nervous. Shinyu was truly nervous. He continued to watch Huang Jing and was awaiting for her respond. Huang Jing's expression had slightly changed. She looked at Shinyu. Her pair of long, shapely eyebrows started to knit together. Confused, she said, "You want to know about the surnames of the 8 great families? Why are you asking this?" Shinyu's face turned slightly red. He felt as if he was an ant on top of a saucepan lid. "Miss Huang Jing, I merely wanted to know. This matter is extremely important to me. Is it possible for you to tell me? Can you tell me exactly which one of the 8 great families have the surname Zhen?" Shinyu said hurriedly. At the same time, his speech had turned faster and faster. Even Huang Jing could sense Shinyu's urgency. "I'm sorry for being too anxious. Miss Huang Jing, if this matter is too important and you cannot tell me about it, then I won't force you to tell me. If you are able to tell me about it, then I wish that you please do. I ask of you, please tell me. Please?" Shinyu looked to Huang Jing with anticipation. Huang Jing remained silent for a couple breaths of time. She then slightly smiled. "Okay then, I will tell you about this. Merely, I wish that you do not tell others about this. The surnames of the 8 great families are not things that can be spoken and spread as one wishes." "Thank you. I will definitely not tell others. I would definitely not," Shinyu said repeatedly. Xinyu naturally knew that the surnames of the 8 great families were things that he couldn't spread as he wishes. For Huang Jing to be willing to tell him about them, he was extremely grateful to her. The most ancient 8 great families of the Divine Realm were created as the Divine Realm was created. The surnames of these 8 great families are a secret that only the upper echelons of the Divine Realm know of. As for the Jiang surname that you spoke of, it is indeed one among the 8 great families. As Huang Jing said to this point, Xinyu lightly smiled. Xinyu's deep and serene eyes were currently dazzling like the stars in the sky. Sure enough, sure enough. Xinyu felt as if his heart was overhanging. He was in a state of extreme nervousness. Huang Jing continued. The 8 great families of the Divine Realm are respectively surnamed Huangfu, Tang, Mu, Jian, Duanmu, Sentu, Putai, and Zhou. The utmost East Sage Emperor's clan is the Huangfu clan. And thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind. The Divine Realm's eastern region was the territory of the Huangfu clan. He then immediately cast this knowledge all the way into the depths of his mind. Qin Yu continued to stare at Huang Jing. He was waiting to find out exactly which of the 8 great families the Jiang clan was. The 8 great sacred lands of the Divine Realm, to the utmost north is the Floating Snow City, to the utmost south is the Lightland City, to the utmost east is Mount Dazzling Gold, to the utmost west is Mount Blazing Flame, to the northwest is the Thunder Punishment City, to the northeast is the Forest Ocean City, to the southeast is the Subterranean City, and to the southwest is the Jade Ripple Lake. Huang Jing said all that with a single breath. She then smiled and looked to Qin Yu. Seeing that Huang Jing had yet to tell him which one was the Jiang clan, Qin Yu grew impatient and said, "Miss Huang Jing." Huang Jing smiled. "I know that you're getting anxious. This Jiang clan is the clan of the Divine Realm's utmost North Sage Emperor. Almost all of the Jiang clansmen reside in the Floating Snow City. Qin Yu, are you satisfied now?" Floating Snow City, Floating Snow City. Qin Yu's mind instantly became filled up with the words Floating Snow City. All the blood in his body appeared to be boiling. At this moment, Qin Yu had lost his ability to think. Seeing that Qin Yu's skin had turned red and was displaying a blank expression, Huang Jing couldn't help herself from being surprised. Qin Yu's body shivered. He then woke back up to reality. He immediately looked to Huang Jing and said impatiently, "Miss Huang Jing, I would like to ask if you know about a girl. Her name is Zhang Li." "Zhang Li, eh? You also know of little sister Zhang Li?" Huang Jing was surprised. "You'd best not tell me that you're also planning to chase after little sister Zhang Li, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 15, Chapter 32. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 32, Threat. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Philip. Upon hearing Huang Jing's question, Qin Yu instantly woke back up to reality. Currently, Qin Yu still couldn't allow others to know about the relationship between him and Lear. His current strength was too weak. Qin Yu immediately asked instead, "Chase after Zhang Li? Miss Huang Jing, why would you say such a thing? Could it be that there are a lot of people chasing after Zhang Li?" "Oh?" Huang Jing looked to Qin Yu with suspicion. Qin Yu, however, had a lingering fear in his heart. Earlier when Huang Jing asked him that question, had he not woken back up to reality, then perhaps he would have said what he shouldn't have. "Miss Huang Jing, what are you thinking?" said Qin Yu with a smile on his face. In merely a short moment, Qin Yu's frame of mind had grown completely undisturbed. Huang Jing glanced at Qin Yu a couple times. She then said, "There are naturally a lot of people chasing after little sister Zhang Li. This involves a great secret. For the time being, I believe it's best for you to not know about this matter." "Involved a great secret? What sort of secret is this mysterious?" said Qin Yu with a smile on his face. Huang Jing shook her head and didn't say anything. Actually, this secret couldn't be considered to be a great secret. After all the upper echelons of the Divine Realm knew about this secret. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been that many heavenly deities chasing after Zhang Li. However, Huang Jing didn't want to tell Qin Yu about this secret. "Actually, little sister Zhang Li is also quite pitiful," said Huang Jing with a sigh. Qin Yu's heart shivered. What's wrong with Lear? Why is she pitiful? However, Qin Yu was still feigning a curious expression. Zhang Li is pitiful? How is she pitiful? Huang Jing shook her head and said with a sigh. Zhang Li is from the utmost north region's Zhang clan. Thus, her status could also be considered as being very high. Logically, she should be able to live her life carefreely and without worries. After all, things like forced marriage are extremely seldom nowadays. Likewise, there are rarely any people from the divine realm that would like someone to a frantic level. However, ever since that heaven-startling battle, little sister Jianli's situation has turned for the worse. The number of people chasing after her is immense. Furthermore, many of the people among them possess extremely high status. For there to be that many people chasing after her, does it illustrate her charm? It would have been fine had that been the case. The most lamentable thing was, this large group of people that wants little sister Jiangli, not a single one of them likes her for who she is. Huang Jing sighed. A group of people that doesn't like her yet chases after her. This was truly lamentable. Qin Yu felt a burst of fury rising from the bottom of his heart. He tried his best to maintain his tranquil expression. Miss Huang Jing, why are those people chasing after Jiangli if they do not like her? It's all because they want to have the opportunity to become a god king. Humph, each and every one of those people wants to become a new god king. Little sister Jiangli is truly pitiful. If she were to marry any one of them, fortunately she has the protection of Senior Jianglan. Otherwise, little sister Jiangli would have already been forced to marry someone. Huang Jing sighed. Qin Yu's heart shivered. Forced to marry someone? Those 4 words have caused Qin Yu's heart to tighten. Although he knew that this had yet to happen, just thinking about it caused Qin Yu to feel that his heart was tightening. Qin Yu didn't know what to do if Lear were to truly become someone's wife. Uncle Lon, Lear. Qin Yu's clenched down on his teeth tightly. At this moment, his resolution seemed to be carving his soul. Lear, bear for it a bit longer. Once I have enough strength, I will definitely walk into the floating snow city straightforwardly and out in the open. At this moment, Qin Yu needed to suffer patiently but firmly resolve himself and continue to put in effort into his training. He shall wait till the future when he achieves accomplishments before emerging and showing his magnificence. Miss Huang Jing, Qin Yu, cannot thank you enough for the things you have told me today. Qin Yu bowed to once again express his gratitude. Huang Jing immediately smiled so hard that her eyes squinted. It's nothing much. In the future, once you've come to the Mount Dazzling Gold, these things would be things that you'd naturally come to know. Huang Jing turned around and looked at the 9-headed black dragon Tanjio who stood far away. This Tanjio says that he has something that he wants to chat with you about. You can go ahead and chat with him now, said Huang Jing with a smile on her face. At the same time, she removed the spatial domain in the surroundings. With short scarlet hair like steel needles sticking out, with a pair of gloomy and baleful eyes underneath a pair of scarlet sword brows, with the appearance of a slender youngster was the 9-headed black dragon Tanjio. With a cold expression, he stood on the open land. The mountain wind of the ravine was past him. Although they crashed at his body, Tanjio's appearance did not change in the slightest. This Qin Yu, I hope that he won't make our conflict a life and death crisis. Tanjio had a matter that bothered him in his heart. Qin Yu's identity. From Tanjio's point of view, Qin Yu possessed a high-level heavenly divine artifact, knew of the so close yet worlds apart remarkable ability and even mentioned that he possessed a master. Today, Tanjio tried to kill Qin Yu. However, at the final moment, his plan was destroyed by Huang Jing. And now, Tanjio had begun to worry about what might happen if Qin Yu were to tell this matter of him trying to kill Qin Yu to his mysterious master behind him and have his master come and kill him. If such a thing were to happen, what could Tanjio possibly do? Tanjio knew that Qin Yu had most definitely sensed the killing intent that he had in the 6 Directions extermination array. Tanjio believed that Qin Yu would definitely retaliate against him. Since Qin Yu would come for retaliation, he must extinguish the thought of revenge before it occurs. Kill Qin Yu. A scene of Huang Jing effortlessly breaking his strongest offensive formation array appeared in Tanjio's mind. He immediately gave up the idea of killing Qin Yu. With Huang Jing here, it was impossible for him to kill Qin Yu. There's only a single way out, Tanjio thought in his heart. Tanjio, don't you have something to talk about with Qin Yu? Suddenly a voice sounded from the side. Tanjio was slightly startled. He proceeded to look to the side. Huang Jing, who was still far away from him earlier, was actually beside him right now. Tanjio immediately slightly bowed and said, Lady Huang Jing. The matter that which I plan to chat with him about is extremely short. Please wait a moment. After he finished saying that, Tanjio turned into a blur and arrived beside Qin Yu after a short moment. Tanjio, go ahead and tell me what you wanted to say. Qin Yu looked to the 9-headed black dragon Tanjio with a slight smile on his face. Qin Yu was also pretty curious of this Tanjio. A 9-headed black dragon actually took the appearance of a youngster after taking a human form. Space ripple spread out from the space surrounding the 9-headed black dragon Tanjio. It covered an area 100 meters surrounding him. Spatial domain. Shinyu did not try to escape the spatial domain at all. That was because Shinyu believed that as Tanjiro had experienced his teleportation ability, he would definitely not do something stupid. Shinyu, I merely wanted to apologize to you. Tanjiro smiled as he bowed slightly. Apologize? Shinyu looked at Tanjiro with a confused expression on his face. Did this Tanjiro have some sort of mental issue? Could he be trying to apologize for trying to kill me earlier? Could such a matter be settled with merely an apology? The three subordinates of mine, you've killed Xiong and seriously injured the other two. You've also destroyed a low-level heavenly divine artifact. I, as the boss of the Black Dragon Pool, have no choice but to handle you. If I were to let you go, how then would I be able to rule over my subordinates? Tanjiro raised his pair of scarlet brows and then continued. If I can kill you yet don't kill you, then all my subordinates would refuse to obey me. Later on, when I used the 6 Directions Extermination Array to attack you, it was easily broken apart by Lady Huang Jing. Through that, the close to 1,000,000 deities of my Black Dragon Pool also understand that it is not that I do not wish to avenge my subordinate but rather that I do not have the ability to avenge him. Thus, they also cannot blame me for it. Tanjiro looked to Shinyu. Shinyu, I believe you understand the intention behind my words. Shinyu sneered in his heart. Aren't you merely trying to make me think that the reason why you, Tanjiro, wanted to kill me was because you were forced into the situation and that you do not have the intention to kill me from the bottom of your heart? Tanjiro, I can understand your difficulties. As a boss, what you have done is completely understandable, said Shinyu with an extremely understanding tone. Shinyu, for you to be able to understand my reasoning, I feel that my heart is a lot more relaxed. Tanjiro started laughing. Merely, he was still suspicious from the bottom of his heart. He did not believe that Shinyu would let him off so easily. Shinyu continued. Tanjiro, if there isn't anything, I'll be taking my leave first. Shinyu, I am not someone who can keep my mouth quiet. Earlier, when I learnt that you possessed the so close yet worlds apart remarkable ability, I was unable to keep my mouth quiet and told about this information to my trusted aide. Tanjiro said continuously. I am truly sorry about that. However, Shinyu, you can rest assured. This trusted aide of mine possesses a much tighter mouth than mine. As long as I am around, he would definitely not spread this information out. Of course I believe in Brother Tanjiro, said Shinyu with a light smile. However, Shinyu was actually cursing in rage in his heart. Humph, isn't this Tanjiro threatening me saying that if I were to kill him, then his trusted aide would spread the information about my so close yet worlds apart remarkable ability out? Tanjiro said with gasp of admiration to Shinyu. However, Shinyu, that so close yet worlds apart ability of yours is truly extraordinary. If all of the heavenly deities of the divine realm were to find out about it, then who knows how many of those ambitious heavenly deities would brave death to try to take the ability from you. There are very many heavenly deities in the divine realm that dare to take risks for their goals. Shinyu grew even more enraged in his heart. Tanjiro's intention was extremely clear. If he were to die, then the information regarding the so close yet worlds apart ability would be spread out. This would in turn lead to a large number of ambitious heavenly deities to come for Shinyu. Although they might be willing to take risks, since it's a risk, they should definitely be prepared for the possibility of death. Killing me is not that easy of a task, said Shinyu with a light smile. That's right, this is also what I was thinking too, Tanjiro said with a nod. Suddenly. Ha, Black Dragon, I've heard that even your Black Dragon Palace was burned down by someone. A loud and brash roar was heard. Like the rumbling thunders, this loud roar resonated through the heaven and earth. A super-muscular bearded robust man with height even more terrifying than Xiong was flying downward from the sky above the ravine. Big brother, it's not merely a single Black Dragon Palace, even the other 3 palaces were burned to nothingness. Another robust bearded man with a similar size to the first one was also flying down from the sky above the ravine. I've heard that it's a heavenly deity that was proficient in using formation arrays that did all this. Ha, I truly want to meet him, Another robust man flew down from the sky above the ravine. These 3 robust men with muscles like stone carvings, with bodies larger than even Xiong with auras 10 times more domineering than Xiong appeared to be almost exactly the same. What overbearing auras! Shinyu looked to the 3 men. These 3 robust men, I reckon they're all mid-level heavenly deities. There was a strange matter regarding these 3 robust men, all 3 of them possessed purple eyes. Upon seeing these 3 people, 9-headed Black Dragon Tanjiro frowned. At the same time, he instantly created 3 clones from his body. All 3 of these black dragons that were created held a black stick in their hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 33. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 33, The Three Bandit Bosses. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Philip. Upon seeing Tanjio's reaction, Shinyu opened his eyes wide. Were these three boars Tanjio's enemies? The three purple-eyed robust men descended on the ground one after another. The purple-eyed robust man, who appeared to be the leader, looked at the original location of the Black Dragon Palace and the other three palaces. He then started laughing loudly. It would appear that all the rumors were true. The four palaces were burned to nothingness. Aya, Black Dragon, you've truly been humiliated greatly this time around. There's a formation array here? Could it be a formation array created by that heavenly deity proficient in setting up formation arrays? Standing at the most rear, a purple-eyed robust man proceeded to walk toward the great formation array that Shinyu had created with a face filled with excitement. That great formation array was the killing array that Shinyu had set up. It would attack others with white pure flames. Third brother, be careful, shouted the leading purple-eyed robust man. No problem. As he said that, the third brother directly walked into the formation array. Once he entered the formation array, the entire killing array started to activate. White pure flames instantly flooded the entire killing array. Aya, it's white pure flames. This great formation array is truly crazy. Let's go, let's go. Even if I were to use spatial domain to stop the white pure flames, it'd still be very tiring to do that for a long time. As his voice was still resounding, that third brother had rushed out from the great formation array. Blocking the white pure flames with spatial domain would be tiring after a long time? Shinyu shot a glance of suspicion at the nine-headed black dragon Tanjio beside him. Not long ago, when this Tanjio was in his killing array, Shinyu had thought that one could easily keep the white pure flames away with spatial domain. However now, it appeared that it was not that easy to do. After thinking about it, the white pure flames were also relatively powerful flames. For one to block those flames with spatial domain, one would surely have to use a certain amount of soul's energy. Shinyu, do you know these three people? Tanjio looked to Shinyu. Shinyu shook his head. Tanjio looked at the three purple-eyed robust men that were walking over. He said, there are three relatively large bandit powers in the Yuchi city's territory. One is the Black Dragon Pool. The other two are Mount Three Forks and Mount Cold Gold. These three boars are the three bosses of Mount Three Forks. Mount Three Forks? So that's who they are. Shinyu understood it now. Back when he was at the Sealfield village, Shinyu came to know about the rumors of the three bosses of Mount Three Forks from the villagers. In the eyes of the villagers of the Sealfield village, the three bosses of Mount Three Forks were three valiant and barbarous heavenly deities. When comparing these three bandit powers, Mount Cold Gold possessed the best reputation. The Mount Cold Gold possesses the least number of bandit troops. However, all of the bandit troops were elites. They rarely rob others. However, when they do, they would usually rob a large amount. Black Dragon, I have not seen you in all these years. I don't even have the opportunity to spar with you even if I wanted to. This time around, we three brothers just happened to pass through here and came to learn that a major event had occurred over at your place. I guessed that you would have definitely appeared this time around. Sure enough, my guess turned out to be correct. The third brother of the three purple-eyed robust men said with a loud laughter. Tanjio's true body as well as his three clones, a total of 4 Tanjios, were looking at these three people coldly. One of the Tanjios frowned and said, Man-Fei, do not flaunt your cleverness in trivial matters here. The reason why you three brothers have come to my place is firstly to humiliate me and secondly to fight against me, right? If you want to fight me, then go ahead. I am already ready to take you on. 3 clones? Said the leading purple-eyed robust man with a frown. Tanjio, with your 3 clones against us 3 brothers, could it be that you were so confident that you can match us 3 brothers with merely 3 clones? Another man beside this purple-eyed robust man said. Big brother, do not waste time on him. Let's go and trample upon those 3 clones of his first. At that time, this black dragon would naturally become worried. And at this moment, Huang Jing had also walked beside Shinyu. Shinyu, you should step aside. These 3 mid-level heavenly deities all possess pretty decent strength. If they were to fight, it's likely that their battle would spread to outsiders. Said Huang Jing with a smile to Shinyu. What a beautiful little girl. Come, give your 3 great rulers here some kisses. The third brother among the 3 bosses of the Mount Three Forks, Man-Fei's large ox eyes opened wide. He stared at Huang Jing and shouted at her. The cold and indifferent Tan Jiu was unable to refrain himself from being startled. He then looked to Huang Jing. Qin Yu also looked to Huang Jing. Harassing a high-level heavenly deity? It was extremely easy for a high-level heavenly deity to kill a mid-level heavenly deity. Neither Qin Yu nor Tan Jiu knew what sort of reaction Huang Jing would have. The three Man brothers, upon seeing Qin Yu and Tan Jiu's expression, also felt that something's amiss. Immediately, all three of them tried to use this divine awareness to inspect Huang Jing and the rest of the people. When their divine awareness landed on Qin Yu, they grew confused. That was because they managed to discover that Qin Yu possessed the divine energy of a high-level deity. Earlier, they had thought that Qin Yu was a heavenly deity. However, when their divine awareness landed on Huang Jing, the three of them were frightened stiff. They were unable to see through Huang Jing. In the Yuqi city, there were no powerful female experts. That was the reason why Man Fei harassed Huang Jing earlier. However, never had he anticipated that he had instead kicked an iron board. Kicking an iron board, think of it literally. You think you're kicking a ball but then you kick a piece of iron. Guess what happens if you don't wear steel-toe shoes? Well, your feet would hurt. Third brother, you're being impudent. The eldest among the three, Mancho, was the slick and slyest amongst the three. He immediately shouted at his brother coldly. The second brother Man Fan merely frowned without saying anything else. As for the third brother Man Fei, he was instead muttering. Fuck, it's just a random girl that I came across, yet she's an expert. Huang Jing's expression had turned somewhat unsightly. Back at Mount Dazzling Gold, who would dare to harass her? Never had she anticipated that she would be harassed by a boar here. Slap yourself 10 times. Huang Jing coldly stared at Man Fei and coldly said. Mancho immediately cupped his hands and said. Miss, my third brother was too hot-headed. Please forgive him. I think that making him slap himself 10 times is a bit too excessive. How about this, us three brothers would apologize to you and also offer gifts to express our regret. Would that be fine with you? Experts at the heavenly deity level wanted nothing more than face. Although they would not care if you were to hack them down during battle, but if you want them to slap themselves in the face, then it would be an excessive punishment. Huang Jing's gaze have suddenly became even more cold. With a gaze like ice blades, she swept her gaze at these three brothers. In a low voice, she shouted. Slap yourself 100 times. Otherwise, today shall be the day the three of you perish. Tan Jiu was enjoying the show from the side. Qin Yu was however sighing in his heart. Never had he anticipated that Huang Jing, who possessed a pretty good temperament, would actually be this scary when angry. Man Fei looked to his big brother and second brother. He then looked to Huang Jing. He roared. It is I who have harassed you. If you want to kill me, then go ahead and kill me. However, do not involve my big brother and second brother. Slap yourself 100 times. Otherwise, all three of you brothers will die. Do not bother sprouting nonsense with me. Huang Jing's gaze have turned cold. Immediately, everyone in the surrounding felt a burst of terror. Qin Yu wanted to say something but Huang Jing coldly stared him down. Qin Yu smiled bitterly and no longer bothered to say anymore. Actually, Qin Yu had quite a good impression of these three Man brothers. Seeing these three, he remembered his good brother from the immortal, devil and demon realm, the purple-eyed ox demon king, Man Qian. Furthermore, all three of them possessed purple eyes and the surname Man, perhaps they might even be purple-eyed ox demon kings. However, the current Huang Jing had already displayed her extremely high and imposing dignity of someone of high status. Third brother, you must not. The second brother Man Fan stared at Man Fei and said solemnly. If it comes to it, us three brothers could join hands and risk our lives to fight against this woman. Although we cannot discover how powerful she is, but it might be possible for her to only be at the peak mid-level heavenly deity level. Mancho also looked to Man Fei. His gaze have also shown his intention. Man Fei however shook his head. This woman is too crazy. With merely her aura, I can assure that she's a high-level heavenly deity. Fuck, Man Fei cursed in rage. He then started to slap himself. Pow! 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 The sound were extremely sharp and clear. It was like a lash hitting leather. When Man Fei was ruthlessly slapping himself, he even displayed a simple and honest smile to his brothers. Merely, at this moment, his face had already been split open from him slapping himself and blood have already started flowing down his face. This Man Fei was not lenient at all at himself when he slapped himself. He slapped himself very hard. 100 slaps. I am sorry, it is my mistake. Man Fei's voice was still extremely loud. However, Qin Yu noticed that on Man Fei's lacerated face, his pair of eyes were bloodshot. Huang Jing coldly humped. Huang Jing then calmed her frame of mind through breathing and proceeded to stand beside Qin Yu without saying anything anymore. At this moment, Manchou, Man Fan, and Man Fei felt a bit awkward. Manchou haha laughed to relieve the atmosphere. He then said to Tan Jiu, "Black Dragon, we three brothers have come here today originally to spar with you. However, since there is this miss here today, then we should. Do not mind me. If you want to fight, then fight," chided Huang Jing. Manchou's speech had been interrupted. Manchou's expression had turned somewhat unsightly. The three brothers glanced at each other and were about to turn around and leave. "Manchou, are you brothers going to leave just like this?" Tan Jiu mocked. Seeing how humiliated his old neighbors were, Tan Jiu was extremely happy. Mei Fei opened his ox eyes wide. He shouted at Tan Jiu, "Humph, we three brothers are in a bad mood today. We originally wanted to come find you to vent our anger. However, with this miss here today, we don't want to disturb. Tomorrow, we three brothers will come and find you tomorrow." As Man Fei said those, his fierce wound on his face started to rip open like a monster opening its mouth. "Third brother, deal with your wound first," said the second brother Man Fan. Man Fei nodded and then a layer of jade green radiance appeared on his face. The wound on his face instantly disappeared. Tan Jiu coldly laughed and said, "Finding me to vent your anger? You surely talk big. You three brothers, even if you were to join hands, you would at the very most make me utilize 3 clones, yet you are still acting all arrogant here." Tan Jiu was indeed entitled to be arrogant. After all, he was capable of turning into 9 people. "Ah, it's so lively over here. And here I was thinking that it was only a battle of low-level heavenly deities. Who would have expected that the Man Clan's 3 dumb oxen and that 9-headed bug that had been hiding the entire time would all appear?" A clear and sonorous voice sounded. A golden-clothed figure appeared in the middle of the air. Qin Yu raised his head and looked. Upon seeing the incoming person, Qin Yu's first impression was extremely handsome. The person who had arrived wore gold clothes from head to toe. He had the appearance of a youngster. His entire body was radiating like sunshine. Upon seeing this youngster, Qin Yu felt that this youngster was like the opposite extreme of the 9-headed black dragon Tan Jiu. Tan Jiu had extremely dark skin. However, this gold-clothed youngster's skin was so white that it seemed like the skin of an infant. Tan Jiu's gaze was extremely gloomy and baleful. This gold-clothed youngster's gaze was instead extremely bright and clear. "3 dumb oxens of the Man Clan, I merely went to find the 3 of you to compare notes. Why do the 3 of you always avoid me? Furthermore, you, 9-headed bug, why is it that I cannot find you whenever I wanted to find you? Now that I've managed to get all of you in one place, not a single one of you should think about escaping. Today, you all must fight me," said the golden-clothed youngster as he laughed heartily. Qin Yu was amazed. Who was this golden-clothed youngster who had suddenly appeared? From his tone of speech, it seemed that he was someone extraordinary. Lu Shuai. Suddenly, a voice sounded from beside Qin Yu. It was precisely Huang Jing who stood beside him. As for the golden-clothed youngster that was previously displaying an extremely excited expression, his gaze suddenly stopped. He looked at Qin Yu with a confused expression. No, he looked at Huang Jing beside Qin Yu. The golden-clothed youngster only managed to see Huang Jing beside Qin Yu after he turned his head over. "Ah, big sis." The golden-clothed youngster opened his eyes wide. "Big sis?" Qin Yu was startled. The 9-headed black dragon Tan Jiu also looked to Huang Jing with a startled expression. He then looked at the golden-clothed youngster. He was displaying a face filled with disbelief. As for the 3 Man brothers, they too have their eyes wide open. After a long time, Man Fei even muttered, "Never had I anticipated that this woman was actually that battle fanatic's older sister. The younger brother is this powerful, yet the older sister was actually even more powerful. Lu Shuai, what did you promise me when I left your place? How come I just turned and left yet you're out here again?" Huang Jing lowly shouted. This golden-clothed youngster placed his hands on his head. He looked to the couple people here and then his gaze landed on Qin Yu. Instantly, his eyes shined and he changed the subject. "Big sister, seeing how close you are standing to this person, do you know him?" "Eh? My big sister that usually despises men, how come she's being so intimate with a man?" Sure enough, Huang Jing stopped asking about why the golden-clothed youngster came out. Instead, she started to hurriedly explain herself. "His name is Qin Yu. I have met him a couple times before. Lu Shui, you'd best not spread random rumors. Of course not, of course not. Hee hee, I listen to my big sis the most, said the golden-clothed youngster in succession. The golden-clothed youngster then walked to Qin Yu's side. He cupped his hand and said, Brother Qin Yu, I am one of the 3 great bosses in the Yuchi city's territory. Mount Cold Gold's boss, Huangfu Lu Shui. I suspect you've also heard of my great name before. Brother Huangfu, I am Qin Yu. Your older sister has introduced me already. Qin Yu immediately greeted him back. Qin Yu came to know now that this golden-clothed youngster was actually one of the 3 great bandit powers of the Yuchi city, the boss of Mount Cold Gold. However, regardless of how he looked at it, this youngster still did not appear like a bandit boss. At the same time, Qin Yu had also grown suspicious. Huang Jing's surname was Huang. This Lu Shui's surname was Huangfu. Yet the 2 of them were siblings? Huang Jing smiled apologetically to Qin Yu. Brother Qin Yu, I originally planned to return back from Mount Cold Gold. And now that I've seen that you're also fine, I shall take my leave first. I hope that we can meet each other again on Mount Dazzling Gold. Miss Huang Jing, once my strength increases a bit, I will definitely go there. Qin Yu immediately said. This Huangfu Liu Shui's eyes immediately started shining. He laughed and said, Big sis, take care. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 34. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 34, Group Battle. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Huang Jing cast a side-eye glance at Huangfu Lu Shui. Ultimately, she said, Lu Shui, if you were to get bored, then stop staying in the desolate Mount Cold Gold and return back to Mount Dazzling Gold. MN Huangfu Lu Shui nodded obediently. However, Huang Jing knew what she had said was likely going to be useless. Otherwise, this younger brother of hers would not have left his home. With her younger brother's rebellious nature, all she could do was to try to urge him like so. If she were to try to force him to come back, then the result would be even worse. Good, then I shall take my leave. Qin Yu, farewell. Huang Jing looked to Qin Yu. Qin Yu also bowed. Miss Huang Jing, let's meet again on Mount Dazzling Gold. Upon hearing what Qin Yu said, Huang Jing lightly smiled. She then soared into the sky and flew toward the east. Hoo-hoo, she finally left. Huangfu Lu Shui immediately started laughing happily. Brother Huangfu, no wonder you possessed a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. So you actually possessed an older sister with a high status at Mount Dazzling Gold. Sneered Tanjiu. Within Tanjiu's words contained jealousy and envy. High-quality heavenly divine artifact, even if it was the Mount Dazzling Gold, it was likely that only those with high status would be able to obtain those. As for Tanjiu, he had only managed to luckily obtain a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact after paying a huge price. As for Manchou, Manfan, and Manfei, although all 3 of them were mid-level heavenly deities, they were only able to barely possess a low-quality heavenly divine artifact each. As bandits, it was no simple task for them to obtain a heavenly divine artifact. For those 3 low-quality heavenly divine artifacts, Manchou and his brothers had spent an unmeasurable amount of mental and physical effort to obtain them. In the divine realm, the majority of the low-level heavenly deities did not possess a heavenly divine artifact. That was because the heavenly divine artifacts were truly too precious. This was also the reason why Meiji and Taoist Lu Su were envious of Xionghe. Xionghe's low-quality heavenly divine artifact, Mountain Crusher, was originally the 9-headed black dragon Tanjiu's weapon. After obtaining his mid-quality heavenly divine artifact, Tanjiu bestowed his old weapon to Xionghe. However, that low-quality heavenly divine artifact had been destroyed by Qin Yu. What? Are you envious? Huangfu Lu Shui flipped his hand and took out an enormous hatchet. That enormous hatchet was golden colored throughout. Right after Lu Shui took out this enormous golden hatchet, Qin Yu instantly sensed the frightening aura contained within it. If the divine sword Scarlet Blood were to possess a sharp aura, then this enormous hatchet possessed an incomparably thick and imposing aura. Huangfu Lu Shui gently caressed the enormous hatchet in his hand. He was caressing it so affectionately, like how one would caress one's lover. Tanjiu, if you're envious, then just say it out clearly. This high-quality divine artifact of mine, I had spent quite some effort in order to obtain it. With your status, you can only obtain a heavenly divine artifact if you manage to reach the high-level heavenly deity level and then submit yourself to a certain power where the power would be able to grant a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Otherwise, with your current strength, you can only obtain a high-quality heavenly divine artifact within your dreams. Tanjiu coldly humped and then glanced at Qin Yu beside him. Tan Jiu cursed in his heart. Huang Fu Lushui, if it wasn't for your sister, then I would have likely have obtained a high-quality heavenly divine artifact by now. Furthermore, I might have even be able to learn the remarkable ability of so close yet worlds apart. What's there to envy you for? It's not like you're the only one here with a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Tan Jiu raised his scarlet brows and said coldly. Who else is there? Huang Fu Liushui's eyes shined. Manshou, Man Fan, and Man Fei also looked to Tan Jiu with shocked expressions. Man Fei said. There's someone with a high-quality heavenly divine artifact? Black Dragon, you'd best not sprout random lies around. High-quality heavenly divine artifacts are no ordinary playthings. Qin Yu frowned. Sure enough, that Tan Jiu looked at Qin Yu. He pointed at Qin Yu and said. Brother Qin Yu possesses a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. It was bestowed to Brother Qin Yu by his master and was extremely powerful. Qin Yu felt extremely enraged in his heart. Tan Jiu said to Qin Yu apologetically. Ah, Qin Yu, I am unable to keep secrets. Earlier when I saw how excessively arrogant Huang Fu Lushui was, I felt grievance for you and was unable to refrain my mouth from opening and speaking in your behalf. Felt grievance for me? At this moment, Qin Yu truly did not know whether he should curse at how excessively shameless Tan Jiu was. Huang Fu Liushui's eyes started shining. He looked to Qin Yu and said. Qin Yu, you have a high-quality heavenly divine artifact? When I used my divine awareness to inspect you, your body merely possessed the divine energy of a high-level deity. If you possessed a high-quality heavenly divine artifact, how would this nine-headed bug not try to forcibly take it from you? Huang Fu Lushui gazed Tan Jiu a side-eye. I am quite familiar with the temperament of this nine-headed bug. He would definitely be unable to resist himself from trying to take your high-quality heavenly divine artifact. I have just reached the low-level heavenly deity level. The divine energy within my body still hasn't managed to transform to that of heavenly divine energy yet. Qin Yu immediately explained. This was the only sort of explanation he could provide. Deities and heavenly deities, their souls were unlike that of the souls of immortals and mortals. When one soul had reached a specific level, a deity's soul would form a golden soul pellet. As for the heavenly deities, their souls would turn into an embryo. Both the souls of deities and heavenly deities were actual entities. They were hidden within the depths of the brain and cannot be investigated by others at all. However, it was easy for one to determine the divine energy and heavenly divine energy that deities and heavenly deities possessed. Those who are more powerful are capable of using their divine awareness to hinder others from investigating them. As for those that are weak, they can only allow themselves to be investigated by those stronger than them. Oh, so that was the case. Huang Fu Lushui suddenly understood now. However, he shortly said in a puzzled tone. However, you're only a low-level heavenly deity, how is it that you can stop that nine-headed bug with merely a high-quality heavenly divine artifact? Although I don't really like that nine-headed bug, but to be honest, this nine-headed bug's battle prowess is extremely astonishing. Tan Jiu coldly humped. It is your older sister that saved me. Qin Yu explained. Huang Fu Lushui immediately understood it now. He laughed out loud. That's right, with my older sister helping you, if this nine-headed bug actually dared to attack you, he'll merely be courting death. Oh, that's right, do you really possess a high-quality heavenly divine artifact? Yes. Qin Yu admitted that he possessed a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. He extended his hand and then the divine sword Scarlet Blood appeared within his hand. This divine sword is called Scarlet Blood. It is a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. It is bestowed to me by my master, In Qin Yu's heart, the craftsman god Cheho Yuan did indeed provide him the grace of guidance like that of a master. Everything in the bewitching god temple was left behind to him by Cheho Yuan. To say that they were bestowed by his master was also correct. Master, what might your master's name be? Huang Fu Lushui asked. Perhaps I know who he is. My master has ordered me that I cannot tell his names to others. I am deeply sorry about that. Qin Yu said somewhat regretfully. Actually, Cheho Yuan had also left a message to Qin Yu telling him to not let others know about him becoming the successor of the bewitching god temple. Otherwise, merely the identity of the successor to the craftsman god would bring about the attention of many people. Huang Fu Lushui nodded. He was also someone who had seen the greater world. He was not someone who would bother to have wicked intentions merely for a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Nine-headed bug and you three dumb oxens, my sister has already left. There is no one else here either. Let's have a great battle over here. Huang Fu Lushui held the enormous golden hatchet and started to wave it around unceasingly. Manshou, Man Fan, and Man Fei glanced at each other. The second brother Man Fan nodded and said with a hump. That's good too. Today, we three brothers wanted to fight against the Black Dragon anyways. Merely, our moods were wrecked by your older sister. Now that your older sister has left, it would be fine for us to have a battle. That's right. Fuck. I'm currently full of anger and have nowhere to vent them. Man Fei added. Vent anger? You're planning to vent your anger on me? I too am full of anger. Tanjio's expression turned even more gloomy. Today had been a bad day for him all day. He had just lost a low-level heavenly deity subordinate earlier. Then, when he was about to kill Qinyu, he was disturbed by Huang Jing. And now, he must worry about the retaliation from Qinyu's master. How could he not be angry? The three Man brothers stood at one side. Each of the three brothers held a long three-pronged fork. These three long three-pronged forks were all low-quality heavenly divine artifacts. All of them were dark red in color and extremely heavy. Huangfu Lushui held his enormous golden hatchet in his hand and smiled as he stood at one side. The three Man brothers and Huangfu Lushui were all looking at the nine-headed black dragon Tanjio. At this moment, Tanjio had already turned into 9 Tanjios. Qinyu was watching the battle from afar. The three Man brothers, Huangfu Lushui and Tanjio, they were all mid-level heavenly deities. Although they were all mid-level heavenly deities, there was disparity between their strength. I'll go first. Huangfu Lushui laughed loudly. At the same time, he threw his enormous golden hatchet high up the sky. That golden hatchet suddenly became even larger and grew to the size of a large mountain. As for Huangfu Lushui, his body was radiating a misty golden light. His body instantly charged sharply toward a Tanjio. His metal-like fist was directly smashed toward Tanjio's head. Instantly, Tanjio and Huangfu Lushui started fighting at a lightning speed. Thereafter images were appearing unceasingly. The sounds of explosions were being heard non-stop. Boom! The blade of the enormous golden hatchet instantly became about 10 miles long. However, the blade was still as thin and sharp as it was before. Exactly how large was a 10 miles long blade? The speed that this enormous golden hatchet chopped down was extremely fast. In an instant, it had chopped down upon another Tanjio. That Tanjio held a black stick and could only firmly take on the incoming hatchet. Bang! A sound like an earthquake. Qinyu felt that even the ground was shaking. A gigantic crack appeared on the surface. As for that Tanjio that was hacked by the enormous golden hatchet, he had been hacked deeply into the ditch. After some time, a blur flew out from the deep ditch. It was precisely the Tanjio clone that had been hacked into the ditch. At this moment, this clone's complexion was already pale. He was already seriously injured. You only know how to rely on your high-quality heavenly divine artifact. That Tanjio clone's scarlet brows were raised as he shouted angrily. Huangfu Lushui, even though you possess a high-quality heavenly divine artifact, you still would only be trampled upon by me. At this instant, 6 of the 9 Tanjio clones had rushed toward Huangfu Lushui. As for the remaining 3 clones, they were taking on one of the Man brothers each. Tanjio, the 3 Man brothers and Huangfu Lushui were all mid-level heavenly deities. All 3 of them are capable of creating spatial domains. Perhaps it was because they knew each other very well and knew that if they were to use spatial domains, they would only be wasting their energy. Thus, none of them had used their spatial domains. 6 against 1. Holding his enormous golden hatchet in his hand, Huangfu Lushui's entire body turned golden in color. His fists, legs, knees, elbows, each and every one of his body parts was able to execute an extremely frantic attack. As for the enormous golden hatchet in his hand, it was striking with a lightning speed. What a valiant body! Qinyu gasped in admiration. He clearly saw that Huangfu Lushui managed to shatter one of Tanjio clone's high-quality divine armor with a single fist strike. Qinyu knew very well that, when a mid-level heavenly deity used a divine artifact, the defense of the divine artifact would be astonishingly strong. Yet Huangfu Lushui still managed to shatter the high-quality divine armor. 6 clones against 1. Yet this Huangfu Lushui is actually able to keep up with them. This Huangfu Liushui's speed is truly astonishing. And that enormous hatchet of his, those clones simply don't dare to take it head-on at all. Qinyu was able to clearly see that although Huangfu Lushui was fighting 6 Tanjio clones by himself, he was however dominating. Qinyu turned around to look at the other battlefield. 3 clones against the 3 Man brothers. A clone against a single person. It seems that the 3 Man brothers hold the superiority by a slight margin. Men, that's true too. Tanjio's clones all hold a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. Although they were merely a portion of a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact, they still possess an extremely powerful amount of might. On the other hand, the three Man brothers only possess low-quality heavenly divine artifacts. The three Man brothers were roaring and frantically attacking. The three Tanjios were also trying their hardest to block the incoming attacks. This battle continued for an entire day. Ultimately, Tanjio seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. After all, for him to take on 4 people by himself was indeed an extremely difficult thing to do. This held especially true for Huangfu Lushui. Tanjio knew that even if he was to fight against Huangfu Lushui 1 against 1, he would only be able to win by a slight margin. Yet now, he had only sent 6 clones to fight against Huangfu Lushui. Thus, he had no other choice but to be trampled upon. Tanjio suddenly roared angrily. The 9 clones started to gather toward the center with a lightning speed. After that, the 9 Tanjios fused into one. At the same time, the 9 black sticks had turned into a single 9-section whip. Tanjio was able to clearly sense the increase in thickness and strength of the power within his body. Huangfu Lushui and you 3, if you have the ability, come at me again. Tanjio held his 9-section whip in his hand and shouted angrily. Ha, you finally decided to go all out. Delightful, delightful. Huangfu Lushui laughed out loud and then charged toward Tanjio. As for the 3 Man brothers, they roared and then also charged over. 4 against 1. Qinyu finally managed to experience the true strength of this Tanjio. After his 9 clones combined into one, Tanjio's speed and power were both increased greatly. Especially that 9-section whip that he held in his hand. The 9-section whip was both flexible and firm. It could attack from around and turn into a stick to attack with a smash. It could also be both flexible for half of the whip and firm for the other half. The 9-section staff could even increase in length to bind his enemies. Furthermore, it could even split apart into different sections to attack Tanjio's enemy. In Tanjio's hands, Qinyu felt that he was dazzled by the 9-section whip. Perhaps Huangfu Lushui and the 3 Man brothers were not good at cooperating with each other. Although they were fighting Tanjio 4 against 1, they were only able to slightly possess the upper hand and unable to defeat Tanjio at all. His energy is completely condensed into his weapon. The attack power is completely condensed. Each leg, each fist, all their attack power are extremely astonishing. Although it does not have a gorgeous appearance, its might is enormous. More than half of Qinyu's concentration was focused on Huangfu Lushui. After a battle of 3 days and 3 nights, Huangfu Lushui and them had no option but to admit that even if they were to battle for several hundred more years, it would still be impossible for them to win. Thus, they ended up giving up. Ha, delightful, delightful. Huangfu Lushui smiled as he walked to Qinyu's side. Qinyu, what do you think about coming to have some fun at my Mount Cold Gold? Qinyu, however, had his own plan. He immediately said, I still have something to do. How about I go when I have time? That's good too. Huangfu Lushui nodded. He then secretly said to Qinyu via his divine awareness voice transmission. Qinyu, let me remind you. You'd best go to the Mount Dazzling Gold quickly and try your best to chase after my older sister. Perhaps you might become my older brother-in-law. Truly, I think that my older sister has a pretty good impression of you. You're quite hopeful. Qinyu was startled. Seeing Qinyu's expression, Huangfu Lushui immediately started laughing out loud. As he was laughing, Huangfu Lushui flew away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 35. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 35, Hiding. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Qinyu could only shake his head and smile. Qinyu was able to tell that Huang Jing at the very most only had a good impression of him. Furthermore, Qinyu believed that Huang Jing was related to the utmost East Sage Emperor's Huangfu clan. Huang Jing is siblings with Huangfu Lushui. The utmost East Sage Emperor is from the Huangfu clan. Perhaps this Miss Huang Jing, her true name might be Huangfu Jing. Qinyu thought in his heart. Suddenly, Qinyu's gaze was attracted by the 3 Man brothers. The leader of the 3 Man brothers, Man Shou, was currently walking toward Qinyu. As for Man Fan behind him, he had an indifferent face. As for that Man Fei, he was muttering as if he didn't want to bother speaking with Qinyu. The eldest brother Man Shou walked over to Qinyu. He smiled and said, Brother Qinyu, I am Man Shou. Let me introduce everyone, this is my second brother Man Fan and this is my third brother Man Fei. It is the first time we met. However, if you have the time, feel free to come stroll around our Mount Three Forks. We would definitely receive you enthusiastically. From Manchao's point of view, although Qinyu had only reached the low-level heavenly deity level, his proficiency in the formation arrays were already at an exceptional level. Furthermore, he possesses a high-quality heavenly divine artifact and was related to Huang Jing. Thus, he had determined that Qinyu's background was certainly extraordinary. A person like Qinyu was someone that he definitely has to befriend properly. Manfan lightly nodded to Qinyu. He said. Manfan greets brother Qinyu. As for Manfei, he cupped his hand extremely unwillingly. My third brother is rude and unrefined, I hope that brother Qinyu won't mind too much about it, said Manchou with a smile. Qinyu was instead confused in his heart. These three brothers looked exactly the same. Yet their temperaments were completely different. Manchou was slick and sly. Manfan was cold and indifferent. As for Manfei, his temperament was exactly like his appearance. Brother Manchou, when I saw the three of you, I am reminded of a good friend of mine from the lower realm. May I know if the three of you were from the immortal, devil and demon realm? Asked Qinyu with a face filled with smiles. A trace of astonishment flashed through Manchou's eyes. The indifferent Manfan also looked to Qinyu. As for that Manfei, his reaction was the most intense. In an instant, his eyes had turned round like balls. He stared at Qinyu and said, Ah, Qinyu, you're also from the immortal, devil and demon realm? Ha, then have you heard about us three great ox demon emperors back in the immortal, devil and demon realm? Oh, right, when did you ascend? When you ascended, who was the current ox demon emperor? Man Tian? Man Yu? During the time when we ascended, they were the only two super divine beasts of the Ox clan. Manfei instantly said all that with a single breath. He only stopped when he saw Qinyu's astonished expression. He smiled embarrassedly and said, To see a brother who had also ascended from the immortal, devil and demon realm, I was a bit too excited. Qinyu have managed to completely ascertain that these three man-brothers were from the immortal, devil and demon realm. Furthermore, their true forms ought to be purple-eyed ox demon kings. Man Tian and Man Yu were people that Qinyu have never heard before. Qinyu knew that these three man-brothers might have ascended for a very long time already. It was possible for them to have ascended several billion years or tens of billions of years. The people from that time, Qinyu never heard about a single one of them. Brother Manfei, I have not ascended for a very long time. I think the gap between the time of our ascensions might be extremely large. Thus, I have never heard about that Man Tian and Man Yu. Qinyu explained. Oh, that's very normal. Your level is lower than ours. It was possible for you to have ascended several billions of years later than us. At this moment, Manfei's face was covered with smiles. Clearly, he had become much more cordial. Manchou also have a face filled with smiles. So brother Qinyu was actually also a brother that had ascended from the immortal, devil and demon realm. That's truly wonderful. How about brother Qinyu joining our Mount Three Forks? Your status would be equal to us three brothers. This Manchou actually started to climb a favorable pole right away. He actually even started inviting Qinyu to join them. I would have to refuse. I still have things that I must do. Furthermore, I am used to being alone. Qinyu refused the offer. After that, Manfei chatted enthusiastically with Qinyu for quite some time. Finally, the three brothers left. This Manfei is straightforward. The second brother Manfan is earnest and indifferent. As for the eldest brother Manchou, Qinyu suddenly felt that he cannot see through the eldest brother Manchou. In the vast sky, the three man-brothers flew away. Big brother, I had even planned to have a drinking session with brother Qinyu. Why did you urge me to leave early with your divine awareness voice transmission? Manfei was a bit angry and asked dissatisfied. Manchou smiled and said, Third brother, you should not trust others that easily. It is still hard to tell if that Qinyu was really from the immortal, devil and demon realm, but... What do you mean by that? Manfei's large ox eyes were spread wide open. Manchou continued. Although there are not many people in the divine realm that knew that us three brothers are from the immortal, devil and demon realm, it is also not a secret. If this Qinyu wanted to, he would also be able to obtain that information. It might be that he had deliberately acted like this to us. I originally thought that he might have some sort of intention, so I immediately tried to entice him to our Mount Three Forks so that I can see his reaction. However, that Qinyu refused my offer. In that case, he might actually not have any bad intentions. Manchou smiled and said, Doesn't that solve the problem then? Mei Fei immediately said, One must always have the intention to guard against others. This Qinyu had suddenly appeared. We should wait some time and carefully observe his actions to determine what sort of person he is," said Mancho with a light smile. "Third brother, what big brother said is reasonable." Manfan, who had been silent the entire time, spoke. Manfei humped a couple times and then muttered for some time. However, the three of them were still blood brothers. Their relationship was extremely deep. Thus, they would naturally not hold grudge against one another. Under the gaze of many people from the Black Dragon Pool, Jinyu ascended to the sky and flew away from the Black Dragon Pool. Following the soft and gentle mountain wind, he flew within the mountain forest. Jinyu turned his head around and glanced at the location where the Black Dragon Pool stood. That nine-headed black dragon Tanjio had hidden himself inside the Black Dragon Pool for all these years. Hearing what Huang Jing had said to Tanjio, it seemed that he did it for a certain treasure. Regarding Tanjio, Jinyu was already filled with the intention to kill him. The remarkable ability of teleportation was truly too dreadful. Jinyu did not want others to know about that at all. However, killing Tanjio was no easy task. For one, Tanjio was a mid-level heavenly deity. Secondly, this Tanjio had 9 clones. As long as a single clone of his managed to escape, it would all be for naught. I'll first go to the bottom of this Black Dragon Pool and carefully explore what sort of treasure is at the bottom and then see if I can have an opportunity to kill this Tanjio. Jinyu made his decision in his heart. The dark curtain of night that originated from the utmost north's floating snow city had covered the entire divine realm. The entire divine realm had turned into darkness. A night of darkness. The night was cold like water. Within the ice-cold mountain wind, within the tranquil ravine of the Black Dragon Pool, a figure appeared like a phantom as it flashed and appeared next to the Black Dragon Pool. It was Jinyu, who was wearing a black gown. When using teleportation, I could practically ignore all of the ravine guards of the Black Dragon Pool. A slight smile appeared on Jinyu's face. His gaze turned to the Black Dragon Pool before him. The Black Dragon Pool possessed a circumference of 100 miles. With a single glance, one cannot see the other end of the lake. On the range that one can see, it was covered with a boundless amount of water. Strangely, the surface of the water on the Black Dragon Pool always maintained its undisturbed state. Usually, for a large lake, even if there was no wind, there would still be waves causing the water to move up and down. However, this Black Dragon Pool was without waves even if it was windy outside. It was truly very strange. That Tanjio is likely extremely on guard. If someone were to enter the lake, he'll likely discover them through the motion of the water. Jinyu was extremely careful. He immediately spread out the spatial energy from his universal world. The spatial energy from the universal world was hindered by the space of the divine realm and the divine realm. Thus, it could only cover an area about 100 meters. If it were to only spread toward one direction, it would only be able to cover a distance of 200 meters. The spatial energy permeated into the bottom of the lake. The territory of the spatial energy was Jinyu's spatial domain. Although it was likely inferior to the true spatial domains of mid-level heavenly deities, but it was at the very least half as powerful. Furthermore, controlling the water at the bottom of the lake to not move was still an extremely effortless thing. Jinyu lightly smiled. He jumped into the Black Dragon Pool. The strange thing was, although Jinyu had jumped into the Black Dragon Pool, because of the fact that he was using the spatial domain, there was actually no movement in the water. The bottom of the Black Dragon Pool was pitch black like ink. However, everyone in the divine realm was capable of easily seeing in pitch black darkness. At the bottom of this lake, Jinyu was spreading out his spatial energy the entire time. He was inspecting the Black Dragon Pool unceasingly. The Black Dragon Pool was far too large. Merely its depth was already 500 meters. As for its circumference, that was 100 miles. Jinyu was carefully inspecting the bottom of the lake. This Black Dragon Pool is indeed strange. It's such a large lake, yet there's actually not a single living animal here. There are only some underwater plants. Jinyu gasped in his heart. Such a strange scene caused Jinyu to be even more certain that there should be some sort of treasure here. Jinyu was extremely persevering. He continued to use his spatial energy to inspect every single location. The circumference of 100 miles was too great. Jinyu was only able to inspect a range of about 100 meters from him. Using this sort of method, Jinyu searched for 3 entire days. However, he had only managed to inspect an extremely small section. Just from going from one side of the Black Dragon Pool to the other side, even if Jinyu was moving with his fastest speed, it would still require him 2 hours. It required him several hundred trips in order to completely inspect the entire Black Dragon Pool. After a month, Jinyu had already arrived at the other end of the Black Dragon Pool. Strange. I have completely inspected the entire Black Dragon Pool. Why is it that I cannot find anything? Qin Yu grew confused. In this entire month, Qin Yu didn't dare to use his divine awareness to inspect. Firstly, divine awareness's inspection range underneath the water was extremely limited. Secondly, he was afraid that Tanjio would discover him. However, the spatial energy from the universal world was different. When ordinary mid-level heavenly deities controlled the divine realm's spatial energy, it would create a small amount of movement that others could discover. The reason why the spatial energy would create a movements was because their ability to control the spatial energy was too low. Had it been a god king controlling the spatial domain, then no one would be able to discover it at all. This was the reason. The universal world was Qin Yu's creation. When controlling the spatial energy from the universal world, Qin Yu's control was as great as the control of god kings controlling the divine realm's spatial energy. Even if the spatial energy from the universal world were to cover Tanjio, Tanjio would still be unable to discover it. Thus, he would naturally also not discover Qin Yu. This was also the reason why Qin Yu dared to spend an entire month to inspect the entire Black Dragon Pool. Man? I've searched the entire Black Dragon Pool yet still haven't discovered the location of Tanjio. It seemed that I can only wait. Qin Yu frowned. Although he was standing underneath the lake, his body was not wet in the slightest. Based on Miss Huangjing and Tanjio's conversation from back then, that Lu Yushi also knew that the treasure is here. It is likely that Lu Yushi would also come here someday in the future. Qin Yu nodded in his heart. He had made a decision. Qin Yu disappeared from the bottom of the pond. Inside the universal world. Qin Yu was standing on top of a large mountain in his universal world. The spatial energy of the universal space is extending outside constantly and has fused with the water flow of the Black Dragon Pool. Once there is any movement in the water flow of the Black Dragon Pool, I would naturally come to know about it. Qin Yu was relatively certain that once Lu Yushu entered the Black Dragon Pool, he'll likely not be extremely careful like how he was. That was because both that Lu Yushu and Tanjio knew that the other person also knew of the location of the treasure. Even if he was as careful as Qin Yu, Lu Yushu would definitely create movements the moment he enters the Black Dragon Pool. I could only wait idly for opportunities. Qin Yu sat cross-legged on the plains on top of the mountain. This was the only way when there's no other way. Suddenly, Uncle Fu appeared behind Qin Yu. The restriction of the universal world was too small, it was like the restriction of the mortal realm. In here, Uncle Fu's speed was extremely fast. Qin Yu had already brought Uncle Fu into his universal world the moment he entered the Black Dragon Pool. Qin Yu had even placed Jianglan's realm inside his universal world. Let's return to Jianglan's realm, Qin Yu said to Uncle Fu. Qin Yu and Uncle Fu directly disappeared from the mountaintop. A little green pagoda appeared on top of the mountain. It was the true form of the Jianglan's realm. However, as it was located in the universal space, Qin Yu was extremely at ease. The universal world was a world created by Qin Yu. Even if Qin Yu was within the Jianglan's realm, he was still able to sense the spatial energy of the universal world that had spread to the divine realm's Black Dragon Pool. Inside the second layer space of the Jianglan's realm, Qin Yu started to train at ease. The time in the second layer space of the Jianglan's realm was 100 times greater than the outside world. And what Qin Yu needed the most right now was time. Divine Realm. Black Dragon Pool. Close to 1,000 years had passed since the great battle from last time. The Black Dragon Pool had already constructed 3 new palaces. The Black Dragon Palace in the middle was even more dignified than the previous Black Dragon Palace. Nighttime. A blur streaked across the sky. A person appeared on the side of the Black Dragon Pool. Short silver hair. Silver eyebrows. With a height of around only 170 centimeters, this person had the appearance of a youngster. This person was precisely the army commander of the Yuchi city, a person who possessed status second only to the Yuchi city's governor, Lu Yushi. Lu Yushi's stature was practically the same as Tanjio's. Even their attire was practically the same. Tanjio was very dark-skinned whereas this Lu Yushi was very light-skinned. Other than the skin color, their hair color and the expressions in their eyes, the rest of them appeared exactly the same. After calculating the days, it's more or less the time. At the very most a couple years more. Lu Yushi looked to the Black Dragon Pool before him and lightly smiled. That idiot Tanjio has holed up down there the entire time. What use is that? It is only possible to pick the 7-colored magnificent lotus when it's ready to be plucked. Lu Yushi was confused about this the entire time. Why would Tanjio wait in vain in the secret location underneath the lake? With a leap, Lu Yushi directly jumped into the Black Dragon Pool. Lu Yushi was not extremely careful like Qinyu because he wanted to be discovered by Tanjio. Like so, Tanjio would open the secret channel underneath the lake for him. Inside the universal world, Qinyu suddenly appeared. He raised his head and looked to the sky. He had a slight smile on his face. I've trained for close to 100,000 years. Finally, this day has come. I shall see what exactly is in the Black Dragon Pool. Qinyu disappeared from the universal world and reappeared in the Black Dragon Pool. In the space surrounding Qinyu was a 100-meter range of universal world spatial energy. Qinyu's body was unceasingly flickering within it. Every single time his body flickered, he passed a distance of 100 meters. In a blink of an eye, he had traveled 10 miles. Unlike last time when Qinyu had to carefully examine the lake, this time around he merely had to travel through the lake. Thus, Qinyu's speed was extremely fast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 36. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 36, Sudden Change. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Translation Nations, sorry. After Qinyu managed to travel some distance with his teleportation, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, Qinyu was not far away from Lu Yushi. Qinyu didn't dare to get any closer to him because he feared that Lu Yushi might discover him. Using his spatial energy, Qinyu observed the movement of the waters in the lake to determine the location of Lu Yushi. As Qinyu continued to determine the locations of Lu Yushi, he managed to create the trajectory at which Lu Yushi was traveling in his mind. He's directly going towards the center of the lake? Qinyu was slightly confused. Could it be that Tanjio, who had been hiding in the Black Dragon Pool the entire time, had been hiding in the center of the lake? Qinyu stopped overthinking it and started to proceed toward the center of the lake. Right after Qinyu flew for some time in the bottom of the lake, Qinyu felt another movement of lake water. That movement originated from the center of the Black Dragon Pool. Furthermore, that movement of water was following a very regular pattern. Two movements of waters. One originated from Lu Yushi. As for the other one, it naturally had to originate from Tanjio. Back then, I searched throughout the entire Black Dragon Pool and yet was unable to find him. Truly, I do not know where he had been hiding. Qinyu quietly approached the center of the lake. There were numerous underwater plants at the bottom of the lake. Qinyu was currently traveling in between some rocks and plants. After some time, Qinyu had arrived behind a large stone. He spread out his spatial energy. Qinyu was clearly inspecting the center of the lake 100 meters away from him. At this moment, a tunnel actually appeared at the center of the lake. The tunnel connected all the way into the ground underneath the lake. From the other side, Lu Yushi also arrived at the center of the lake. Tanjio walked out from that tunnel. He saw Lu Yushi and said cold and indifferently, "As expected, you've come. Merely, you've come 2 years earlier than I had anticipated." Although it would still take a couple more years for the 7-colored magnificent lotus to finish ripening, but I was afraid that there would be an error in the time. Thus, I decided to come ahead of time. At this moment, Lu Yushi had a smile on his face. The scarlet-haired and scarlet-browed Tanjio humped coldly. "If you want to come in, then come in quickly." After he said that, Tanjio once again returned to the underground tunnel. The silver-haired and silver-browed Lu Yushi lightly smiled. He also stepped into the underground tunnel. Right after the two of them stepped into the underground tunnel, Qinyu also quietly followed behind them. He had spread his spatial energy down through the tunnel. This underground tunnel was only several tens of meters deep. Around 80 meters underneath the bottom of the lake was an underground mansion. At this moment, Lu Yushi had arrived at the entrance of the underground mansion. As for Tanjio, he had pressed on the mechanism on the mansion. Right after that, the tunnel started to slowly close. It wasn't the entrance of the tunnel that was closing, but rather the entire tunnel was closing. No wonder I didn't discover it the last time I searched. Qinyu gasped in his heart. When Qinyu searched with his spatial energy, he only covered an area of about 100 meters and permeated his spatial energy a meter or two underneath the ground. He did not try to penetrate 80 or 90 meters with his spatial energy at all. If he were to continue to search, even if Qinyu were to spend a couple more years, he would likely still not find anything. 80 meters, that's enough for me to get there through teleportation. Qinyu thought in his heart. In front of the spatial energy from the universal world, the underground rocks were unable to hinder them at all. Perhaps even a high-level heavenly deity cannot get down there without a word or movement. However, Qinyu was capable of doing it. There's actually no water in the underground mansion. It's pretty huge. That room should do. Shinyu selected a room in the underground mansion. With one teleportation, Shinyu disappeared from the lake. 80 meters underneath the bottom of the lake. Within the underground mansion, Shinyu appeared within a room inside it. This side room was very close to the courtyard in the middle of the mansion. It was only several tens of meters away from it. Within this room, Shinyu was able to clearly hear the conversation between Tanjiro and Liu Yushi in the middle of the courtyard. Liu Yushi and Tanjiro, due to the fact that they're inside the underground mansion that they believed even high-level heavenly deities cannot come in without making a sound, were not attentive of their surroundings. Shinyu's spatial energy was spread out. It covered over half of the entire courtyard. Liu Yushi and Tanjiro were both within the area where Shinyu's spatial energy had covered. However, the two of them weren't aware of it in the slightest. Liu Yushi, the seven-colored magnificent lotus was something that the two of us discovered together. We shall distribute according to the method that we have determined. For the two seven-colored magnificent lotuses, I shall have one and you shall have one," said Tanjiro indifferently. Shinyu was slightly startled upon hearing the conversation. Seven-colored magnificent lotus? Shinyu remembered that he had seen the records regarding the seven-colored magnificent lotus before in the scrolls of the Bewitching God Temple that contained information regarding precious materials. Seven-colored magnificent lotus, all 7 lotus petals that it possessed could be used to concoct pills and medicines. The lotus core of the seven-colored magnificent lotus, through eating it, could revive those who have only a true spirit remaining. If one were to use it to concoct pills, then its efficacy would be even greater. Shinyu was surprised. That was because in the divine realm, magical pellets that are capable of reviving those who possessed only a true spirit were extremely valuable. In terms of value, it was even more precious than a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact and was approaching that of a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. As for the lotus core of the seven-colored magnificent lotus, it was even more precious. That was because eating it was merely part of its medicinal use. If one were to use it to concoct pills, then its effect would be much greater. This lotus core definitely valued as much as a high-quality heavenly divine artifact or even greater. No wonder it would cause Tanjiro and Liu Yushi to care about it so much. Shinyu gasped in his heart. Although the seven-colored magnificent lotus was precious, it would only be attractive to Shinyu and was not something that would cause him to be emotionally excited for. That was because Shinyu possessed the Bewitching God Temple, which contained a lot of treasures. In the room that contained the materials and ingredients, although ingredients at the level of seven-colored magnificent lotus were few, there were still several of them. So it's all for merely seven-colored magnificent lotus. However, they said that there are 2 seven-colored magnificent lotuses? That is quite strange. Shinyu frowned. Shinyu clearly remembered that the records have listed that 7-colored magnificent lotuses were treasures born from absorbing the divine spiritual energy of the world. Thus, each 7-colored magnificent lotus would absorb the divine spiritual energy in its surroundings. How would it possibly coexist with another 7-colored magnificent lotus? It was just like the mountain tigers. In every region, there could only be a single tiger. The 7-colored magnificent lotuses were the same. For 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses to grow together was simply an impossible matter according to Chinyu's logic. 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses, you shall have one and I shall have one? Liu Yushi looked to Tanjiro with a confused expression. Tanjiro, when did you turn so generous? With your temperament, wouldn't you be more greedy than that? Liu Yushi was extremely knowledgeable of Tanjiro's character. Tanjiro was someone with an extreme amount of greed. Back during the time when they were in the devil murder realm, he would always try to obtain as much treasure as possible. Although the two of them said to distribute evenly back then, but as Tanjiro had stayed here the entire time, Liu Yushi believed that Tanjiro would definitely want to seize more. I do want to get more, but would you be willing to give? Tanjiro coldly humped. Not at all. Liu Yushi replied. Well, that solved the problem then. Tanjiro's expression was still cold and indifferent. I am very certain about your strength. If the two of us were to fight, neither of us would be able to win. These 7-colored magnificent lotuses, it just so happened that we can each have one. Liu Yushi nodded while smiling. Merely, he was looking at Tanjiro with a gaze like he just met someone new. You've changed greatly. Liu Yushi said with a smile. Tanjiro coldly humped and said. According to my estimation, it'll likely take another 3.5 years for the 7-colored magnificent lotuses to ripen. At that time, you can go to one of the 7-colored magnificent lotus whereas I'll go to the other one. Let's go with that. Liu Yushi's smile had been extremely brilliant the entire time. After Lu Yushi said those words, he proceeded to stand up and walk toward a corner of the courtyard. Part of Qin Yu's spatial energy immediately changed direction and started to stretch toward another corner. Qin Yu discovered something strange. Qin Yu knew everything from the locations where Qin Yu's spatial energy managed to come into contact because he was the creator of the universal world. Man? What an extremely cold aura. For the surface of the pond to be this cold, it seemed like that pond water is unitary heavy water. The unitary heavy water that had formed a small pond, it appeared very similar to the golden bead on top of the refining dark star of the dark star realm. Qin Yu's attention was instantly focused upon that cold pond. Unitary heavy water was extremely rare. For there to be such a pond here, there are definitely treasure within this pond. 7 colored magnificent lotuses were cold attribute items. They grow on top of unitary heavy water. The amount of unitary heavy was extremely sparse, it only required about enough to fill half a cask. Qin Yu still remember the information regarding the 7 colored magnificent lotus in the golden scroll. Ordinary casks were only the size of half a person. How much could a half cask contain? As for this pond, its shape was round and possessed a diameter close to 2 meters. Such a large pond, the amount of unitary heavy water in there would likely be enough to fill 10 casks of unitary heavy water. On the two sides of this pond of unitary heavy water grew 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses. The appearance of these 7-colored magnificent lotuses were exactly like what was recorded in the golden scroll. There were 7 lotus petals of 7 different colors. The lotus seed head was extremely small. On top of it was the core of the lotus. Qin Yu was suddenly surprised. There was a very small hidden illusion array placed in the middle of this pond. Through using his divine awareness, Qin Yu managed to discover right away that there was something in the center of this pond that was hidden by an illusion array. Time passed, in the blink of an eye, over 3 years had passed. In the past 3+ years, Lu Yushi and Tanjio were both sitting cross-legged and have not said a single word to each other. As for Qin Yu, he too had been sitting cross-legged in the room and didn't say a single word. Qin Yu, who had been in the state of peaceful training, suddenly felt a dazzling radiance. Immediately, he opened his eyes. The entire underground was covered by dazzling 7-colored lights. Qin Yu immediately covered the pond of unitary heavy water with his spatial energy. At this moment, 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses were radiating 7-colored lights like 2 suns on the 2 sides of the pond. Lu Yushi and Tanjio instantly rushed to the side of the pond. It has finally finished maturing. Lu Yushi's eyes were filled with delight. The 7-colored magnificent lotuses are only completely ripened after they started radiating 7-colored lights. Tanjio also displayed a smile. He said at once, "Lu Yushi, you go take that one first, I'll take this one." Compared to Lu Yushi, Tanjio was a lot more calm. At this moment, Lu Yushi was actually on guard against Tanjio. He was afraid that Tanjio would sneak attack him and try to seize both of the 7-colored magnificent lotuses. "Okay, I'll go take this one." Lu Yushi said that and was about to pluck the lotus when the 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses suddenly started shining even brighter. 2 amazingly dazzling lights were shot out from the 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses. The light then proceeded to gather in the center. With a visible speed, the 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses withered. The 2 rays of dazzling light were gathered in the center of the pond. The hidden illusion array had been opened. Tanjio's expression took a huge change. He started muttering his unbelieving. What's happening? I thought it still hadn't reached the date of ripening. What is that?" Lu Yushi's gaze instantly locked on the center of the pond. The hidden illusion array had been eliminated. What was hidden was now in clear view. It was a magnificent lotus a size smaller than the 7-colored magnificent lotus. Merely, it had 9 lotus petals and was radiating a black light all over. Qin Yu's eyes were instantly opened wide like a ball. 9-petaled magnificent lotus? Such a thing really exist? At this moment, Tanjio's expression calmed down. He looked to the 9-petaled magnificent lotus on the pond. A flash of frantic ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. I took some translation liberty and changed the lotus leaves to lotus petals. Because I think it meant petals because lotus have multiple petals and not leaves. The leaves aren't even connected with the lotus flower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 37. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 37, Wretched. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. A 9-petaled magnificent lotus had 9 flower petals. As for the 7-colored magnificent lotus, it was also called the 7-petaled magnificent lotus. Although the 7-colored magnificent lotus was larger than the 9-petaled magnificent lotus, the 7-colored magnificent lotus only had a lotus core on top of the lotus seed head. As for the 9-petaled magnificent lotus, although its size was small, it had 3 sparkling and translucent lotus seeds on top of its lotus seed head. The 3 sparkling and translucent lotus seeds were all milky white in color and emitting a white light. At the core of the lotus seed head of the 9-petaled magnificent lotus, that is, the center region of the location of the 3 lotus seeds, was an ice cube-like sparkling and translucent black lotus core. This black lotus core radiated a black light and an ice-cold aura. No wonder 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses grew. So it was actually the aura radiated by the 9-petaled magnificent lotus that produced the 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses. However, this 9-petaled magnificent lotus is truly tyrannic. It directly absorbed the essence of the 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses to ripen itself. Xinyu finally understood the reason why 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses grew at the same place. At the same time, the information regarding the 9-petaled magnificent lotus written in the golden scroll appeared in Xinyu's mind. 9-petaled magnificent lotus is a higher class material than the 7-colored magnificent lotus. It is considered a legendary treasure. In the history of the divine realm, only a single 9-petaled magnificent lotus has been discovered before. The most precious part of the 9-petaled magnificent lotus is its lotus core. The lotus core of a 9-petaled magnificent lotus is nurtured through absorbing grandest spiritual energy. Upon refining the lotus core, it could allow one to create a magnificent lotus clone. Its 3 lotus seeds are milky white in color. Each of the lotus seeds possess the ability to revive one from the dead upon eating it. If one were to refine them, then their effect would be even greater. The 9 lotus petals are all precious medicinal herbs. Even its stem is a treasure. The root is as precious as a single lotus seed. The 9-petaled magnificent lotus, although it was a lotus, it could also be considered to be a grandest spiritual treasure. Once one refines the lotus core, one can actually create a magnificent lotus clone. Xinyu became excited. In the golden scroll that was left behind in the bewitching god temple, there contained detailed information regarding all parts of the 9-petaled magnificent lotus. Furthermore, it was also extremely detailed in how to create a magnificent lotus clone and what uses it possessed. The more detailed it was, the more excited Xinyu became. The preciousness of a 9-petaled magnificent lotus was greater than even ordinary second-rated grandest spiritual treasures. Even Xinyu, who possessed the bewitching god temple, wanted to obtain the 9-petaled magnificent lotus badly. Xinyu didn't really care much about the efficiency of the 3 lotus seeds, 9 lotus petals and the stem. What Xinyu wanted was that black lotus core. The information regarding the 9-petaled magnificent lotus is something that only the upper echelons of the divine realm know about. It is likely that Tanjio and Lu Yushi still don't know about the true preciousness of the 9-petaled magnificent lotus. Xinyu's attention was cast toward Lu Yushi and Tanjio. Just like what Xinyu had anticipated, the 9-petaled magnificent lotus had only appeared once in the entire history of the divine realm. How could 2 mere heavenly deities of the Yuchi city know about the uses of a 9-petaled magnificent lotus? Even a lot of the high-level heavenly deities didn't know about it. Lu Yushi saw the 9-petaled magnificent lotus and was shocked. It actually absorbed the essence of 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses. It is definitely more precious than a 7-colored magnificent lotus. 9 lotus petals? Could it be the legendary 9-petaled magnificent lotus? During the time when Lu Yushi and Tanjio discovered this location, they also discovered 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses that were still growing. At that time, neither Lu Yushi nor Tanjio knew about the 7-colored magnificent lotuses. They had instantly assumed that these lotus flowers were definitely treasures the moment they saw the unitary heavy water. Thus, Lu Yushi proceeded to investigate using his connections in the Yuchi city when he returned. In the end, he managed to obtain detailed information regarding how precious the 7-colored magnificent lotus was. This caused Lu Yushi to be overjoyed. In that detailed information that he had obtained, it also slightly mentioned about the 9-petaled magnificent lotus at the end. It said that above the 7-colored magnificent lotus was the legendary 9-petaled magnificent lotus. As for the usages of all the different sections of a 9-petaled magnificent lotus, it did not contain any information regarding that. Neither Tanjio nor Lu Yushi knew about the usages of the different parts of a 9-petaled magnificent lotus. However, they were certain about one thing: the 9-petaled magnificent lotus was definitely much more precious than the 7-colored magnificent lotus. With 2 7-colored magnificent lotuses, Tanjio and Lu Yushi was able to split them evenly among each other. However, with a single 9-petaled magnificent lotus, how should they split it among themselves? Not good. Lu Yushi, who was planning to discuss with Tanjiro about how to distribute this 9-petaled magnificent lotus, suddenly has a change in his expression. He was planning to dodge back, but an over 20,000 kilogram strike ruthlessly smashed onto Lu Yushi's head. Bang! Like a ball, Lu Yushi was smashed flying. Ruthlessly, he smashed against the stone wall of the courtyard. Fissures instantly spread across the stone wall. The strange thing was, Lu Yushi's entire skin surface was fluctuating like a ripple. That strike to his head surprisingly only managed to crack his head open. His blood flowed out. With lightning speed, Lu Yushi rushed out from the huge hole in the wall. On his hands appeared a pair of golden gloves. Tanjiro's scarlet sword brows were raised. He sneered. Lu Yushi, your defense is truly powerful. During the time when we were in the Devil Murder Realm, I possessed the strongest offense and you possessed the strongest defense. And now, against my mid-level Heavenly Divine Artifacts attack, it actually only managed to wound you. Truly admirable, admirable. Tanjiro, you actually dared to sneak attack me for that 9-petaled magnificent lotus. Lu Yushi's expression was extremely unsightly. Although others might think that Lu Yushi's injury wasn't much when looking at him, but Lu Yushi himself was very certain that he was extremely lucky to survive Tanjiro's sneak attack with all his strength. The current Lu Yushi merely had about 60% of his strength left. A sparkle of red light flashed through the gloomy eyes underneath Tanjiro's scarlet brows. Lu Yushi, I suspect your soul has been damaged, no? How much strength do you have remaining? 50%? 60%? Ha ha. Lu Yushi, seeing that the two of us ascended from the Devil Murder Realm together and have fought each other for so many years, I also have some affection for you. If you were to leave here directly, I shall spare your life, said Tanjiro generously. Lu Yushi's expression was extremely unsightly. His silver brows were furrowed into a line. He said in a low voice, Tanjiro, we have been enemies with each other since the time when we were both weak. The two of us have fought each other for billions of years now. We have ascended together and reached heavenly deity level at practically the same time. And now, the two of us are both mid-level heavenly deities. To be honest, I have already considered you as an intimate friend of mine. I have even dreamed of how interesting it would be if we were to become God Kings. However, I truly never have expected that for a mere 9-petaled magnificent lotus, you actually went and sneak attacked me. In all these years that we have been in the Divine Realm, the two of us have fought several times. During those times, I discovered that you never fought all out with me. That had led me to think that after all these years, you were thinking the same as me and have also considered me as an intimate friend. However now, it would appear that, Lu Yushi's voice contained traces of grief. Intimate friends? Tanjiro was startled. His expression also changed. However, Tanjiro started laughing coldly. Ha, what sort of joke are you talking about? I, Tanjiro, have an intimate friend? Humph humph. Whoever it is that blocks my path shall be swept away. In the past, the reason why I have never gone all out with fighting you was because I am not certain that I can kill you and that I want a rival to allow me to improve even faster. Yet this time, the preciousness of the 9-petaled magnificent lotus, I reckon it is at the very least as precious as a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. For it, of course I have to be fierce and ruthless against you. Are you going to flee or are you going to fight me for this treasure? You decide, said Tanjiro coldly. Lu Yushi, who possessed only 60% of his strength, was still a threat to Tanjiro. If Lu Yushi was to fight with the intention of dying, then it was likely that Tanjiro would only be able to kill him after sustaining serious injuries. Lu Yushi glanced at Tanjiro twice. He slightly nodded and said, Fine. This 9-petaled magnificent lotus is yours. Let me go. Inside a room not far away from the courtyard was Chinyu. Chinyu was currently watching all that was unfolding. After understanding the course of events, Chinyu can't help but sigh. This Lu Yushi was likely thoroughly disappointed. He had originally thought that Tanjiro was an intimate friend of his. However, who would have expected that Tanjiro would actually ruthlessly attack him? Soon after, Chinyu calmed his mind. Currently, the Divine Spear Waning Snow has yet to absorb even 1,000th of the dark and yellow energy. However, if I want to kill Tanjiro, I can only use the Divine Spear Waning Snow. Chinyu was prepared to attack. Even though it had yet to even absorb 1,000th of the dark and yellow energy, the Divine Spear Waning Snows might had already been increased greatly. Chinyu was able to sense it very clearly. As Tanjiro pressed on the mechanism button, the tunnel leading to the bottom of the Black Dragon Pool started to open. Lu Yushi directly proceeded toward the entrance of the tunnel. The entrance of the tunnel was located right next to Tanjiro. Right after Lu Yushi walked to about 3 meters distance away from Tanjiro, Lu Yushi suddenly raised his fists and emitted a dazzling golden light. At the same moment when Lu Yushi attacked, Tanjiro's 9-section whip also turned into a stick and was once again smashed toward Lu Yushi. Bang! Lu Yushi's 2 golden fists smashed upon the 9-section whip simultaneously. The 2 people's bodies were jolted. After that, they flew backwards simultaneously. Lu Yushi had a cold expression on his face. Tanjiro, you are ruthless indeed. You never planned to let me go. Instead, you were planning to sneak attack me again so that you can kill me even more easily. Isn't that right? Having been seen through, Tanjiro did not feel embarrassed in the slightest. Instead, he sneered and said, Lu Yushi, there is no need to bother spouting nonsense. Although I have launched a sneak attack on you, weren't you also trying to sneak attack me? All that intimate friend bullshit that you said earlier, I bet it was all just fake. Lu Yushi said coldly. Before you launched that sneak attack, I truly had considered you to be an intimate friend. However, once you sneak attack me, I already knew, even though we knew each other for over billions of years, you were still as vicious and merciless as before. Thus, I knew that, you would definitely not let me go this time around. I wanted to sneak attack you before you do me. However, it would appear that it didn't work. Upon seeing this scene, Shinyu was unable to refrain his shock. These 2 people are truly ruthless. That Tanjiro said he was going to let Lu Yushi go, but it was actually so that he could sneak attack him again. Lu Yushi stopped bothering to talk anymore. He proceeded to charge toward Tanjiro. As for Tanjiro, he also charged forward with his 9-section whip. These 2 people were extremely knowledgeable of their opponent's strength. When they attacked each other, their speed was extremely fast. They both arc using spatial domain and the courtyard was surprisingly not damaged much. Shinyu's spatial energy was closely observing the astonishing power that the 2 of them were displaying at close combat fighting. Everywhere the 9-section whip and the 2 fists passed, the space there would be completely distorted. Their heavenly divine energies as well as their powers were completely condensed into their weapons. They were frantically attacking each other. Pow! 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 From time to time, Lu Yushi's body would be whipped by the strange 9-section staff. However, the skin on Lu Yushi's body would occasionally fluctuate like a ripple. Through that, he easily blocked the attacks from Tanjiro. Truly an abnormal defense. Several tens of after images appeared in the courtyard. It was like several tens of Tanjiros were fighting against several tens of Lu Yushis. In the instant of a lightning flash, the 2 of them had exchanged over 100 hits. If they continue to fight like this, when will the battle end? Shinyu gasped in his heart. However, right at that instant, Shinyu's expression suddenly changed. Clones. That's right, Tanjiro suddenly brought out 2 clones. Due to the fact that they were battling too fast and created that many after imagines, having 2 more clones was something that one cannot distinguish with one's naked eye. Shinyu managed to discover the clones and Lu Yushi had also discovered the clones. The 2 clones instantly rushed toward Lu Yushi. Like madmen, they pressed onto Lu Yushi from either sides. Boom! As if several hundred heavenly lightning bolts sounded near one's ears, parts of the underground mansion started to collapse. Shinyu had hit himself into the corner of the room. A pillar above him smashed down beside him. However, he did not pay attention to it at all. All his attention was on the battle in the courtyard. This Tanjiro is truly ruthless. He actually self-detonated 2 of his clones. Shinyu was filled with shock. The 9 clones of Tanjiro were all his true bodies. For him to give up 2 of his true bodies at once, he was truly determined. You're still alive? Tanjiro's cold and indifferent voice sounded. In the middle of the courtyard, Lu Yushi was kneeling on the ground on one knee. His body was covered with blood. He looked to Tanjiro before him with an ice-cold gaze. Tanjiro, could it be that you think you're capable of killing me with merely 2 clones? Did you forget that my strongest strength is my defense? A mocking smile appeared on Tanjiro's cold and indifferent face. Although his defense was very powerful, but through the self-detonated of 2 of Tanjiro's clones, Lu Yushi's injury had become even worse. Who dot? Lu Yushi suddenly raised his head toward the sky and shouted. His head started to shine. Instantly, the space in the entire courtyard seemed to have frozen. Tanjiro's expression also changed. You? Let's die together. Craziness flashed through Lu Yushi's eyes. Tanjiro was very certain that at this moment, Lu Yushi had ignited his nascent soul. The nascent soul was the materialistic existence of one's soul's energy. The amount of energy it contained was truly astonishing. When exploding the nascent soul's energy at once, one's divine awareness would instantly reach its strongest point and one's control of the spatial domain would become even greater. At the same time, Lu Yushi launched his final hysterical divine awareness attack at Tanjio. Divine awareness was a manifestation of the soul's energy. One could attack another's soul through using soul energy. Merely, with an attack like this, although one might be able to kill one's enemy, one would still suffer 80% of the damage. It was something that no ordinary people would do unless one had the resolution of dying. Ah! Tanjio snarled. He instantly turned into 7 people. At the same time, 3 of his clones' bodies started shining. Even their heads were shining. Those 3 clones rushed toward Lu Yushi. It was extremely hard for one to create clones in the divine realm. The reason why Tanjio was capable of having 9 clones was because he had 9 heads. This also allowed him to have 9 souls. Only a clone that possessed a soul could be considered as a true clone. Earlier, when his 2 previous clones self-detonated, he had retrieved the souls from those 2 clones. However, as for these 3 clones, he had ignited their souls. Lu Yushi's eyes were filled with frantic craziness. As for the 3 clones, their eyes were also filled with frantic craziness. An explosion even louder than the one from earlier was heard. Boom! The mid-level heavenly deity Lu Yushi and the 3 Tanjio clones had all perished. At the same time, the entire underground mansion started to crumble even more severely. The entire underground mansion had turned into a mess. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 38. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 38, Divine Spear Waning Snow. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. 3 clones had self-detonated. On top of that, 2 clones had self-detonated earlier. Tanjio had already self-detonated 5 clones. Now, all he had remaining were 4 clones. These 4 Tanjios were all watching attentively at the location of the explosion with bright expressionful eyes. At the same time, they covered the entire courtyard with their spatial domain. In an instant, all those rolling or falling crushed rocks, stones and whatnot all stopped moving. The entire courtyard had turned into an immobile state. Tanjio's 4 clones frowned for a short moment and then slowly displayed smiles on their faces. Lu Yushi, you finally died. First Tanjio seriously injured Lu Yushi with his sneak attack. He then self-detonated 5 of his clones. Only through these methods did he manage to kill Lu Yushi, who possessed astonishing defense. At the moment when Lu Yushi was killed, Tanjio felt sort of worry-free, sad, and all sorts of other kinds of complicated sensations. The 4 clones instantly fused into one. Tanjio walked to the location where Lu Yushi self-detonated. At this moment, a damaged battle armor, a storage divine artifact as well as a mid-quality heavenly divine gloves remained on the ground. These were the remnants of Lu Yushi. Only through discovering these remnants as well as the fact that Lu Yushi had already ignored his nascent soul earlier did Tanjio become certain that Lu Yushi had died. When one ignited one's soul, even if others were to not attack, one would still likely only survive for a couple breaths' time. Chinyu's universal world spatial energy had been locked on Tanjio the entire time. I must kill him with a single strike. This Tanjio has yet to let go of his guard. This is not the best opportunity to kill him. I'll wait till the moment when he plucks the 9-petaled magnificent lotus. That will be the best moment to launch my sneak attack on him. Shinyu slightly arched his back. His attention had been condensed to the max. He was able to execute his strongest strike at any moment. Tanjio picked up the remnants of Lu Yushi. He felt a burst of carefreeness. After killing Lu Yushi, not only did he manage to obtain a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact and all his treasures, at the same time, the 9-petaled magnificent lotus was completely his now. Tanjio walked over to the pond where the 9-petaled magnificent lotus was. The intense battle from earlier did not spread to the 9-petaled magnificent lotus at all. The 9-petaled magnificent lotus was still radiating a black light. Especially that sparking and translucent black lotus core, it was extremely alluring. Tanjio stepped into the pond. Although this unitary heavy water was powerful, it was not powerful enough to kill a heavenly deity. This unitary heavy water is truly cold. Tanjio was shivering. He then thrust his hands into the bottom of the pond. Tanjio needed to pull out the 9-petaled magnificent lotus from the bottom of the pond. He didn't dare to, nor did he want to pull the 9-petaled magnificent lotus by its lotus flower. At this moment, Tanjio's attention was completely concentrated on the 9-petaled magnificent lotus. This is the moment. A long spear suddenly appeared in Chinyu's hand. The divine spear waning snow that was completely black before now possessed some dark yellow color in both its shaft and tip. The amount of dark yellow was extremely tiny. It was like some small specks on the spear. Divine spear waning snow. The divine spear waning snow that had absorbed a minuscule amount of dark and yellow energy. Teleportation. Behind Tanjiro, who have his back bent and hands inside the pond of unitary heavy water, suddenly appeared Shinyu. Shinyu's divine spear waning snow flashed. Like piercing through leather, it pierced through Tanjiro's head. The two great auxiliary functions of the divine spear waning snow, body break and devouring soul. Bang, dot. Tanjiro's skull instantly turned to fine dust. As for Tanjiro's body, it turned into 7 or 8 fragments. However, those 7 or 8 fragments actually instantly turned into 3 Tanjiros. Shinyu was unable to refrain his shock. How is he still alive? His head has turned into fine dust already. The soul within his head has also been shattered already. How is it that he still has 3 clones? Shinyu was shocked. However, Tanjiro was even more shocked. Tanjiro had never thought that he would actually have his head smashed to nothingness without even noticing it. It's the so close yet worlds apart. It's Shinyu. Tanjiro instantly understood what had happened. Fortunately, I would always put my 9 soul sections into different parts of my body when I am not in battle. Tanjiro was extremely crafty. His soul was in 9 sections. Usually, he would only place a single soul section in his head. As for the other 8 soul sections, he would place them in different places like his chest, dantian, arms and so on. This was the method that Tanjiro used in order to prevent himself from being killed by a sneak attack. This time around, this method of his saved his life. Shinyu only managed to destroy one of the soul sections as well as the jade blood golden pellet of that soul. When divine energy transformed into heavenly divine energy, it would create a jade green colored golden pellet. This golden pellet is called the jade blood golden pellet. The jade blood golden pellet is the source of heavenly divine energy. The nascent soul was the core of the soul, whereas the jade blood golden pellet was the source of the heavenly divine energy. The heads of heavenly deities would usually contain a nascent soul and a jade blood golden pellet. Shinyu glanced at the 3 clones. These 3 clones were all holding a 3-section staff. These 3-section staffs was the 9-section whip divided into 3 parts. Even Shinyu must admit that this 9-section whip was created extremely skillfully. Shinyu, you actually dared to sneak attack me and destroy a clone of mine. However, you would no longer have another opportunity now. Last time I did not kill you, this time, sneered a Tanjiro clone. Even now, Tanjiro was still extremely confident in killing Shinyu. In Tanjiro's mind, Shinyu was merely a low-level heavenly deity. He was merely someone who relied on his remarkable ability of so close yet worlds apart. Tanjiro believed that if he were to go all out, then Shinyu was certain to die. These 3 clones, I must kill them all. I cannot allow a single one to escape. Shinyu was thinking extremely fast. "Men, you're not using that heavenly divine sword?" said the Tanjiro to Shinyu's left with a frown on his face. And at this moment, Shinyu's figure suddenly appeared beside the Tanjiro to his right. With a movement of his right arm, the divine spear waning snow in Shinyu's hand started to twist as it was thrust forward. Wherever the divine spear waning snow passed, spatial cracks of the thickness of hairs appeared in the divine realm. Humph! The Tanjiro to the right confidently used the 3-section staff in his hand to block the spear strike. Tanjiro believed that he was able to block Shinyu's high-quality heavenly divine artifact using a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. However, Tanjiro's expression suddenly changed. The 3-section staff started to vibrate and then cracked apart. As for that spear, it pierced through Tanjiro's neck while he was in a state of shock. Split! Shinyu shouted angrily. Tanjiro felt a burst of exotic energy. Following along the wound in his neck, it spread all over his body. After that, both his head and his chest turned into fine dust. That nascent soul and the jade blood golden pellet had also turned into fine dust. The other 2 Tanjiro's expressions instantly grew pale. At the same time, their eyes were open wide like balls. The first reaction of these 2 Tanjiros were to escape. The 2 Tanjiros, one proceeded to flee toward the entrance of the tunnel whereas the other proceeded to run toward the opposite direction, the direction toward the inside of the underground mansion. What sort of weapon is that? It's not a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Is it something that's even more powerful than a high-quality heavenly divine artifact? Tanjiro felt that his heart was shivering. Could it be a legendary Grand Mist spiritual treasure? Tanjiro was filled with fear and shock. Ordinary deities did not know about the great name of Grand Mist spiritual treasures. However, Tanjiro, a mid-level heavenly deity, had heard about rumors of it before. Merely, he had never seen one before. Or rather, he wouldn't know even if he had seen one. Trying to flee, a dot. Seeing the two Tangios fleeing in opposite directions, Shinyu instantly made his decision to first kill the Tangio that was fleeing toward the tunnel entrance. Shinyu believed that it would require the Tangio who fled toward the underground mansion to create a tunnel in order to run away. This amount of time was sufficient for him to kill the other Tangio. Teleportation. Teleportation. After 2 continuous teleportations, Shinyu arrived inside the tunnel and stopped the path of Tangio. Who? The first reaction Tangio had when he saw Shinyu was spreading out his spatial domain and then smash his weapon toward Shinyu. Chi. While rotating rapidly, the divine spear waning snow was thrust forward. Like a dragon flying out from the sea, with bits of dark black color to the tip of the spear, the spatial domain was unable to block the divine spear waning snow at all. When the attack was powerful enough, even spatial domain would be useless. After all, the current divine spear waning snow was already capable of creating tiny spatial cracks. Bang! The 3-section staff was forcibly thrust apart by the divine spear waning snow from the inside. The divine spear waning snow continued to thrust toward Tangio's neck. Tangio, who already knew that he cannot block the incoming strike, have directly let his nascent soul and jade blood golden pellet out from his body. However, with a twist of the divine spear waning snow that Shinyu held, a weak ray of dark and yellow energy burst forth from the tip of the spear and directly bonded Tangio's nascent soul and jade blood golden pellet. In an instant, the nascent soul and jade blood golden pellet have turned to dust. There's one left. Shinyu did not bother to care about the corpse before him. He once again started teleporting. After 2 teleportations, Shinyu had arrived inside the underground mansion. Shinyu started to spread the spatial energy from his universal world. With lightning speed, Shinyu teleported 3 more times and continued to search the underground mansion. Only then did he discover that the situation was bad. With a movement of his body, Shinyu appeared inside a study room behind the underground mansion. At this moment, there was surprisingly a tunnel on the wall of this room. Shinyu immediately grew anxious and angry. What a mistake, truly a great mistake. This Tangio had stayed in the underground mansion for countless years, how could he only leave a single tunnel? Although barely any time passed, but with his speed, I suspect he'd already reached several tens of miles away. My spatial energy is only capable of searching a range of around 100 meters, without an exact direction. How could I possibly find him? Shinyu was at a loss as to what to do. This study room was located at the back of the underground mansion. The room where Shinyu hid himself in was far away from this place. Thus, Shinyu had never discovered that there was another secret tunnel here. Everything was in vain. A Tangio clone managed to escape. Forget about it, even if this Tangio managed to survive, what could he possibly do after fleeing? Shinyu didn't really care about it either. Although he had discovered my secret of teleportation, but would others believe him if he were to tell them? Teleportation was a remarkable ability that only God Kings possessed. This was an ironclad law of the divine realm for the past 100 million and 2 quadrillion years. Even if Tangio were to tell others that there was someone who possessed a remarkable ability similar to that of teleportation, how many people from the divine realm would actually believe him? Although Shinyu also knew that even if there weren't going to be many people that would believe Tangio, it would still make things troublesome for him. However, as Tangio already escaped, Shinyu could only comfort himself this way. With a flash of his body, Shinyu reappeared in the courtyard. Seeing the 9-petaled magnificent lotus on the pond of unitary heavy water before him, Shinyu started to smile. For this 9-petaled magnificent lotus, a mid-level heavenly deity died and another mid-level heavenly deity had lost 8 of his 9 clones. Shinyu glanced at the 9-petaled magnificent lotus. His gaze then turned to the divine spear waning snow in his hand. Although he had imagined the might of the divine spear waning snow before, but Shinyu was still overjoyed to see how powerful it was in action. A mid-level heavenly deity using a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact against him who used the divine spear waning snow with divine energy. However, even though this was the case, the divine spear waning snow still broke apart his opponent's mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. Originally, the divine spear waning snow was comparable to a second-rated grandest spiritual treasure. And now, its might was much more powerful than before. It was likely that even if it was to be inferior to a first-rated grandest spiritual treasure, it would not be much inferior. Shinyu thought in his heart. Furthermore, the current divine spear waning snow had only absorbed a very small amount of dark and yellow energy. Exactly how powerful the divine spear waning snow would be once it finished absorbing it completely, Shinyu was excited just thinking about it. If I hadn't used the divine spear waning snow and had only used the high-quality heavenly divine artifact heavenly divine sword scarlet blood, then killing Tangio would simply be a dream. However, when I used the divine spear waning snow, I was able to trample upon him. A good weapon indeed provides a different result. Qin Yu became even more aware of the advantage of possessing a powerful weapon. With an intention of his mind, the divine spear Waning Snow returned into Qin Yu's universal world and once again began absorbing the dark and yellow energy. The divine spear Waning Snow is like teleportation, it's best for me to only use them in important moments. Trump cards, the deeper I hide them, the better their effects. Qin Yu thought in his heart. Qin Yu then looked to the pond before him. With merely an intention, the spatial energy from the universal world covered the entire pond of unitary heavy water and the nine-petaled magnificent lotus. And then, the nine-petaled magnificent lotus and the unitary heavy water all disappeared. They had already arrived in the universal world. As for Qin Yu, he too had disappeared from the underground mansion and entered into the universal world. Qin Yu stood on a piece of meadows. The unitary heavy water and the nine-petaled magnificent lotus was floating before Qin Yu. When inside the universal world, everything changed according to Qin Yu's intention. With an intention of his mind, the unitary heavy water separated from the nine-petaled magnificent lotus. The lotus core of the nine-petaled magnificent lotus could become a magnificent lotus clone after refining it. The magnificent lotus clone naturally possesses the unitary heavy water domain, its body's toughness is even greater than that of a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Qin Yu's heart was extremely relaxed. What the nine-petaled magnificent lotus attracted him the most was the lotus core. It was extremely hard for one to refine a clone. That was because a true clone required a soul. Who among ordinary people are capable of splitting their souls? However, the lotus core of the nine-petaled magnificent lotus was different. The lotus core was born through absorbing grand mist spiritual energy. The entire lotus core was a consciousless soul body. After Qin Yu finished refining it, he merely needed to leave a bit of his consciousness in it in order to obtain a clone. Furthermore, Qin Yu believed that the fighting strength of the clone might be even greater than his own body. I shall combine this unitary heavy water with the unitary heavy water that I had obtained from the Dark Star Realm. With an intention of his mind, a water ball of unitary heavy water appeared floating in the sky. At the same time, beside this ball of golden elemental heavy water was another ball of unitary heavy water and a golden bead. This golden-colored bead was extremely unusual. It was so cold that Qin Yu estimated that it was something that was impossible to refine unless one has reached the embryo soul level. Right when Qin Yu was pondering, "MN?" Qin Yu opened his eyes wide in shock. The golden bead voluntarily started flying toward the nine-petaled magnificent lotus. At the same time, the black lotus core of the nine-petaled magnificent lotus shot out a ray of black light. The golden bead also shot out a ray of golden light. The two lights actually started to wind together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 39. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 39, Xiaohei's Cultivation Path. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The black lotus core of the nine-petaled magnificent lotus and the golden bead emitted light simultaneously. The two of them were shining on each other. The black lotus core shot out a ray of black light whereas the golden bead shot out a ray of golden light. The two lights were twisting and fusing with one another like a water pipe. The two energies of different nature were actually fusing with each other. The black light was being absorbed by the golden bead. The golden light was being absorbed by the black lotus core. Seeing the scene before him, Qin Yu was extremely confused. I've never heard of this golden bead before. So why is it that such a change occurred the moment it met the nine-petaled magnificent lotus? In the numerous years, Qin Yu had read many of the golden scrolls in the bewitching god temple and remembered all the information regarding the various rare herbs, ores, and other materials. However, he had never come across any information regarding this golden bead. With an intention from Qin Yu, Uncle Fu appeared beside him. Uncle Fu was previously in the middle of analyzing formation arrays inside Jianglan's realm. Seeing the scene before him suddenly changing and then seeing Qin Yu, Uncle Fu immediately bowed and said, "Master. What might Master need me for?" "Uncle Fu, look at this." Qin Yu pointed at the golden bead and the nine-petaled magnificent lotus before him. Upon seeing the nine-petaled magnificent lotus, Uncle Fu was immediately startled. In shock, he said, "This, 9 petals, could it be the 9-petaled magnificent lotus? And what might this golden bead be?" Uncle Fu was unable to cover up his shocked expression. He looked to Qin Yu and asked, "Master, this 9-petaled magnificent lotus is extremely precious. This golden bead also appears to be precious. How did Master obtain these two items?" Hearing Uncle Fu's words, Xinyu felt a bit disappointed. Clearly, Uncle Fu didn't know anything about the golden bead. However, Xinyu still pointed at the 9-petaled magnificent lotus and said, "Uncle Fu, I have luckily obtained this 9-petaled magnificent lotus in the Black Dragon Pool. As for this golden bead, I obtained it back in the Dark Star Realm's territory, back during the time when I was in the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm." Uncle Fu. I would like to ask, have you ever heard about something like this golden bead? I have seen golden beads before. However, although they're both golden beads, they might not be the same item. Master, can you tell me about the property of this golden bead? Uncle Fu asked. Xinyu felt a burst of happiness. It seemed that Uncle Fu might be able to know information about this golden bead. This golden bead is extremely cold. It is surrounded by golden elemental heavy water, which is even colder than unitary heavy water, and that golden elemental heavy water is again surrounded by unitary heavy water. However, as to what exactly this golden bead is, I have absolutely no idea, even after searching through all the golden scrolls, said Xinyu helplessly. In order to find out what this golden bead was, Xinyu had spent a large amount of time and searched through all the golden scrolls. It was formed with golden elemental heavy water? Uncle Fu looked to the golden bead with a shocked expression. He saw that this golden bead was actually exchanging energy with the lotus core of the 9-petaled magnificent lotus. Master, how did the lotus core of the 9-petaled magnificent lotus come into contact with the golden bead? Did Master control them? No, it occurred naturally. Uncle Fu, do you know anything about this golden bead? Xinyu looked to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu frowned and shook his head. I don't know. Merely, the fact that it was capable of forming golden elemental heavy water means that it should be a grand mist spiritual treasure. However, in all the years that I have followed my old master, I have never once heard of a golden bead among the cold attribute grand mist spiritual treasures. Hearing Uncle Fu saying that he doesn't know about it, Xinyu grew a bit disappointed. However, he had already anticipated that. Thus, he merely nodded. Master, why don't you refine this golden bead? Confused, Uncle Fu asked. This golden bead is too cold. It actually has the ability to freeze the soul. Based on my estimation, I won't be able to refine this golden bead until my soul reaches the embryo soul level. Upon saying this, Xinyu thought about his soul's level. He couldn't refrain from sighing. Unfortunately, I have been at the peak of the high-level deity stage for so many years and have researched formation array for over 100,000 years a while ago too. Although I managed to attain some progress in the formation arrays, my soul still has yet to reach a breakthrough. Uncle Fu consoled. Master, this barrier of reaching the heavenly deity state from the high-level deity state is extremely hard to cross. Countless people in the divine realm are trapped at this barrier. Master, just look at how many high-level deities there are in the Black Dragon Pool and how many heavenly deities there are. Xinyu lightly smiled. He too knew about this reasoning. Merely, after being trapped in the peak of high-level deity for so long, Xinyu had grown somewhat anxious. It would seem that I will have to go and research the spatial comprehensions left behind by Seniors Watchome. Xinyu made his decision. Once my research of formation arrays reaches the 4th formation array level, I shall break through to the heavenly deity level. Although Xinyu had already reached the 3rd formation array level a long time ago, after all these years of training, Xinyu had at most been able to set up the high-level L formation arrays at the 3rd level. As for the formation arrays at the 4th level, they were still out of his reach. Xinyu was able to feel that the change in the golden bead and the 9 petals magnificent lotus should be complementary to each other and would benefit both of them. Thus, Xinyu did not try to block them either. Master, when you are refining the divine spear waning snow, why is it that you aren't putting it in Jianglan's realm to refine it? Uncle Fu suddenly asked. Uncle Fu knew that Xinyu had been using the dark and yellow energy to increase the power of the divine spear waning snow. Uncle Fu believed that if Xinyu were to refine the divine spear waning snow in the 2nd layer space of the Jianglan's realm, it would go 100 times faster. Thus, why didn't Xinyu do it in the Jianglan's realm? Xinyu shook his head helplessly and said, It is true that I can place the divine spear waning snow in the Jianglan's realm, but the dark and yellow energy is incapable of leaving the universal world. Regarding this, Xinyu had also been extremely confused as to why that was the case. In the over 1,000 years that the divine spear waning snow had absorbed the dark and yellow energy in the universal world, it had absorbed less than 1,000th of the dark and yellow energy. According to this speed, it would take an extremely long time to completely and successfully refine the divine spear waning snow. Xinyu had tried to move the dark and yellow energy into the Jianglan's realm to save time. However, the dark and yellow energy was completely unable to leave the universal world. Xinyu had a sort of feeling in his heart. The universal world that was still growing seemed to have some sort of connection with the dark and yellow energy. Merely, the current Xinyu was still unable to understand this connection. Xinyu had a premonition in his heart that once the universal world finished growing completely, he would likely be able to understand the secrets to the dark and yellow energy. The current Xinyu only knew that the dark and yellow energy could be used to refine artifacts. "Uncle Fu, let's return to the Jianlan's realm first," said Xinyu to Uncle Fu. Immediately after, the two of them disappeared. Inside the second layer space of the Jianlan's realm, Xinyu and Uncle Fu directly appeared outside of Qinyu's courtyard manor. Xinyu turned around and was about to enter into his courtyard manor when Uncle Fu suddenly said, "Master, there is something about young Master Heiyu that I must tell you." "Xiao Hei?" Xinyu suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked to Xinyu. He frowned and asked, "You said Xiao Hei? What's wrong with Xiao Hei?" Uncle Fu wanted to speak yet was unable to get his words out. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, I am also unable to speak clearly about the situation that young Master Heiyu is in. Merely, recently, young Master Heiyu's cultivation entered a special state. This old servant, however, isn't sure whether this is a good thing or a bad thing." "Man?" Xinyu immediately grew a bit worried. He stopped asking Uncle Fu and directly teleported with Uncle Fu to outside the location where Heiyu is training. On top of a lone mountain. This lone mountain, one side seemed to have been cut by a blade and was extremely steep. Heiyu wore a white gown and was standing on top of the lone mountain with his eyes closed. He held his cloud-piercing spear in one hand. Black spear silhouettes would occasionally burst forth. Xinyu merely observed for a short moment before discovering the strangeness. The restrictions of Jianglan's realm were extremely low. With Heiyu's speed, he was capable of instantly thrusting several tens of millions of spear silhouettes. However, the current Heiyu's spear thrusting speed was not fast at all. Furthermore, among all the spear strikes thrust forth by Heiyu, each and every one of them possessed a different speed. "Master, young Master Heiyu has trained with his eyes closed like this for over 100,000 years now. During these 100,000 plus years, young Master Heiyu has been thrusting his spear like this the entire time. Young Master Heiyu's spear thrusting speed isn't fast nor is he using any divine energy." This old servant became a bit worried. "That's why I informed Master about it," said Uncle Fu. Xinyu also couldn't tell what purpose there was for Heiyu to thrust his spear like this. There were indeed people in the divine realm that would continuously practice drawing their blades or thrusting their spears and the like. However, those people would always do that with their utmost speed. Those people all sought for the limit of speed. However, what about Heiyu? His thrusting speed was not fast. It was merely a mediocre speed. Furthermore, sometimes he would be a bit faster and sometimes slower. Xinyu was certain that Heiyu had not gone mad. However, what use was there for such a training method? Xinyu bursted into anger. He looked to Uncle Fu and said angrily, "Uncle Fu, why did you only tell me this now?" Uncle Fu hurriedly said fearfully, "In the past 100,000 plus years, Master has been deriving formation arrays the entire time." This old servant didn't dare to interrupt Master. Furthermore, this old servant saw that young Master Heiyu was so concentrated in his training, so even though I found it problematic, I did not believe that he had gone mad. Thus, I had decided to tell Master about it after Master comes out from seclusion training. However, after Master finished your seclusion training, you left to the outside world right away. Thus, this old servant only managed to tell Master about it now. Seeing Uncle Fu's reaction, Xinyu knew that he was wrong to get angry. Furthermore, he had left right away after sensing the change in the Black Dragon Pool. Uncle Fu simply do not have the time to inform him about this at all. "Uncle Fu, I am in the wrong. It's just that Xiao Hei is a brother of mine that I have grown up together with." Xinyu looked to Heiyu who stood on the mountain top far away with worry. "Xiao Hei!" Xinyu suddenly yelled. Heiyu did not have any reaction. He continued to stand on top of the lone mountain, thrusting his spear at different speeds. It would seem that Xiao Hei's concentration has been completely focused and has entered a special state of mind. Xinyu did not have any other way to contact Xiao Hei other than using his divine awareness to send a voice transmission. His voice directly sounded in Heiyu's mind. "Xiao Hei, stop for a moment." Heiyu suddenly stopped thrusting his spear. Heiyu's eyes then opened. Seeing Xinyu, Heiyu had an extremely cheerful expression on his face. In an instant, Heiyu arrived in front of Xinyu. In ecstasy, he said, "Big brother, it's been a long time since I've last seen you. However, big brother, I have only trained for a short period of time, why did you interrupt me?" "Short period of time?" You've been in that state for over 100,000 years already. Shinyu said helplessly. Over 100,000 years? Heiyu opened his eyes wide. Heiyu then closed his eyes to sense. He then nodded. It has indeed been over 100,000 years. I truly didn't realize time had passed by so quickly. Shinyu suddenly discovered a change in Heiyu. Xiaohei, you've reached the peak of the high-level deity stage? Shinyu only noticed Heiyu's improvements. Shinyu remembered very clearly that over 100,000 years ago, Heiyu had only reached the peak of the mid-level deity stage. How was it possible for Heiyu to instantly catch up to him? Heiyu himself was also startled. He was also confused for a long period of time. How come I have reached the peak of the high-level deity stage? Last time around, I was still at the peak of the mid-level deity stage. Although I sensed that I was about to make a breakthrough, how is it possible that I have reached the peak of the high-level deity stage in nearly 100,000 plus years? Shinyu suddenly recalled an issue. The training method that Heiyu was doing earlier seemed to be some sort of special kind of training method. Heiyu's extremely fast improvement might be related to that training method. Upon thinking of this, Shinyu started becoming happy for his brother. Heiyu, why did you start thrusting your spear for 100,000 years on top of a lone mountain? Shinyu asked. Heiyu shook his head and said, I'm not sure. One day when I was training my spear techniques on top of the lone mountain, I suddenly felt a very mysterious and special sensation in my heart. I then proceeded to search for that sensation and began to thrust my spear incessantly. By today, I managed to have some accomplishments regarding that sensation. Furthermore, I feel that, this sort of training method, if I were to continue to train like so, ought to be very powerful. Shinyu's eyes shined. He said, Xiaohei, try thrusting a spear strike toward me. Heiyu's eyes also shined. Haha, okay. Big brother, have a taste of the things that I managed to comprehend in these years. After he finished saying that, Heiyu extended his hand toward the ground and grabbed. A stone was instantly cut into the shape of a spear. Holding this stone spear, Heiyu stared at Shinyu. Shinyu didn't dare to be careless. He also grabbed a stone spear like Heiyu. Big brother, you'd best be careful. Heiyu's eyes burst forth with light. Watch my attack. With a loud shout, the stone spear in Heiyu's hands was thrust forward. At the moment when Heiyu thrust his spear forward, Shinyu felt as if his brain stopped moving. Although the speed of the stone spear didn't seem to be very fast, Shinyu felt that his own speed was even slower. He tried his hardest to move the stone spear in his hand. Only through that did he manage to block the incoming spear. Stop! Shinyu suddenly said. Big brother, what's wrong? Confused, Heiyu said. How was my attack earlier? The bit of comprehension I managed to achieve in the 100,000 plus years, I feel that the amount that I managed to comprehend is still very small. I believe that after more time passes, my spear technique will likely become a lot better. Shinyu looked at Heiyu with shock. Even when fighting against Tanjiro, Shinyu did not have this sort of strange sensation. Although Heiyu's spear speed was not fast at all, it was extremely hard to defend against it. Shinyu didn't understand. Shinyu knew that if he were to fight against Heiyu in the Divine Realm without using his universal world spatial energy and only used the same sort of weapon as Heiyu, he might actually be no match against Heiyu. Xiaohei, you've become stronger than me. Shinyu said gratified. Big brother. Heiyu was unable to refrain his shock. In all these years, in the path of cultivation, Hofei and Heiyu had been watching Shinyu's back the entire time. They had always been finding that the gap between them and Shinyu had been growing greater and greater. Never had Heiyu expected for Shinyu to admit his defeat today. Continue to train properly, continue to walk down this path. Shinyu encouraged. Actually, what Shinyu thought was incorrect. During the origin stage of his stellar transformation, Shinyu was capable of using the origin energy. When he reached the universe stage, he could only use the spatial energy. The universal world was also something that Shinyu cultivated. It was Shinyu's ability. When he thought that he was no match against Xiaohei without relying on the universal world or weapons, this sort of thinking was actually a bit overly extreme. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 40. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 40, Being Well Known. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Seeing Heiyu returning back to the top of the lone mountain and once again starting to thrust his spear with varying speed, Shinyu displayed a calm and joyous smile on his face. Shinyu knew that he who possessed the teleportation ability and the divine spear waning snow could be met with misfortune at any location. Furthermore, the faster his strength increased, the stronger the experts he would come across would be. Although he might be able to fight against those experts, what about Heyu? Seeing that Heyu had now walked down his own path, Xinyu was happy for him. He grew relaxed in his heart. Uncle Fu, do not go and bother Xiao He. Let him concentrate on his training, said Xinyu to Uncle Fu. He then returned back to his own residence by himself through teleportation. After walking into his room, Xinyu sat cross-legged on the praying mat and started to quietly derive the formation arrays. The ocean of formation arrays was boundless. However, there were rules within the ocean that one could follow. As Xinyu was deriving the formation arrays, a branch diagram appeared within his brain. From simple to complicated, he derived the formation arrays one by one. There were very few first-level formation arrays, they were only a couple different types. However, the number of second-level formation arrays was a lot greater. As for third-level formation arrays, they were astonishingly numerous. As Xinyu comprehended the array path more and more, he became somewhat intoxicated with deriving formation arrays. Every single time he managed to comprehend an even more profound formation array, Xinyu would feel a sense of accomplishment, a sense of conquest. The branch diagram regarding the formation arrays in his mind also became more and more complicated. Ever since he created the universal world, Xinyu had placed Jianglan's realm in the universal world whenever he derived formation arrays. Under such circumstances, Xinyu felt that his insights in the derivations of formation arrays were even greater and his speed of derivation also increased by a lot. The reason why such a thing happened, Xinyu could only believe that it had to do with the fact that he was the creator of the universal world. While deriving formation arrays, one couldn't sense the passage of time. A profound formation array might require more than 1,000 years of time to derive. Having reached this level, Xinyu also understood the reason why trapping arrays were more important than killing arrays and defensive arrays. If one were to completely fuse a killing array and a defensive array into a trapping array and make it into a single formation array. If one were able to fuse them together completely and perfectly, then, and only then could one be considered a great master of formation arrays. In other words, one must reach the fourth level of formation arrays. In a blink of an eye, Xinyu had already spent 180,000 years in Jianglan's realm's second layer space. Xinyu's eyes that had been closed for 180,000 years were finally opened. He had a slight smile in his eyes. I've finally succeeded. It's surprisingly hard to reach the fourth level of formation arrays from the third level. Xinyu gasped in his heart. Having reached this stage, Xinyu had an urge in his heart. Having deduced so many formation arrays, Xinyu felt that there were not many secrets to the array path anymore. He even felt a sort of sensation as if he had managed to discover the quintessence of the array path. This quintessence of the array path was a lot more complicated and profound compared to the one he discovered the first time after spending 90,000 years. Is it the first stage of the array path? Xinyu slightly smiled. He immediately discarded this first stage of the array path that he had just comprehended out from his mind. That was because Xinyu knew that the more formation arrays he deduced, the more perfect the first stage of the array path he would comprehend in the end would become, and the more perfect the first stage of the array path, the higher his future achievement in the array path would be. Master! Uncle Fu's voice sounded from outside of the room. As the servant of Xinyu, Uncle Fu was able to sense changes in Xinyu's state of mind. He naturally knew that Xinyu had finished his seclusion deductions. After opening the door of the room, Xinyu walked out. With a face beaming with smiles, he said, Uncle Fu, I've reached the fourth level of formation arrays. Oh, that's right. How long did it take you to reach the fourth level of formation arrays and how long did it take for you to reach the fifth level of formation arrays? Uncle Fu had been unceasingly deducing formation arrays the entire time. Uncle Fu replied, It took me several hundred millions of years to reach the fourth level. As for reaching the fifth level from the fourth, it took me over 1 billion years. It was truly very slow. Xinyu gasped in his heart. He had only spent a total of less than 500,000 years, yet had already reached the doorsteps of the fourth level of formation arrays. His speed was several hundred to 1,000 times faster compared to Uncle Fu. How long did it take for Senior Chehoyuan to reach the fourth level of formation arrays? Xinyu asked. Uncle Fu shook his head and said, This old servant doesn't know how long his old master spent at the first level of formation arrays. All I know is that my old master spent 1,000,000 years to comprehend the first stage of the array path the first time around. He then started his research from scratch and spent 1 billion years to comprehend the first stage of the array path the second time around. When comparing old master and master's speed, master is 10 times faster than old master. Indeed, during the first time when Xinyu comprehended the first stage of the array path, he had merely spent about 90,000 years. Xinyu slightly nodded. According to this speed, if I want to reach the 5th level of formation arrays, it would likely take me 1,000,000 years. I reckon that Senior Cheho Yuan had deduced all the way till he reached the 6th level of formation arrays before he actually started comprehending the first stage of the array path. Qin Yu thought in his heart. Array path, the first level of formation arrays till the 6th went from simple to complicated. As for the 7th and 8th levels of formation arrays, they instead returned to being simple. If one were to continue to deduce more complicated formation arrays, one would only reach the 6th level of formation arrays. Uncle Fu, I'll go outside for a while to see if that Tanjo has returned. 180,000 years have passed, perhaps he might actually come back here, said Qin Yu with a smile on his face. Weeding out the roots, Uncle Fu said hurriedly. Master, I have 2 things I need to tell you. Go ahead, Qin Yu said. Uncle Fu nodded. Roughly 30,000 years after Master entered seclusion training to deduce formation arrays, the 2 girls Hong Yu and Lu Shuai reached soul consummation. Their souls then condensed into golden soul pellets. After 60,000 years, Wu Lan also managed to form a golden soul pellet. As for Wu He, he managed to form a golden soul pellet after 80,000 years. Qin Yu nodded. These 4 people had been stagnating at the 9th Demon Emperor level for a long time. Ah, what about their divine tribulations? Qin Yu asked in shock. Usually, ordinary people would always undergo the divine tribulation before their souls condense into a golden soul pellet. The only exceptions are people like Qin Yu whose soul improved way too fast, or people like the Cyan Emperor who deliberately suppressed their power. The 4 level 9 Demon Emperors, neither of their souls' improvement speed were extremely fast. Furthermore, they had all reached the 9th Demon Emperor level and had not been suppressing their powers. This was precisely what this old servant wanted to tell Master. The 4 of them have already formed golden soul pellets. However, they are still unable to sense their divine tribulation. This matter is truly too strange, Uncle Fu said with a frown. Qin Yu was startled. They had already formed golden soul pellets yet were still unable to sense their divine tribulations? Even he himself managed to sense his divine tribulation not long after forming his golden soul pellet. However, Wu Lan and them had formed their golden soul pellets over 100,000 years ago now. Master, this matter has also caused the 4 of them to be restless and filled with worries. This old servant also cannot understand why such a thing was happening, because one should be able to sense one's divine tribulation regardless of where one might be, said Uncle Fu helplessly. According to the way things works, regardless of whether one was in the divine realm, the immortal, devil and demon realm, or hiding in the mortal realm, it would be impossible for one to escape the divine tribulation. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind. Could it be that it was because of the universal world? Upon thinking of this, all of Qin Yu's suspicions were dissipated completely. At the moment when he created the universal world, Qin Yu knew that. When inside the universal world, he was the master of the universal world. When in the universal world, nothing that violates his will are allowed to occur. Even the divine tribulation cannot descend upon the universal world without first getting his approval. Jianlan's realm is in the universal world. Although Jianlan's realm possesses 3 layers of spaces within it, it was still merely a spatial grandmass spiritual treasure and cannot be considered as another world. Thus, Hong Yu, Lu Shuai, Wu Lan and Wu He would be restricted by the laws of the universal world. Upon thinking of this, Qin Yu understood it completely. In the universal world that he had created, it was simply impossible for divine tribulation to descend. Or perhaps, the divine tribulation simply cannot sense this world. Thus, it naturally would not descend. Uncle Fu, I understand this matter now. After some time, I'll have them return to the divine realm. I believe that they will be able to sense when their divine tribulation would come the moment they return to the divine realm, Qin Yu said to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu nodded. Yes, this servant will immediately notify them about this. Uncle Fu, did you have anything else you need to tell me? Qin Yu remembered that Uncle Fu mentioned that he had 2 things he wanted to report to him about. Uncle Fu immediately displayed a joyous expression. He said, Master, this is a great joyous matter. 30,000 years ago, that is when Master have trained for 150,000 years, young Master Heiyu stopped his training. That is because young Master Heiyu's soul had reached the embryo soul level. Furthermore, after he spent several thousand years, he completely transformed the divine energy within his body to heavenly divine energy and created a jade blood golden pellet. Xiao He has achieved a breakthrough? Xiao He became a low-level heavenly deity? Qin Yu had truly never expected that after Heiyu stepped onto his unusual training path, his improvement speed would actually be this fast. Uncle Fu also had an expression filled with awe. Young Master Heiyu's cultivation speed is truly astonishing. This old servant had followed the old master for all those years, yet I have never seen anyone training so fast and with such a strange training method before. Logically, because there are that many geniuses in the divine realm, the various training techniques are generally created by their seniors. It is extremely rare for a new training technique to appear. I truly never would have anticipated that young Master Heyu, as Uncle Fu said this, he even gasped a couple times in admiration. Xing Yu smiled. He reckoned that there was likely no one who knew about his stellar transformation martial technique in the divine realm. As for Heiyu's training technique, Xing Yu was still uncertain about it. However, he believed that it doesn't matter even if he didn't understand it because he believed that it was all fine as long as Heiyu's power increased. Where is Xiao Hei now? Xing Yu had a rejoiceful smile on his face. Uncle Fu said. Young Master Heyu has once again started training on top of the Lone Mountain. However, the speed at which young Master Heyu thrusts his spear now, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, has become even more strange. There's no need to worry about him. Let's just let him continue training like so. Xing Yu chuckled. Perhaps Heyu would only be able to explain to everyone about his training method after achieving a better comprehension of it. Master is not going to see young Master Heyu? Uncle Fu asked. No, I will be going out. Xing Yu lightly nodded his head. He then disappeared from Jianglan's realm. In the eastern section of the Divine Realm. Inside the ravine of the Black Dragon Pool, one of the three great powers in the territory of Yuchi City. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in the Black Dragon Pool, the enormous lake with a circumference of 100 miles. However, in an instant, this person disappeared. After continuously teleporting several tens of times, Xing Yu arrived at a thick forest on the mountain. As he stood on top loose dead leaves, he began to spread out the spatial energy from the universal world. After 1,800 years of growth, the universal world's spatial energy's range had increased once again. Now, it was able to cover a range of around 200 meters. That Tanjio is truly crafty. Not only was he not in the underground mansion, he's not even inside the several palaces. Xing Yu sighed. Earlier, Xing Yu had instantly used his spatial energy to cover the three palaces. Xing Yu only managed to discover Meiji and Taoist Lu Su. As for the boss Black Dragon Tanjio, he did not discover him. From the way it looks, the Black Dragon Pool still possesses a lot of troops after all these years. Xing Yu sensed that a little squadron had entered the range of his spatial energy. Xing Yu started moving. He started to maintain a distance 200 meters away from that small squadron. In the forest filled with trees and plants, 200 meters was a distance that one couldn't find another in. This small squadron had a total of 10 people. Xing Yu was able to clearly see these 10 people, including even the hair on their faces. 10 people, 6 men and 4 women. The female who led the group sighed and said, Sai, ever since that heavenly deity Xing Yu fought over at our place, he disappeared. In the past 1,800 years, countless people were searching for him. The dark-skinned man beside her said. The rumors leaked from the Yuchi city 1,800 years ago were truly astonishing. A low-level heavenly deity actually possesses that many treasures. No wonder countless heavenly deities of the Divine Realm's eastern region have rushed over here wanting to kill Xing Yu and seize his treasures. A dainty and delicate-looking brown-haired woman humped and said. That heavenly deity Xing Yu best not show himself. If he were to show himself and be discovered by a heavenly deity, then likely all those heavenly deities that want his treasures would rush over. This information has spread through the entire eastern region of the Divine Realm. Rumor has it that there are even heavenly deities in the western region and the southwest region that know about this. The most thin and weak-looking youngster in this patrol group said mysteriously. Let me tell you all, this rumor was spread out from our Black Dragon Pool. Bullshit. Immediately, someone voiced their distrust. That youngster immediately said. Don't reject it so fast. This is something that my big brother told me personally. 1,800 years ago, Lady Meiji and Lord Lu Su had personally selected some of their trusted aides and then proceeded to have them spread this information in the Yuchi city. Oh, that's right, you all best not tell others about this. Otherwise, Lady Meiji and them would definitely not let me go. The golden-haired woman who led the group said. Shut up, you'd best not mention this again in the future. Yes, yes. That youngster immediately complied with the order. As a low-level deity, had it not been for the connection that he had from his big brother, it would have been impossible for this youngster to be accepted into the Black Dragon Pool. Usually, his status was relatively low. Thus, he could only talk about some secrets in order to attract the interest of others. The golden-haired woman then sighed and said. That heavenly deity Xing Yu's strength is pretty good. I truly don't know who will be able to obtain those treasures in the end. High-quality heavenly divine artifact in some sort of magnificent lotus. I think there's also some sort of extraordinary ability. They caused all those heavenly deities to be green with envy. All those heavenly deities would be attacking him from all sides. I've heard that there are even high-level heavenly deities among them. However, all of this is of no concern to us deities. The dark-skinned man shook his head and sighed. As for Chinyu, who had heard all this, his expression had turned ashen. The worst situation had finally occurred. This sort of situation was something that Chinyu had anticipated. Merely, Chinyu was unwilling to let such a situation happen. That was because if such a thing were to happen, then he would be forced to massacre a lot of people. Must I really walk down that extreme path? A cold light flashed through Chinyu's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 41. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 41, The Floating Snow City of the Utmost Northern Region. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Among the 8 great sacred lands of the Divine Realm, the floating snow city located in the utmost north region of the Divine Realm was a floating city. The city walls of the city were about 200 feet tall. It was predominantly composed of black boulders. The city appeared like a vicious beast lying in wait. The floating snow city was formed at the same time as when the Divine Realm was formed. The floating snow city possessed various exotic features. The boulders appeared to be ordinary. However, even if a heavenly deity were to strike at it with all his might, he would still be unlikely to leave a mark on the city walls of the floating snow city. The floating snow city snows all year round. The snowflakes cover the entire floating snow city. Merely, the moment when the snowflakes fall to the ground, they would naturally permeate into the black-colored ground and disappear. There were not many citizens in the floating snow city. The number of people numbered only slightly more than 10,000 heavenly deity-level experts. There was also the utmost North Sage Emperor and his clan, the descendants of the Jiang clan. The clan of the utmost North Sage Emperor was also called the Imperial clan. The utmost North Sage Emperor himself, as well as his clansmen, usually lived in the center region of the floating snow city, the inner castle. Only the god kings of the Imperial clan could be exempted and live outside of the inner castle. Jiang Lan, one of the 3 great god kings of the floating snow city. He was the most low-key god king among the 3 great god kings of the floating snow city. Jiang Lan did not take part in any of the matters of the utmost North Imperial clan, nor would he listen to the orders of the utmost North Sage Emperor. He lived in a mansion on the eastern part of the floating snow city. On the entrance of the mansion was a board. On the board were 2 words. Wood Mansion. This wood mansion was Jiang Lan's residence in the floating snow city. This mansion had existed for close to the same amount of time that the Divine Realm had existed. Snowflakes swirled in the air. A group of 5 people were walking on the streets of the floating snow city alongside each other. These 5 people were all mid-squadron captains in the floating snow city's army. One of them was a high-level heavenly deity, whereas the other 4 were mid-level heavenly deities. The 5 of them all wore the same sort of black silk gown. On their chests embroidered 2 golden snowflakes. At this moment, this group of 5 had walked to the entrance of the wood mansion and stopped. They all raised their heads and looked to the wood mansion. The heavenly stellar prince's mansion is so lively. Its disciples numerous. However, the number of disciples at this wood mansion is so few. Furthermore, this wood mansion is truly too cold and cheerless. Oh, that's right, Big Brother Gu Liang, when will the wood mansion accept more disciples? A steady-looking man with a firm and persistent appearance turned around and asked a man beside him. Gu Liang was the high-level heavenly deity among the 5 of them. He was a promising person who had the potential to be promoted to a large squadron captain in the floating snow city. Gu Liang stroked his aquiline nose, shook his head and said, "The wood mansion rarely accepts new disciples. The last time it accepted a disciple was over 1 billion years ago. Even now, the wood mansion only has 12 disciples. Sigh, at the last selection, if I were a bit more careful, I might have been able to defeat Liang Yen and become a disciple of the wood mansion." 12. A youth among the 4 that possessed extremely fair skin like snow frowned and said, "The heavenly stellar prince's mansion seems to have several hundred disciples. Furthermore, the wood mansion has existed for a not much shorter amount of time than the divine realm. This Lord God King of the wood mansion." Gu Liang coldly humped and said, "Although the Heaven's Heart God King possesses a lot of disciples, exactly how long has he been a God King?" The wood mansion's God King reached the God King stage at about the same time as His Majesty the Sage Emperor. Don't you all know that although they might both be God Kings, there are still gaps between God Kings? If I were to be able to receive the guidance from the Wood Mansion's God King, I believe my progress would be extremely fast. Big brother Gu Liang, you were already a mid-level heavenly deity a billion plus years ago, right? I remember that time the Wood Mansion was planning to recruit 2 new disciples. The fight for those 2 disciples was pretty intense. Ultimately, among the 2 that managed to be recruited, one was a high-level heavenly deity and the other was a mid-level heavenly deity. However, I've heard that among the 12 disciples of the Wood Mansion, 6 of them are only low-level heavenly deities. Am I right? The man with the steadfast appearance asked. Gu Liang nodded. That's right. I also do not understand why the Wood Mansion's God King suddenly accepted 6 low-level heavenly deities as disciples. Sigh. Furthermore, I have obtained some inside information that the Wood Mansion's God King would only accept a maximum of 12 disciples. He would only once again accept new disciples should someone die in battle. Suddenly, Gu Liang's expression changed. He glanced at the distance and then said hurriedly. Those seem to be disciples of the Wood Mansion. They're being led by the Wood Mansion's God King. Quickly, move to the side so that we do not block the path of Lord God King. Upon hearing what Gu Liang said, the 4 other mid-level heavenly deities were shocked jumping. The Wood Mansion's God King? The Wood Mansion's God King rarely comes out. Thus, only a few people have seen the Wood Mansion's God King before. However, Gu Liang, a heavenly deity with a very high seniority, had still seen the Wood Mansion's God King before. The 5 of them immediately moved to the side of the road. A male and a female. They both wore a cyan-colored silk gown. The 2 of them were respectfully walking behind. These 2 are the personal attendants of the Wood Mansion's God King. They had followed the Wood Mansion's God King for a very long time now. The 2 of them were both high-level heavenly deities. Before the 2 of them was a man with an indifferent smile on his face, the Wood Mansion's God King. Jianglan. Jianglan wore a black and gold silk gown. He was radiating an ancient aura from his body. The number of people in the Wood Mansion was extremely low. There were a total of only 12 disciples. However, no one dared to be disrespectful toward the people from the Wood Mansion. When Jianglan reached the entrance of the Wood Mansion, he had slightly noticed the 5 people far away. He merely lightly smiled and then proceeded to walk past the gates and into the inside of the Wood Mansion. Chu Ji, how is Lear right now? While walking in the winding corridor, Jianglan asked the male attendant behind him. Chu Ji had a smile on his face. He said, Your Lordship, Miss Lear has been extremely happy these past days. This was especially true after she obtained information regarding young Master Qin Yu. However, young Master Qin Yu had brought himself a relatively large situation this time around. He had caused numerous heavenly deities of the eastern region of the divine realm to want to cause him troubles. Even the western region, southern region, southwestern region, and numerous other places have heavenly deities that have heard about this matter and proceeded toward Yuchi City. Miss Lear has also been worried for young Master Qin Yu because of that. The female attendant Ji Xiao also smiled and said, Miss Lear has truly been working real hard on her training these days. When she returned from the mortal realm, she was merely at the low-level heavenly deity level. Never had I anticipated that in such a short amount of time, she had already reached the peak of mid-level heavenly deity. For young Master Qin Yu, Miss Lear have truly bore a lot of hardships. John Lan had a cheerful smile on his face. What I admire the most about little Yu is the trace of true emotions that still remains in the depths of his heart. It is no wonder that Ame would choose him. Having spoken up till here, Zhang Lan's expression grew a bit bleak. Your Lordship. Ji Xiao and Chu Ji glanced at each other. The 2 of them both knew about how great of a shock what happened back then was to their Lord Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan returned to the present after a short moment of time. He tranquilly smiled and said, It's fine. According to what I have investigated, little Yu's strength has yet to even reach the low-level heavenly deity stage. However, he was able to create such a powerful prestige for himself. Little Yu's potential is still pretty great. Merely, this child is still a bit soft-hearted. I am afraid that he might not be able to win against that child from the Zhou clan. Soft-hearted? Didn't your lordship like young Master Qin Yu precisely because of that? Said Ji Xiao with a smile. Zhang Lan immediately smiled. Let's not talk about this, I am still extremely confident in little Yu. He has succeeded the bewitching God Temple and his comprehension of formation arrays is pretty good too. Furthermore, he has that mysterious and strange martial technique. I believe he is extraordinary. If he were to have sufficient time, he ought to be able to satisfy my big brother. Said Zhang Lan with a smile on his face. He then continued to walk. The Wood Mansion was extremely large. It was a large mansion that possessed 7 entrances and 7 exits. There were a total of 4 gardens. As for Lear, she lived in a pavilion building inside the wood mansion and had 2 maids attending her. In the location that Lear lived in, there was a garden before her building. This garden did not have any flowers or plants. It merely had a nearly 10-meter tall black tree with a thickness that a person can hug. At this moment, inside this garden, there were 2 maids chatting with each other. Because Lear was undergoing meditation training, the 2 of them naturally couldn't disturb her. "Big sis alien, this black tree that's only 10 meters tall is said to be as old as the wood mansion," said a purple-clothed woman as she pointed towards the black tree. The green-clothed alien who was beside her shook her head and said, "That shouldn't be very likely. This wood mansion is said to be 10 quadrillion years old. It is about as old as the entire divine realm. What sort of tree would only be this big after growing for so long? TL, 1*10^16 years old. I know that IET wrote that the divine realm was 100 million and 2 quadrillion years old. I think this might be a mistranslation in my part due to his writing. This is the Ross, which roughly translated to 100 million 20 million 100 million years. Which after some time I figured it was 1.000000002 10^24 years. However, it would appear that IET meant 120 million 100 million years. Which means the divine realm was 12 quadrillion years old. 1.2 10^16. Don't blame me, I don't think IET knows how to number. Culips, that had been bugging me for so long. Robin, finally, clarity, laughing face. Big sis alien, you shouldn't doubt it. This was something that I heard Lord Chu-ji and other lords mentioning while they were chatting. This black tree, I believe its name was something like ancient ironwood tree, said that purple-clothed woman. Lu Xiang, you said ancient ironwood tree? What sort of tree is an ancient ironwood tree? This alien has never heard about the great name of the ancient ironwood tree. That Lu Xiang was about to explain when she saw the 3 people walking in from the entrance of the garden. She immediately stood up. Alien also promptly stood up after seeing her standing up. The 2 of them respectfully stood to the side. Your lordship. Jianglan nodded. He glanced at that ancient ironwood tree. This ancient ironwood tree was the oldest and most precious tree in the entire divine realm. At the same time, it was also the sole ancient ironwood tree. Back then, when Jianglan reached the God King level, he just so happened to find a sapling of an ancient ironwood tree. After that, when he established his mansion, he placed this ancient ironwood tree inside his wood mansion. This ancient ironwood tree was indeed as old as the entire wood mansion. Chu-ji, the 2 of you can stay down here. Jianglan ordered his attendants and then proceeded to walk up the stairs. He directly reached the pavilion and the entrance of the pavilion opened by itself. Inside the pavilion was Lear sitting cross-legged on top of a praying mat. On her body was a loose white gown. Her exposed skin was white like cream. Her pair of eyes were lightly closed. Her long beautiful hair reached the ground. She had an extremely serene expression. The corners of Jianglan's mouth was slightly raised. Lear. In an instant, a peculiar change occurred in space where the pavilion was located in. It was as if the space here had been isolated from the outside world. Lear also naturally woke up. At the instant she saw Jianglan, Lear immediately blossomed to a smile. At the moment her smile blossomed, it was as if the entire world paled in comparison to her. Uncle Lan, you've returned? Did you manage to obtain information regarding Big Brother Chinyu? Lear stood up hurriedly. Her long hair started to drift all the way down to her buttocks. Jianglan smiled and nodded. Oh, you haven't seen your Uncle Lan in so long yet. The first thing you do after seeing me isn't asking how your Uncle Lan is, but instead you directly ask about your big brother Chinyu. This is truly Uncle Lan. Lear's face instantly turned red. TL, I would like to point out that IET used a very confusing word. He used which literally translates to gate/doorman. So my first thought was that it should be gateguard or something similar. However, as I continued reading, it seems to be disciple and gateguard just seem to be very off. This could make sense because could also mean sect/school. So sect man disciple. This is just extremely confusing because disciple is usually written as in Chinese, but this sounds a lot more logical than a doorman or 12 doorman. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 42. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 42, Bad Situation. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Jianglan was beaming with cheerful smiles. He walked to the side and sat on a chair. Lear also walked over to Jianlan and sat on a chair beside him. Jianlan closely looked at Lear. He nodded satisfiedly and said, "Your cultivation speed's pretty decent. Continue to train hard so that you can reach the high-level heavenly deity by the time you see little you again." Lear's face was still slightly red. Soon after, she asked, "Uncle Lan, over 1,000 years ago, that information that was spread out from the eastern region of the divine realm had provoked that many heavenly deities to want to chase and kill Big Brother Qinyu. How is the situation now? Is Big Brother Qinyu okay?" Lear was still worried about Qinyu. Jianlan chuckled and said, "Rest assured, in these 1,000+ years, little Yu has never shown himself. I have even searched the entire divine realm and also did not manage to discover him. I reckon that he must be in my Jianlan's realm." Even Jianlan could not imagine that Qinyu was actually able to create his own world. Jianlan's realm. "Uncle Lan, thank you," said Lear thankfully. Lear knew very well that Jianlan's realm was a major contributor to helping her big brother Qinyu stay alive for so long. Furthermore, she also knew about the importance the Jianlan's realm held to Uncle Lan. How could Lear possibly not be thankful of Uncle Lan giving his first acquired grand mist spiritual treasure to Qinyu? Jianlan shook his head and said, "Well then, let's not talk about this anymore. You ought to know that with my strength, it is very unlikely for me to use Jianlan's realm. Only if a true great war of the divine realm were to occur would I be forced to use the Jianlan's realm." True great war of the divine realm? Confused, Lear asked. There are differences between the wars of the divine realm? The great war of the divine realm that occurs once even 6 billion years is merely the battle that the masses of the divine realm know about. However, in actuality, there are a lot of things that ordinary people and even heavenly deities do not know about. Well then, when it is time for you to know about these things, I will tell you about them. What you need to do right now is to continue training wholeheartedly," comforted Jianlan. Lear nodded her head obediently. Lear suddenly said, "Uncle Lan, a while back, my imperial father came to my place and talked with me." The smile on Jianglan's face had instantly vanished. "When did this occur?" Jianglan asked. Lear pondered for a moment and then said, "Roughly 300 years ago. At that time, Uncle Lan, you just happened to not be in the floating snow city. My imperial father conducted a heart-to-heart chat with me." Lear had an expression of helplessness on her face. If her imperial father were to force her to marry someone, then Lear would rather die than submit. In that sort of situation, there was nothing that her imperial father could do to her. However, when her imperial father conducted a heart-to-heart chat with her, this instead caused her to feel helpless. Big Brother still hasn't given up? 2 streams of air were shot out from Jianlan's nostrils. "Lear, how about this? From today on, I will leave a clone in the Wood Mansion. I shall see if my big brother would come over again." Lear immediately felt a burst of relaxation. There were 3 great god kings in the utmost northern region's floating snow city. Among them, the utmost North Sage Emperor and the Wood Mansion's god king had reached the god king level a very very long time ago. The 2 of them possessed the strongest strength. When compared to the other god king of the floating snow city, the Heaven's Heart god king, their strength was a lot greater than his. Lear knew very well that while her imperial father might not give face to the Heaven's Heart god king, he would not genuinely fight with Uncle Lan. This was especially true because her imperial father still owed her Uncle Lan. Robin, as in, her father still owed Jianglan a favor, not as in he still owed her a Uncle Lan, tongue sticking out. "Well then, Lear, you can ease your mind and continue to stay here. There is no need for you to concern yourself with other matters." Jianglan stood up. Lear also promptly stood up to see Jianglan off. Jianglan smiled cheerfully and then walked out from the pavilion. He walked down the staircase and left. "Your lordship." Chu Ji and Ji Shao, the 2 attendants that had followed Jianglan for the longest time, followed behind Jianglan. Jianglan still had the scene of Lear training quietly in his mind. Lear looks exactly like her when she's training. Upon thinking of this, Jianglan felt a burst of heartache. Even now, Jianglan was unable to forget the figure that had fallen from the sky, the 2 most sparkling, translucent and dazzling tears that slid down her face and the desolate smile that she still had on her exquisite beautiful face before her death. That scene was forever carved on Jianglan's soul. Forever, he would never forget it. You've chosen Lear and little Yu. Thus, I will use my life to protect them," said Jianglan resolutely. Eastern region of the divine realm. Inside Yuqi City. When the dark curtain of night of the utmost northern region's floating snow city covered the divine realm, Yuqi City was also covered in a layer of darkness. According to the rules of Yuchi City, in nighttime, no one was allowed to walk the streets. In the majority of the locations of Yuchi City, quietness resumed. However, there were privileged existences in any location. Likewise, there were some special places. The Pity Fragrant Building was an extremely bustling place in the Yuchi City. Especially at night, this place would be brightly lit. There was no army that would come here to investigate. That was because those who could step into the Pity Fragrant Building possessed either status or wealth. During any given day, there were always people from the upper echelons of Yuchi City gathered here. The Pity Fragrant Building occupied an extremely huge region. Within it were numerous different areas. Inside the guest welcoming hall of the Pity Fragment Building. The guest welcoming hall was the largest hall in the entire Pity Fragment Building. However, there were not many seats in the guest welcoming hall. There were only a total of 24 seats. One must spend an extremely large number of divine spiritual stones in order to be qualified to sit in one of those seats. At this moment in the guest welcoming hall, there were 18 females wearing extremely thin gauze dresses while dancing a special dance. The gauze dresses that these 18 females were wearing were so thin that one could practically see through to their naked bodies. However, the dance that these 18 girls danced gave off a sense of relaxation. It was an exceptionally beautiful sensation that causes one to completely ignore one's carnal desires. There were 12 seats on either sides of the guest welcoming hall. The seats were arranged in pairs. At this moment, Qin Yu was sitting in one of the seats. Shi Shuang, to be honest, I truly admire that Qin Yu. He is merely a low-level heavenly deity, yet he dared to kill all the way to the Black Dragon Pool and even killed a low-level heavenly deity of the Black Dragon Pool while seriously injuring the other two. Even that Lord Black Dragon has hidden himself. Amazing, truly amazing. Said that fatty beside Qin Yu to Qin Yu. This fatty was called Chu Luqing. Or, according to the fatty, one must always show mercy. TL, this fat dude's name is Chu Luqing. Luqing is his name, which also means show mercy or forgiveness. So this fatty's name is basically, Chu spare me. Which he thus decided to make a pun out of his name, saying one must always spare others. Fatty Chu, I've heard that many people want to kill that Qin Yu for the treasures that he possesses. Qin Yu said. Qin Yu had investigated the rumor in Yuchi City for some time now and had discovered that there were actually many different versions of the rumor. The reason why rumors were called rumors was because even if the rumors were real at the beginning, the more they spread the more excessive they become. Treasures? Fatty Chu's stealthy tiny black eyes glanced at the beautiful women that's dancing before him. He then humped and said, "What sort of treasures does that Qin Yu have?" No one knows for certain. There are people saying that Qin Yu possesses 2 high-quality heavenly divine artifacts, a large number of other treasures, a 7-colored magnificent lotus and a remarkable ability. Fucking hell, who do those people spreading the rumors think that Qin Yu is? He's merely a low-level heavenly deity. Did they think that he was a god king? That many treasures? I don't believe it one bit. Fatty Chu pulled Qin Yu's arm and said, "Hey, Shi Shuang, I've heard another version that's even more exaggerated. There's actually people saying that Qin Yu possessed a remarkable ability similar to that of teleportation." Bull fucking shit. Whoever it was that was spreading this rumor truly wasn't even thinking logically. Truly laughable. Qin Yu slightly nodded. However, Qin Yu was thinking in his heart, "Fatty Chu, I actually possess even more treasures than in the rumors that are being spread around. Furthermore, I also know how to teleport. Unfortunately for you, I cannot tell you about this." Among all the different versions of the rumors, there was some similarities. Qin Yu definitely possessed a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. Qin Yu possessed some treasures and Qin Yu was a low-level heavenly deity. "Fatty Chu," said an old man beside him with a smile on his face. "I've heard you talking about that Qin Yu. Let me tell you, you'd best believe me, that Qin Yu definitely possesses a high-quality heavenly divine artifact and possesses fire attribute treasures. He is merely a low-level heavenly deity. For him to have that many treasures, there are definitely a lot of people that wanted to take them from him." Fatty Chu knew that old man. After all, the two of them frequently visit this Pity Fragrant Building. He is merely a low-level heavenly deity? You make it sound so easy. If Qin Yu was in front of you, would you dare say the same thing? Said Fatty Chu with a mocking tone. Heavenly deities, the number of heavenly deities in the divine realm was extremely small. A heavenly deity would only appear among 1,000,000 deities. Over half of all the heavenly deities that originated from Yuchi City were gathered at Mount Dazzling Gold. The number of heavenly deities that ended up staying in Yuchi City was less than 100. And among all those heavenly deities, the majority of them were in seclusion training. For the heavenly deities that would come to enjoy the pleasures of life in a place like the Pity Fragrant Building, it was extremely rare if a single one of them were to show up. That Tanjiro plotted to try to kill me, or perhaps he was trying to force me to not dare show myself. However, it would appear now that the might of the rumors are still within a limit that I can bear. Shinyu gulped the wine in the wine cup in his hand. What Shinyu feared the most was having his teleportation or the 9-petaled magnificent lotus discovered. However, it would appear that the 9-petaled magnificent lotus had never appeared in the rumors. There was merely rumors regarding the 7-colored magnificent lotus. Furthermore, among the different rumors, the ones regarding teleportation were the ones that had the least number of people believing it. This Tanjiro, he did not publicize the 9-petaled magnificent lotus and only mentioned the 7-colored magnificent lotus. Could it be? Shinyu had a thought. Could this Tanjiro be trying to become the Oriole from behind that stalks the mantis as it stalks the cicada? He was afraid if he mentioned the 9-petaled magnificent lotus, experts too powerful would come and then he would not be able to obtain the treasures? This 9-petaled magnificent lotus was definitely precious enough to attract high-level heavenly deities to come. It might even attract a god king or two. In the guest welcoming hall, the 18 practically naked female dancers had withdrawn. What replaced them was a beautiful young woman who wore a crimson-colored cheapao-looking gown. She looked around at everyone present and then said, "Everyone, please be quiet. Right now, we shall present the Qin and Xiao duet who have ascended from the Flying Rise realm. I believe everyone knows about the skill these twin sisters have in the Qin and Xiao. Everyone should be very familiar with the two of them. Thus, I believe there is no need for me to further introduce the two of them. And today, it is the date of the once-a-year performance from the two of them. TL, Qin is guqin, a Chinese plucked string instrument. Xiao is a Chinese flute instrument. The reason why I came today was precisely to hear the performance of the Qin and Xiao duel." Fatty Chu was the first to cry out. In an instant, the guest welcoming hall had grown bustling with noise and excitement. As for Chinyu, he started to drink wine out of his wine cup as he calmly looked to the two beautiful women performing in the side hall beside the guest welcoming hall. There was only a pearl curtain blocking the guest welcoming hall from the side hall. The sounds of the Qin and the Xiao resonated through the guest welcoming hall like bird cries. Everyone in the guest welcoming hall felt as if they have entered into a world of Qin and Xiao. They were completely immersed in the music and have forgotten about their surroundings. In the entire guest welcoming hall, only Chinyu remained sober. While the music of the Qin and Xiao was sounding, Chinyu suddenly saw two same-looking males walking in from the entrance of the guest welcoming hall. Two low-level heavenly deities? Chinyu was slightly shocked as he looked over. The attendant outside the guest welcoming hall was simply unable to block these two men at all. After the two of them had entered the guest welcoming hall, they proceeded to quietly listen to the sound of the Qin and Xiao. When the performance was over, these two cold-looking men both started clapping cheerfully. One of them spoke and said, "Never had I expected that the Yuchi city would actually have experts of music that reached such level with the Qin and the Xiao." The crimson-gowned woman who was originally the program hostess promptly walked over. "Lords heavenly deities, welcome to our Pity Fragrant Building." This woman's eyesight was extremely pungent. She actually managed to tell that these two were heavenly deities. There are quite many heavenly deities coming to the Pity Fragrant Building recently. Practically all of them came from outside Yuchi City. They all came for that Chinyu. These two heavenly deities ought to be here for Chinyu too, said Fatty Chu to Chinyu in a low voice while smiling. Oh? Chinyu's eyebrows were raised. It would appear that a lot of people thought him to be a low-level heavenly deity that was easy to be bullied. "I've heard that the heaven-numbered pavilion of your Pity Fragrant Building was pretty famous. Prepare 2 heaven-numbered pavilions for us two brothers," proudly said a low-level heavenly deity among the two. That crimson-gowned sweet and charming woman promptly said, "Lords heavenly deities, our Pity Fragrant Building only has a total of 3 heaven-numbered pavilions. As for these 3 heaven-numbered pavilions, they have been rented by 3 other heavenly deities for several hundred years already. Even many of the earth-numbered pavilions were rented by heavenly deities. Go and tell them that we are the Wu clan brothers. I believe they would know what to do then," said one of the men proudly. That crimson-gowned woman lowered her voice and said, "Lords heavenly deities, the 3 lords heavenly deities that have rented the 3 heaven-numbered pavilions, 2 of them are mid-level heavenly deities. As for the other one, he is the boss of the 2 heavenly deities." These 2 Wu clan brothers were instantly startled. Chinyu cannot help himself from frowning. "They've all come for me? The 2 heavenly deities that lived in the heaven-numbered pavilions, 2 of them are mid-level heavenly deities, and the other one, could he be a high-level heavenly deity? If it was a high-level heavenly deity, it would also be hard for Chinyu to handle him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 43. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 43, Appearance. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. Inside the guest welcoming palace of the pity-fragrant building. The Wu clan brothers, who were originally extremely haughty and grim, upon hearing that the 3 heaven-numbered pavilions were rented out by heavenly deities, with the weakest being a mid-level heavenly deity, immediately no longer dared to act arrogant. If a low-level heavenly deity wanted to compete with a mid-level heavenly deity, without heaven-defying weapons like the Grand Mist's spiritual treasures, they'd practically be courting death. "Lords heavenly deities, have the two of you finished deciding where to live?" said the charming crimson-gowned woman with a soft voice. Her pair of bright and intelligent eyes were staring at the 2 people before her. And at this moment, the other people in the guest welcoming hall, including the fatty Chu Luqing and Qin Yu under his alias of Xishuang, were all looking at these 2 heavenly deities. The Wu clan brothers' expressions grew a bit unsightly after being watched by this group of people. Their faces had even turned a bit pale and purplish. After all, their attitude earlier was a bit overly arrogant. And now, it had become hard for them to back off. "Big brother, let's just stay in the earth-numbered pavilions." Wu Lu's expression was unsightly. He looked to his older brother and said to him via divine awareness voice transmission. Wu Gang nodded. He then looked at the people within the guest welcoming pavilion with a fierce glare. Fatty Chu and them were so scared that they immediately started smiling. Only then did Wu Gan become satisfied. He then looked to the red-gowned woman. In a cold voice, he said, "Prepare 2 earth-numbered pavilions for us. Furthermore, those maids that are to serve us, if they cannot please us, do not blame us for ripping them apart." The red-gowned woman immediately displayed a lovable smile and said, "Lords heavenly deities can rest assured. They will definitely please your lordships." Humph. Wu Gan coldly humped. He then walked out from the guest welcoming hall together with Wu Lu. After the Wu clan brothers left the guest welcoming hall that was under an oppressive atmosphere instantly became bustling with noise. Everyone in the guest welcoming hall began to chat about the 2 heavenly deities from earlier. Then they also began to chat about the other heavenly deities that were staying in the pity-fragrant building. This conversation eventually led to the goal of these heavenly deities. Qin Yu. That Qin Yu is most definitely afraid of all these heavenly deities gathered in the Yuqi city to kill him. That must be the reason why he hasn't shown himself for over 1,000 years. The conversation topic of the guest welcoming hall turned to Qin Yu. Qin Yu himself could only smile helplessly. "I fear others? During these past 1,800 years, I had absolutely no idea what was happening outside." Qin Yu sighed in his heart. "You all should stop chipping and chirping over here." That Qin Yu managed to create such a fame for himself in the Black Dragon Pool and had shown that ordinary low-level heavenly deities are no match for him. If he doesn't have some skills and tricks, how could he dare do such a thing? You all should wait for that Qin Yu to show up, for it would definitely be a great show once he does show up," said Fatty Chu as he shook his head. As he continued to speak, he stood up. "Well then, everyone, you all can continue to chat here. As for I shall be going to my pavilion to rest." Fatty Chu cupped his hand to everyone present. "Xishuang, let's go. We shall go have a rest together," said Fatty Chu to Qin Yu beside him. He then tried to pull Qin Yu to leave the guest welcoming hall. Qin Yu moved his hand and dodged the pull. He stood up and said with a light smile, "Fatty Chu, we can just walk together." There were not many earth-numbered pavilions buildings. During the moment when Qin Yu and Chu Luqing checked into the pity-fragrant building, it just so happened that there were only 2 earth-numbered pavilions buildings remaining. This caused Chu Luqing to be incessantly cheerful. The maids of the man-numbered pavilions buildings, when compared with those maids of the earth-numbered pavilion buildings, are practically of 2 different worlds. "Xishuang, this building is mine and that building is yours. We shall see each other again tomorrow," said Fatty Chu as he proceeded to walk toward his pavilion. Vast and various flowers were blossoming. The creek water was babbling. Within the peach garden, there were a couple pavilion buildings. Qin Yu saw Fatty Chu walk toward the entrance of his pavilion building and began to hear the cheerful and noisy sound of women. Maids? It seems more like the brothels of the mortal realm. Merely, they are of higher quality. Each and every one of those women are gorgeous enough to shame a nation. Qin Yu thought in his heart. He then proceeded to walk towards his own pavilion building. Having reached the deity level, one could change one's appearance however one wanted to. Thus, even the maids in the man-numbered pavilions possessed appearance that greatly surpassed the so-called national beauties of the mortal realm. At the same time, these people came from different cosmic spaces, possessed different circumstances, different fates, and different temperaments. Under the dark curtains of light, only the hazy crimson light from the two sides of the entrance of the pavilion buildings remained open. Walking on the little pebble walkway, Chinyu was able to see the reflection of the light from the lantern on the water surface of the brook. The delicate fragrance of peach flowers. The blurry lights. In this sort of circumstances, Chinyu saw two beautiful maids with skin as tender and soft as that of infants. The two maids walked out from the entrance of the pavilion with one on the left and the other on the right. With a soft voice, they greeted Chinyu. "Your lordship." Their voices was like those of kittens. Just hearing their voices brought about a comfortable sensation. No wonder Fatty Chu and them frequently visit this place. Chinyu lightly smiled. He then casually entered into the pavilion. Under the care of the two maids, he cleansed himself. The light in the room was hazy. Chinyu glanced at the two maids before him. He lightly smiled and said, "Well then, the two of you should be tired too. You can withdraw yourselves and go rest. Do not come and disturb me without my permission." Chinyu must admit that the earth-numbered pavilion's maids were indeed extraordinary beautiful women and no ordinary people could resist their charms. "Yes, your lordship," the two maids said softly with a slight disappointment. Then they glanced at Chinyu before started to walk away. As for Chinyu himself, he started to lay down on the bed. "It's been a long time since I've slept like this." Chinyu cannot help but admit that after being served by the two maids, he had a sense of lazy coziness all over. Chinyu lightly closed his eyes. After the night. The dark curtains of light have departed. The light of daytime have arrived. It's been a long time since I last had such a cozy feeling. Chinyu felt extremely relaxed. Ever since he started training, it had been an extremely long time since he had slept like this. The door to the room was opened. The two maids were already outside Chinyu's door. With a soft voice, they greeted him. "Your lordship, please allow us to ready you." "There's no need. The two of you can go rest. I still have important matters to take care of." Chinyu really does have matters that he must attend to. Thus, those two maids could only watch Chinyu leave the place. Chinyu had already decided in his heart, since the rumors have already spread through the divine realm and have caused that many heavenly deities to cause me trouble, I also cannot continue to hide myself. Since they want to create troubles for me, I must take up their challenges. When Chinyu walked out of the Pity Fragrant building, he actually saw Wu Gang and Wu Lu in the road ahead of him. Wu Gang and Wu Lu have only arrived at the Yuchi city yesterday. Thus, the two of them have decided to first go check out the tracks of Chinyu and continue to slowly wait for Chinyu if they were unable to find any tracks. "Big brother, where should we go to find that Chinyu?" Wu Lu asked. Wu Gang had already thought about this problem before. He smiled and said, "Second brother, according to my estimation, that Chinyu is either hiding in the region around Mount Biwichu, or has already left the range of Yuchi City's territory." Oh? Wu Lu was a bit confused by his older brother's judgment. Wu Gang displayed a confident expression. If he dared to take on the killing intents of all these heavenly deities, then he would not run away and would naturally remain in the surrounding of his old headquarters. If he was afraid, then, after over 1,000 years, he would have already left the territory of Yuchi City. Wu Lu nodded. "Second brother, we must definitely be careful when trying to kill Chinyu. Although the two of us are both peak low-level heavenly deities and have never lost to any low-level heavenly deities when we join hands, this Chinyu possesses a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. We cannot be careless. Big brother, you can rest assured. I am well aware of this." Wu Lu's expression turned serious. Soon after, Wu Lu and Wu Gang proceeded to leave Yuchi City and advance towards the direction of Mount Biwichu. While Wu Lu and Wu Gang were still en route, Chinyu had already arrived at a wilderness region beside Mount Biwichu. Of course, Chinyu had used his teleportation to arrive there. After 1,800 plus years, Mount Biwichu, that had been burned to a barren mountain, already had new flowers, plants, and trees growing. However, the enormous mountain fire from back then caused a change in the structure of Mount Biwichu. It had even created an enormous waterfall. Back then, Mount Biwichu was destroyed by fire. Today, I shall once again occupy this Mount Biwichu and greet the guests that have come from all over the divine realm. I reckon that this group of guests will be arriving pretty soon." Chinyu had a smile on his face. Standing in the air, Chinyu directly flew to an alpine lake on top of the Mount Biwichu. This alpine lake was also formed after the sudden change of the Mount Biwichu. Chinyu created a wooden house beside this alpine lake. It's not that easy to fight with me. You must first be able to pass through my formation arrays. Xinyu stood on top of a large tree beside the alpine lake. He looked to his surroundings. Xinyu had a slight smile on his face. It should be enough to use formation arrays to take care of ordinary low-level heavenly deities. Only experts would require me to personally set out to take care of them. I am now already able to set up level 4 formation arrays. Even if mid-level heavenly deities were to show up, my level 4 formation arrays should be able to trap them for some time. Xinyu immediately started to sit cross-legged on top of the tree. He had started to set up great formation arrays. Right after Xinyu set up an enormous level 3 trapping array in the surroundings of Mount Bewitchu, and had begun setting up another great formation array, the Wu clan brothers arrived. "Master, they have come," said Uncle Fu respectfully. Uncle Fu's one aura amplification array possessed an ability to detect that was greater than even ordinary heavenly deities. This one aura amplification array was a level 7 formation array taught to Uncle Fu by the craftsman god Che Ho Yuan. It was created by him and was extremely mystical. "They've come?" Xinyu opened his eyes. "Well then, this shall be considered the first battle of me, Xinyu, against those heavenly deities. Although the opponent of the first battle are merely 2 low-level heavenly deities, I shall also give them some face and personally set off to fight them." Like the wind, Xinyu descended to the ground. The brothers Wu Gang and Wu Lu saw Mount Bewitchu in the distance. They immediately sensed that there was a surging aura at the mountain. That aura instantly caused the two of them to be on guard. Could it be that Xinyu was here? Wu Lu's face was filled with an unbelieving expression. No one managed to find Xinyu in over 1,000 years. Wu Lu and Wu Gang originally thought that Xinyu was hiding on a certain mountain in the surrounding of Mount Bewitchu. However, to their surprise, they discovered that Mount Bewitchu was actually surging with such an energy. "Second brother, be careful." Wu Gang had a cheerful expression on his face. Once they thought of the legendary treasures that Xinyu possessed, the two of them were unable to refrain their hearts from shivering. As they approached Mount Bewitchu, Wu Gang suddenly discovered that the scene before them had changed. Although it was originally a mountain forest, it had now turned into a desolate desert. "Big brother." Wu Lu's voice seemed to be slightly tensed. "We've entered an illusion array. It seems that it is truly Xinyu. An illusion array is nothing serious. Stay still for a moment." Wu Gang started to twist the space surrounding him. He then slowly spread out the distortion. One could easily cause the surroundings to return to normal after controlling the change in space. The desolate desert that originally surrounded them disappeared. Wu Lu also appeared beside him. "Second brother, we must stay close to each other. You follow behind me as we continue forward. I originally was not very certain, but after seeing this great formation array, I am certain that Xinyu is definitely here." Wu Gang's gloomy eyes burst forth with a radiant light. Wu Lu also nodded. "Ha, welcome to Mount Bewitchu. As my first group of visitors, I, Xinyu, will personally welcome the two of you." A clear and bright voice sounded. "Amen?" Wu Gang and Wu Lu's expressions changed. Almost instantly, the two of them had their backs against each other. They were extremely alert. Low-level heavenly deities do not possess a very strong control of the space. Thus, the range of their spatial distortion was not great either. Right when the Wu clan brothers were on their guards. Bang! A scarlet sword silhouette suddenly appeared from over 10 meters away. The sword silhouette appeared too suddenly and was extremely fast. By the time the two brothers managed to discover it, they were only able to take out their curved blades and proceed to block the incoming swords alongside each other. After blocking the scarlet sword for a short period of time, the scarlet sword silhouette chopped the two curved blades in half. Low-quality heavenly divine artifacts were simply unable to defend against a high-quality divine artifact with the special characteristic of sharpness. Poochie! Slashed apart at the waist. Wu Lu and Wu Gang were instantly chopped in half. "Ah, show yourself!" Wu Gang shouted. Wu Lu was also filled with fury. At the same time, they started to agitate their jade blood golden pellet to reform their bodies. The brilliant scarlet sword silhouettes once again filled the entire view of the two people. Wu Gang and Wu Lu did not have any power to resist at all. Merely, all of these sword silhouettes were horizontal. They continued to beat the two's body for several hundreds of times and caused the two of them to vomit blood unceasingly. Even their nascent souls were trembling. At the same time, a black-clothed youth appeared. Xinyu had finally shown himself. Merely, at this moment, neither Wu Lu nor Wu Gang had the slightest power to resist. Xinyu raised his left hand. A stone pagoda appeared in his palm. The stone pagoda was shot out. It flew following the wind and then started growing. In an instant, it had become enormous. Wu Lu and Wu Gang, who were originally heavily injured, began to feel drowsy after being attacked by the soul attack of the God-sealing pagoda. Qin Yu appeared behind them. He said a word to the two brothers. Absorb. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 44. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 44, Huge Ruckus. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin. Wu Gang and Wu Lu, who were originally heavily injured, were knocked into a muddle-headed state after taking on the soul attack from the grandest spiritual treasure God-sealing pagoda. Thus, the two of them did not have the slightest amount of power to resist the absorbing energy of the God-sealing pagoda. Just like that, the two of them were absorbed into the God-sealing pagoda. Right after being absorbed into the God-sealing pagoda, Wu Gang and Wu Lu were completely woken up right away. At the same time, the two of them also sensed the binding placed onto their souls by the God-sealing pagoda. They knew that they had already become Qin Yu's servants. Big brother, Wu Lu looked to his older brother. Usually, if something major were to happen, it would always be Wu Gang who makes the decisions. However, at their current situation, Wu Gang could only smile bitterly. Wu Gang sighed and said, "We had originally planned to follow behind other heavenly deities so that we could get hold of a chance to obtain a treasure or two. We can only blame ourselves for discovering Qin Yu, discovering that Master was here and becoming greedy for the treasures that Master possesses. We only ended up in this sort of situation because of our wishful thinking. The binding of the soul was an extremely serious matter. Even God King level experts are unable to undo the binding. Only the legendary exalted celestials are able to undo the bindings." The two brothers could only smile bitterly and agitate their jade blood golden pellets to recover their bodies of injuries. After some time, Wu Gang and Wu Lu felt that they suddenly lost their ability to move freely. The two of them were sent out from the God-sealing pagoda and appeared beside the alpine lake on top of the Mount Bewitchu. Seeing the black-gowned youth before them, Wu Gan and Wu Lu were able to clearly sense the connection between their souls. Immediately, Wu Gan and Wu Lu said, "Master." Qin Yu looked at the two low-level heavenly deities before him. "Uncle Fu, say, with this many heavenly deities being greedy for my treasures this time around, with this many heavenly deities that want to kill me to steal my treasures, shouldn't I try to seize this opportunity to capture some servants?" A trace of smile appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. Qin Yu felt that he had too few subordinates. Seeing as he cannot always personally appear to do things, he felt that capturing some heavenly deities as subordinates was a pretty good thing to do. Back then, my old master wholeheartedly sought after the path of artifact craftsmanship. That's the reason why he did not capture any servants. The reason why my old master left the God-sealing pagoda for Master, this old servant thinks that it was precisely so that Master could use it to capture some servants," said Uncle Fu respectfully. Qin Yu slightly nodded. He turned around and looked to Wu Gang and Wu Lu, who were extremely respectful toward him. "Wu Gang, Wu Lu, from today on, the two of you are my, Qin Yu's, servants. In normal circumstances, I will not make the two of you do anything. The two of you can just set your mind at rest and train. If you need divine spiritual stones, you merely need to ask Uncle Fu for it. Remember, you must treat Uncle Fu as if he were me." Contained within Qin Yu's voice was a trace of imposingness. Wu Gang and Wu Lu immediately bowed. "Yes, Master." "Uncle Fu." Wu Gang and Wu Lu respectfully bowed to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu nodded his head while smiling. Having two low-level heavenly deities be respectful toward him was nothing extraordinary. Back during the time when he was beside Sheho Yuan, even high-level heavenly deities would have to treat him courteously. Otherwise, those high-level heavenly deities could not even enter through the gates of the bewitching God Temple. "Wu Gang, Wu Lu, right now I will be sending the two of you into the Jianglan's realm. Remember to behave yourselves in the Jianglan's realm," said Qin Yu coldly. He then waved his sleeve and Wu Gang and Wu Lu disappeared while in a state of shock. Inside the second layer space of the Jianglan's realm. Jianglan's realm? Wu Gang and Wu Lu glanced at each other. They then looked at the vast and boundless mountains surrounding them and then sensed the weak restrictions that the Jianglan's realm had toward them. It's a spatial divine artifact. One actually cannot see the limit of this space. Furthermore, the binding this place have on us is extremely low. Our divine awareness is able to cover a distance of hundreds of millions of miles. Yet, we are still unable to detect the limit. This spatial divine artifact is no ordinary spatial divine artifact. Wu Gang displayed a shocked expression. Spatial divine artifacts were extremely rare in the divine realm. Just by knowing the fact that even the craftsman god Chehoyuan did not like crafting spatial divine artifacts, one would be able to guess that it would usually be god kings that craft spatial divine artifacts. As for god kings, there were only that many of them. And among them, those that are willing to craft artifacts were even fewer. Thus, one could determine how few spatial divine artifacts there were. Big brother, this master of ours is even more amazing than what we have anticipated. With this spatial divine artifact, Master can just hide himself directly into the spatial divine artifact should he encounter any danger. Who would be able to capture him? I reckon it'll be very hard to break through the spatial divine artifact even if the person doing it were a high-level heavenly deity. Gasped Wu Lu in admiration. Wu Gang shook his head. He frowned and said, "No, high-level heavenly deities are capable of destroying a portion of the space. Once Master hides himself in the spatial divine artifact, the true form of the spatial divine artifact is still located outside. Even if the high-level heavenly deity cannot break through the spatial divine artifact, he would be able to create a spatial crack and throw the spatial divine artifact into the spatial crack. There is still a possibility for that to happen." Upon thinking of this, Wu Lu was also startled. I hope that Master does not encounter a high-level heavenly deity. Otherwise, we too would perish with him, said Wu Gang helplessly. However, Wu Lu and Wu Gang's knowledge and experience was actually lacking. Although ordinary spatial divine artifacts might be thrown into the spatial cracks, the Jianglan's realm was different. As a grand mist spiritual treasure, regardless of how great the absorbing energy of the divine realm's spatial cracks was, they would still be unable to move it in the slightest. Furthermore, the Jianglan's realm was located in the universal world. Other than Xinyu, there was no one else that are capable of discovering Jianglan's realm. On Mount Bewitch Yu, Xinyu was sitting cross-legged on top of a large tree beside the alpine lake. His hands were forming numerous hand seals. He was setting up various formation arrays that he had managed to deduce. Xinyu had sat like this for half a year already. In the half year's time, Xinyu had already set up several hundred formation arrays. These several hundred formation arrays were concentrated in the surroundings, the waste and various other locations of Mount Bewitch Yu. Regardless of who it was, regardless of what direction they attacked from, they would still be attacked by the formation arrays. And at this moment, Xinyu was wholeheartedly setting up a level 4 formation array. All the various hundreds of formation arrays that he had set up before were level 3 formation arrays. To the current Xinyu, setting up several hundred level 3 formation arrays was not a difficult task. As for level 4 formation arrays, it was instead extremely hard. Ah, fuck, let me out. A short robust man was angrily yelling in a certain illusion array in the surrounding of Mount Bewitch Yu. This man was a small fry of the Black Dragon Pool. He was out to handle matters as per his orders, and fell into the illusion array after passing by Mount Bewitch Yu. Boom! In a level 3 killing array. Occasionally, white pure flames would fire out. Several people had already lost their lives to the disastrous white pure flames in this location. That short and robust man that was trapped in an illusion array was actually in a much more fortunate situation compared to the people that had been trapped in this killing array. Big sis, be careful. In the trapping array, 2 women were walking while holding hands. The 2 of them were low-level personnel of the Black Dragon Pool. The 2 sisters were lucky as they had stepped into a trapping array that does not possess any killing power. In the half-year's time, the 2 heavenly deities of the Black Dragon Pool, Taoist Lu Su and Meiji, already took note of Mount Bewitch Yu. From the various formation arrays that had appeared on Mount Bewitch Yu, Taoist Lu Su and Meiji both had a premonition that Xinyu had returned. Having fought Xinyu before and especially after knowing that even their boss, the 9-headed black dragon Tanjio was also defeated by Xinyu, how would the 2 of them dare to go and bother Xinyu? The 2 of them merely relayed this information to Tanjio. Yuchi City. Inside an earth-numbered pavilion of the pity-fragrant building, a woman and 3 men were gathered together. These 4 heavenly deities had come from one of the 64 cities of the Divine Realm's eastern region, the Ouya city's #1 bandit power. This woman's name was Qi Hongfeng. She was the boss among the 4. Her power had reached that of a mid-level heavenly deity. The 3 male subordinates underneath her were all low-level heavenly deities. Big sis, we have obtained news earlier that Xinyu has shown himself. It was precisely at Mount Bewitch Yu, said a male among the group with excitement. Qi Hongfeng was extremely beautiful. Her elegant almond-shaped eyes swept past. She frowned and said, "You said that Xinyu has appeared at Mount Bewitch Yu? Is he not afraid of death? Are you certain about this information?" "Absolutely certain. This information is something I obtained from a person from the Black Dragon Pool. Many people from the Black Dragon Pool have been trapped in the Great Formation arrays at Mount Bewitch Yu. There were very few experts of formation arrays in the divine realm to begin with. I reckon that there would not be anyone bored enough to pretend to be Chinyu here and run especially to Mount Bewitchu to set up formation arrays. That man promptly said. Among the three males, the youth with the shortest and smallest size said. Big sis, I think what third brother said was very probable. If that Chinyu didn't run away from Yuchi City and actually dared to stay here, then it would be very probable for him to appear at Mount Bewitchu. Shi Hongfeng pondered for a moment. She then stood up and said. Good, we shall immediately set off. Yes, big sis. The three males all stood up. They were all displaying excited expressions. Not only them, this information was spread through the entire Yuchi city. The delicious cake known as Chinyu had returned. All the heavenly deities that obtained this news had started to move. The heavenly deities obtained the news at different times. However, the gap between the time they obtained the news was at most several days. The number of greedy heavenly deities in the divine realm was truly astounding. With merely those from the eastern region of the divine realm, close to 100 heavenly deities had gathered in Yuchi City. There were also those from the other regions of the divine realm. When added together, they numbered close to 200. The first group of heavenly deities that obtained this information had already set off towards Mount Bewitchu, but inside an ordinary building in Yuchi City, a person was currently sitting cross-legged. This person possessed a head full of short red hair that was spiking like steel needles. With a lean and dark-skinned body, this person was precisely the nine-headed black dragon Tanjio. From the battle against Chinyu in the Black Dragon Pool, Tanjio had grown to fear Chinyu. Spear, what sort of spear is that? Tanjio was forever unable to forget about that black, with some dark yellow dots, spear. When faced against that spear, adding on Chinyu's teleportation ability, Tanjio simply had no way to defend himself against Chinyu. Chinyu, I thought that you would run back to your master. Humph, I truly never would have expected that you would have the balls to stay. A fierce light shines through Tanjio's eyes. With this many heavenly deities gathered here, I refuse to believe that you can kill them all, but... Upon thinking about those heavenly deities that have gone to kill Chinyu, Tanjio displayed a grim smile on his face. Go there, go there. Chinyu doesn't merely possess a high-quality heavenly divine artifact. By the time you all discover that spear of his, it would be too late for you all to run. Tanjio was able to foresee that among all those heavenly deities, many of them would definitely perish in Chinyu's hands. However, Tanjio also believed that Chinyu would ultimately be no match against all those heavenly deities. I shall be the final Oriole. Tanjio stood up. Back then, he had lost 8 of his clones. The loss was extremely great. However, after over 1,800 years of recovery, he had already recovered 90% of his strength. This was because he was a 9-headed black dragon. As long as one of his soul remained living, the other souls could be recovered. The news regarding Chinyu's appearance reached the governor of Yuchi City, Yuchi Gonlan, in a very short period of time. At the same time, it had also reached the utmost eastern regions Mount Dazzling Gold Huangjing. The utmost northern regions Wood Mansions Zhanglan and Lear had also obtained this information. A lot of the people of the divine realm had their eyes directed at this location. There were those who were interested in watching the play and there were those who were paying extremely close attention to the situation. After all, it was extremely rare for over 100 heavenly deities to battle in times of peace. In the surroundings of Mount Bewitchu, 8 heavenly deities were standing in the air. And at this moment, 12 more heavenly deities flew over from behind. Among these 20 heavenly deities, 18 of them were low-level heavenly deities and 2 of them were mid-level heavenly deities. This group of people was the first to obtain the information and the first to rush over. Friends, please do not be anxious. At this moment, the entire Mount Bewitchu is covered with various different kinds of formation arrays. If we are to enter rashly, then at the very least the low-level heavenly deities would definitely die. A clear and sonorous voice sounded. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a goatee. He was also one of the 2 mid-level heavenly deities among the 20 heavenly deities. So it's actually old brother Xianyu. Qi Hongfeng flew forward. Her tight-fitting red-colored battle armor was stuck to her skin completely, outlining her devil-like body figure. Seeing old brother Xianyu here, this matter will be easy to take care of now. I am quite familiar with old brother Xianyu's accomplishments in formation arrays, said Qi Hongfeng with a smile on her face. However, the heavenly deities gathered here are from all over the place. Not all of them were convinced about that Xianyu Yang. Xianyu Yang coldly smiled. You all wait here and see. Several hundred divine spiritual stones started to float above Xianyu Yang's palm. Various seals, marks and symbols were floating above the several hundred divine spiritual stones. Soon after, like sharp arrows, the several hundred divine spiritual stones started to fly toward the various locations of Mount Bewitchu. The moment when these several hundred divine spiritual stones entered the great formation arrays, what occurred was Chi. Lightning started flickering at a certain corner of the Mount Bewitchu. Countless electric snakes were roaming through that formation array. Boom! A large number of white pure flames suddenly covered a large formation array in the surroundings of Mount Bewitchu. This caused all the low-level heavenly deities present to have a great change in their expression. Low-level heavenly deities were practically unable to block white pure flames. Flames, lightning, all sorts of different attribute energy attacks. The entire Mount Bewitchu was like hell. Traps had covered the entire place. There were some places that did not give off any reaction at all. However, those places instead caused one's heart to palpitate even more. The unknown was even more scary. The facial expressions of all 20 of these heavenly deities had instantly turned extremely ugly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 45. Volume 15, Splitting the Heaven and Earth Apart, Chapter 45, Advance dauntlessly in Wave Upon Wave. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Culips and me. Chinyu was sitting cross-legged on top of the stone with his eyes closed. Finally finished. Chinyu opened his eyes. His face naturally displayed a smile. His body then moved and arrived beside the Alpine Lake. Uncle Fu was currently beside the Alpine Lake. He immediately bowed and said, "Master, at this moment, 20 heavenly deities have already gathered below Mount Bewitchu. They seem to be chatting right now. I suspect they are discussing how to break the formation arrays and come inside." Chinyu slightly nodded. "It would be a bit troublesome for me to take care of them if they were to unite. Then, I must use some tricks now." Chinyu suddenly started flying. He flew to the sky above Mount Bewitchu. The 20 heavenly deities at the foot of Mount Bewitchu all managed to clearly see Chinyu. "Is that black-clothed youth, Chinyu?" asked a female low-level heavenly deity. The 20 heavenly deities, including Xian Yu Yang and Qi Hongfeng, all stopped their discussion and looked to the faraway Chinyu. Qi Hongfeng flew upward and toward Chinyu. She then loudly shouted, "I am mid-level heavenly deity Qi Hongfeng. Chinyu, you, as a mere low-level heavenly deity, ought to know about the gap between us. Even if you manage to hide yourself for a short while by relying on your great formation arrays, you would still end up dying by our hands in the end. As long as you hand over your treasures obediently, then I, Qi Hongfeng, shall swear upon the heavens that I would definitely not kill you." "Hand over my treasures obediently?" Chinyu's voice was ice-cold. "Has there ever been such a charity like that? Although I, Chinyu, might be a mere low-level heavenly deity, do you all actually possess the ability to kill me?" At this moment, the 20 heavenly deities started discussing with each other through divine awareness voice transmission. "Big brother, this Chinyu is currently in the sky and not in mountain. There are no formation arrays in the sky. As long as our speed is fast enough, we might be able to kill Chinyu by seizing this opportunity. That Xuan Yu Yang and Qi Hongfeng are both mid-level heavenly deities. If we were to follow behind them, we would definitely not be able to get any treasures in the end. Let's go and capture Chinyu with our fastest speed." At this moment, many heavenly deities had been aroused by Chinyu's appearance. After all, once Chinyu hid himself inside the great formation arrays, they would be unable to find out where he would be at all. If they wanted to kill Chinyu, then they would have to break through the formation arrays one by one. However, since Chinyu was in the air, it meant that they had an opportunity to kill him. "Everyone, you must definitely not alert Chinyu," said Xian Yu Yang via his divine awareness voice transmission. Xian Yu Yang was naturally able to guess what everyone was thinking. However, would these low-level heavenly deities listen to Xian Yu Yang's commands? Right when Xian Yu Yang turned his head back to look at Chinyu, 6 low-level heavenly deities instantly entered into the ground. The ground was filled with soil. With the strength of low-level heavenly deities, moving through the ground was not a difficult task. All 6 of them were proceeding toward the other side of Mount Bewitchu through the ground. All of them were thinking of rushing toward Chinyu from a location that he cannot see and then killing him with a single move. A group of disgraces. Xian Yu Yang instantly discovered that 6 low-level heavenly deities have disappeared and started to display an enraged expression. These dumbass truly do not know how the word death is written. As for Qi Hongfeng, she remained silent. She merely smiled as she looked at Xian Yu Yang. In order to capture Chinyu, she must rely on this formation array expert Xian Yu Yang. Although he was considered a formation array expert, he was merely able to be considered as one amongst the group of bandits. After all, ordinarily, one must learn through the scrolls of formation arrays in order to become an expert of formation arrays. Unless one possessed a significant background, it was simply impossible for one to learn those formation arrays of the divine realm. For true masters of formation arrays, they are either super experts themselves, possess a very powerful sect, or were born into powerful clans. However, what about bandits? It was truly hard to find a master of formation arrays among those bandits that could match up against Qinyu. "Old brother Xianyu, how much certainty do you have in breaking the formation arrays?" asked Qi Hongfeng as she smiled. Xianyu Yang already had an idea about it when he tested the might of the formation arrays earlier. He immediately smiled and said, "As long as everyone listened to me, I have absolute certainty in breaking the formation arrays. Merely, it might take some time to break through them." Although Xianyu Yang did not have the guidance of formation array experts, he had researched the scrolls of formation arrays that he managed to obtain for over billions of years. Thus, he managed to, with great difficulty, reach the peak level of level 3 formation arrays. Xianyu Yang's talent in the formation arrays was not high, nor does he have the guidance of experts. He merely managed to reach his level of accomplishment through researching formation arrays for a long time. However, the overwhelming majority of the formation arrays that Qinyu had set up were level 3 formation arrays. Only the 3 formation arrays located in the most center region of Mount Biwichu were level 4 formation arrays. For level 3 formation arrays, Xianyu Yang possessed enough strength to break them. "Good. In that case we shall follow behind you, old brother Xianyu." Qi Hongfeng only managed to speak half of what she wanted to say when she suddenly stopped. She looked to Qinyu, who was in the sky. That was because she saw 2 figures rapidly charging toward Qinyu from behind him. Qinyu seemed to not have realized. "If you all have the ability, then come and catch me," Qinyu said to the direction of Qi Hongfeng and Xianyu Yang. He then started falling downward. The 2 people that were charging at him from behind were startled. "Wretched. This Qinyu got lucky. Humph. He's inside that great formation array, after him," said the leader among the 2 people via divine awareness voice transmission. Even now the 2 of them still thought that Qinyu had yet to discover them and had merely been lucky. And at this moment, from a different direction to the side and back of Qinyu came 4 more people rapidly rushing toward him. They also proceeded to chase Qinyu. A total of 6 people were chasing after Qinyu. At the moment when Qinyu descended to the surface below him, his figure suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked to the sky. Upon seeing the 6 people that were flying toward him rapidly, Qinyu displayed a brilliant smile. The 6 people immediately stopped their movements. This Qinyu had set up great formation arrays. The 6 of them didn't dare to casually charge into those formation arrays. "Everyone, what should we do now?" asked one of the low-level heavenly deity among the 6. The other 5 low-level heavenly deities were also uncertain about what to do at the very instant. After a short moment, a golden-clothed man among them said, "Won't we still be required to charge into the formation arrays if we follow that Xianyu Yang? Let's go and charge into that formation array. It's nothing more than a mere formation array. The chances of it killing the 6 of us is extremely low. The 6 of us shall join hands and kill Qinyu first." "That won't do. What if it was the sort of formation array that used white pure flames to attack? What do we do then?" said a white-clothed woman as she frowned. And at this moment, Qinyu, who stood before the surface of the formation array, naturally knew what these 6 people were thinking. "This is merely an illusion array. I'm giving you all the chance to catch me," said Qinyu with a light smile on his face. He then entered into the illusion array. Upon hearing that it was an illusion array, the 6 low-level heavenly deities glanced at each other. They then rushed to the surface of the great formation array. After that, one of them attempted to enter into the formation array while distorting the surrounding space. "It's an illusion array," said that person to the other 5 people with a clear voice. The 5 people immediately burst into happiness and rushed into the formation array. Qinyu did not deceive them. This was indeed an illusion array. Upon entering the illusion array, the 6 people immediately started to control the divine realm's spatial energy to distort the space surrounding them and dissipate the illusions. The 6 of them stood very close to one another. Their combined range of spatial distortion was truly pretty huge. "Where is that Qinyu? I can't see him at all." These 6 people grew a bit anxious. Suddenly, "He's over there." The white-clothed woman was the first to charge toward the front. The other 5 people immediately followed behind her. However, by the time these 6 people rushed over, they entered into a great formation array beside the illusion array. They have entered into a trapping array. While illusion arrays are easy to break through, trapping arrays are instead very hard to break through. "Oh no! The six of them all felt that the situation had turned bad. Back when Xinyu fought against Xionghe, he had a couple of his formation arrays smashed apart by Xionghe using brute force. From that, Xinyu came to understand the importance of setting up a small-scale defensive barrier in the foundations of the formation array. Regardless of how frantically these six people attacked the trapping array, they were unable to take a step out of the trapping array. The trapping array contained illusions within it. It also contained actual matters, attacks, and various other things. These six people have already lost one another and scattered about after entering into the trapping array for a short period of time. A low-level heavenly deity was walking extremely cautiously. Cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. PFF. A scarlet sword silhouette suddenly appeared out from the wall beside him. It instantly pierced through a low-level heavenly deity's throat. At the same time, a strand of aura was shot toward the jade blood golden pellet. The jade blood golden pellet was jolted. Fortunately, Xinyu was lenient, or else this low-level heavenly deity's jade blood golden pellet would have shattered. Xinyu suddenly appeared beside him. He held the God Sealing Pagoda in his hand. The God Sealing Pagoda emitted a soul attack. Actually, the God Sealing Pagoda only had one kind of attack, the soul attack. As for absorbing, it cannot be considered as an attack. The heavily injured low-level heavenly deity was easily absorbed into the God Sealing Pagoda. That's one. Xinyu lightly smiled. With a movement of his body, Xinyu disappeared. This great formation array was set up by him. Thus, it was extremely easy for him to come and go through the formation array. Furthermore, Xinyu knew teleportation. Thus, he was moving about the formation array like a fish in water. In merely a short moment, all six low-level heavenly deities were absorbed into the God Sealing Pagoda by Xinyu. Soon after, Xinyu flew into the sky again. He looked to Xianyu Yang and then with a smile on his face like last time. With a clear voice, he said, "I'm giving you all an opportunity to catch me. The next time around, I will be hiding myself within the formation arrays." None of the 14 heavenly deities dared to move. Although none of them saw the endings of the previous 6 heavenly deities, they were all able to anticipate what had happened. "Everyone, follow behind me and watch me break through all of his formation arrays," said Xianyu Yang with a clear voice. With the support of Qi Hongfeng, the 2 mid-level heavenly deities and 12 low-level heavenly deities started to move together. The 14 heavenly deities were flying in the sky. Xianyu Yang smiled coldly as he looked at Xinyu. "Xinyu, if you have the skills, then continue to stay within a formation array so that we can compete our formation array stage." "Do you dare, compete our formation array stage?" Xinyu, who was standing in the sky, was startled. The level of formation array does not represent one's strength. Especially the first stage of the formation array, it was different for everyone. With a smile on his face, Xinyu said, "What stage formation array are you?" "I ought to have comprehended the first stage of the formation array. Although my stage cannot be considered as being high in the divine realm, but I am more than capable of breaking your formation arrays." "What about you? What stage of formation arrays have you reached?" Xianyu Yang shouted. "I have yet to even reach the first stage," replied Xinyu honestly. Xianyu Yang was startled. Xianyu Yang did not believe that Xinyu had yet to even reach the first stage in formation arrays. After all, when he first comprehended the first stage of formation arrays, it was absolutely impossible for him to set up formation arrays like the ones before him. And now, he had already walked the path of the first stage of formation arrays for a very long time now, and his strength already increased by a lot. "However, are you able to break my formation arrays?" Xinyu lightly laughed. Then, like a falling meteor, Xinyu descended into a formation array. Xianyu Yang's gaze swept through the formation array. He then said to the people behind him, "Everyone, listen carefully. Regardless of when, all of you must stay within my and Miss Chi's spatial domains. Only through this would I be able to guarantee your lives." Spatial domain. The spatial domains of mid-level heavenly deities. If one were to step into a spatial domain, wouldn't that mean that the person who possessed the spatial domain could kill them if they wished to? Qi Hongfeng has 4 people in her camp. Xianyu Yang has 5 in his camp. The other 5 heavenly deities were from all over the place. These 5 heavenly deities glanced at one another. Ultimately, they could only endure it. All 14 heavenly deities were in Qi Hongfeng and Xianyu Yang's spatial domains. The spatial domains were only able to guarantee their safety within the range of the spatial domains. Spatial domain? Xinyu laughed coldly. In a clear voice, he said, "You all, listen carefully. It is indeed very easy for you to break those formation arrays with spatial domains. Good. In that case, I shall stay within this great formation array. As long as you all manage to break through this great formation array, I would stop fleeing. At this moment, Shinyu arrived in the soul trapping array among the 3 level 4 formation arrays. Shinyu did not want to lure them into his level 4 killing array because he wanted to capture these people. Xianyu Yang saw the great formation array that Shinyu was in. He was unable to refrain his heart from tightening. This great formation is very complicated? However, upon thinking that he had already reached the first stage of the formation arrays while Shinyu have yet to even comprehend the first stage. I refuse to believe that I cannot break through it. With Xianyu Yang as the leader, a total of 14 heavenly deities flew into that level 4 trapping array. Upon entering this level 4 trapping array, Xianyu Yang felt a burst of a headache. Old brother Xianyu, how long would it take to break this formation array? Shi Hongfeng asked impatiently. She felt that the situation was far from good the moment she entered the great formation array. This trapping array contained various kinds of attacks. It even possessed matters and objects. Its defense was also extremely astonishing. If she were to maintain her spatial domain for a long period of time, it would also consume a lot of her energy. Don't worry, it'll take some time. Xianyu Yang was inspecting the formation array unceasingly. He was testing the response of the formation array unceasingly. Cold sweat started to seep out from his forehead. He had started to panic. Just by looking at what Xianyu Yang did in this short period of time, Shinyu had determined that Xianyu Yang most certainly does not possess the strength of level 4 formation array. An overly confident guy who thought himself to be infallible. At this moment, Shinyu had flew to the sky. If he had the strength of level 5 formation arrays, then I reckon he wouldn't even need to break the formation array and could already travel unobstructed within the formation array. Even if he possessed the level 4 formation array level, it would still not be that simple for him to break this trapping array of mine. Shinyu didn't care about Xianyu Yang and the others. Shinyu was prepared to wait a while later when after this group of people was tormented by his level 4 trapping array to a certain extent and then go in and capture them one by one. Shinyu suddenly saw that, in the skies far away, there were numerous other heavenly deities flying toward Mount Biwichu. Oh? There's more heavenly deities coming? Exactly how many heavenly deities are there? Well, forget about it. My god sealing pagoda shall absorb as many as arrive. Shinyu lightly smiled. Just like that, he stood on the airspace above Mount Biwichu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.